Among the 8, 3 actually came from the great Qi nation. They were Qin Chen, Zhao Lingshan, and Wang Kaiming. This great Qi nation is truly surprising. How can there be 3 disciples who have persisted until now? This has already been 2.5 hours. Even the Great Wei dynasty has eliminated many of their mystic-level geniuses, yet this great Qi nation... The crowd was shocked, almost unable to believe it. Actually, there's nothing difficult to understand about this. A cold voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. It was an old man with graying hair, a renowned expert from one of the 5 nations, who said, "The second round tests how long martial artists can endure under pressure. For fairness, the pressure is scaled by age, so younger contestants naturally bear less. These 3 just graduated from Tianxing Academy. At 15 or 16, their endurance should be lower than older mystic-level geniuses. To have persisted until now is quite reasonable." Upon hearing this, many nodded. Compared to others, Qin Chen and his companions were far too young. Their cultivation levels, while not low, still meant the formation's pressure affected them differently. That explained some of what had happened, though it did nothing to diminish the surprise at their endurance. "He spit out so much blood, his strength must be lacking," someone sneered, but others' gazes hardened. Breaking through to the late heaven level at 15 or 16 was rare talent. Even in the Great Wei dynasty, such youths would be remarkable. Could the 5 nations really produce so many geniuses? Aside from Qin Chen and the others, Yu Qiangsu of the Ling Tian sect also managed to persist. She was only 18, one of the youngest among the participants. The most startling presence, however, was the Gui Xian sect. 4 of the remaining 8 were from Gui Xian, each appearing over 20. Several of them matched or neared the age of Yu Wenfeng, who had already been eliminated. Yet these Gui Xian disciples continued, and their elders showed unusually strong auras. The origin of the Gui Xian group felt odd to many, and a low murmur of suspicion rippled through the crowd. "Unexpectedly, within these 5 nations, there are so many geniuses," someone muttered. "What's going on? Aren't the Northwest 5 nations remote? How could they field so many rivals to our Great Wei dynasty?" The Great Wei attendees were astonished. They had expected little competition from the Northwest, but the assessment had proven them wrong. "Humph, this is nothing. The ancient southern capital originated from these 5 nations. Perhaps they've held such tests frequently and learned a thing or two." A participant sneered, brimming with arrogance. "Those early rounds are only filtration. The final arena battle will decide the real outcome. Could they possibly match our Qiān province geniuses? Haha, not to worry. So long as the young master of the Imperial Heart participates, these outsiders won't stir up trouble." Amidst the cold laughter, one by one, contestants were eliminated. Wang Kaiming was the first to fall, spitting out blood and being blasted out of the Grand Formation. Landing outside the Grand Formation, there was no trace of dejection on his face. Instead, he quickly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to comprehend. The intense pressure had greatly stimulated his understanding of the blade's intent. The reason he had held on until now was indeed due to that blade's intent. After Wang Kaiming, one of the Gui Xian members finally could not endure and was eliminated, followed by Zhao Lingshan and then Yu Qiangsu. In less than half an hour, only 5 people remained on the field. Tiandu, Dai Tiani, Leng Wuxuang, Qin Chen, and a young man from the Gui Xian sect. The young man opened his eyes and suddenly, bang, he was blasted away, landing outside the square. This guy seemed not to have reached his limit just now. Did he voluntarily get blasted out? Voices rose. In the Grand Formation, Qin Chen's gaze sharpened. Why would he do that? The Gui Xian sect should have been wiped out by his grandfather and mother, leaving only weak remnants. It was impossible, Qin Chen thought, for such a group of strong experts to have come from the 5 nations legitimately. Others might not notice, but Qin Chen's perception had already told him that the so-called supreme elders of Gui Xian were 5th-level Wuzong experts, and not ordinary ones. Their auras rivaled those of the Great Wei dynasty's masters. Such power didn't fit the Northwest 5 nations. Where had they come from? After the young man was eliminated, only 4 remained on the field. Could it be those 4 again? Murmurs of disbelief spread. During the first round of the Martial Path True Meaning assessment, those same 4 had been the final contenders, and now it was them once more. The 3 great geniuses, Dai Tiani, Tiandu, and Leng Wuxuang, were expected to persist. But Qin Chen, who had been spitting blood and seemed on the verge of collapse since the beginning, somehow held on, leaving everyone bewildered. At this moment, some even suspected whether Qin Chen had some hidden backing or fortune favoring him. Otherwise, how could he have avoided elimination for so long in this second round? "I was the first to be eliminated in the last round. In this round, I absolutely cannot be the first to lose." Leng Wuxuang's expression twisted as he glanced at Dai Tiani and Tiandu. The other two shared the same determination. As Qiān province's three great geniuses, they would not allow themselves to lose to each other. As for Chen, none of the three even glanced his way. He had not even broken through to the mystic level in their eyes and did not qualify as their opponent. In this way, a strange scene appeared on the assessment square of Gunandu. The three great talents of Qiān held their breath, not daring to be careless for even a moment, all striving to withstand the pressure from the great formation. Their expressions were grim, exuding a terrifying aura. Around them, frightening whirlwinds swirled. Some were blue, some red, some black. That was the terrifying true power, forming an invisible aura that resisted the might of the great formation, causing onlookers to be shocked and amazed. Not far from them, however, sat a young man who was constantly shaking, his face pale, continuously spitting blood. Every time the young man gave the impression that he was about to collapse, perhaps eliminated in the next moment. But after each bout of spitting blood, he continued to hold on, leaving everyone speechless. He was simply an unkillable cockroach. The key point was that the pressure of the assessment formation would continuously strengthen over time, rather than remaining constant. Yet the young man managed to persist time and time again, far exceeding everyone's understanding. "I don't believe that this young man can surpass the Emperor Heart young master in this round," a genius from the Great Wei dynasty said skeptically. Before his words finished, one of the three great talents could no longer endure. Boom, Tiandu was blasted out. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Tiandu's face was dark with frustration. Not long after, Leng Wushwang followed suit and was eliminated as well. Both departures came quicker than many had anticipated. Even these renowned geniuses could not withstand the formation indefinitely. Tiandu remained, however, grinning like a man who had already won. He had been the last eliminated among the three in the earlier round, and now once more he fancied himself the strongest. "Humph," he said aloud, full of contempt when he noticed Chen still inside. "This one doesn't count." Tiandu and Leng Wushwang, bruised pride burning in their eyes from being beaten to elimination, shot him cold glances. They could have spared that arrogance, especially since, to everyone else's surprise, Chen was still resisting the pressure. Within the formation, Chen's body trembled, pale and bleeding, yet he clung on. The crowd exchanged incredulous looks. That this seemingly fragile youth could outlast two of Qiān's finest was already unsettling. That he remained when Tiandu boasted of supremacy grated on Tiandu's pride. Each moment Chen endured chipped away at the young tyrant's smugness. Time crawled on, half a stick of incense, a whole stick. Chen still appeared half dead, not showing any intention of yielding. How long would this take? Everyone had no choice but to sit cross-legged, cultivating while waiting. Inside the great formation, however, Chen was doing more than merely surviving. He was using the crushing pressure as a crucible. Every cell in his body was being hammered, purified, and remolded. The undying holy body within him responded, each breakthrough a slow, agonized rebirth. Late stage of the second level, peak of the second level, faint popping explosions echoed from his flesh like roasted soybeans as his body restructured. Whenever he felt he could not hold on, he drew more true energy from his core, bolstering his resistance beyond what his surface weakness suggested. Hours passed. The true energy in his body reached its maximum, and the undying holy body approached its limit in the second level, the final precipice before the third level. His entire body's strength had increased by at least 50% compared to before the assessment. Finally, as the formation's pressure surged once more, Chen spat blood and was blasted out of the formation. Buzz. An invisible force descended, and the magnificent formation immediately faded from view, disappearing from the square. "Finally over," murmured the crowd, many of them nearly dozing off from tense waiting, but their relief was short-lived. A sudden beam of dazzling white light enveloped everyone, cascading down upon the square. An amazing life force surged through each person, knitting wounds, restoring consumed true energy and true power, and healing hidden ailments. The gathered geniuses exchanged astonished, grateful looks. "My injuries have actually healed. What exactly is this white light? What incredible healing ability?" Their chatter was cut by a deafening roar from above. Everyone looked up to see a massive black stone tablet appear in the sky over Gunandu, towering and vast, over 100 feet high and nearly 100 meters wide. Its surface was covered with innumerable marks. Knife gashes, sword slashes, fist and palm imprints, shallow and deep, each a testament to past assaults. The booming voice of a black-clad figure rolled across the square. "The third round of the assessment is the marking tablet assessment. Each of you will use your true energy to strike the black stone tablet. Any mark above 10 meters will pass the third round." 10 meters? Eyes turned toward the tablet, minds racing at the sudden escalation. -438. On the black stone monument, numerous traces were densely packed, but there were also many blank spaces. The lowest traces were around 10 meters, relatively shallow in depth, while the highest ones were almost in the middle of the stone monument. Among them, there was a fist imprint located about 50 to 60 zhang away from the stone monument. The entire fist imprint was deeply embedded within the stone monument, giving off a profound and vast, terrifying feeling from a distance. It seemed that just a glance could shatter one's soul. This made Tiandu and the others fix their gazes in concentration. 50 to 60 zhang is more than 100 meters. For a mystic-level warrior, leaping to such heights was nearly impossible. Even for a 5th-tier Wuzong, jumping that high was no easy feat. Perhaps only a 6th-tier Wuzun could accomplish it. However, now on this stone monument, there were quite a few traces above 100 meters, making Tiandu and the others frown slightly. According to the restrictions of the ancient southern capital, only warriors below 24 years of age could participate in the assessments. Could it be that these traces were left by geniuses who had participated in the assessments? If that were truly the case, what kind of genius could achieve such heights? You talents from the 5 nations must have had quite a few who participated in the ancient southern capital's assessments in the past. Are these traces left by the geniuses of your 5 nations? As if having the same doubts, many geniuses from the Dawei dynasty couldn't help but turn to look at the talents from the 5 nations and began to inquire. This, after a moment of hesitation, Zhao Wei forced a smile and said, "Though I am a genius from the 5 nations, this is my first time participating in the ancient southern capital's grand competition. This trace stone monument is naturally my first time seeing it. But from what I understand, the grand competition of the 5 nations has a history of 100 years. And in that time, the ancient southern capital has held assessments 19 times. However, there has never been a trace stone monument appearing during any assessment," Zhao Wei affirmed. As someone from the 5 nations, he certainly conducted investigations to prepare for this grand competition, but in the history of 100 years of the 5 nations, this trace stone monument indeed appeared for the first time. Not only Zhao Wei, but the other talents from the 5 nations answered similarly. This made many geniuses from the Dawei dynasty frown. If that's the case, then the trace stone monument should be like the true meaning of martial arts in the first round, activated due to special conditions. Since the traces on the monument were not left by people from the 5 nations, it was highly likely they were left by geniuses who participated in the assessments from some time period between the 5 nations. Even further back, it could be that before the Dark Era, when the ancient southern capital's power had not yet been destroyed, the traces were left by geniuses of their own power. But even if they were geniuses before the Dark Era, they couldn't have left traces at more than 100 meters, right? Tiandu and the others still felt doubtful. Moreover, the traces at the very top certainly did not seem to be left by ordinary warriors. The strength of the one who left them must far exceed theirs. Stop overthinking it. The priority now is to pass this 3rd round of assessment. As they regained their focus, everyone once again gazed at the black stone monument before them. A height of 10 meters should be easy, right? Any heaven-level warrior would easily jump over 10 meters. The only difficulty should be leaving a mark on this black stone monument. The will of the ancient southern capital mentioned leaving marks with true energy, meaning that the physical body cannot make contact with the black stone monument. One can only use true energy to attack the black stone monument. Once a martial artist breaks through to the mystic level, true energy condenses into true power, making one's strength robust enough to slice through gold and sever stone. Leaving a mark on a stone monument should not be an issue, even for a piece of mysterious iron. Those heaven-level warriors with rare true energy should find it much harder. As the crowd discussed, secretly guessing, all those mystic-level geniuses turned their gazes towards the remaining heaven-level warriors, their lips curling into faint smiles. In their eyes, Chen and the other heaven-level warriors need not even think. They would surely be the first to be eliminated in this round. Surely it can't be that simple, right? However, some furrowed their brows. If it truly were that simple, almost 80% of those present would pass the assessment. Would that lead to so many people entering the arena? You have 1 incense stick's time to feel the aura of the black stone monument. At that moment, a black figure towering into the sky rumbled. Immediately afterward, a buzzing sound, the black stone monument suddenly burst forth with black radiance, enveloping everyone. What? Everyone's heart suddenly froze, their souls struck by an invisible force. Some geniuses, caught off guard, swayed their bodies and nearly fell to the ground, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. Such terrifying pressure. The crowd was shocked, their faces pale. They all knew the 3rd round of assessment wouldn't be simple, and now it was evident. Standing outside the black stone monument, an immense pressure rushed toward them. as if they were carrying a small mountain on their backs. Under such pressure, the testers would undoubtedly need to expend considerable energy to resist it before attempting to leave marks on the black stone monument. Thus, the difficulty had at least doubled. Just as they were feeling apprehensive, "Time's up, begin the assessment," the black figure rumbled, and then a white light shot toward a genius from the Dawei dynasty. This young genius at the peak of late heaven level was the first to be chosen. Instead of showing any signs of tension, he wore a hint of ease on his face. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he approached the black stone monument, his expression calm. "Though the pressure from this black stone monument is terrifying, I practice a high-grade mystic-level technique. This pressure can only limit about 30% of my cultivation. Leaving a mark at over 10 meters is not a difficult task." He smiled confidently, then with a sudden roar, "Up!" With the roar, his figure soared into the sky like a hunting falcon, effortlessly ascending. "It's Zhang Qi from the Sky Falcon Valley. He, I didn't expect him to be the first one chosen." Though his cultivation is only at the peak of late heaven level, the Sky Falcon Valley's falcon technique is extremely formidable. Coupled with the Sky Falcon true energy, which is indestructible, leaving a mark up there should be no problem. Let's see how it goes. With Zhang Qi's cultivation, not to mention leaving a mark at 10 meters, even 30 meters isn't impossible. The crowd discussed, filled with confidence in Zhang Qi. Especially the experts from the Dawei dynasty, most of whom wore smiles on their faces. What happened next stunned everyone. Zhang Qi shot upward, soaring past 10 meters and rapidly ascending to 20 meters. But midway, as if the air itself turned into an unseen hand, a terrifying force slammed into him and he plummeted like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the square without even having the chance to strike the stone tablet. What's going on? What just happened? Why was Zhang Qi knocked away without even making a move? Everyone was in an uproar, eyes wide and faces filled with disbelief. Zhang Qi's face was ashen as he tried to explain, but the lesson was clear. The pressure from the black stone tablet intensified with height, and even warriors who thought themselves superior could be abruptly cut down by that invisible force. After Zhang Qi, a rapid montage of attempts followed. Several Laterth-level contestants and a few Qiān experts, including a famed spear user whose ferocious thrust shattered the air yet left the tablet untouched. All one after another were chosen, struggled against the rising pressure, struck with weapons and fists and secret arts, and were flung away without leaving a mark. Each failure ratcheted the tension higher, making those remaining tremble with apprehension. In the midst of this chaos, Chen's eyes revealed a trace of wild joy. This 3-round assessment seems random, but in fact, each round has a unique purpose. The first round, the true meaning of martial arts assessment, aims to help martial artists comprehend the true essence of martial arts, to grasp the use of true qi. The second round, the pressure assessment of the formation, superficially tests the physical strength and willpower of the martial artists, but in reality, it refines their bodies within the formation. And this third round, while the aura of the stone tablet appears to set obstacles for everyone, it should actually be using the pressure of the stone tablet to refine martial artists in terms of their soul. Gunan Du is indeed formidable. It can use such methods to enhance a martial artist's soul. What kind of treasure is this stone tablet? Chen was astonished, then filled with excitement. While other martial artists were figuring out how to resist this pressure, he intentionally released his soul power, trying to undergo refinement under the pressure. As long as his soul was refined, he naturally would not fear the influence of the pressure, and leaving a mark on it would come easily. Next, buzz, a white light enveloped a genius from the Great Wei dynasty at the initial stage of Qiān level. "Is it my turn?" The genius, dressed in a Qiān robe, was handsome, with an air of confidence radiating from his brow. Despite the previous failures, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he was filled with strong self-assurance. Whoosh, his figure shot like a gust of wind, darting before the black stone tablet with lightning speed. "This person is Tian Qingfeng from the Wuxiang sect. 20 years old, broke through to Qiān level, and now a year has passed. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the initial stage of Qiān level. If his cultivation still cannot leave a mark on this black stone tablet, then the number of successful contestants will likely be very few." Outside the ancient southern capital, a heavy murmur sounded, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Tian Qingfeng. As of now, no one had successfully left a mark, which inevitably caused tension and concern. At this moment, Tian Qingfeng shot into the sky. His figure, upon reaching 10 meters, did not stop. Instead, he continued to rise higher. The crowd frowned, showing expressions of disbelief. The previous few had not even qualified to leave a name at 10 meters, yet Tian Qingfeng, although stronger than the previous ones, did not intend to leave a mark at 10 meters and instead aimed higher. Isn't that too reckless? But at this moment, Tian Qingfeng's heart was calm. I, Tian Qingfeng, am a genius of the Wuxiang sect. If I leave a mark at 10 meters, that would be shameful. My goal is at least 20 meters. His gaze was indifferent, his heart icy. However, when he ascended to a height of 15 meters, his figure suddenly paused, and then his expression drastically changed. That terrifying pressure increased exponentially. Not good. He was alarmed, feeling an unstable sensation at this moment. I can't go higher. In a moment of crisis, Tian Qingfeng dared not continue upward. His true energy surged wildly, condensing together in an instant. Buzz, a shocking aura erupted from his right hand, resembling a Buddha, extending his finger into the sky, wanting to enlighten all beings. Wuxiang Calamity Finger! Boom. A layered finger shadow shot from his right hand, stirring the air into ripples as if it had been penetrated. The finger shadow contained a terrifying whirlwind, and with a pop, it struck the black stone wall, leaving a shallow fingerprint. In the next moment, he was knocked flying and fell onto the square. Wow! The crowd erupted in an instant. He left a mark, he left a trace. The Wuxiang Calamity Finger is the secret technique of the Wuxiang sect, immensely powerful, truly extraordinary. Countless people became excited. Although Tian Qingfeng's fingerprint was extremely vague and nearly imperceptible compared to others around it, it stood out as it was distinctly engraved at 15 meters on the marking stone tablet, visible to anyone. Leaving a mark means passing the assessment. At the same time, a white light descended, enveloping Tian Qingfeng, teleporting him to the other side of the square. This caused a stir throughout the venue. -440 on the other side of the square. That was close. Heart-pounding, Tian Qingfeng's face turned pale and sweat began to bead on his forehead. He had originally wanted to make a stunning debut, but he never expected the pressure from the mark left on the stone tablet to be so terrifying. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have already been eliminated, losing his chance to participate in the arena contest and receive the inheritance. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to turn the tide and remained. It seems that it really requires true power at the mystic level to leave a mark. Now I can rest easy. If Tian Qingfeng can leave a mark, I should be able to as well. Seeing this scene, all the geniuses at the mystic level let out a sigh of relief. Since Tian Qingfeng could do it, they might not be unable to either. It's my turn now. Next in line was still a martial artist at the early mystic level. Having learned from Tian Qingfeng's experience, this person was full of confidence as he shot up into the sky. He even hoped to keep up with Tian Qingfeng, leaving a mark at 15 meters high. However, when he reached 15 meters in the air, he realized just how terrifying the pressure in this place truly was. Boom. Under this pressure, he felt like a small boat on the ocean after a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. In a rush, he hurriedly exerted all his strength. Bang! The true power surged and exploded on the black stone tablet, leaving it completely blank without a trace. Senior Gunandu, please give me another chance, The genius had a look of panic, wishing for another opportunity. But an invisible white light descended, and the black figure said nothing, directly transporting him out. If I had known I would have made my move at 10 meters, maybe I would have had a chance. That genius's face turned ashen, his heart filled with despair. And even more desperate were the remaining late heaven-level geniuses. Even a mystic-level martial artist can't leave a mark on this stone tablet. Zhao Wei and the others were shaken, their expressions filled with despair. Even the battle-hungry Wang Kaiming and his group had uncertain looks on their faces. Each of them, having become geniuses, was incredibly proud and would not show any signs of weakness. However, even the proudest among them felt uneasy upon seeing that the mystic-level geniuses from the Great Wei dynasty could not leave a mark on the stone tablet. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. A gentle voice, low and calm, cut through the murmur. Chen, standing at the edge of the crowd, had been watching intently. He had observed how the first rounds tested comprehension of true energy and bodily enhancement under pressure. Now, as contestants faced the mark on the stone tablet, Chen realized the test was assessing not only cultivation and movement skills, but also one's adaptability to soul pressure. He did not proclaim this to all in a long lecture. Discreetly, he sent a brief insight into the minds of those nearest: Wang Kaiming, Zhao Lingshan, Zhao Wei, and a few others. Adapt to the pressure, make it part of your external existence. Comprehension, not resistance, would allow the soul to endure and thus leave a mark. Hearing Chen, a few close by exchanged glances, belief in him was enough to seed a method. It tests your adaptability to soul pressure, Wang Kaiming murmured, and then without fanfare began to sit cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing not on fighting the pressure but on blending with it. Seeing this, the others who had received Chen's whisper followed suit, no longer doubting, and began their own understanding. Moments later, several disciples from the great Qi nation simultaneously shook their bodies and opened their eyes. It actually worked. Previously, when they resisted with all their might, they felt that the pressure was overwhelming and unstoppable. However, when they slowly tried to adapt and comprehend, they immediately found that this power seemed to become less frightening, transforming instead into a terrifying pressure that allowed them to gain insights and improve their willpower. Unable to hold back, they inhaled sharply, looking at Chen in shock. Especially Xiao Jing, who was utterly astonished, his mouth agape. He prided himself on being the oldest genius of the great Qi nation and the one with the highest cultivation among the group, just a step away from reaching the mystic level. Thus, he had always seen himself as the leader of the team. But now, he deeply realized just how terrifying this youth, who had once brought miracles to the great Qi nation, truly was. At this moment, the testing in the square continued. So far, a total of 10 people had undergone the test, but only 3 martial artists had managed to leave a mark. The expressions on all the contestants were filled with despair. A probability of only 30% was indeed a brutal figure. This meant that out of the last 250 people, only about 75 would pass the assessment. Among them, none of the geniuses below the mystic level had succeeded, and even among the mystic level geniuses, there were a few who could not leave a mark. So far, among the participants being assessed, there hasn't been the top-tier geniuses. It seems that in the end, among these 250 participants, probably less than 100 will pass the assessment and enter the arena contest. Everyone sighed. Especially those from the 5 nations, their faces were especially grim. According to the pattern that heaven-level martial artists would be eliminated, it was likely that only about 10 geniuses from the 5 nations would remain in the end. This was undeniably a brutal figure, especially Xiao Zhan, who felt an immense bitterness in his heart. So far, the achievements of the great Qi nation had been quite impressive, including Chen, Xiao Jing, Zhao Wei, Zhao Lingshan, Zai Zun, and Wang Kaiming. A total of 6 contestants had advanced to the 3rd round. However, among these 6, none were mystic-level martial artists. This meant that in the end, all 6 of them would likely be eliminated, leaving none behind. The others from the 5 nations clearly understood this, looking at Xiao Zhan with pity at that moment. Next! Boom! A white light enveloped the 4th prince, Zhao Wei. Was the nightmare of the great Qi nation finally beginning? Xiao Zhan's expression was bitter, his heart filled with despair. In the square. Is it my turn? With a jolt of his body, Zhao Wei stood up. There was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Before the test even began, sweat had already started to seep from his palms. Another late-stage heaven-level warrior. No need to look anymore. With his cultivation, he will definitely be eliminated. True, it's just a formality. Poor commoner from the 4 domains. Ridicule echoed through the crowd, intensifying the anxiety in Zhao Wei's heart. But Chen's quiet suggestion that the key was adaptation rather than brute resistance had already been sown in Zhao Wei's mind. He had spent the brief preparation time calming himself, feeling the oppressive aura and trying to make it part of his awareness instead of opposing it. Don't panic, resist less, comprehend more, Zhao Wei told himself, and then with a calm he had not felt before approached the stone monument. Buzz, a powerful pressure descended. Such a terrifying aura made it almost hard for Zhao Wei to breathe just standing in front of the stone monument. Zhao Wei took a deep breath. Gradually, he felt himself merging into this pressure. That intense feeling of oppression seemed to become slightly lighter in a daze. Zhao Wei knew it was merely an illusion. The pressure had not decreased, but rather his resistance to the pressure was gradually changing. Hey, this kid seems a bit off. Look at his expression. Could he really think he can leave a mark on the stone monument? So naive. Even the true energy of a mystic-level warrior might not leave a mark. And he's just a heaven-level warrior whose true Qi hasn't even gone through transformation. Why does he believe so? Amidst the crowd's doubts, Zhao Wei suddenly moved. Bang! With a push of his legs against the ground, he shot up into the sky, his movements ordinary and devoid of any flashy elements. Boom! As he ascended, the pressure emanating from the stone monument skyrocketed. But Zhao Wei did not resist. Instead, he closed his eyes to comprehend this pressure and familiarize himself with it. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height of 10 meters. Go! With a roar, Zhao Wei suddenly opened his eyes. His entire body spun in the air, using the momentum of the spin to transfer all his strength instantly into his right hand and punched out. Boom! The might of his punch surged forth, transforming into an astonishing tornado, roaring and howling as it crashed into the stone monument. With a loud crash, the force of the punch collided with the stone monument, shattering it into pieces, and violent gusts of wind erupted, emitting piercing howls. Ha, with this level of power, he thinks he can leave a mark? Weak, way too weak. It doesn't even compare to the attacks of several mystic-level warriors from before. Before the results were revealed, many warriors from the Great Wei dynasty had already burst into laughter. because they knew very well that Zhao Wei's strike, in terms of power, was simply not on par with the previous mystic-level warriors. And those mystic-level warriors hadn't left a mark on the stone monument, so Zhao Wei was even less likely to do so. Amidst the laughter, everyone looked at the stone monument. At that moment, the overwhelming gusts had dissipated, and the previously somewhat blurry black stone monument began to clarify. "Look, I told you this kid wouldn't leave a mark." "Huh, what?" One genius, smugly speaking halfway, suddenly widened his eyes, looking as though he had been choked, his eyes bulging. Other mocking geniuses froze, each becoming dumbfounded. They saw a shallow fist imprint appearing on the stone monument, which had clearly not been there before. "Left a mark, passed." A flash of white light passed, and Zhao Wei was teleported to the other side of the square. "Did I really pass?" With a flushed face, Zhao Wei stood in shock, still unable to react, his whole body trembling with excitement. "Young Master Chen, I passed." Mumbling to himself, Zhao Wei looked excitedly at Chen, tears welling up in his eyes. With a slight smile, Chen nodded. Wow, at this moment the entire square was in an uproar. What happened? What exactly just happened? Why did that guy manage to leave a mark on the stone monument? He was clearly just a heaven-level warrior. The crowd was shocked, each person dumbfounded, hardly able to believe their eyes. At the same time, they were completely puzzled. However, Zhao Wei's result undoubtedly injected a dose of adrenaline into the other heaven-level warriors present, stirring their spirits. Perhaps. The previous lack of marks left by heaven-level warriors was not because they could not do it, but simply because such a person had not yet appeared. With Zhao Wei leading the way, other geniuses gained confidence, each exerting their utmost strength. In fact, this led to a slight increase in the passing rate of the assessment. Still, among the heaven-level warriors, only Zhao Wei passed until the next contestant. Next! Swish! A white light enveloped Xiao Jing. With Zhao Wei's example, Xiao Jing's confidence soared. He held his breath and concentrated, leaping to a height of 10 meters, and exerted all his strength to chop down with a palm. Boom! The palm energy surged, and a shallow palm imprint immediately appeared on the stone monument. Seeing this, Xiao Jing smiled and was teleported aside. Wow! The entire venue exploded instantly. -442, another heaven-level martial artist. It seems to be someone from Chen's side. What's going on? Did all the contestants from the Great Qi Kingdom take drugs? The crowd erupted, almost going mad. Especially those geniuses who had broken through to the mystic level outside of Gunandu but left no traces. They were almost in tears. They prided themselves on being extraordinary and exerted all their strength, yet they could not leave a mark on the trace stone tablet. But these two guys were just in the late heaven level and could leave marks. It was simply unfair. Next, the tests continued. Soon, Zhao Lingshan, Zai Zun, and Wang Kaiming were also selected. The results of these three completely stunned everyone, leaving them shocked and speechless. Among them, Zai Zun did not limit herself to a 10-meter height, but ascended a few meters higher, ultimately leaving a mark at 13 meters. As for Zhao Lingshan, her achievement was even more exaggerated. She left a sword mark at 16 meters. The most monstrous one was still Wang Kaiming. He was the last to be selected, so he had the longest time to comprehend the pressure of the trace stone tablet. Plus, he had already grasped the knife intent. The combination of these two factors made his adaptability to the pressure the best. Ultimately, at a height of 19 meters, he left a knife mark, almost breaking 20 meters. This caused shock throughout the venue, leaving it silent for a long time. It should be noted that so far, the highest mark left by any contestant was just at 21 meters. However, that person was a mid-mystic-level martial artist from Qiānju. Yet Wang Kaiming, clearly only in the late heaven level, was able to achieve near-equivalent results to that person. Such an outcome was undoubtedly unforeseen by everyone. What's going on? What in the world is happening? Could it be that Chen's good fortune suddenly transferred to other disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom? Thinking of this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This comparison between people was truly infuriating. In the crowd, Chen nodded slightly. Wang Kaiming's comprehension ability was indeed frightening. He was one of the more unique geniuses he had encountered. If we talk solely about talent, Wang Kaiming, Lin Tian, and Zhang Ying were probably on the same level. Such geniuses were only overlooked because they were born in the remote lands of the Five Kingdoms. In fact, such talent wouldn't be ordinary even within the martial domain. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Unfortunately, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying did not have the opportunity to participate in the Gunandu assessment. Otherwise, with their talents, their gains would surely not be small. He just wondered how they were faring now in the Great Qi Kingdom. With the achievements of a few people from the Great Qi Kingdom, the following assessments saw all the geniuses going all out. They couldn't believe that even commoners from the remote 5 kingdoms could pass the assessments. Surely, they could too. In an instant, everyone's fighting spirit surged. The results, however, were thrilling for everyone. The pass rate of the 3rd round of assessments actually increased significantly. Besides Wang Kaiming and the others, among the contestants from the Great Wei dynasty and other candidates from the 5 kingdoms, there were also heaven-level martial artists who left marks on the trace stone tablet and passed the assessments. This result made everyone feel as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Their fighting spirit soared in an instant. Soon, Yu Qiānxu was also selected. It's Yu Qiānxu, the top genius of the Ling Tian sect. It seems she had clashed with that Chen before. It would be interesting if she got eliminated. Humph, this girl is exceptionally beautiful. Even in our Great Wei dynasty, she would be considered stunning. It's just a shame she's too proud and doesn't consider her own status. A murmur arose among the crowd. Beautiful women always have their privileges, even in the world of martial artists. Previously, when other contestants were tested, everyone paid little attention, but as soon as Yu Qiānxu began her test, it immediately sparked discussions among many. Some were eagerly expecting her to pass. Some were waiting to see her make a fool of herself, and some were simply admiring her. All perspectives were present. Facing the crowd's discussions, Yu Qiānxu's expression was cold, devoid of any emotion, as she calmly approached the trace stone tablet. Swish, with a slight stomp, Yu Qiānxu suddenly soared into the air. Her figure was ethereal, like the moon goddess Chang or a fairy descending from the Ninetheaven, graceful and stunning. Just this movement drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. What was even more astonishing was Yu Qiānxu's rising height. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, she quickly reached a height of 25 meters. Is this person crazy? Previously, many mid-mystic level martial artists from the Great Wei dynasty had only left marks below 25 meters. And Yu Qiānxu actually soared above 25 meters. This was simply courting death. With her cultivation, leaving a mark below 15 meters was already remarkable. Going any higher seemed almost impossible. In an instant, the crowd sighed in unison. Whoosh. Ultimately, at a height of 27 meters, Yu Qiānxu stopped. At this height, the terrifying pressure felt almost like a mountain weighing down on her. But Yu Qiānxu, with a cold gaze and firm determination, her body resembling a colorful phoenix, unsheathed the long sword at her waist, striking out with a dazzling sword blow. A deep sword hole appeared on the trace stone tablet. Immediately after, she floated down gracefully, her posture light as a dream. Wow! The entire venue erupted in a deafening roar. The discussions continued without end, like explosions. A height of 27 meters. This was clearly the best result among all the geniuses tested before. Yet now it came from a heaven-level martial artist. How is this possible? The crowd was shocked, unable to believe it. Among the crowd, Chen was also secretly astonished. As expected of Yu Qiānxu. Years ago, Yu Qiānxu had already comprehended sword intent and within a very short time raised it to a remarkably high level. In terms of talent, she even surpassed Wang Kaiming. Such a person placed in the martial domain would undoubtedly not be ordinary and would become a shining star. What a fierce sword intent. Interesting. This woman is incredibly beautiful, her temperament is astonishing, and her martial arts talent is also terrifying. It's just that her temper is a bit lacking, but I like that. The geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty all had gleaming eyes, revealing expressions of admiration. Even many geniuses had sparkling eyes and fiery gazes. In fact, previously, Yu Qiānxu's beauty had already amazed them. However, in their eyes, mere beauty was not enough. The martial domain is a world where martial artists reign supreme. A woman, no matter how beautiful, without extraordinary martial arts cultivation, would ultimately just become a plaything for the strong. But once astonishing martial arts talent was revealed, it would undoubtedly attract countless men's pursuit. No wonder she had such a fiery temper earlier, she really has some skills. Even Dai Tiany's eyes flickered, a smile curling on his lips, revealing his interest. With the stimulation from Yu Qiānxu, the many geniuses that followed put in even more effort. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they left their marks at the highest position they could reach. However, after more than 10 people, the highest mark remained that of Yu Qiānxu. Everyone was eagerly anticipating whether someone could break Yu Wenfeng's record. Next! Swish! White light enveloped Yu Wenfeng. It's Yu Wenfeng? Many people's gazes sharpened. Among the 5 nations, Yu Wenfeng was known as the top genius. 5 years ago, he had already received the inheritance from Gu Nandu, and 2 or 3 years ago he had broken through to the mystic level. His cultivation was also extremely formidable. There were even rumors within the Daoi dynasty that with Yu Wenfeng's talent, he would surely be able to break through to the 5th stage in the future. becoming the youngest Wuzong expert in the history of the Five Nations. Though it was just a rumor, it demonstrated how much the Five Nations expected from this person. No one doubted that he would leave a mark. The only question was at what height he would leave it, because this could very likely represent the highest standard of the Five Nations. "You Qiān huh?" Standing before the marked stone, Yu Wenfeng slightly raised his head, his eyes shimmering like stars, radiating brilliant light. "I, Yu Wenfeng, am the top genius of the Five Nations, and only I can win a place for the Five Nations amidst the competition of the great Dawi dynasty." In the next moment, his figure suddenly soared into the air. Boom. Terrifying true energy erupted, surrounding him in waves of true power, shining with dazzling brilliance. That astonishing aura immediately made everyone sense his cultivation level. Peak of the mystic level middle stage? Among the Five Nations, such a genius still exists. At just 24 years old, being at the peak of the mystic level middle stage, even in my Qiān state, he is considered a top genius. How can this be? Many of the powerful geniuses of the Dawi dynasty were instantly shocked. As everyone gasped, Yu Wenfeng's figure rapidly ascended. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters, he continued to rise, reaching the 27-meter height of Yu Qiān. This. Is Yu Wenfeng going to break the 30-meter height? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. 30 meters. Yu Wenfeng's figure did not stop at 30 meters. Astonishingly, he continued to ascend. The entire scene was instantly set ablaze. No way! A huge pressure bore down on Yu Wenfeng. At 33 meters, Yu Wenfeng finally couldn't hold on any longer. His expression turned cold, his eyes flashing as he suddenly punched out. Boom! The marked stone shook, leaving a clear fist mark. Then his body floated down, landing on the ground as he gasped for breath. The entire scene was stunned. 33 meters was the latest record after the third round of assessments. Everyone stared at Yu Wenfeng in disbelief, their hearts shaken. Previously, there were no mystic-level middle-stage martial artists from the Dawi dynasty who had participated in the assessment. But they all only achieved scores just over 20 meters. They hadn't even matched Yu Qiān's score. Yet Yu Wenfeng had reached 33 meters. This was absolutely a shocking height. All the participants knew that at the marked stone, each additional meter meant an increase in the terrifying pressure they had to bear. That Yu Wenfeng could surpass the Dawi dynasty's mystic-level middle-stage martial artists by 10 meters was indicative of a talent that far exceeded that of the Dawi dynasty's geniuses. How could they accept this? Admitting they were inferior to a genius from a remote place like the Five Nations? Where would they put their pride? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I remember this person supposedly participated in the arena competition of Tiandu 5 years ago and won the championship. Could it be because of this? Is that so? It seems that's indeed the case. This person has received the inheritance from Tiandu, so he is naturally quite familiar with it. It makes sense he left a mark on the marked stone. You're right. Look at those few geniuses from the Five Nations. With their heaven-level cultivation, they could leave marks higher than our Dawi dynasty's mystic-level geniuses, indicating that this marked stone doesn't purely judge cultivation level, but also requires some technique. It must be like that. Eventually, the people of the Dawi dynasty attributed the reason to this and deeply agreed. Otherwise, it would mean admitting they were not as good as the geniuses of the Five Nations, which they could never accept. Next, the assessment continued, but the sensation caused by Yu Wenfeng had not diminished. An experience from the Tiandu assessment could cultivate a genius not inferior to their Dawi dynasty from such a remote place as the Five Nations. What kind of improvement would their Dawi dynasty geniuses gain after participating in the assessment in the future? Just thinking about it made them excited and their blood boil. Following this, several more participants took the assessment, almost all of whom were at the peak of the mystic level early stage. Their performances varied, but none surpassed Yu Qiān or Yu Wenfeng. Swish! This time, white light descended, selecting disciples from the ghost Immortal sect. A couple of their members left towering marks, making it clear the sect was a real threat. Several others from the ghost Immortal sect scored above 30 meters, causing alarm throughout the venue. This revelation turned many faces pale. The ghost Immortal sect's strength could not be underestimated. A bunch of useless trash, completely humiliating my Qiān state. When white light enveloped a young man in white clothes, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort as he looked at the marks left on the marked stone. It's Xiao Jinghang, the genius of the Qiān sect. I wonder what height he will leave a mark at. The crowd from the Dawi dynasty was momentarily stirred. Xiao Jinghang was one of the top 3 prodigies of this Qiān state, second only to Dai Tian, and was one of the representatives just below the 3 great prodigies. He far surpassed ordinary geniuses from the Qiān state. The people of Qiān state were nearly full of confidence in him, and he indeed did not disappoint the many powerful individuals from the Dawi dynasty. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted beneath his feet, and in an instant, Xiao Jingheng had already reached a height of 30 meters. Moreover, his figure continued to soar. 30 meters, 35 meters, 39 meters. In the end, he carved a new name at the 39-meter mark, setting a new record for the third round of assessments. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. I said it before, our Dawei dynasty disciples are the true geniuses. How can the people of the 5 nations compare to our Dawei dynasty? Suddenly increasing by 6 meters, Xiao Jingheng truly deserves to be the genius of Qingyun sect. Now that he has achieved this, I can only imagine how terrifying the likes of the Emperor Heart young master will be. Let's wait and see. Xiao Jingheng's achievement relieved the hearts of all Dawei dynasty members, each showing a relaxed expression. Previously, their disciples had been suppressed by the people of the 5 nations, leaving them feeling frustrated. Now they finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt unburdened. The assessment continued. At this point, there were very few geniuses left who had not been tested, and their strengths were all extraordinary. Except for Chen, this anomaly, all the heaven-level martial artists had completed their tests. Only then did everyone notice that this third round of assessments was actually conducted in order. It seemed to have been slightly adjusted based on the results of the previous 2 rounds, selecting the participants for the assessment. With Xiao Jingheng's performance, the next assessments became even more intense. Everyone's achievements were repeatedly setting new highs. The 39-meter record was soon broken by another leading figure of the Dawei dynasty, raised to 41 meters. The geniuses of other Dawei dynasty members also performed well, mostly achieving scores above 30 meters. I said it, how could the people of the 5 nations compare to our Dawei dynasty? Their so-called strongest are just ordinary here. Don't forget, this is still due to the fact that they once received the ancient Nan capital's heritage. If not for that, they probably wouldn't even leave a mark. The many strong warriors of the ancient Nan capital regained their confidence. Each one grew increasingly arrogant, wearing mocking smiles. Buzz. Next up was the young man from the Ghost Immortal sect who had ranked 5th in the previous round. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, everyone's gaze sharpened. In the second round of assessments, this person displayed extraordinary strength, holding out until the end and ranking 5th, right behind Chen and the 3 top talents. In this round of assessments, he was ranked 10th, clearly a conclusion drawn by the will of the ancient Nan capital based on the results of the previous 2 rounds. This person could rank in the top 10 among all participants. Chen's gaze also focused on him. In the second round, although this person ranked 5th, Chen had a feeling that he seemed to be intentionally knocked out rather than reaching his limit. As for the first round's results, Chen had persisted until the end, so he hadn't seen them. Therefore, he was very interested at this moment. He saw the young man quietly approach the marking stone tablet, showing no signs of any special actions, and then rose straight into the air. Whoosh! His body shot straight up, without the graceful movements of other martial artists, nor the ethereal demeanor of some top geniuses, like a white egret soaring to the skies. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. The young man in the black robe shot up, surpassing the previous highest score of 41 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone shocked. Could he inscribe his name at such a height? Undeniably, this person was indeed extraordinary to be tested in the bottom 10th. But after all, the so-called 10th was merely a simple ranking, not entirely based on strength. Otherwise, the height differences among everyone wouldn't be so vast. And this person, a genius from the 5 nations, dared to surpass the previously ranked #1 genius of the Dawei dynasty, which was simply too arrogant. Just watch, this person is rushing in recklessly and will definitely suffer. Does he even realize his own strength? All he thinks about is surpassing our Dawei dynasty's geniuses. He will regret it. I'd say if this person fails to leave a mark on the stone tablet and gets directly eliminated, that would be amusing. Just wait, it's not impossible, the crowd debated, wearing mocking expressions. Many had previously rushed recklessly to heights they shouldn't have, resulting in being knocked out. They could have entered the arena but ended up eliminated. Now, how this person from the 5 nations would fare was still uncertain. Amidst the discussions, the young genius of the Ghost Immortal sect continued to rise. He even exceeded 50 meters. Ultimately, he stopped at 51 meters. This height bore down with pressure like an indomitable iron mountain, enough to crush an ordinary mid-mystic level martial artist. The terrifying pressure made the young man in the black robe grimace. Go! With a furious shout, his right fist suddenly struck out. In the void, it seemed as if a ghostly howl erupted, and a visibly menacing black skeleton rushed forth, biting down ferociously on the marking stone tablet. Boom, a violent rumble erupted like a thunderclap in clear skies. At the same time, the black-robed young man was thrown back, landing on the ground. Did he leave a mark? In that moment, everyone craned their necks, fixated on the marking stone's 51-meter height. The black skeleton shattered instantly, and on the majestic marking stone tablet, a fistprint suddenly appeared. What? He actually left a mark? How is that possible? 51 meters, exceeding the previous highest record by 10 meters. Is this guy a monster? The crowd erupted, as if an explosion had occurred. No one dared to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. However, the fistprint on the marking stone tablet indicated that everything that had just occurred was real. Buzz, the black-robed young man, teleported to the side, displayed a cold expression without a hint of surprise. It seemed that this achievement had long been within his expectations. The assessment continued. Inspired by this shocking feat, the subsequent attempts rapidly pushed the record higher and higher until, in quick succession, the new marks climbed into the low 60s, the most outstanding being Leng Wuxiang, Hua Tiandu, and Dai Tianyi clustering at the peak among the Wei dynasty contenders. Buzz, a white light first enveloped Leng Wuxiang. I am the first! Leng Wuxiang was taken aback, her expression darkening. This clearly indicated that the will of the ancient Nan capital had placed her last among the three in the previous 2 rounds of tests. It was no wonder her mood was sour. Humph, daring to underestimate me, I will make everyone know who the true ruler is. With a grim expression, Leng Wuxiang stood before the marking stone tablet, seeming to find the terrifying pressure insignificant, utterly unfazed. Finally, it's time for young Master Leng Shu to take the test. It's really exciting. How far do you think young Master Leng Shu can leave a mark? It's hard to say, but it shouldn't be a problem to exceed 51 meters. Needless to say, with young Master Leng Shu's strength, if he can't even surpass those from the 5 nations, that would be surprising. Just watch, I believe he will astonish us. Even though he wasn't participating in the assessment himself, just watching young Master Leng Shu stand before the marking stone monument made the many powerful figures of the Great Wei dynasty feel their blood boiling. Look, young Master Leng Shu is about to make his move. Don't miss it! The crowd stared intently at the marking stone monument in the square, their eyes fixed, seemingly afraid to miss any part of the process. Boom. Under the gaze of everyone, young Master Leng Shu suddenly soared into the sky. Beneath his legs, it was as if a gentle breeze emerged, like an invisible force lifting him upward. What a great technique. It's the top-tier Qiān-level movement technique, Ling Zio Yun Tian. It's said that this technique has 7 levels and is the treasure of Tianheng Academy. Once cultivated to the extreme, one can float like the heavens and walk on clouds. From young Master Leng Shu's posture, he must have at least reached the 5th-level realm, truly extraordinary. The crowd was shocked. When a master makes a move, one can tell the difference immediately. Young Master Leng Shu had not even truly made his move. Just his movement technique had already left many powerful figures in awe. Amidst the astonishment, young Master Leng Shu's figure continued to rise. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. Upon reaching 50 meters, young Master Leng Shu felt an incredibly terrifying pressure sweeping towards him. This power was so formidable that it almost bent his shoulders. Leng Wuxiang will not stop at such a place. With a roar, a surge of power erupted from within Leng Wuxiang. Heavenly Book, profound skill, Buzz, an invisible force once more lifted him higher, 55 meters. 58 meters, 60 meters. When young Master Leng Shu broke through 60 meters, his expression had already turned extremely ferocious. Finally, he stopped at 62 meters. I can't go any further, the pressure is too great. If I go up any more, I might not be able to bear the pressure, and then I wouldn't be able to leave a mark on the stone monument, which would be troublesome. With a furious shout, a profound ice fan appeared in young Master Leng Shu's hand, and he forcefully waved it forward. Crack! A cold light flickered, and a fan mark quickly appeared on the marking stone monument, while young Master Leng Shu himself floated down to the ground. 62 meters. This result is simply against the heavens. No wonder he is one of the 3 great talents of our Qiān prefecture, exceeding those from the 5 nations by more than 10 meters. Ha ha ha. I told you, how could the waste from the 5 nations compare to the geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty? Seeing Leng Wuxiang land steadily, the crowd excitedly discussed, marking another new record. However, Leng Wuxiang himself shook his head. His goal was at least close to 70 meters, but unfortunately he didn't achieve it. He glanced at the back where Hua Tiandu and Dai Tianyi were, his gaze cold. He wondered how their results would turn out. As for Chen, he had long been ignored by him. Clap, clap, clap! A round of applause lightly echoed, and Dai Tianyi smiled. Not bad, you set a new record at 62 meters. Compared to other martial artists, that's already quite good. Leng Wuxiang, you've earned this result. Dai Tianyi seemed to be praising Leng Wushuang, but the tone contained a meaning that made people quite uncomfortable. What does he mean by comparing with other martial artists and saying it was already quite good? This clearly implies that Leng Wushuang only deserves to be compared with ordinary martial artists. If you have the ability, let's see the real skill in action. Talking big doesn't count as a skill. Leng Wushuang snorted coldly and was teleported to the side. Buzz. Next, a light descended, enveloping Tiandu. Tiandu was well prepared and stepped forward to the marking stone monument. It's the turn of Tiandu from the Liuxian sect. I wonder how far he can leave a mark. The crowd was curious and silently waited. Everyone knew that Tiandu's result would surely not be bad, but compared to Leng Wushuang, who would win and who would lose was hard to say. Whoosh, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Tiandu shot up like a great rock, instantly soaring into the sky. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters. 60 meters, everyone's hearts lifted. They could see that Tiandu's expression was cold, his gaze sharp, and he continued to ascend. 61, 62, 63. Finally, at 63 meters, he threw out a punch, leaving a shadow of the punch, and floated down. 63 meters, 2 meters higher than Leng Wushuang. No wonder he is the son of the Liuxian sect. Seeing this result, Tiandu let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his internal true energy was already somewhat depleted. He understood that if he had continued upward, he would most likely have been thrown away by the terrifying pressure, losing the ability to leave a mark. Damn it! On the other side of the square, Leng Wushuang clenched his fists, his eyes ferocious. 63 meters, not bad, not bad. It seems it's my turn next. Dai Tianyi swaggered, his expression arrogant. A white light descended, enveloping him. Swish! Under everyone's gaze, Dai Tianyi stepped to the marking stone monument. Rise! He shouted loudly, and his whole person shot up like a cannonball. 40 meters, 50 meters. 60 meters. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height of 60 meters and continued to ascend. The speed was astonishing, shocking everyone. Upon reaching 60 meters, his speed had already begun to slow, gradually upward. 61, 62, 63. After passing 60 meters, only then did Dai Tianyi realize just how terrifying the pressure on the marking stone monument was. Boom. It was like a mountain flood sweeping in, and Dai Tianyi felt a difficulty in breathing, his heart racing. With each heartbeat, his blood felt as heavy as lead. The most terrifying was the pressure from the soul, giving him an almost suffocating feeling, as if he were being suppressed into an endless abyss. No way, just 63 meters, how can I give up? Dai Tianyi's face was grim. He had just made a big boast, and if he couldn't even surpass Tiandu, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? At the critical moment, he gathered his breath and charged upward again by 1 meter, then impatiently pointed out. Whoosh! The sharp wind from his finger pierced the stone, leaving a shallow mark on the marking stone monument, and then his whole person was sent flying back as if struck by a heavy hammer. Thud! Dai Tianyi crashed heavily to the ground, his legs weak, drenched in cold sweat, almost feeling faint. Cough, cough, did you see? I said I would surpass you, and that was easy. Standing up, Dai Tianyi pretended to be relaxed and spoke nonchalantly. In reality, his legs were weak, and he was nearly unable to stand. He silently thought, that was close. Luckily, I didn't continue going up just now, or I probably wouldn't even have been able to leave a mark. That would have been embarrassing indeed. Humph, it's only a difference of 1 meter. What's so impressive about that? Besides, you only benefited from the advantage of going last in the test. Tiandu's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. The people who tested before, in order to avoid being eliminated, naturally wouldn't exert their full strength, but would strike from a safer position. However, those who go last could completely wait until they surpassed the previous person, and only then make their move. If the strengths of the two were similar, the one who goes last would likely leave a higher mark than the earlier one without facing elimination. Everyone understood this reasoning. If Dai Tianyi truly had outstanding strength, he could have easily left a mark after surpassing an even greater distance. Yet just now, he only surpassed by 1 meter and was eager to leave a mark. This indicates that his strength is not that impressive. I just couldn't be bothered to make a move. Regardless, throughout these 3 rounds of assessment, I've maintained the first position. The title of the best talent in Qiān Prefecture, I believe everyone has seen for themselves. Dai Tianyi wore a proud expression. Tiandu coldly snorted. This assessment of ancient southern capital only tests a part of a martial artist's cultivation. If we were to talk about assessment results, then Chen seems to be ahead of you, right? Could it be that he is the strongest one among so many people here? Ridiculous. At this moment, Dai Tianyi calmed down and glanced at Chen, saying, this person indeed had good luck in the first 2 rounds, achieving first place, but this 3rd round tests the true strength of the martial artists. With his cultivation, he might struggle just to pass the assessment, let alone achieve a good ranking. How could he compare to me? Saying this, Tiandu laughed. Regardless of whether you admit it or not, in this round of assessment, I am undoubtedly the first talent. Hua Tiandu and Leng Wushwang's expressions turned cold, yet they had no words to say. They also admitted that although Chen had incredible luck in the first 2 rounds and achieved first place, it was merely due to sheer luck. In this third round, Chen simply couldn't compare to them, and thus Tiandu's arrogance naturally swelled. Buzz, at this moment, the final white light also enveloped Chen. In fact, Chen was the last one, and once he completed his assessment, the 3 rounds of assessment in the entire ancient southern capital would come to an end. A ripple of mocking laughter rose from the crowd. Some murmured that he only benefited from going last and would surely fail under the true pressure. Is it my turn now? Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, a smile curled on Chen's lips. This stone tablet for leaving marks is quite interesting. Let's see just how difficult it really is. With this thought in mind, Chen's figure flickered, like a phantom, darting toward the stone tablet. After entering the area of the stone tablet, Chen showed no signs of reaction. A pressure enveloped him before the stone tablet. This is interesting. This pressure seems to be suppressing the martial artist's physical body, but in reality, it is a suppression on the martial artist's soul. It conveys the feeling through the soul, making the assessor feel a disconnection between illusion and reality. Although he had felt the pressure from a distance before, it was only when he truly stood before the stone tablet that Chen understood the specifics. If it's just pressure on the soul, then this round of assessment is too easy. It shouldn't be that simple. Chen's soul had long reached the level of solidifying form and gathering soul. Even the soul of a 9th-level martial god might not be as formidable as his, so naturally, he was not afraid of such minor pressure. However, Chen believed that the 3rd round of assessment wouldn't be so simple. Whoosh. His figure soared without any hesitation, and Chen shot up into the sky. His true chi surged within him, violently transmitting to his feet, forcefully crashing into the ground through his legs' meridians. Bang. The immense impact made many feel as though the ground trembled. So fast! This speed is unbelievable. What kind of light body technique is this? It seems like he just jumped casually. Chen shot up like an arrow released from its bow, heading straight upward. The powerful pressure enveloped him, but he felt nothing. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a height of 30 meters. What? He hasn't been knocked back by the pressure of the stone tablet? What's happening? The pressure at 30 meters is terrifying. Even late-stage human-level martial artists can hardly bear it. How could he? Among all the late-stage human-level martial artists who tested before, the best performance was from Yu Kaiangsu, who only reached 29 meters. But Chen, the crowd erupted in commotion like a lit powder keg exploding in astonishment. The noise was incessant. While the crowd discussed, Chen remained unfazed, continuing to soar upward. 40 meters, 50 meters. 60 meters. A few breaths later, he had reached a height of 60 meters. How could this be? Everyone lost their minds. 60 meters was a height only achievable by the top 3 talents of Qiān Prefecture, but this Chen, what on earth was happening? Was ancient southern capital's assessment gone mad again? Or had Chen just hit the jackpot again? The crowd was speechless, utterly unable to comprehend. Then they saw that after reaching 60 meters, Chen's figure continued to ascend. He had already broken past 70 meters. 70 meters, he surpassed 70 meters, still rising. My heavens! At that moment, no one could utter a word. They were all stunned in disbelief. Let alone anything else, could a late-stage human-level martial artist achieve a height of 70 meters with all their might? Everyone doubted it, let alone now under such terrifying pressure from the stone tablet. This pressure seems to not only suppress the soul, but also affects the bloodline within me. Once he exceeded 70 meters, Chen could clearly feel an incredibly terrifying pressure bearing down on him. By rights, such pressure shouldn't be able to affect his soul. Yet at this moment he felt a slight strain, proof the trace stone tablet did not only target the soul, but other aspects as well. As he made a vigorous leap, the true energy within him was heavily consumed and his ascent speed dramatically decreased. He was clearly about to fall. No, I still want to see higher places. True energy swirled within him, condensing into a vortex that erupted from the soles of his feet. Fly to the heavens and soar through the clouds. A lightness technique Chen had practiced in his previous life surged through him, allowing him to ascend again after nearly exhausting his energy. Swish. Just as he seemed on the verge of falling, a force appeared beneath his feet and propelled him upward once more. The ghostly action stunned all the martial artists present. Cheating. Impossible to explain otherwise, someone muttered. The crowd's earlier murmurs about Gu Nandu's will opening a backdoor crystallized into a single suspicion. and then faded as everyone watched in shock. Calm and focused, Chen broke through to the 90-meter mark under the dazed gazes of everyone. Boom! An invisible force rushed into Chen's mind. In an instant he felt as if he were immersed in a cosmic starry sky, a power from the primordial past widening his eyes in astonishment. In the distant, pitch-black firmament, a shadow slowly emerged, erupting with an overwhelming pressure that seemed to span all time. The shadow resolved into the trace stone tablet itself, exuding a suffocating aura. Could this trace stone tablet come from the starry skies of ancient times? Chen thought, shaken. Even a martial god would not wander those reaches lightly. Yet this black tablet seemed born of that void. More startling were the dark figures standing atop the tablet, merged with the stone, each exuding a distinct aura. They stood like battle gods, primordial deities ruling over the continent. Chen strained to see their faces, but found only a pitch-black void. One of the figures suddenly turned, as if sensing Chen's gaze, and fixed him with an intent look. Boom! A loud ringing surged through Chen's head. The world seemed to collapse and everything turned to nothingness, receding into utter emptiness. What a terrifying gaze! Who are these people, founders of Gunandu in ancient times? Chen's heart hammered. In his previous life he had met countless martial gods, yet never had a gaze felt so capable of unraveling existence itself. Boom! The pressure swept across, engulfing everything in boundless darkness. As despair threatened to swallow him, a light pierced the cosmic void and illuminated his mind. Not good, I should still be undergoing the Gunandu assessment test. Chen snapped awake and saw himself plummeting, about to fall out of the stone tablet's range. At that critical moment his 9-star Divine Emperor Art true energy erupted. A mysterious, rusty sword manifested in his hand and he slashed out. Whoosh! The entire trace stone tablet trembled. A clear sword mark appeared on the tablet, small but proudly above 90 meters, shocking everyone. Chen crashed back to the ground, nearly shattering his internal organs from the impact. He broke into a cold sweat. That was close. If I hadn't woken up just now, I probably wouldn't have been able to leave a mark on this trace stone tablet. He looked up. Far above, the sword mark hovered. I must have exceeded 100 meters for a moment, but the pressure beyond 100 skyrocketed, and I fell into a daze until I hit 90 meters and woke. With such pressure, even my soul's strength couldn't withstand it. What kind of genius left a mark past 150 meters? A pang of realization followed. My cultivation level is still too low. Though his soul's strength was not weak, his late-stage heaven-level body limited him. Reaching over 90 meters was already impressive. If he broke into the profound level, perhaps he could truly soar. Around him, everyone stared, mouths agape. 98 meters, an unprecedented 98 meters. Qiān and the others were stupefied. They had poured everything into marks just over 60 meters. Chen, a heaven-level martial artist, had leapt more than 30 meters higher. It seemed miraculous. This. Young Master Chen, Wang Kaiming, Xian and the others stared as if stunned. None of them noticed that within the hollow gaze of the black figure hovering above, an ominous glint flashed, cold and precise, then vanished as if it had never been there. In the square of ancient southern capital, before Chen had a chance to rest, he was enveloped by a mysterious power and together with everyone else was teleported. At this point, the 3 rounds of assessments in ancient southern capital were entirely concluded. Looking around, the original testing group of 600 had drastically shrunk, with less than 100 people ultimately passing all 3 rounds of assessments. And Chen had become the most dazzling one among them. He ranked first in the 3 rounds of assessment, outshining the 3 great talents of the Dawei dynasty. Although this result seemed bizarre to many, it must be said that after this assessment, Chen was no longer nameless. He had almost become the most special person among everyone present. Ha! We finally passed the 3 rounds of assessment and have the opportunity to participate in the arena competition to receive the inheritance, an excited martial artist exclaimed. Humph, don't celebrate too early. It's said that to receive the inheritance, one must achieve excellent results in the upcoming arena competition. You'd better aim for at least a top 10 finish. Do you think you can do that? Another martial artist sneered, dampening the enthusiasm. No matter what, as long as we enter the arena competition and can spar with so many geniuses present, that counts as a success, came a reply. That's true. All the martial artists who passed the assessments were filled with excitement. On the other hand, those who failed had gloomy expressions and looked extremely displeased, especially some of the profound-level geniuses from the Dawei dynasty. Seeing that there were still some heavenly-level martial artists who had not been eliminated, including several from the 5 nations, their dissatisfaction grew even stronger. Everyone, congratulations on passing the assessments of ancient southern capital and entering the final arena competition. At this moment, a black silhouette suddenly descended from above, its rumbling voice resonating between heaven and earth. Everyone calmed down, looking up to see how the next round would unfold. The black silhouette continued to speak. In light of your excellent performances, I will provide rewards to all who have passed the assessments. What? More rewards? What kind of rewards? The crowd stirred, each face displaying surprise. Even those from the 5 nations looked stunned, showing confusion. The ancient southern capital ruins had appeared in the 5 nations for over 100 years, and many arena competitions had been held. But it had never been heard that one could receive rewards for simply passing the initial qualifying assessments. It seems this arena competition is indeed different from the others. A powerful figure from the 5 nations pondered, his gaze sharp. This ancient southern capital competition was filled with geniuses and strong experts, and the biggest surprise was the genius from the Dawei dynasty, whose overall strength was at least several times stronger than the previous session. If he wasn't mistaken, this so-called surprise should come from the genius of the Dawei dynasty. At this moment, all the geniuses who passed the assessments in the square were eagerly looking forward, gazing at the black silhouette above. This was the master of the ancient ruins. From the previous 3 rounds of assessments, everyone had already understood the horrors of the ancient southern capital ruins. Since it was the other party offering the rewards, they were undoubtedly extraordinary. One by one, they were filled with anticipation. Buzz, suddenly colorful rays of light appeared in the sky. These colorful rays shone brilliantly, like strands of aurora ribbons falling down, showering each person. My internal true energy? This feeling. As the colorful rays landed on everyone, they felt their internal true energy being activated, becoming incredibly lively as if it wanted to break through its previous constraints. Moreover, within these rays of light was astonishing natural true energy, which seemed inexhaustible. No matter how much one absorbed, it remained ever full, never drying out. This feeling was akin to having taken a breakthrough-type pill, igniting a desire to achieve immediate breakthroughs. Simultaneously, their bodies seemed to undergo tempering, becoming exceptionally pure, as if without a single impurity. This is the unique heavenly Tao divine light of ancient southern capital, capable of tempering the body, enhancing comprehension, and activating true energy. I will bestow a certain reward based on your previous performances, and you can use this opportunity to deduce martial arts, refine your body, break through your cultivation, or comprehend martial arts, but how far you can elevate depends on your own understanding. The black silhouette waved its right hand, and a torrent of colorful light cascaded down onto each person. It was clear that the amount of colorful rays varied. Some received only a few strands, while others had a waterfall-like deluge pouring down, splendid and vibrant. Among them, naturally, Chen and the top 3 geniuses of the Dawei dynasty received the most rewards due to their excellent performances. Especially Chen, whose colorful rays overhead resembled a hanging galaxy, creating a strong visual shock. This kid is just too lucky, right? Such an abundance of colorful rays, more than 10 times ours. That's just insane. Some martial artists ranked lower looked at the sparse strands of heavenly Tao divine light above their heads, barely countable, and then at the waterfall above Chen's head, their expressions stunned, nearly spitting blood in frustration. However, they only grumbled internally and quickly sat cross-legged to cultivate, not daring to waste a moment. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura soared into the sky from the square. A peak initial stage profound martial artist from the Dawei dynasty operated his true power, roaring like a dragon and tiger, his overwhelming presence making him appear like a war god. I just broke through to the mid-profound level. Opening his eyes, that genius looked excitedly and dazedly at his hands, hardly believing his eyes. Not only him. In short order, the square erupted with booming sounds as many cultivators shattered their previous limits. Earth-level martial artists surged into the mystic level, heaven-level cultivators rose into the Qiān level, and several mid-tier Qiān practitioners stepped even higher. The air was thick with astonishment and the rush of newfound power. Some old injuries healed, some techniques suddenly made sense, and the entire place was alive with the sound of cultivation. Midst the crowd's astonishment, Chen also felt a tumultuous surge in his heart. What exactly is this heavenly Tao divine light? Under the illumination of the heavenly Tao divine light, Chen distinctly sensed that his body felt incredibly transparent, with every cell and tissue presenting themselves in his mind. At the same time, his mental energy was highly concentrated, his mind felt ethereal, and previous doubts and obscure thoughts became clear, as if enlightened. As for the true chi within his body, it was eager to move, wanting to push towards a higher realm. In fact, after the previous 3 rounds of assessments, The true Qi of his 9-star Divine Emperor technique had already reached the peak of the late stage, only a step away from the mystic level. One could say that even without the heavenly Tao Divine Light, Chen could break through to the mystic level in a very short time. At this moment, under the shining heavenly Tao Divine Light, the 9-star Divine Emperor technique within Chen almost felt uncontrollable, yearning to break through. This heavenly Tao Divine Light is too terrifying, but right now, I shouldn't rush to break through. Due to the aggressive approach of the Great Wei dynasty and the covert scrutiny of the Cloaked Man, Chen originally intended to enhance his strength and break through. However, after seeing the terrifying effects of the heavenly Tao Divine Light, he calmed down. The mystic level realm can be broken through at any time. What I need to do now is to break through my indestructible holy body to the 3rd level. The cultivation of the indestructible holy body is extremely difficult. Each level requires a vast amount of materials and treasures and demands immense suffering. After the 2nd round of array pressure assessments, Chen had already cultivated the indestructible holy body to the peak of the 2nd level. But even so, wanting to break through to the 3rd level would take months and would require body-refining treasures, which was nearly impossible. Now, with such a good opportunity, how could it be wasted? Chen settled his breath and, under the heavenly Tao Divine Light, began to weave his focus into an integrated refinement. The colorful rays washed through his flesh and marrow, clarifying each cell, dissolving tens of thousands of impurities. His indestructible holy body trembled and reformed, meridians expanded and hardened. Shackles within bone and sinew cracked like ancient chains. At the same time, the 9-star Divine Emperor technique seized the chance to convert lingering true Qi into dense mystic true power, while his sea of consciousness drank in spiritual light that pushed mental thresholds outward. The thunder bloodline coiled in his veins, absorbing lightning threads of the divine light until it roared and unraveled, then reknit at a higher intensity. Crack! A series of sharp sounds echoed from within him as the last barriers shattered. The indestructible holy body advanced to the 3rd level, his physical defense leaping to a qualitatively greater plane. The true Qi that had lingered on the edge of transformation poured through that new defensive lattice and blossomed into true power. With a few breaths, his cultivation stabilized at the early mystic level, the 9-star Divine Emperor technique now humming with authentic mystic resonance. In his mind, the sea of consciousness surged through tiers in quick succession, mid-4th, late 4th, then the culmination into the early 5th tier of mental power, bringing with it the ability to summon far stronger demon fires and comprehend higher pill refinements. Finally, the thunder bloodline, having absorbed the remainder of the divine light, flared into a 3rd-tier thunderic strain, electrifying his whole aura. When the light finally receded, Chen sat calmly, every part of him rearranged, tempered, and consolidated. He circulated his arts, indestructible holy body, 9-star Divine Emperor technique, myriad gods technique, binding the gains so none would drift away. No, this heavenly Tao Divine Light is too precious. If I use it to convert true power, it would be a loss. He had used many low-grade true stones to aid the conversion, burning through his stock until his realm finally stabilized at the peak of the early mystic level, his mental power secured at the early 5th tier, and his thunder bloodline now at 3rd tier. Around him, contestants had finished their own cultivations as well. Several who had only received a little light still reaped astonishing benefits. The heaven-level ranks were cleared as every heaven-level martial artist broke into the Qiān level. Early Qiān cultivators stepped to mid-stage to pinnacle, and a handful even brushed the late Qiān level. The 3 Imperial Sky Academy geniuses in particular gave rise to a terrifying aura, though they had not crossed into the Wuzong realm, their improvements obvious and frightening to those watching. After the shock spread, attention returned to Chen. In this Gu Nandu preliminary assessment, the one who had obtained 1st place was not the 3 Imperial Heart young masters, but the lucky kid Chen from the 5 nations. When the heavenly law divine light descended earlier, the amount above Chen's head was the greatest, even at least double that of the 2nd-ranked Imperial Heart young master. Many among them, having absorbed merely 1/10 or even 1/20 of Chen's heavenly law divine light, broke through to the peak of the early stage of the Qiān level or even the mid-stage. And that Chen, having absorbed so much heavenly law divine light, wouldn't he break through to the pinnacle of the late stage of the Qiān level? Under the ponderings in his heart, everyone hurriedly turned to look. Upon seeing this, all of them were dumbfounded, eyes wide as if they'd seen a ghost. Qiān level initial stage? They watched as Chen remained seated, eyes closed in cultivation. The heavenly Tao divine light above his head had long been absorbed, and his aura had completely stabilized. He had only advanced to the Qiān level initial stage, Indeed, to the peak of that initial stage. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Everyone remembered clearly that when the heavenly Tao divine light descended, Chen's share had been at least 10 to 20 times that of many others. Qiān, who had taken perhaps a tenth of his light, had leapt from late heavenly to mid-Qiān. Xian and others with even less had also broken to mid-Qiān. Yet Chen, who had absorbed the most, had only reached the peak of Qiān initial. One sharp, furious voice cut through the silence. "Kid, you'd better pray not to meet me in the arena, or I won't be able to restrain myself from killing you." The genius threat trembled with rage, but it hung alone in the charged air. The rest merely stared, incredulous. Chen finally opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and saw everyone's astonished faces. He couldn't help a wry smile. Why are you all looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Flowers? What the hell?" The enraged genius snapped again. Chen blinked. "Are you crazy?" Not wanting to be entangled with him, Chen walked over to Wang Kaiming and the others, who looked at him with puzzled expressions. "Young Master Chen, why did you only break through to the peak of the Qiān level initial stage?" Wang Kaiming asked outright. Chen replied with a helpless shrug. "This heavenly Tao divine light is precious. If I used it all purely for breakthroughs, it would be wasteful. I invested much of it into my foundations, my body, intent, and bloodline, so I could grow stronger in other ways." Wang Kaiming nodded slowly. "I did some improvement in sword intent after my breakthrough too, but even so, your share was much greater. Still, focusing on foundations makes sense." Before more questions could be asked, an invisible presence descended. "Everyone, now that you have absorbed your rewards, the next is the most crucial arena competition of Gunan City." A rumbling voice echoed, and 6 majestic arenas rose in the center of Gunan City, ancient rock forming battlegrounds scarred by countless duels. The arena competition uses an elimination system. 96 contestants will qualify from pre-selection. They will be paired for head-to-head matches across 6 arenas. After the first round, 48 remain. After the second, 24 remain. And after the third, 12 will be left to determine true rankings. Pairings will be seeded based on pre-selection results to avoid early clashes between the strongest contestants. As the voice fell, determination flared in every heart. 12 spots from 96, immense pressure, immense opportunity. "How will the paired competition be determined?" someone asked. "Rest assured," the dark figure replied, "opponents will be assigned according to pre-selection results. There will be no cases of top contestants facing each other in the opening rounds. Now the assessment begins." In an instant, 12 beams of light descended simultaneously, enveloping 12 individuals on the field. Each was assigned an opponent and transported to one of the 6 arenas. "I was actually chosen first," Chen murmured, surprised, and found himself standing on an arena. Opposite him stood a young man with a silver fan, eyes wide with recognition. Qiān of Liu Xian sect, the one he'd previously clashed with. "Is it him?" Chen was stunned. He never expected that his first opponent would be Qiān. This Qiān was a disciple of the Liu Xian sect. Back when they were outside Yufeng City, he had harbored hostility toward Chen because he coveted Qiān. Before the preliminary assessment, Qiān had been so enraged by Chen that he nearly went mad, wishing he could kill Chen on the spot. In fact, if it weren't for Tian intervening, Qiān would have already fought Chen before now. "Ha, who would have thought my first opponent would actually be you? Heaven is truly good to me. You must not have expected this, right?" Upon seeing that his opponent was Chen, Qiān's face was filled with wild joy, excitement coursing through him as if the blood in his body was boiling. He stepped toward Chen, his momentum continually condensing. He had looked down on Chen for a long time, not expecting that heaven would be so kind as to give him such an opportunity. "It's that Chen and Qiān, there's a good show to watch. I remember they almost fought before, right?" Qiān's cultivation is at half-step mystic level. After absorbing the heavenly Tao divine light, he has broken through to the mid-mystic level. I wonder who would win between him and Chen. Is there even a need to say? It must be Qiān. He's a genius of the Liu Xian sect and practices extraordinary martial arts. When he was at the peak of the late heaven level, he once killed a warrior at the early mystic level. And that Chen, he only broke through to the early mystic level after absorbing so much heavenly Tao divine light. How could he possibly be Qiān's opponent? True, that Chen had an extraordinary performance in the preliminary 3 rounds, but it was sheer luck. When it comes to real strength, we still don't know how it measures up. This will be interesting. Very interesting. How many moves do you think Qiān will take to defeat this Chen? I wager within 10 moves. If the people of the 5 countries see their best contestant defeated in just a few moves by the genius of our Dou dynasty, won't they be so frustrated they spit blood? Heh 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 heh. In the square, outside Gunandu, discussions and mocking voices were incessantly heard. In fact, in the first match, a total of 12 warriors were selected, and there were 6 matches happening simultaneously. But everyone's gaze was almost entirely focused on the arena of Chen and Qiān. Chen's previous brilliance made it hard for people to resist wanting to see him fail. "Kid, you probably didn't expect to encounter me in this round, did you?" Qiān looked at Chen with a grim expression, like a cat playing with a mouse, his lips curling into a cold smile. "Here's the deal. If you kneel before me and beg for mercy, I might just show mercy and forgive your previous disrespect." Chen was taken aback and then laughed. "Just based on you?" Hearing this, Qiān laughed. "Kid, just because you got first place in the preliminary assessment, you think you're exceptional. A waste who only broke through to the mystic level after absorbing so much heavenly Tao divine light. If you knew the gap between our Wei dynasty and your 5 countries, you wouldn't be so confident." "You're so confident. Just go ahead and attack," Chen said with a hint of a smile. "Good, since you are so stubborn, then let me show you just where the gap between us lies." Seeing that Chen showed no signs of fear, Qiān's expression suddenly darkened. He abruptly opened his silver fan and slashed forward. "Strike with the silver fan!" Silver light burst forth, coalescing into a spiraling, roaring torrent. Fan techniques, canopy strikes, and a culminating torrent he had practiced to perfection, all unleashed as a single, overwhelming assault. The Tiangong divine art of the Qiān sect. The murderous silver radiance filled the arena, sharp winds like blades cutting at the air, the pressure intent on crushing any defense. That's the Tiangong divine art of the Qiān sect. When activated, true power generates in a spiral state, with boundless power capable of shattering the same level of true power under equal conditions. Someone in the crowd gasped. Who would have thought Qiān came out swinging with a killing move? That kid is in trouble. He can only blame himself for being too arrogant, daring to act so recklessly against Qiān. He's practically courting death, the crowd scoffed. The Qiān sect is one of the top sects in the Wei dynasty, with terrifying martial arts. This is also the key reason why Qiān sect disciples are so dominant. Under equal strength, there was simply no match. Let alone that Chen, a peak early mystic level warrior. Even mid-mystic level warriors of the same level would find it hard to withstand this strike. "Childish tricks." With a sneer, Chen stepped forward, his palm transforming into a sword, striking down fiercely. "Pah!" The sword energy flickered, and the rich silver gale was effortlessly torn apart like cloth. "What? It was broken?" The crowd was stunned, filled with disbelief. Qiān's face tightened. The move he'd poured his grudge and technique into was supposed to be decisive, yet it had been split. "Those were just warm-ups," he snarled, pushing his cultivation, and the fan's power to the limit in a second crushing wave meant to settle this. His perfected river of heaven technique, a concentrated storm of silver intent directed to shatter Chen. The silver light roared, a cold, murderous atmosphere pressing down. Chen's eyes narrowed. The sword light flickered, and as the torrent bore down, the blade's edge bit precisely at the river of heaven. Then the silver current fractured, exploded into pieces, and a swift sword light cut through Qiān's protective true power, slamming into him. The sword energy fused into his body. Qiān spat out blood, veins rupturing, his face drained of color. "Impossible!" With a roar, Qiān tried to rise, but his strength had been shattered along with his meridians. He collapsed with a thud, losing all fighting ability. What? Qiān was defeated? How is that possible? The crowd was stunned, each person looking blankly as if petrified. As for those who had previously made evaluations, they were even more dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. With this little strength, yet still making a fuss too weak. On the arena, Chen shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. "The first match is over." Buzz. A beam of light descended, enveloping both Chen and Qiān. The next moment, both of them disappeared from the arena simultaneously. Chen appeared on one side of the arena, while Qiān fell directly outside of Gunnan City. Qiān, the leading elder from the Liuxian sect, flashed to Qiān's side, and upon sensing the shattered meridians within Qiān's body, his expression suddenly became extremely grim. With shattered meridians, Qiān was effectively rendered a useless person. Unless he had a pill to remold his meridians, his strength would be reduced to 1/10 or even 1/12. Even with such a pill, whether he could recover to his peak was uncertain. "Kid, you are ruthless, actually shattering Qiān's meridians. I want all the people from the 5 nations to die." Coldly staring at Chen in Gunnan City's square, the elder from Liuxian sect roared, his figure shifting. Qiān's father, Elder Li, instantly appeared above the people from the Daki nation, attacking Xiao Zhan and the others frantically. Chen injured his son, so he would take the people of Daki Nation to pay the price. Boom. A terrifying palm force poured down like a great river, engulfing everything, wrapping Xian and others within it. Xian and the others changed color dramatically, their faces filled with horror. Their true energy surged wildly as they desperately tried to resist, but it was useless. This Elder Li was a formidable presence at the initial stage of the sect level. Under a single palm, Xian and the others felt as if a great mountain was pressing down, rendering them completely powerless to resist. "Stop!" Chen's expression changed. He didn't expect Liuxian sect's people to be so ruthless. His figure flickered as he was about to charge out of Gunan City. However, before he could escape the square, an invisible white light appeared before him, blocking his way. Buzz. At the same time, a beam of white light descended, appearing outside Gunan City, instantly sending the Elder Li from Liuxian sect flying. During the arena match, no one is allowed to disrupt the examination. This is the first warning. The second time, there will be no mercy. A cold voice echoed above Gunan City, and the black figure's gaze was icy as he looked at Elder Li from Liuxian sect. Clearly, if he made any move, he would be killed without hesitation. Damn it! It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, soaking him to the bone and making him dare not make any further moves. Seeing this, Xian and all the people from the 5 nations let out a sigh of relief. With the will of Gunan City speaking here, the people from the Daki dynasty certainly would not dare to act recklessly against them. Why is that Chen so strong? He ended the battle in 3 moves while the other arenas haven't even decided a victor yet. That's too fast. At this moment, the remaining unselected martial artists in the square all showed astonished expressions. Everyone present was well aware of Li Cunion's strength. Though he might rank lower among the many geniuses of the Daki dynasty, he was, after all, a genius of Liuxian sect. In the case of a cultivation level advantage, being defeated by Chen was a result that no one had anticipated. Is it that Li Cunion was too weak, he didn't display his true strength, or is it that Chen indeed has some skills? Many geniuses couldn't help but ponder secretly. "Senior brother, this kid seems a bit off. His strength may not be as weak as we imagined," said Hua Feiwu from Liuxian sect, gazing at Chen. As a fellow disciple, Hua Feiwu had a better understanding of Li Cunion's strength. "He's okay, but not particularly strong. Li Cunion must have been careless. Didn't he see that he didn't even unleash his bloodline power? Humph, it's normal for such an arrogant person to be crippled." Hua Tiandu sneered, his face still showing disdain. Then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Chen, carrying a hint of icy intent. "However, Chen winning is exactly what I wanted. It's best if this kid doesn't encounter me in the next match. Otherwise, I will definitely let him know the consequences of offending Liuxian sect." A trace of killing intent flickered in Hua Tiandu's eyes. Other disciples also felt various emotions rising within them. "Junior brother Chen has managed to get this far. It seems we need to work even harder." Zhao Lingshan and Zai Zun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep bitterness. As for Wang Kaiming, he sighed. "Junior brother Chen truly lives up to his title. Even with his initial level Qiān cultivation, he is not someone other talents can easily defeat. If these people think that was truly his strength, then they should wait for a big surprise." Wang Kaiming was filled with confidence in Chen. At this moment on the other arenas, the matches were still ongoing. One of the arenas featured 2 mid-Qiān level geniuses competing. One wielded a knife, while the other wielded a sword. Their moves appeared to be agile and graceful, exchanging blows back and forth, with knife and sword lights flickering continuously, a spectacular sight that stirred many contestants' spirits. Chen lost interest after just a few glances. Although their match seemed exciting, in the eyes of experts, it lacked substantial merit. Both sides were merely searching for each other's weaknesses and likely wouldn't determine a winner anytime soon. Seeing this, Chen turned his gaze to another arena. Boom! Coincidentally, he witnessed an astounding scene. On one arena, a black-robed youth from Xian sect faced off against a mid-Qiān level genius. The black-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back, not even making a move. An astonishing pressure and intent radiated from him. Just the look in his eyes caused his opponent to scream in terror, directly flying backward, a shocking sight. What powerful spirit and energy! Chen was secretly astonished. The stronger a martial artist, the richer their aura. Especially for those with pressure akin to knife intent or sword intent, they could directly intimidate their enemies, causing them to be defeated without even engaging in battle. At the level of a 7th-rank martial king, if one wished, a mere gaze could make a powerful presence below the rank collapse in an instant. However, this black-robed youth, although merely at the late stage of Qiān level, was able to defeat his opponent just by his aura, which was enough to astonish and shock others. That person's spiritual power should be extraordinary. There must have been a certain degree of spiritual attack involved just now. Chen's gaze flickered, serious. This scene naturally didn't escape Tian and the others. Their eyes revealed a solemn expression. Just this single move was not something an ordinary Qiān-level martial artist could achieve. This person's cultivation method must be at least of the high-tier Qiān class. Buzz. Just as this match concluded, 2 beams of white light descended, instantly enveloping Wang Kaiming and another strong person from the Daqi dynasty, transporting them to the arena. I didn't expect my opponent to be a mere lackey from the 5 nations. It looks like my luck is quite good. The Daqi dynasty genius grinned maliciously at the sight. Ha, Zong actually encountered a disciple from the 5 nations. Isn't that just too lucky? I have an impression of this kid. He has a good relationship with Chen. His cultivation level should have just reached the late heaven level before the preliminaries, but with the help of the heavenly Tao divine light, he barely advanced to the mid-mystic level. With Zong's strength, defeating him will definitely be a piece of cake. I must say, Zong really has some dogshit luck. He practically picked up a bargain in this first round. The other contestants from the Duel dynasty revealed expressions of envy. In their view, the ancient southern capital arena matches are fraught with risks, and to obtain the qualification for inheritance, one must at least win 3 rounds. Therefore, each match is extremely important and cannot afford any mistakes. If they can encounter a disciple from the 5 nations in the first round, it will mean an early victory, which is extremely crucial for them. After all, after the baptism of the heavenly Tao divine light, everyone's cultivation is very close, generally around the mid-mystic level. Whether one can enter the top 12 may hinge on just one match. Wang Kaiming is up. I wonder if he has a chance to win. Hopefully he can make it through. However, his opponent is actually a master from the Duel dynasty, and looking at his aura, he doesn't seem weak either. That's dangerous. The people from the 5 nations were also tense, especially Xiao Jing, Zhao Wei, and the others, all of whom came from the Duqi kingdom, naturally hoping to see Wang Kaiming win. As for the disciples from the Duel dynasty, they showed no concern on their faces. After a brief glance, they turned their attention elsewhere, completely indifferent to the duel between the two. Zong really picked up a cheap win. Such a match is nothing to see. Indeed, it's really dull. The outcome is a certainty. Why not see how strong the others are? After all, we also have to compete next. The crowd's gaze quickly swept across the 6 arenas, searching for duels that interested them. For them, such matches do not necessarily get more intense with a larger gap in strength. After all, if the strength of both sides differs too greatly, the outcome can often be decided in just 1 or 2 moves, and there's not much to see. Moreover, weaker contestants cannot force the stronger ones to use their full strength, so there's no excitement. The most engaging matches are actually those where both sides are evenly matched, and the stronger the opponents are, the more spectacular the match becomes. Kid, in 3 moves, I'll make you roll off the stage. On the arena, Zong appeared relaxed, looking down on Wang Kaiming with disdain and contempt in his eyes. Is that so? Just based on you? Wang Kaiming's expression was cold, his face steady as a rock, not acknowledging the provocation. Raising an eyebrow, Zong's expression turned icy as he sneered. It seems you are very confident in yourself. I once had someone in front of me as confident as you. Unfortunately, they all ended up dead at my hands. You, a mere ant from the 5 nations, a despicable inferior breed, don't know where your confidence comes from. Zong's tone carried an air of superiority, revealing an innate disdain for people from the 5 nations. In fact, most disciples from the Duel dynasty also looked down upon those from the 5 nations. They believed that the only reason these people could participate in the assessment was the kindness of the powerful from Qiānju. However, when the actual competition ended, all people from the 5 nations should be eliminated. Zong, well said. Give this guy a lesson. Let them know that inferior breeds are just inferior breeds, and never dream they can have a day to rise. Such despicable lowly people should kneel on the ground, looking up at our existence and becoming our servants. Some disciples from the Duel dynasty laughed upon hearing the conversation. On the arena, Wang Kaiming's gaze was icy. Inferior breed? He had heard that term too many times. Not just in this ancient southern capital. Back in the Duqi Kingdom's Tianxing Academy, as a student who came from the commoners, he had suffered countless humiliations that were far from just this. Those noble students looked at him with prideful eyes, their disdain and disgust as if they were watching an ugly worm. From that moment, he swore to let everyone see that so-called bloodline superiority is all nonsense. Real strong warriors can also rise from the grassroots. now is no different. Raising his head, his right hand slowly gripped the sword sheath. Wang Kaiming coldly glared at Zhou Zun, the battle sword in his hand still sheathed, yet the sharp aura of the sword already soared into the sky, as if wanting to split the heavens apart. Why waste so many words? If you have the ability, let's see the real skill. His tone was plain, but his sharpness was evident, like an unparalleled battle sword wanting to cut through all obstacles ahead. Zhou Zun was taken aback, then his expression darkened. A commoner dares to speak to me like that? Interesting. Since that's the case, let me show you the gap between you, the commoner from the 5 nations, and our Dou dynasty. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zun suddenly moved. His hand slightly moved, and he suddenly struck out a palm toward Wang Kaiming with lightning speed. A deafening boom followed, and a sky full of palm shadows suddenly appeared, densely packed and overwhelming, like a storm completely surrounding Wang Kaiming. So strong, Wang Kaiming is completely enveloped by these palm shadows. Ordinary people can't dodge and can only fight back. Some martial artists exclaimed. This Zhou Zun is not simple, Chen noted with a solemn expression. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier. This wasn't about being able to dodge or not, it was about not being able to avoid it at all. Wang Kaiming's palm shadows seemed dense and powerful, but in reality, it was merely a surface phenomenon. Only a few of those palm shadows contained truly astonishing power, seemingly the beginning of some palm technique. Thus, the key was not to let Zhou Zun easily unleash his moves. Looking at it, Zhou Zun appeared to be the stable type. Once he fell into his rhythm, it would be extremely disadvantageous for a swordsman. As a swordsman, one must keep the rhythm in their hands. If Wang Kaiming could see through this, he wouldn't even think of dodging. Thinking this, Chen focused his gaze on Wang Kaiming to see how he would react. Slash, just as Chen had predicted, facing Zhou Zun's densely packed palm shadow attack, Wang Kaiming suddenly drew out his black battle sword. The pitch-black sword light flickered in the void like a flame from hell, swirling in a circle, and instantly slashed into the sky full of palm shadows. PFFFT? It was as if the flames that had just ignited were suddenly extinguished. Wang Kaiming's strike was perfectly timed, cutting precisely the most critical points of Zhou Zun's move, instantly shattering the most threatening attacks among the palm shadows. Then Wang Kaiming's entire figure transformed into a flash of lightning, allowing the remaining palm shadows to fall on him, ignoring them entirely. The black battle sword resembled a hidden dragon in the shadows, rushing towards Zhou Zun's position in an instant. It seems that Wang Kaiming's growth during this time is indeed remarkable. Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked quite pleased. Wang Kaiming was able to see through Zhou Zun's attacking strategy in such a short time and counter it. After that, no matter how the remaining attacks came, he was determined to regain his rhythm and not allow his opponent to unleash their attacks easily. His strength was no longer what it used to be. What? Zhou Zun's attack was actually countered. That kid Wang Kaiming is actually fighting back. What is Zhou Zun doing? Is he warming up? Gasps of surprise erupted among the disciples of the Dou dynasty, and they were all quite speechless. Humph, no wonder he talks so tough. He does have some skills, but unfortunately, he's still far from enough. Facing Wang Kaiming's attack, Zhou Zun was calm and collected, seemingly having anticipated his opponent's reaction. Before the opponent's blade light arrived, he had already struck out again. Mountain River Palm, control the mountains and rivers. Boom, as this palm strike was unleashed, the entire arena was filled with a thunderous roar. Waves of palm shadows seemed like vast rivers and mountains surging forward, completely encircling Wang Kaiming, like a giant python wrapping around its prey, continuously tightening its grip. Crack. Wang Kaiming's blade light shattered, but Zhou Zun did not pause, continuing to unleash palm strikes one after another. With each palm strike, his momentum increased, and in an instant, the entire arena was filled with endless palm shadows, imposing and powerful. He did not rush to defeat Wang Kaiming, but instead proceeded steadily, step by step, with a sinister smile on his lips, like a hunting python slowly constricting its prey until it suffocated, dragging the opponent into the depths of despair. Look, the Mountain River Palm has appeared. Wang Kaiming is finished. Once Zhou Zun fully unleashes the Mountain River Palm, its power will only grow stronger, gradually devouring his opponent with no hope of escape. The disciples of the Dou dynasty laughed, clearly familiar with Zhou Zun's technique, nodding and commenting. However, Zhao Lingxian and the others wore worried expressions, their hands tightly clenched. That's not necessarily true. Hearing the discussions around him, Chen sneered. If Wang Kaiming could be so easily defeated, then he wouldn't be Wang Kaiming. Sure enough, buzz. The next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the enveloping cascade of Mountain River Palm shadows. An intimidating presence emerged, as if a blade was cutting through the heavens and earth. A massive blade light phantom appeared on the arena, violently slashing down at the swirling palm shadows. "It's blade intent!" Surprised exclamations arose from the crowd of martial artists. Boom! The enormous blade light phantom struck down, unstoppable, shattering the myriad palm shadows. Wang Kaiming, who had just moments ago seemed trapped and on the verge of defeat, now held a black battle blade, exuding an overwhelming aura as he stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a heavenly blade. "I didn't expect you to comprehend blade intent." Zhou Zun's pupils contracted, but there was no hint of panic on his face. Instead, his aura rapidly climbed again, and he struck out once more. "Mountain River Fist, Mountain River Realm!" Buzz. As Zhou Zun struck, the arena was filled with swirling winds and clouds. A cascade of Mountain River phantoms began to appear, but this time they were not merely woven from palm shadows. They actually emerged from thin air, creating a hazy illusion that almost disturbed one's perception and vision. "It's the Mountain River Realm." Zhou Zun has even mastered the Mountain River Realm. This is the highest realm of the Mountain River Fist. The back-and-forth battle left countless spectators astonished, their hearts racing with excitement. On the arena, Wang Kaiming, who had initially gained the upper hand with his blade intent, was once again enveloped by layers of the Mountain River realm, as if he were about to sink completely. "Submit to me!" Zhou Zun roared with fury, unleashing his ultimate palm strike with all his might. A terrifying bloodline power erupted from him, while a sinister smile curled on his lips, his gaze cold like that of a venomous snake. Crash in the void, the Mountain River appeared, deep as a chasm, with layers of Mountain River intertwining like a dream completely engulfing Wang Kaiming. "That kid can't escape defeat. He probably still thinks he can win after what just happened." "So naive." Chuckles of derision echoed among the Dawei dynasty crowd. "Wang Kaiming is going to win." Chen chuckled lightly, completely differing from the crowd's consensus. Indeed, the situation developed in a direction starkly different from what everyone had anticipated. In the Mountain River realm, Wang Kaiming remained unperturbed, continuously gathering a sharp aura on his battle blade, wildly compressing and rising, as if transforming into a series of terrifying blade chi that abruptly shattered Zhou Zun's Mountain River realm, and then with one swift slash, cut down towards Zhou Zun. Rumble, a massive blade light spanned the heavens and earth, emanating an overwhelming oppressive force that shattered everything in its path. "What?" Zhou Zun's protective true energy shattered, and he was sent flying backward, blood pouring from his mouth. "Your blade intent has actually reached minor completion? How is that possible?" Struggling to rise, Zhou Zun stared intensely at Wang Kaiming, wanting to say something more, but words failed him, and he could only spit out blood repeatedly. Blade intent, initially the weakest, was merely a nascent form. Then it progressed to true blade intent, and above that, if one could comprehend a certain attribute, it represented a minor completion of blade intent, known as minor completion blade intent. A blade intent with attributes and one without had a vast disparity in power that could not be measured. However, comprehending attributed blade intent was exceedingly challenging, far beyond the grasp of ordinary talents. Some blade practitioners might spend their entire lives without ever grasping attributed blade intent. "This guy, clearly only 16 or 17 years old, actually." The crowd was shaken, their eyes fixed on Wang Kaiming. To comprehend minor completion blade intent at such a young age was indeed breathtaking, even among the entire Dawei dynasty. How ridiculous that they considered him a despicable commoner. If he were a commoner, then what were they? Buzz. On the arena, 2 beams of light descended, instantly teleporting the 2 out. Wang Kaiming naturally remained in the ancient southern capital, while Zhou Zun was immediately teleported away. Throughout the entire process, Wang Kaiming didn't even spare Zhou Zun a glance, as if he had simply defeated an inconsequential character. "You despicable scoundrel!" Such a dismissive attitude, however, filled Zhou Zun with an even deeper sense of humiliation. Buzz, after the match between Wang Kaiming and Zhou Zun ended, another match on a different arena also concluded. 4 beams of light descended almost simultaneously, enveloping the 4 contestants on the field. The next moment, Tiandu and the 4th Prince Zhao Wei appeared on a single arena. "My opponent is actually him." Seeing Tiandu on the opposite side, Zhao Wei's face suddenly revealed a hint of shock. Tiandu, one of the 3 great prodigies of Qiān state, how did he end up encountering such an opponent? Zhao Wei felt bitter in his heart. He knew he wouldn't be a match for Tiandu. Continuing to fight would only lead to humiliation. "I concede." He was about to admit defeat and step down. You want to concede so quickly? I haven't even warmed up yet." With a flash of his gaze, a hint of coldness passed through Tiandu's eyes, and he struck out with a hand in a lightning-fast manner. Boom, in an instant the sky and earth changed color, and an incredibly magnificent fist light lit up, arriving in front of Zhao Wei in a split second. Not good. Zhao Wei was greatly shocked, stopping halfway through his words. His true energy surged within him, rapidly forming a defensive shield. At the same time, his figure suddenly retreated. Puff! The overwhelming palm force pressed down, shattering Zhao Wei's true energy shield instantly. The whole person flew out like a tattered sack, crashing to the ground on the arena covered in blood. "Fourth brother! Your Highness the Fourth Prince!" Princess Zixun and Wang Qiming exclaimed in shock and anger simultaneously, their faces filled with rage. "Too weak, really boring." Tiandu chuckled softly, then his gaze turned cold as he swept it toward Chen, the corner of his mouth curling into a frosty smile. Buzz. Two beams of white light descended, teleporting both of them out. "Your Highness the Fourth Prince!" Zhao figure shifted as he caught Zhao Wei, who had been teleported outside the ancient southern capital. Upon inspection, he immediately discovered that Zhao Wei's bones were shattered, looking utterly tragic. "Bastard!" Zhao roared angrily, shooting a cold glare at Tiandu, quickly taking out various elixirs from his body and feeding them to Zhao Wei. However, the injuries on Zhao Wei were too severe, and the level of elixirs possessed by the Great Qi Kingdom was far from enough to heal him. They merely sustained his life. In fact, had it not been for the previous rules set by the will of the ancient southern capital prohibiting lethal force in the arena, that palm strike might have taken Zhao Wei's life. "Humph, did you see that? This is the consequence of offending our Liuxian sect. You 5 countries have crippled my son Cunnian, and your own people must die too. Ha ha ha." The elder with the Li surname from the Liuxian sect laughed excitedly, his eyes fierce. "Kid, I hope you don't encounter me later. I guarantee you'll be in an even worse situation than him." Tiandu landed not far from Chen, sneering coldly, his demeanor high and aloof. With a cold gaze, Chen's anger burned within him, but he said nothing. He knew that some things couldn't be solved with words but with actions. Taking out some elixirs from his body, Chen threw them toward the high platform outside the ancient southern capital where Xian was located. "Lord Xian, give these elixirs to the Fourth Prince." "All right." After receiving the elixirs, Xian wasted no time and immediately poured all of them into Zhao Wei's mouth. "Humph with this kid, he thinks he can save Zhao Wei. He's overthinking it." Tiandu is not someone to be underestimated. He must have calculated everything beforehand. Although Zhao Wei won't die, he won't be able to live peacefully either. Blame Chen for this. A mere commoner from the 5 kingdoms dares to harm our Liuxian sect's people, thinking that with the will of the ancient southern capital maintaining order, our Liuxian sect can't deal with them. Too naive? With Tiandu around, those from the 5 kingdoms are likely to be doomed. The crowd discussed among themselves, all the geniuses from the Great Wei dynasty sneering, wearing mocking smiles. Cough, cough. Just as everyone was sneering and discussing, Zhao Wei, who was originally unconscious, suddenly coughed and regained consciousness. "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, are you all right?" Xian asked excitedly. The others were all stunned. Everyone had seen Zhao Wei's injuries clearly just now. They were extremely severe, and he had regained consciousness so quickly. "Is this a joke?" "I'm fine," Zhao Wei struggled to say, sitting cross-legged. After about half a stick of incense time, he swayed and stood up. Although his face was weak, he appeared to be fine. "That's good to hear." Xian let out a long sigh of relief. After sensing, he found that under the treatment of the elixirs Chen had provided, Zhao Wei's shattered bones had largely healed. Although not completely, due to timely treatment, it seemed no lasting issues remained. Hiss. Everyone gasped, looking at Chen in horror. What elixir did Chen give Zhao Wei? This is too exaggerated. According to the earlier healing speed, it must have been at least a 4th-grade elixir, and one of the higher quality among 4th-grade elixirs. Are there 4th-grade alchemists in the land of the 5 kingdoms? The crowd was shocked, their gazes flickering. Even Tiandu was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. Next, the assessment continued. Zhao was also selected and unfortunately encountered a genius from the Great Wei dynasty. I'm lucky. It seems I'll easily win a match." The mid-level Qiān stage martial artist laughed. "Not necessarily." Zhao fighting spirit surged as his eyes emitted a cold light filled with boiling combat intent. His overwhelming fighting spirit caused his opponent's expression to darken, and cold light flashed in his eyes. "Kid, you dare not concede when encountering me? Do you think you can contend with me? It seems the previous incident with Liuxian sect didn't give you enough of a lesson." Zhao took a deep breath, his expression resolute, and said coldly, "How would I know if I don't try?" Encountering a prodigy like Tiandu was unavoidable, but his current opponent was merely a mid-level Qiān stage martial artist. If he conceded without fighting, how could he hope to reach greater heights in the future? Arrogant? The martial artist named Jin Feng smirked coldly, his expression fierce. In that case, I'll make you regret not conceding earlier. Prepare to lose. As his voice fell, Jin Feng suddenly launched a punch, the fierce wind from the punch sweeping across the arena, transforming into a terrifying whirlwind. The punch force hadn't arrived yet, but the fearsome gust already distorted the muscles on Xiao Jing's face, making him feel the suffocating pressure. "Block it!" Xiao Jing shouted loudly, bracing himself. With a loud bang, a terrifying sound explosion reverberated, and Xiao Jing's legs skidded across the ground. Under the violent punch force, he was sent tumbling backward, scraping against the battered arena for over 100 meters before finally managing to stop, his robes torn to shreds, flying in pieces. He didn't lose. Originally thinking he could crush his opponent in one move, Jin Feng felt a burning sensation on his face, anger rising within him as he leaped forward again. Wind sweeping the clouds. At that moment, Xiao Jing let out a loud shout, turning passive into active, adjusting his breath, and striking out with both fists, transforming into a powerful gale sweeping toward Jin Feng suspended in the air. Boom, true energy surged violently, like pieces of wind sweeping the remnants of clouds, crashing against the true energy shield surrounding Jin Feng, rippling it and blowing up his long hair. "You little brat, you dare to resist. Dragon roar and tiger howl." Jin Feng's expression was as grim as ever. With a loud roar, his robes billowed, and he swung a punch with ferocity. Roar, a huge roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and a towering tiger phantom appeared on the arena, vividly manifesting an aura of terrifying pressure that instantly tore apart the protective true energy of Xiao Jing, sending him flying. Immediately after, Jin Feng followed up, clearly not planning to let Xiao Jing escape, as his fists once again attacked Xiao Jing. "Not good." Xiao Jing's expression changed, and he activated his true energy to its limit, forming a terrifying defense. Boom, in the next moment, Xiao Jing was violently blasted away, his clothing torn to shreds. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell onto the arena. Fortunately, at the last moment, he exerted all his efforts to defend, and although his injuries were severe, he was not in grave danger. Damn it, he escaped a calamity. Jin Feng's face was ashen, letting out a cold snort. "Stinky brat, today you're lucky. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be this little injury you'd be facing." "Lucky?" Xiao Jing sneered, choosing to remain silent. In the earlier battle, although he had lost, he learned a lot and witnessed the terrifying prowess of higher-level talents. In terms of will, he prided himself on not being weaker than the opponent. But in terms of techniques, martial skills, and true energy purity, he was significantly behind, which he needed to urgently improve upon in the future. Seeing Xiao Jing's attitude, Jin Feng's expression darkened, and he trembled with anger. Two beams of white light descended, teleporting the two away. At this time, the assessments on other arenas continued. Tiandu faced a genius from the Duel dynasty. "I admit defeat." That genius, seeing that his opponent was Tiandu, was so frightened that he hurriedly admitted defeat and was teleported away. "Humph, at least you know your place." With a cold laugh, Tiandu achieved victory without a fight, passing the first round of assessments. Next, young Master Leng encountered his own opponent. "Young Master Leng, please give me guidance." Though the martial artist was terrified, he still mustered the courage to draw his battle blade, not wanting to retreat without a fight. "Damn it, do you look down on me?" Young Master Leng was furious. As Tiandu and Tiandu's opponents immediately admitted defeat upon seeing them, this person before him actually wanted to challenge him. Wouldn't that just imply he was inferior to Tiandu and Tiandu in the eyes of others? "Get out of my sight!" In a fit of rage, young Master Leng shot out two fingers like lightning. Bang. The first finger directly knocked the opponent's battle blade away, and the second finger struck the opponent's chest. With a crisp sound of bones shattering, that person was instantly sent flying, spewing out a large amount of blood, severely injured, and teleported away. Such ruthless methods shocked everyone, leaving them stunned. "Hee Leng Wushwang, it seems others also know your cultivation isn't great. Do you want to give it a try?" Tiandu was not afraid of Leng Wushwang. While others were fearful, he laughed instead, his voice laced with mockery. "Tiandu, just wait. After we fight, I will let you know who is the first genius of Chunju." Leng Wushwang gritted his teeth, seething with anger. "Just you?" Tiandu smiled faintly. "I'm more afraid that you won't have that opportunity and will be eliminated early." "You!" Leng Wushwang was so furious that the veins on his forehead throbbed, unable to speak for a long time. On another arena, Qiān was selected. "Oh, it's her. That woman who challenged Tiandu before. This girl is Qiān, right? Previously, she achieved a remarkable score of 29 meters on the Liuhan stone tablet. Her opponent is actually Zhu Feng from the Gun King Valley, famous for his invincible Tianlong spear technique. It seems Qiān is in trouble." "Yeah, Although Zhuo Feng's height on the Liyuan stone tablet was only 27 meters, 2 meters lower than this Yukaingsu, the artistic conception of spear techniques cannot be fully displayed on the Liyuan stone tablet. In terms of combat power, Zhuo Feng has always been fearsome. Look, the two have started to fight. Amidst the crowd's discussions, the two had already engaged on the arena. Clang. As the battle began, Zhuo Feng was called the Tianlong Spear for good reason. With a blue spear in hand, spear lights crisscrossed around him, as if immersed in an endless ocean, evolving countless dragon shadows, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Yukaingsu's expression was calm, like a celestial being from the nine heavens. As her figure floated, her long sword danced like flowers in a storm, and with powerful true energy, she managed to block Zhuo Feng's spear momentum. You have some skills, but unfortunately it's still lacking. Watch how you block my next strike." Zhuo Feng was filled with confidence. Yukaingsu remained expressionless, coldly stating, "Are all of you from the 5 nations only skilled with your mouths?" "Impudent." Zhuo Feng's expression darkened. "Your mouth is tough. Then receive this move of mine." Boom, taking a deep breath, the blue spear spun. Spear shadows whirled, true energy surged, and in front of Zhuo Feng, a terrifying deep-sea vortex appeared, pulling in air from all directions. As the speed of the spear increased, the pulling force grew stronger, crazily trying to drag Yukaingsu into the vortex. Puff! Just as it seemed Yukaingsu's body would be uncontrollably drawn in, a sword light flashed, and with a cracking sound, the deep-sea true energy vortex was split in half. A terrifying aura of true energy gushed forth, and then it exploded into pieces. Whoosh! Then the sword light flashed, directly appearing in front of Zhuo Feng. "What? My spear technique was broken." Zhuo Feng was taken aback. His true energy erupted as he retreated desperately. But it was too late. With a soft sound, the sword light flashed past, shattering Zhuo Feng's protective true energy, leaving a several-inch-long wound on his chest, blood seeping out. "What? This guy is so powerful." Zhuo Feng's Tianlong spear technique was destroyed. Could it be that Zhuo Feng is not her match? The crowd was in shock, unable to believe it. "Damn it!" Hearing the noisy sounds from outside the square, Zhuo Feng was filled with rage, and suddenly, a horrifying true energy aura erupted from his body, a hazy flame aura spreading out from him. "Tianlong strike!" Roar. A roaring flame spear dragon surged forth, wildly charging at Yukaingsu. Clang! Yukaingsu's expression remained unchanged as she similarly cut out a sword strike. The ethereal sword intent flashed in the void, and with a soft sound, the flame spear dragon was shattered into pieces. Whoosh! As the fire dragon collapsed, a fleeting sword light appeared in the air, and Zhuo Feng's protective true energy was split in two, leaving a gash on his chest. "Thank you for your guidance." Yukaingsu withdrew her sword and stood aside. Zhuo Feng's expression was ugly, alternating between red and white, not knowing what to say. He knew that when the sword light flickered earlier, it was as if he had been locked onto by the Grim Reaper. If Yukaingsu had not held back and paused at the critical moment, just now that sword would have certainly pierced his heart. Buzz. 2 beams of white light descended, teleporting the two away. Yukaingsu won, Zhuo Feng lost. Wow, an astonishing discussion erupted throughout the venue. Didn't expect this woman to be so strong. Even Zhuo Feng was defeated by her. No wonder she was so arrogant just now. She indeed has some skill. However, she is lucky not to have encountered a true expert. Though Zhuo Feng's strength is decent, he is not considered top tier in Archunju, and it's not impossible for him to make mistakes. That's true in the next round that Yukaingsu might not have it so easy. Just wait and see, the crowd discussed with both surprise and disdain. It was only the first round of the arena competition, which didn't represent much. At this time, the first genius of the 5 nations, Yu Wenfeng, was selected for the stage. After being baptized by the heavenly Tao divine light, Yu Wenfeng's cultivation unexpectedly broke through from the mid-mystic level to the late mystic level, making him the only contestant in the arena with late mystic level strength among the 5 nations. His opponent was a peak late mystic level martial artist from the Dawei dynasty. "You are not my opponent." As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Yu Wenfeng spoke indifferently. Arrogant, the Dawei dynasty genius was momentarily stunned and then furious. It had always been their Dawei dynasty mocking the martial artists of the 5 nations. When did the contestants from the 5 nations get to mock them? "Late mystic level, huh? Humph, I'll make you understand that in the face of absolute strength, the difference in rank means nothing." With a roar, the Dawei dynasty genius charged forward fiercely, launching an attack that was sharp to the extreme. Boom, in an instant, the arena erupted with booming sounds as the two quickly engaged in an intense battle. "This Yu Wenfeng is not simple." A glance over, and Chen's eyes flickered slightly. The Dawei dynasty genius was indeed arrogant for a reason. Under equal cultivation, The techniques and martial skills cultivated by Qiānju geniuses were generally far more terrifying and powerful than those of disciples from the Five Nations. Thus, they could easily defeat opponents of higher ranks. However, at this moment, as Yu Wenfeng fought with that Qiānju disciple, he showed no signs of weakness, indicating that the techniques he practiced were also extraordinary. From this perspective, Yu Wenfeng should win this match quite easily. Chen, with his keen insight, could immediately see the hints. On the stage, Yu Wenfeng's fist techniques were broad and powerful, while his opponent's palm techniques were strange and unpredictable. On the surface, it seemed evenly matched, but over time, Yu Wenfeng's advantage would grow larger, gradually taking control of the arena. At that time, his opponent would only become more disadvantaged. "You brat, so it seems you truly have some skill. No wonder you are so arrogant." Seeing that he could not take down Yu Wenfeng, the Qiānju genius became anxious, his face reddening and expression turning ferocious. 10,000 shadow heavenly scripture? The Qiānju genius let out a furious shout, and a massive amount of black light erupted from his body, ultimately merging with his hands, producing layers of overlapping black palm shadows that poured out like a torrent. In that instant, his attack power greatly increased, at least by 50%. Amidst the sea of palm shadows, Yu Wenfeng remained calm, stepping back steadily, continuously swinging his fists to wear down his opponent's onslaught. Damn it, be destroyed! With his strongest trump card failing to achieve the desired effect, the Qiānju genius, in a fit of rage, went on a frenzied assault, completely losing the rhythm he had earlier. Yu Wenfeng is about to win. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao sighed softly. Indeed, the previously steady Yu Wenfeng, seeing that his opponent had lost rhythm, his eyes flashed with sharpness as he seized the moment, first shattering his opponent's disordered attack with a punch, then breaking through his protective true energy with a second punch, and finally sending him flying with a third punch, securing victory in the match. Another genius from the Five Nations has won. Seeing the match result, the Dawei Dynasty genius wore an extremely unsightly expression. So far, nearly 10 contestants from the Five Nations had won, a number far exceeding their initial expectations. At this moment, more than half of the contestants had already undergone the first round of assessments. Buzz! At this moment, 2 beams of white light descended, enveloping Zhao Lingshan and another genius from the Dawei Dynasty. "My turn now?" Zhao Lingshan tightened her fists, feeling both anxious and nervous. I'm lucky I've encountered a contestant from the Five Nations and a beautiful little girl at that, hee. Zhao Lingshan's opponent was a slender young man. The moment the white light descended, he spotted Zhao Lingshan and couldn't help but grin maliciously, looking lewd. Although Zhao Lingshan felt nervous, she remained undaunted. "Lingshan, don't be nervous. This person places more weight on his right foot than his left by 3 points. He should be a practitioner of right leg techniques. Also, his hands show a vigorous vitality, indicating his techniques shouldn't be weak, but his left foot is slightly lacking. If you attack his left foot with all your might, you can disrupt his rhythm. Meanwhile, his true energy density is thicker than yours. Don't clash with him head-on. Use agile sword techniques, rely on speed to outmaneuver him, mainly attacking his left side, and you should have a good chance of winning." As Zhao Lingshan was feeling anxious, a soft voice suddenly rang in her ear. It was Chen. Zhao Lingshan took a deep breath and turned to look at Chen in a daze. Then she saw the calm and profound eyes of Chen, which seemed to hold a hint of concern. Unknowingly, the anxiety and tension in Zhao Lingshan's heart vanished in an instant, and her heart settled completely. In the next moment, Zhao Lingshan, under the white light, had already arrived on the arena. "Hee, little sister, you're not afraid of meeting me, are you? Don't worry, I will be very gentle with you, hee. The opponent, around 22 years old, slender, with lewd eyes, saw Zhao Lingshan somewhat dazed and assumed she was intimidated by his presence. Unable to help but lecherously chuckle, his eyes filled with inexplicable intent. "That guy actually ran into Tian Guang. What can I say about her? Tian Guang is shameless and lewd. The number of girls he has ruined is countless. This guy is simply a flower thief. That Five Nations girl is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. If I were her, I would definitely surrender at the first opportunity. Otherwise, who knows what might happen?" the crowd murmured, which only excited the one called Tian Guang more. He laughed sinisterly. "Little sister, did you hear? I'm really gentle with girls. Later, I will definitely go easy on you, hee. Zhao Lingshan frowned, revealing a look of disgust. "Trash, having a personality, I like that." Licking his lips, Tian Guang's eyes shone with lewdness as he lunged toward Zhao Lingshan. Hee, come, let big brother take care of you." He wrapped his arms around her like a giant clamp, lunging toward Zhao Lingshan. "Flying snow slash!" Zhao Lingshan's eyes sharpened, and her long sword was drawn from her waist. With a whoosh, a bright sword light emerged, resembling countless snowflakes rippling outward. Puch! The fierce sword light shot diagonally, attacking Tian Guang's left side. Guang frowned, changing his technique from a hug to a grab, leaping to evade the sword light while reaching out with a sinister look toward Zhao Lingshan. Celestial maiden spreading flowers. Zhao Lingshan had made up her mind to focus on attacking Guang's left side. No matter how Guang's attacks changed, she remained unfazed, her determined gaze seeming to see through any flaw in Guang's form. Midway through her charge, a fierce sword energy rushed towards her, forcing Guang to retreat in midair to halt his attack. Then his figure flickered and he swooped in again. However, Zhao Lingshan continued unabated, targeting his left side. Damn it! After dozens of exchanges, Guang gradually felt something was off. His strength was supposed to be 3 points higher than Zhao Lingshan's, and logically he should have the upper hand while she struggled. Yet now they were evenly matched, and as time passed, he found his movement severely restricted. Humph, I will severely injure you first, then slowly torment you. With a flicker of his figure, Guang stopped thinking of gaining an early advantage. Zhao Lingshan's swordplay was too soft and undetectable. He needed to injure her first to prepare for a real attack. Whoosh! Guang lunged forward, his hands moving ferociously. Bang, bang, bang. Guang's hands, as hard as iron, clashed repeatedly with Zhao Lingshan's long sword, creating brilliant sparks, rendering their forms nearly invisible. Take this kick! Suddenly he withdrew, kicking out his right leg with a thunderous sound, a terrifying gale whipped up by the power of his leg, strong enough to shatter stone. Just as everyone thought Zhao Lingshan would be hit. Clang! Zhao Lingshan blocked it, but only she knew that without Chen's reminder, she wouldn't have had time to defend against the sudden attack. What? She blocked it? Guang was extremely surprised. His leg technique was not well known even in Qiān Prefecture, and he had expected that once he unleashed his right leg, she would immediately falter. However, Zhao Lingshan seemed prepared, not only blocking his attack but also counterattacking with a sword during his moment of distraction. Immortal points the way. Whoosh. A sharp beam of sword light aimed directly at Guang's left abdomen. Not good! Guang was alarmed. By the time he wanted to defend, it was already too late. Blood sprayed as a sword mark a foot long appeared on his left abdomen, blood gushing forth. Damn it, you dared to injure me? I will make you know what humiliation is. Guang was furious and charged madly. Zhao Lingshan remained calm, still targeting Guang's left side. The gap in their strengths was not significant to begin with, and with Guang's left side now injured and exposed, despite exerting all his effort, he gradually fell into a disadvantaged position. Wounds appeared on Guang's left side, blood continuously oozing out. Damn it! Guang was nearly driven to madness. Clearly, the other party was not his opponent, yet he couldn't exert his full power, making him feel like he was about to spit blood. Defeat! After dozens of exchanges, Zhao Lingshan shouted angrily. A flash of sword light and Guang was sent flying, a nearly foot-long wound appearing on his chest, blood spraying out like a fountain. White light descended. It teleported both of them away. Trash! As she was teleported away, Zhao Lingshan glanced at Guang scornfully and sneered. You! Guang trembled with anger, crashing heavily outside ancient South City. What? The girl from the 5 Nations won? The crowd was astonished, completely dumbfounded. In this match, everyone thought Guang would win, but unexpectedly it ended with the girl from the 5 Nations victorious. Next, the competition continued. Unfortunately, Zong was not as lucky as Zhao Lingshan, facing opponents who were clearly stronger. Even with Chen's guidance, after dozens of exchanges, she was defeated. A moment later, only 48 contestants remained in the arena. Just one match had eliminated half of the competitors, a probability that left everyone speechless. After one round, Zhao Wei, Xiao Jing, and Zai Zun were eliminated. Zhao Lingshan, Chen, and Wang Qaiming advanced to the second round. However, after the first round of assessments, every remaining contestant was no easy opponent. After a brief rest, buzz, 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 white light enveloped, 6 platforms simultaneously selecting 12 contestants. I'm the first to be chosen again? Feeling the white light surrounding him, Chen was astonished. Soon he found himself on the platform. Opposite him stood a young man in his 20s with a long sword at his waist, a thin, elongated face, and eyes that sparkled like stars, radiating a sharp coldness. This person had not even drawn his long sword, yet he emanated an overwhelming sword aura that seemed to pierce the skies, as if he were a sword incarnate, standing on this platform and slicing through everything. You word electric sword Zhuge Qing, it's actually you word electric sword Zhuge Qing? This man is an assassin from the Nightless Tower, and he was already a mid-level Qiān expert before undergoing any baptism. Zhuge Qing is known for his swift sword techniques. All peers who have seen him strike are already dead. Once, when he was at the peak of early Qiān level, he killed 5 early Qiān bandits with one sword. What? He killed 5 early Qiān-level experts with one sword. Are you joking? Humph, many people have witnessed this. It happened on the Black Wind Plains in Qiān Prefecture. It can't be false. Ha ha ha, this time, no matter what tricks Chen has, he will likely be left in regret. The crowd was in an uproar, all excited and filled with anticipation. It was evident that Word Electric Sword Zhuge Qing had a huge reputation in Qiān Prefecture, and everyone present from Qiān Prefecture had tremendous confidence in him. That Chen actually matched with Word Electric Sword Zhuge Qing? What a pity, what a pity. Even Tiandu wore a gloomy expression, clearly thinking Chen wouldn't be Zhuge Qing's opponent, feeling regretful that he couldn't personally teach Chen a lesson. Humph, let that guy be arrogant. Zhuge Qing will let him know where the real gap lies between the 5 nations and my Great Wei dynasty. The genius of Liuxian sect, Hua Feiwu, also wore a cold smile, looking at Chen with disdain. Looks like this guy is quite famous in the Great Wei dynasty, but judging by his aura, he does seem to have some skills. On the platform, Chen stared at his opponent, continuously assessing. As soon as this person stepped onto the platform, the atmosphere grew sharp, an invisible wind swirling around as if it were piercing needles. Looking down at Chen, Zhuge Qing's eyes were filled with the arrogance of looking down on everything, a deep-rooted pride. Clang! He grasped the sword hilt in his right hand, gently pulling the blade out an inch, unleashing a dragon-like sword energy that soared into the sky, sending forth a sound of dragon roars and tiger howls across the platform. With one move, I will defeat you. With a cold shout, Word Electric Sword Zhuge Qing stared fixedly at Chen. Just as his voice fell swish, like a gust of wind, his figure suddenly darted past Chen, too fast for anyone to react. Kai, the air seemed to split like paper, and before the spectators could blink or register, beams of sword light had already sliced through Chen's body, tearing him apart. Only a blurred afterimage remained. Such a fast sword! The crowd gasped, their hair standing on end. It was the first time they had seen a sword so fast, almost too quick to blink. Most people had no time to react. They only saw the body of Zhuge Qing flicker, and a series of sharp sword lights had already penetrated Chen's body. So fast, it was incredibly fast. With such a sword, let alone a peak human-level early-stage martial artist, even a peak late-stage martial artist would find it extremely difficult to evade and would likely be slain by a single strike. Chen can't be dead, right? This ancient southern city's arena competition does not allow for killing. Just one move to defeat the enemy, that kid truly couldn't even withstand half a move. The gap is too great, the crowd gasped in shock. Even some martial venerable experts had their gazes sharpened. The Qiān was terrifying. It was no wonder it belonged to the renowned assassin from the unending tower. Given time, if it were allowed to grow, it could even threaten them. Wait, that kid isn't dead. Zhuge Qing's sword just missed. Suddenly, a strong expert snorted coldly, his tone heavy, on the arena. Zhuge Qing's face showed no joy. He turned abruptly to look at the other side of the arena. There, a figure gradually appeared. Who else could it be but Chen? This kid is quite lucky, managing to instinctively retreat at the moment Zhuge Qing attacked. He narrowly avoided it. Below the arena, Tiandu narrowed his eyes and coldly laughed. It's just luck. Faced with Zhuge Qing, he can't escape death. Ants should never dream of competing with dragons. Hua Feiwu's tone was mocking. On one side of the arena, Chen looked at Zhuge Qing, smiled, and spoke indifferently. Is this what you call defeating me in one move? It's nothing much. It seems I underestimated you, managing to dodge my wind-sweeping move. Interesting, but that move was merely an appetizer. Take this next one. Buzz. A sharp sword intent suddenly burst forth from Zhuge Qing, transforming into a brilliant sword rainbow soaring into the clouds. At the same time, the longsword in his hand lunged forward. A formless sword pressure like lightning instantaneously reached Chen, blowing his hair back. Clang! Chen remained expressionless, a rusty sword appearing in his hand at some point, striking forward indifferently, instantly clashing with the tip of Zhuge Qing's sword. Ding! The mysterious rusty sword collided with the azure longsword in the void, with two forces continuously intertwining, bursting forth brilliant sparks, incredibly dazzling. What powerful sword energy! Are you also a swordsman? Unfortunately, in front of my cutting sword intent, it's useless. Breaking sword intent, break for me? With a cold laugh, a sharp sword intent suddenly surged from the azure longsword in Zhuge Qing's hand. The longsword, originally containing terrifying power, instantly burst forth in brilliant light, unleashing astonishing force. Sizzle. A cutting intent materialized, as if it could sever all things in the world. Under the pressure of the cutting sword intent, The sword energy spewed from Chen Chen's mysterious rusty sword was instantly suppressed and torn apart with a series of muffled sounds. A broken sword thinks it can block my 4th-level Azure Thunder sword's attack? Too laughable. Gazing at the rusty sword in Chen Chen's hand, Zhu Qing's eyes showed disdain. A true swordsman regards his longsword as himself. The longsword is life, how could one allow their life to rust? Clearly, besides his decent sword technique, Chen Chen was not worthy of being called a swordsman. Outside the ancient southern city, numerous martial venerable experts were also astonished. This Chen Chen's weapon was actually such a rusty, nearly rotten broken sword? How poor must this land of the 5 nations be for such a genius to not even have a decent sword to wield? That's utterly embarrassing. A true swordsman does not care about the grade of the sword in hand. The sword lies in the heart. Even a blade of grass or a tree can become a sword. Chen Chen smiled lightly, unmoved, and simply swung his sword again. Crack, with a flash of thunder, a terrible intent surged forth, carrying an astonishing sense of destruction that shattered Yizai Dian Jian Zhu Qing's cutting sword intent into pieces. Such strong destructive power. Could it be the destruction sword intent? Zhu Qing's expression changed. His gaze grave, he sternly said, "Unfortunately, no matter how strong your destructive power is, it can never surpass my cutting sword intent, nor can it be faster than my sword." Boom. Zhu Qing fully unleashed his sword intent. A massive sword energy shot up into the sky, violently shaking the void as if it were about to split in two. The overwhelming momentum made everyone change color. Whoosh. The sword light moved, suddenly appearing in front of Chen Chen, striking down. Crack! Suddenly, sword light manifested in front of Chen Chen. The mysterious rusty sword had already blocked the lightning-fast strike. Hey, good reaction speed, come again. Zhu Qing became interested, his figure swayed, and suddenly a cross-shaped sword light appeared, instantly manifesting in front of Chen Chen as if it had pierced through the distance of the void. Fast, too fast. Such speed left ordinary people completely unable to react. Clang! However, at the moment the cross-shaped sword light appeared, Chen Chen seemed to have already expected it, holding the sword horizontally in front of his chest to block the strike. Impossible, how could you be so fast? Zhu Qing's face showed astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Come again, his gaze grave, his right hand suddenly disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless sword energies appeared in the void, each one reaching an extreme speed, too fast for one to react, like a torrential storm descending upon Chen Chen. This is the swift sword you're famous for? Slow, far too slow. Clang, clang, clang. In the midst of the sword light, Chen Chen's figure swayed, his longsword positioned across his chest. With every movement, he managed to block a sword in the void, even having the leisure to comment. Ding, ding, dang. The continuous sound of clashes echoed as the 49 swords Zhu Qing launched in an instant were all blocked by Chen Chen without exception. Damn it, do you think this is my fastest sword? You're far from it. Yizai Dian Jian. In his fury, Zhu Qing finally unleashed his ultimate technique. Buzz, 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 buzz. Countless sword lights flickered in the void. These sword lights appeared and vanished in the air like lightning, only manifesting for an instant. No one knew how many swords Zhu Qing unleashed in that moment. All they could see were flickering sword lights enveloping Chen Chen, resembling a heavenly net wrapping around him. Yizai Dian Jian. Zhu Qing has finally unleashed his ultimate move. I've heard that the Yizai Dian Jian can unleash 81 swords in an instant. It's impossible to defend against. Now Chen Chen will finally be defeated. In just the blink of an eye, there are 81 swords. How could he possibly block them? The crowd exclaimed, holding little hope for Chen Chen. Everyone believed that this time Chen Chen was bound to lose without a doubt. They all sneered, waiting to witness him drenched in blood, pierced by a flurry of swords. The sword speed is quite impressive. Chen Chen's gaze flickered as he sensed that, in an instant, Zhu Qing's sword technique speed had suddenly increased more than double. The dense sword light, moving at such a high speed, was hidden in the void, making it impossible for the naked eye to capture. Unfortunately, my soul power and mental strength far exceed the martial god level. No matter how many sword lights there are, they cannot hide from my perception. Chen Chen sneered. Under his soul power, no matter how fast the sword, he could sense it. However, Chen Chen did not do this. Instead, he retracted his soul power and mental strength. For him, using soul power and mental strength was akin to cheating. At the same time, he closed his eyes. What is this kid doing? Facing Zhu Qing's one-character electric sword, he actually stands still and closes his eyes. Does this guy know he can't win and is prepared to give up? The crowd was astonished, completely dumbfounded. Pretending to be mysterious. Zhu Qing sneered, putting forth all his strength. Just as the flickering sword light was about to strike Chen Chen's body, suddenly the mysterious rust sword in Chen Chen's hand moved. Whoosh. like a gust of wind blowing through. Clang, 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 clang. The clashing sounds of countless swords echoed as numerous sword lights struck in front of Chen, seemingly blocked by an invisible force, unable to penetrate even a bit. Upon closer inspection, one could be shocked to discover that Chen's right hand was trembling at a high frequency, and with each tremor, he thrust out a sword that collided with the sword lights thrust out by Zhuge Qing in the void. In the blink of an eye, all the sword lights were intercepted without exception. What? All blocked? 81 sword lights all blocked in an instant. How could he move so fast? The crowd was in upheaval, as if it had exploded. What shocked them even more was that throughout the entire process, Chen had kept his eyes closed. It was as if he had blindfolded himself, blocking the incredibly fast 81 swords. Regardless of how one looked at it, it seemed like a fairy tale. "This is your trump card, the fastest sword?" Opening his eyes, Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. As a swordsman, although he had closed his eyes, he had opened his sword eye, allowing him to perceive the sword energy even more clearly. By using his qi to control the sword, he could easily block Zhuge Qing's fast sword. Zhuge Qing's expression changed slightly, still in shock. "What you call a fast sword is nothing more than this. You are merely a frog at the bottom of the well. Let me show you what a real fast sword looks like." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his original position. "Pachai!" A gust of wind swept through the void, and before Zhuge Qing could react, a sword scar had already been cut across his chest. "Damn it!" Sword energy erupted as Zhuge Qing swung his long sword, desperately trying to defend. Clang, clang, clang. A wave of sword lights surged, forcing Zhuge Qing to retreat rapidly, gritting his teeth as he struggled to defend. "Too slow, far too slow." Chen's cold shout echoed in the void as sword lights poured down like a torrential rain. "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" Zhuge Qing shouted madly, constantly increasing his speed under Chen's increasingly rapid sword lights. "Faster, just a bit faster!" But no matter how fast he moved, Chen's voice echoed in his brain like a death knell. Outside of Gunan City, everyone was stunned. Zhuge Qing, known for his fast sword, was not the strongest among the talented swordsmen in Qiān Prefecture, yet his sword speed was undoubtedly unrivaled among all geniuses in the province. But now he was being relentlessly pursued and beaten by Chen. This! Everyone was completely dumbfounded, as if their habitual thinking had been shattered. They were shocked, and on the arena, Zhuge Qing felt even more horrified. Clang, 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 clang. As the sword light flickered, Zhuge Qing's retreat became increasingly rapid, and his expression grew more and more disheveled. Finally, pachai. A flash of sword light, and Zhuge Qing could no longer withstand it. His figure was thrown back helplessly, a sword scar appearing on his chest, with blood gushing out. "This is what you call a fast sword in the Great Wei Dynasty. A laughable frog at the bottom of the well, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth." Chen stood with his sword sheathed, not pursuing the advantage, but instead coldly mocking. The Great Wei Dynasty had always looked down on them, the disciples of the 5 nations, from a lofty altitude. Today, Chen intended to let them know. Their so-called pride, arrogance, and dignity were merely one-sided illusions. What was truly humble and lowly was, in fact, them. Upon hearing this, the faces of all the martial artists from the Great Wei Dynasty turned extremely ugly. "Damn it, you're too pleased with yourself." On the arena, Zhuge Qing suddenly shouted in anger, his face becoming exceedingly grim. "Kid, do you think you can win like this? You're too early to celebrate. I initially planned to hold this move back, but now it seems I have no choice but to use it. I will let you know that the genius of the Great Wei Dynasty is not something a despicable person from the 5 nations can compare with." With a loud shout, a terrifying true power suddenly surged within Zhuge Qing. Boom! A hazy light appeared around him, with paths of lightning flickering. It was the power of the Bloodline. These lightning bolts continuously flickered, transforming into shapes of sharp swords. As the Bloodline was unleashed, Zhuge Qing's aura rose at an astonishing speed, and the long sword in his hand glowed brilliantly. Crack! The fierce sword energy caused the void to tremble. What a terrifying sword energy! Zhuge Qing hadn't even used his full strength before. The electric sword bloodline, Zhuge Qing's electric sword bloodline has finally been unleashed. From the aura, Zhuge Qing has already raised his electric sword bloodline to the 4th rank. That Chen is too arrogant. The nickname one-character electric sword for Zhuge Qing is not only due to his fast swordsmanship, but also because of his bloodline. The crowd was shocked, then ecstatic. Electric sword bloodline, domain of lightning swords. Suddenly, as Zhuge Qing's aura surged explosively, he shouted loudly. A dense surge of sword energy burst forth from the long sword in his hand, with countless sword lights gathering and flowing together, ultimately transforming into a sharp sword domain. Within the spherical sword domain, countless sword lights complemented each other, forming a complete whole invincible. Zizzy, pathways of lightning spread and danced around the domain. What a powerful sword move. What technique is this? It's a Bloodline secret technique. It must be a Bloodline secret technique. Utilizing the power of the Bloodline combined with one's own sword intent to form a sword domain, it can both attack and defend. Such a sword move is simply against the heavens. It seems we have all underestimated Zhu Qing. With such mastery, he can undoubtedly enter the ranks of the top talents among the three great prodigies. Then Chen is going to lose. Countless martial artists in the square exclaimed, utterly shocked, completely spellbound by this continuous crescendo of events. They never expected an ordinary arena match to be so exciting. And this was just the round of 48 advancing to the top 24. Submit to defeat. Zhu Qing wielded a green long sword, his figure darting toward Chen. In the area covered by his thunder sword domain, the void crackled with explosive sounds. His eyes were ferocious, filled with a crazed expression, carrying boundless mockery. He believed that after this move, victory would undoubtedly belong to him. His thunder sword domain, combined with his bloodline and cutting sword intent, formed a perfect whole. Even those with a higher cultivation than him could not break through in a short time. Once he seized the opportunity, they could only wait to die obediently. Interesting, is this your strongest move? A smile played at the corners of Chen's mouth as he quickly analyzed the structure of the opponent's thunder sword domain. In his previous life in the martial domain, Chen had encountered countless powerful beings. What techniques had he not seen before? He immediately discerned the structure of this thunder sword domain. Interesting, combining bloodline and sword intent? Whoosh! With a cold snort, Chen's figure flickered, moving forward instead of retreating, and in an instant he was engaged in battle with Zhu Qing. Psst, psst, psst. Countless sword energies and electric lights intertwined in the sky, each strike resonating with a stunning explosion. During their clash, a terrifying force produced a clanging sound against the hard arena floor. This arena was constructed from special materials in the ancient southern capital and had been preserved since ancient times, making it exceptionally formidable. Had it been an ordinary arena, even if built from profound iron, it would have been riddled with holes by now. Useless, you can't break through my thunder sword domain at all. Zhu Qing's gaze was sharp as he continuously launched attacks. Rays of lightning surged around him. The lightning even had a paralyzing effect, while the terrifying cutting sword intent made opponents hesitant to relax even slightly. It felt as if any moment of laxity would lead to complete obliteration by that cutting intent. Interesting, the combination of bloodline and sword intent can indeed form such a unique secret technique. In this vast world, there truly is no shortage of wonder. Chen raised an eyebrow. He had never encountered such a method of enhancing sword intent, allowing a practitioner's strength to multiply. However, sword intent has its own attributes, and bloodline also possesses its own attributes. If they cannot be perfectly combined, gaps can easily arise, affecting combat power and causing confusion on the path of future cultivation, leading to tremendous consequences. At the same time, Chen also quickly understood the flaws in this move. In an instant, various thoughts echoed in his mind, providing him with many new insights. The Thunder Sword domain, I have one as well. With a thought, Chen rapidly urged the Thunder bloodline within him. Zizzle, zizzle, countless lightning flashes suddenly appeared on the long sword in his hand. These lightning bolts fused with his sword light, forming a stunning lightning sword domain. This sudden scene shocked everyone. What? How can lightning also emerge from Chen? It's the power of the bloodline. It's Chen's bloodline power. This, Zhu Qing's bloodline power, is the electric sword bloodline. Could it be that Chen's bloodline power is also the electric sword bloodline? Wanting to learn Zhu Qing's moves to defeat him? What an absurd fantasy! People were astonished, while Zhu Qing was infuriated. Damn brat, do you think my Thunder Sword domain can just be comprehended casually? I spent 10 years mastering this move, perfectly combining sword intent and bloodline. You think you can learn my Thunder Sword domain in such a brief moment? You're too naive. Boom, terrifying electric light surged from Zhu Qing as he madly surged forward. Crack, crack, crack. The lightning sword domain Chen unleashed immediately became unstable. Ha ha ha, I told you could never comprehend it. Zhu Qing laughed maniacally, his attacks becoming even more violent. It seems that combining sword intent and bloodline isn't just about merging two powers together. There should be a process. While battling, Chen pondered and continuously observed the structure of the opponent's Thunder Sword domain, analyzing how the components fused with each other. Bang, bang, bang. After numerous exchanges, Chen kept retreating, using force against force, his body transforming into a series of afterimages while preventing Zhuge Qing from gaining a complete advantage. Right, aside from sword intent and bloodline, there's also the fusion of intent and true power. As time passed, Chen's understanding of the Thunder Sword domain grew deeper. In truth, Chen had not exposed various trump cards, and he had only tapped into less than 30% of his actual strength. Breaking through the opponent's Thunder Sword domain should be easy, but that would be too dull. With each clash, Chen's comprehension of the Thunder Sword domain deepened. In his mind, a sphere gradually formed, depicting the perfect structure of Zhuge Qing's Thunder Sword domain. The flow of true power, sword intent, and bloodline power was clearly presented. However, in Chen's eyes, this structural diagram still had many gaps. They needed to be filled one by one. Bastard, what's the skill in just dodging? If you have the ability, confront me head-on. After several exchanges, Zhuge Qing became exasperated. He had always prided himself on speed, yet Chen's speed and reaction were not inferior to his. Although his Thunder Sword domain was incredibly powerful, he could never hit Chen directly, causing his heart to grow increasingly restless. Confronting head-on, then I shall oblige you. At this moment, Chen finally fully comprehended Zhuge Qing's Thunder Sword domain. Boom! A terrifying lightning sword domain materialized around Chen, with flickering lightning sword intent bursting forth, unleashing boundless destructive power. Within the sword domain, Chen slashed out with a single stroke. Whoosh! With a mysterious rusted sword, a massive ray of lightning sword energy appeared in the air, striking down like an eagle soaring through the sky, instantly colliding with Zhuge Qing's Thunder Sword domain. Crack! Lightning erupted, a roar resounding, and the true power fluctuations caused Zhuge Qing's external Thunder Sword domain to tremble violently, ripples spreading outward in an unstable state. Impossible! Zhuge Qing bellowed in anger, his eyes widened in horror. There's nothing impossible. Thunder Sword domain, shatter for me. Chen sneered as the lightning sword domain around him suddenly expanded, and two circular sword domains collided in an instant. Boom crack, under Chen's sword domain, Zhuge Qing's sword domain shattered like a soap bubble, countless lightning bolts surging everywhere. It was weak and utterly unresilient. What? Zhuge Qing's eyes widened in shock. The next moment, with a flash of sword light, Chen slashed out. With a loud boom, the lightning true power surrounding Zhuge Qing erupted violently, sending him flying backward in utter disarray, his body charred black, crashing heavily down from the arena defeated. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the crowd. Using the Thunder Sword domain to defeat the Thunder Sword domain, was Chen a freak of nature. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to believe what they were witnessing, their hearts shaken to the core. At this moment, the entire venue was silent, not a sound could be heard. After a long while, a thunderous discussion erupted. What? The one-word electric sword Zhuge Qing was actually defeated. How strong? This Chen actually comprehended Zhuge Qing's ultimate move, the Thunder Sword domain, in such a short time, and the power he displayed far exceeds that of Zhuge Qing. Am I seeing things? Not only the Thunder Sword domain, but Zhuge Qing's strongest point is his speed. Chen completely overwhelmed him in speed as well. This Chen is only at the peak of the early mystic level, yet he managed to defeat Zhuge Qing. The entire ancient southern capital was in an uproar, with the noisy voices reaching the sky, nearly overturning the clouds above. It was simply unbelievable. As a genius of the Great Wei dynasty, he had a cultivation at the late mystic level, yet was defeated by someone at the peak of the early mystic level. Where was the justice in this? In the hearts of the experts from Qiān province, under normal circumstances, shouldn't the genius of the Great Wei dynasty easily fight above his level and defeat those from the 5 nations? Why had the situation reversed so suddenly? What shocked them even more was that Chen did not defeat Zhuge Qing with absolute strength. Instead, he completely crushed him in speed and the Thunder Sword domain, which felt entirely different from a simple defeat. It was pure humiliation. This Chen is a bit interesting. It seems I underestimated him just now. On the square, the three of Tiandu fixed their eyes on the scene. If Chen's cultivation was higher than Zhuge Qing, or if he defeated Zhuge Qing in some other way, they would not be so shocked. After all, everyone had their own areas of focus, and cultivation level did not necessarily explain everything. However, Chen defeated Zhuge Qing using his opponent's strongest method. This could not help but make them astonished. Using this method, does he think he's giving us geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty a warning? I admit that Chen has good combat talent, but if he only has this little strength, he is underestimating our geniuses from Qiān province. With a cold smile, Tiandu's eyes flashed with cold light, his demeanor still high and mighty. "Senior brother, this Chen is too arrogant. If he encounters me, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Feiwu's gaze was icy, filled with chilling intent. "He has some strength, but Zhuge Qing is merely a relatively good genius among us from Qiān province, not the top tier. If Chen thinks that this puts him above our geniuses from Qiān province, then he is too naive." Leng Wuxuang also chuckled coldly, her eyes indifferent. Chen's earlier combat style undoubtedly made many geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty feel even more dissatisfied, their hearts filled with coldness at this moment. On the other 5 arenas, battles were also in full swing. Buzz, 2 beams of white light descended, and both Feiwu and Feiwu were simultaneously selected to appear on the same arena. Oh, the Feiwu from the Lixianzong is up against Feiwu of the 5 nations. It's actually those two. Interesting. Feiwu is a genius of the Lixianzong with unparalleled palm techniques, originally a genius at the early mystic level. On the other hand, Feiwu was only a peak late heaven-level martial artist at the beginning. She might not be a match for Feiwu. That goes without saying. I heard Feiwu is one of the strongest geniuses of the Lixianzong besides Tiandu, so her strength should not be weak. Let's wait and see. The crowd was in an uproar. Feiwu and Feiwu were both extremely beautiful women. As soon as they took the stage, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Humph, didn't expect my opponent this round to be you wretched person. Your good luck is about to end here." Seeing that her opponent was Feiwu, a trace of resentment and anger flashed in Feiwu's eyes, and then she coldly said, "Who wins and who loses is still uncertain." Feiwu frowned. "I have no grievances with you. Why are you insulting me right from the start?" "Uncertain? Who do you think you are? Just a lowly commoner from the 5 nations, thinking you're some noble fairy? People like you are only worthy of being slaves to the disciples of our Great Wei dynasty." Feiwu spat venomously. "I haven't offended you, have I?" Feiwu's eyes turned cold. "You keep calling me a wretched person. Don't you realize that the truly despicable one is yourself? Still talking back? Slap her." Swish. As soon as the words fell, Feiwu suddenly appeared at Feiwu's right front side and fiercely slapped her cheek. The blurred shadow of her palm changed in the air, instantly transforming into countless illusory images, layer upon layer, and suddenly reached Feiwu, clearly intending to slap her away and humiliate her heavily. Wind, flower, snow, moon. It was clearly a competition, yet the other party appeared to be aggressive, truly thinking she could be bullied. Feiwu felt anger rising within but kept her face impassive, her entire body surging with a mysterious energy flow. Countless sword lights resembling flying flowers filled the sky, turning into cold stars that scattered and extinguished the palm shadows in the air. 1,000 hands transforming into immortals. When her first move missed, Feiwu's expression twisted, her figure flickering and her palms smacked down again. The myriad of palm shadows flooded the air, instantly appearing in the hundreds or thousands, like immortals reaching out their hands to subdue demons. Flying snow across the sky. Suddenly, countless snowflakes fell from the sky, dotting the ground and erupting with chilling, killing intent, transforming into sword energies that covered the area, forming an inescapable net. Puff, puff, puff. The sword-light snowflakes and palm shadows intertwined, both extinguishing, and the intense energy formed a violent whirlwind, creating an invisible energy vortex that exploded with a roar. Very step, seeing that she couldn't gain the upper hand in a frontal confrontation, Feiwu's figure flashed on the arena, her afterimages appearing as if they were flowers in the mist, and in an instant she appeared behind Feiwu. "Wretched girl, let's see if you can withstand my next move, mandarins playing in the water." "Get lost!" Feiwu, with a proud expression, simultaneously attacked with both hands, enveloping numerous palm shadows over Feiwu, the energy surging and instantly threatening to shred her robes to pieces, exposing her body. Despicable attack! Feiwu's eyes turned icy and her sword intent erupted. Puff, puff, puff! In the midst of the violent roars, Feiwu burst forth with dazzling light, extinguishing all of Feiwu's attacks. Around her, an invisible sword intent formed a void-like defense, resisting all incoming attacks. What kind of sword intent is this?" Feiwu's eyes widened in shock. Blizzard. What responded to her was Feiwu's indifferent eyes and a deeply cold sword strike. The sharpness of the sword light was unmatched, tearing through the protective energy surrounding Feiwu and then heavily slashed her away. Puff, spitting out blood, Feiwu's robe was torn, and she fell heavily onto the arena, revealing a pink undergarment beneath and exposing her spring light. "You!" Feiwu was filled with shame and anger, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Clang, as her long sword was sheathed, the dazzling light surrounding Yu Qiānxu extinguished. Without even glancing at her opponent, she was enveloped in white light and teleported away. Yu Qiānxu appeared on one side of the square, her expression cold, while Hua Feiwu was teleported away, falling outside of Gunnan City. I actually lost. Hastily putting on a long robe to cover her exposed figure, Hua Feiwu felt a mix of shame and anger in her heart. At the same time, the surrounding crowd erupted in disbelief. What? Is it over so soon? How could Hua Feiwu from the Liuxian sect lose? The winner is Yu Qiānxu. How are the people from the 5 nations this terrifying? It's too exaggerated. How is this possible? Hua Feiwu is too weak. Wrong, it's not that Hua Feiwu is too weak, but that Yu Qiānxu is too strong. She's just a disciple from the 5 nations. How could her strength be so formidable? The crowd burst into chaos, as if an explosion had occurred. Yu Qiānxu's victory over Hua Feiwu undoubtedly dealt another heavy blow to the strong figures of the Dawei dynasty. In the square, Chen smiled calmly. If the Dawei dynasty continued to hold onto their unparalleled stance, they would face great misfortune soon. Perhaps before the assessment began in Gunnan City, Yu Qiānxu and the others could not compare to the geniuses of the Dawei dynasty. But after going through 3 rounds of preliminary assessments, all the exceptionally talented and highly perceptive geniuses learned a lot from it. Moreover, after the Heavenly Tao Divine Light baptism following the preliminary assessments, Yu Qiānxu and the others completely had the chance to catch up. At this moment, other duels on the platforms were also taking place. Boom. A black-robed expert from the Ghost Immortal sect struck out with a palm, sending a mid-phase peak expert of the Dawei dynasty flying. Chen's brows furrowed. He had been keeping an eye on several disciples of the Ghost Immortal sect, and so far, only one had been eliminated, leaving 5 still on the platform. Where do these geniuses come from? How can they generally be stronger than the geniuses of the Dawei dynasty? Chen was puzzled. Such geniuses could not possibly be cultivated by the Ghost Immortal sect of the 5 nations. As he was pondering, 2 beams of white light descended, and the cold book gentleman Leng Wuxuang and a black-robed genius from the Ghost Immortal sect were simultaneously teleported up. Chen's eyes brightened. With the personalities of these geniuses from the Ghost Immortal sect, they were certainly not the kind to surrender without a fight. And with the strength of the cold book gentleman, he would definitely force the opponent to reveal their true techniques and strength. Indeed, upon seeing that his opponent was Leng Wuxuang, the genius from the Ghost Immortal sect's eyes turned icy, and an unprecedented battle intent erupted from him. A chilling aura spread from his body. You are not my opponent, get off now, and I might let you go. The cold book gentleman looked coldly at the opponent, his gaze frigid. Quite the arrogant tone. The black-robed genius curled his lips into a cold smile, a sinister voice echoed. Are you looking to die? The cold book gentleman's expression suddenly darkened. This kid from the 5 nations actually showed no fear of him, clearly looking down on him. Looking to die? Heh, cold book gentleman, one of the geniuses of Chunju, I wonder if you have such abilities. Licking his lips, the black-robed genius's voice carried a hint of eagerness, unafraid. How infuriating, do they all look down on me? The cold book gentleman was completely furious. With a wave, he suddenly opened the jade fan in his hand, and an astonishing wave of treasure weapon aura spread out. Both the cold book gentleman and Li Cunyan used fans as weapons. One was a jade fan, while the other was a silver fan, but the momentum they exerted while wielding them was worlds apart. Chen narrowed his eyes. There are not many who use fans as weapons, and fan-type treasure weapons are even rarer. However, because they are rare, they are more difficult to deal with. It was a perfect opportunity to witness what kind of abilities the cold book gentleman, known as one of the 3 great talents of Chunju, truly possessed. Strength is not spoken of but fought out. Boom, rather than enduring a prolonged exchange, the encounter quickly reached its essential truth. The black-robed genius unleashed a sudden surge of berserk killing intent, his body shrouded in a strange, demonic martial will. Streams of black demonic energy spread from him, faint blood-red glimmers threading the dark mist. The aura ferocious and unnatural, wholly unlike ordinary Great Way or 5 nations cultivators. He cried out a name of a move, and a claw of blood-black energy lunged like a demonic god. The sight shocked the crowd. The demonic will was heavy, the energy foul, and for a moment many believed Leng might be pressured. Leng Wuxuang's face barely changed. With a single, precise set of movements, the jade fan opened and closed, the fan of heaven and earth, and then the Beidou 7 deadly stars flickered out, cold light stabbing into the dark energy. The demonic claw was shattered, the black-robed genius coughed up blood, his aura collapsed, and he was sent tumbling off the platform, 7 blood holes appearing across his chest. He fell heavily, motionless. A white light descended, certifying the end. A black-robed member of the Ghost Immortal sect immediately materialized beside the fallen youth, silently retrieving the body and bearing it away without a word. Throughout the brief but brutal scene, the strongest black-robed youth from the Ghost Immortal sect watched from the crowd, his gaze steady and cold, a faint yet unmistakable chill in his demeanor as he glanced at Leng Wushwang before turning away as if nothing had occurred. The surrounding martial artists were all extremely shocked. The Ghost Immortal sect's disciples were labeled on sight, and yet their presence here felt anomalous. The demonic will and the blood-black energy were not the ordinary techniques of the Five Nations. Though the single black-robed genius had been dismantled by Leng Wushwang, the manner of his power, hidden, demonic, and unsettling, left a residue of unease. It hinted that the Ghost Immortal sect harbored more than met the eye, and that the watching strongest youth would matter later. In everyone's eyes, young Master Leng and the other two great prodigies had already formed a clear dividing line from the remaining geniuses. On one side were the three great prodigies, and on the other, the rest of the geniuses. Between the two was like an insurmountable chasm. Leng Wushwang, to take so long to deal with a commoner from the Five Nations, you really are bringing glory to us three great prodigies. Even so, when Leng Wushwang returned to the square, he caught the mocking voice of Dai Tianyi. Humph, Leng Wushwang coldly snorted, ignoring Dai Tianyi's provocation. On another arena, Wang Kaiming also encountered his opponent, a genius from the Dawei dynasty famous for his leg techniques, his face like a carved knife, thick brows, and cold eyes. Henshin blade technique. Wang Kaiming took the initiative, with a gray light of the blade bursting forth, containing a peculiar intent. The cold, hate-filled blade intent seemed to freeze the void, instilling fear in all. Shatter for me? The cold-eyed youth showed no fear, kicking out with his legs, countless leg shadows filling the sky, heavy and solid, charging forward with immense power, instantly shattering Wang Kaiming's blade light, while even more leg shadows enveloped towards Wang Kaiming. Wang Kaiming remained expressionless, slashing out with his second blade. Destined to be supreme, Puchai. The thick blade light nearly pierced the heavens, exuding an extremely cold and terrifying intent. Within the coldness, boundless rage mixed with a swirling mass of black blade energy surged forth, shattering the overwhelming leg shadows and sweeping forward. Settle the world. Boom, the massive leg shadow collided with the blade light, both shattering and erupting into a violent storm of true power, blasting in all directions. Your strength is not weak, but unfortunately still lacking a bit. Come again, and with this move I will defeat you. The cold-eyed youth roared, another heavy leg shadow kicking out, as if a towering blood beast trampling everything. After the leg shadow, Wang Kaiming's cold voice resounded. Destroy heaven and earth! With a loud bang, a gigantic blade light several zhang long appeared, containing an incredibly cold and terrifying blade intent, trembling in the void, cutting through the thick and powerful leg shadow, and then descending upon the opponent's body. Puchai! The true power shield on the cold-eyed youth's chest shattered, and he flew backward, spitting blood. Clang! Wang Kaiming sheathed his blade, enveloped in white light, and was teleported to the victorious square. His cold expression and detached demeanor drew the astonished gasps of the crowd. Seeing this scene, Chen smiled slightly. It seems that after going through the ancient southern capital preliminaries, Wang Kaiming's strength has improved significantly. His knife intent has not only broken through to minor success, but has even formed his unique combat style. With such strength, he can stand among many strong opponents, but how far he can go ultimately depends on his luck. Next, the competition continued, and it was evident that the talents from the Five Nations were indeed no match for the Great Wei dynasty. Aside from Yu Kaiangsu, Chen, and Wang Kaiming, almost all the remaining participants from the Five Nations faced the disciples of the Great Wei dynasty and were swiftly defeated, unable to resist at all. Of course, the most frightening were still Dai Tianyi and Hua Tiandu. After they were chosen, the talented individuals from the Great Wei dynasty showed bitter expressions and directly conceded, lacking even the courage to fight. They understood very clearly in their hearts that they could never be a match for the Zongzi of Liuxian sect and the young master of Daizin. If they forced a fight, they might anger the two, and their forces would surely face oppression. Since victory was impossible, why seek self-inflicted suffering? Boom! In other arenas, two beams of white light descended, and the strongest black-robed youth from the Ghost Immortal sect instantly appeared on the stage. Opposite him stood a young man with short brown hair, whose aura was as formidable as a mountain. Seeing his opponent, the brown-haired youth furrowed his brow, his expression grave. After the previous matches, even if the people from the Great Wei dynasty looked down on the Five Nations, they knew that among the Five Nations there were a few extremely terrifying geniuses. especially this black-robed youth before him, who seemed to be a disciple of some ghost immortal sect. In the first round of the competition, he defeated a talented individual from the Great Wei dynasty with just a glance. Moreover, in the previous preliminary assessments, this person's results were also quite terrifying, ranking 5th closely behind the 3 great geniuses. Is it this guy? On the sidelines, upon seeing the black-robed youth take the stage, Chen focused his gaze. Among all the geniuses present, the only ones who could slightly capture his attention were the 3 great geniuses of Qiān, aside from this black-robed youth. The mysterious origins and strange strength of this person made Chen feel inexplicably that his strength was enough to contend with the 3 great geniuses of Qiān. You go first. On the stage, the black-robed youth stood there, his expression unmoving, then placed his hands behind his back, coldly looking at the brown-haired youth before him. What does this mean? Everyone was taken aback. This was a stage battle, yet this person had his hands behind his back and did not seem ready to attack. The brown-haired youth also frowned, clearly not understanding the black-robed youth's intention. You people from the Great Wei dynasty are nothing special. I don't even need to use both hands to deal with you. The black-robed youth sneered. Impudent, arrogant, simply too brazen. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted, almost bursting with anger. Everyone from the Great Wei dynasty looked angrily at the black-robed youth on the stage, their eyes nearly spitting fire. The actions of the black-robed youth were nothing short of an insult to their Qiān geniuses. At the location of the ghost immortal sect, a black-robed elder frowned, too impulsive. Another black-robed elder coldly smiled. Teaching his disciples has always been like this. You shouldn't be surprised. Previously, that Leng Wushwang severely injured the 5th, so if he did not get angry, it would be strange. Forget it. Let him be. The previous black-robed elder seemed to know the character of the black-robed youth and could only sigh helplessly. Interesting. On the contrary, Tiandu and the others smiled coldly, clearly intrigued by the actions of the black-robed youth. Do you not think you are too arrogant? The brown-haired youth's face turned red, resembling a liver, as he, a dignified genius of Qiān and a late-stage Earth-level expert, had never been so underestimated. You seek your own death, then I shall fulfill it for you. A sinister and terrifying voice rang out, and as soon as the words fell, the brown-haired youth launched his attack. Dragon Clash Tiger Fight! Roar! With his first move, a world-shattering punch erupted, and a massive roar echoed through the heavens. An indistinct dragon-shaped phantom appeared on the stage, radiating terrifying oppressive force. Offended by the black-robed youth's contempt, he was thoroughly enraged and attacked without holding back, putting forth all his strength. The terrifying punch power transformed into a fierce roaring dragon, pouncing towards the black-robed youth. It's the heavenly dragon fist of the dominant fist sect, cultivated to the extreme, enough to shatter stone and rock. Humph, the former head of the dominant fist sect, demonstrated this heavenly dragon fist and shattered a small hill with a single punch. Although Wang Dong may not possess the strength of the sect master, as the #1 genius of the dominant fist sect, he at least holds 3 parts of that power. For that kid to be so arrogant is simply seeking death. To dare look down on our Great Wei dynasty's talents. He will surely regret it. Seeing this, many strong individuals from the Great Wei dynasty began to discuss fervently, their expressions invigorated. Boom, just as they anticipated. Suddenly, a streak of flowing light appeared and instantly shattered the dragon-shaped punch power, dissipating into the wind. After the surging energy passed, the black-robed youth withdrew his right foot and slowly walked towards his opponent. What? It's a leg technique, such terrifying leg skill. With just a casual kick, he destroyed the heavenly dragon fist technique. How is that possible? The crowd was in shock. Wang Dong, the brown-haired youth, also changed his expression. Dragon walk tiger step? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not engaging head-on with the black-robed youth, Wang Dong's figure flickered on the stage, turning into flowing afterimages as he furiously punched at the location of the black-robed youth. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying roar of true power continuously echoed, and the shadows of punches filled the air, surging like floodwaters, wrapping around the black-robed youth and crashing forward without reservation. In an instant, the entire stage was filled with the sounds of furious dragons, and the air erupted under the wind of the punches, roaring continuously. Yet no matter how Wang Dong attacked, the black-robed youth maintained an expression as calm as water, with a series of kicks shattering all of Wang Dong's punch power. The overwhelming force of the punches couldn't even come close to him as he steadily advanced. Throughout the entire process, the black-robed youth kept his hands behind his back. How can this guy's strength be so terrifying? Wang Dong's face twisted with rage. The opponent's mastery of leg techniques clearly exceeded his expectations. I must not let him get closer. Heavenly Dragon ascends. With a fierce roar, Wang Dong unleashed his strongest move. Boom, the roar of the dragon echoed through the heavens, and Wang Dong seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch at the moment the black-robed youth was about to counterattack. The terrifying pressure from the punch surged forward, swiftly arriving in front of the opponent. To Wang Dong's ecstatic surprise, facing such a fearsome punch, the black-robed youth seemed stunned, showing not the slightest reaction. Take this! With a loud bang, Wang Dong's punch landed heavily on the black-robed youth's chest. Ha, let you be arrogant, get lost! Feeling that he had hit the opponent solidly, Wang Dong was overjoyed. He could even feel the rebound force when his fist collided with the opponent's chest. In an instant, a violent airflow surged, containing endless power like an erupting volcano. Under Wang Dong's drive, it madly surged into the opponent's body, attempting to shatter his meridians and internal organs. In the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. On the arena, the young man in a black robe stood motionless, merely standing there, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No matter how fiercely Wang Dong's punch impacted him, or how the true power rushed within him, his figure remained unshaken. In Wang Dong's perception, the young man in black robe seemed like an insurmountable peak, towering and immovable. The punch power he unleashed after entering the opponent's body was like a stone sinking into the sea, having no reaction whatsoever. This is your attack? Too weak. A talent from the Great Wei dynasty is nothing like this. Let me show you what a real attack is. A cold voice echoed as the young man in black robe looked at Wang Dong with a gaze full of pity, and his aura suddenly surged. What? I admit, Wang Dong's face turned pale in horror, and he opened his mouth to concede. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, the young man in black robe suddenly kicked out. Bang! With no way to dodge, the young man's right leg, under the gaze of all, crashed heavily onto the astonished Wang Dong. Before the stunned spectators, Wang Dong flew out like a kite with a broken string, blood spraying wildly from his mouth, and then fell to the ground like a rag bag, becoming a puddle of mud. With this level of strength you dare to attack me? I don't kill you not because of mercy, but because I disdain you. The same words, the same tone, echoed in the arena. The young man in black robe curled his lips in a cold smile, glancing at Leng Wuxuang below the stage. You! Leng Wuxuang's forehead bulged with veins. This line was what he had just said to another disciple of the Ghost Immortal sect. He never expected it would come back to him through the talent of the Great Wei dynasty. A white light enveloped the young man in black robe as he was teleported away. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent, and all the powerhouses of the Great Wei dynasty looked angrily at that young man from the Ghost Immortal sect. There was shock and there was anger. Wang Dong actually lost just like that? One kick shattered all of Wang Dong's defenses. How could this person be so strong? Did you see? Earlier, Wang Dong's full-power strike landed solidly on this person, but he had no injuries at all. Wang Dong's strength is enough to kill ordinary late-stage mystic-level masters in seconds. Could it be that this person's defense has already reached the Wuzong level? What, if that's the case, can he really contest against the likes of the Dai Xin young master? The crowd erupted, discussions rising and falling like waves, containing endless anger. When did the Ghost Immortal sect have such a terrifying talent? The powerhouses of the Great Wei dynasty were furious, and the experts from the 5 countries outside Gunandu were equally enraged. Especially Xian, the spirit martial king. This person's strength is likely even more terrifying than mine. Then what kind of expert taught him? Xian looked at the few black-robed elders from the Ghost Immortal sect with fear in his heart. Before, the sect master Nianxuo and others from the Ghost Immortal sect were destroyed by my great Qi. If these people are truly experts from the Ghost Immortal sect, my great Qi will likely fall into crisis. In an instant, a strong sense of danger rose within Xian. Not only Xian was paying attention, but Chen's gaze also fell on the opponent, a glint of cold light flashing. This person's defense has probably reached the Wuzong level. With a 4th-tier mystic level cultivation, he can possess 5th-tier defensive power. The defensive technique he cultivates is definitely not of mystic level. At the very least, it's earth level. Moreover, this person's spiritual power is also extremely terrifying, indicating he has cultivated some powerful secret technique. Given the level of the 5 countries, the Ghost Immortal sect can't possibly have such secret techniques and martial arts, otherwise Nianxuo wouldn't have been so easily killed. It can be confirmed that these guys are definitely not disciples of the Ghost Immortal sect, but rather imposters from other sects and forces. A thought flashed, and Chen had a guess in his heart. To raise one's strength to such a degree is not achievable by mere hard training. It requires powerful techniques and incredible resources. Both are indispensable. No matter how one looked at it, They didn't seem like talents that could be cultivated by the 5 countries. But if they come from some powerful sect or force, why hide their true identity and masquerade as disciples of the ghost Immortal sect? This was what Chen was suspicious about. In the case of the various forces of the Great Wei dynasty coveting the inheritance of Tiandu, they could come strongly, and with the strength of the 5 countries, they couldn't resist at all. Yet these individuals insisted on pretending to be disciples of the ghost Immortal sect, which was rather strange and puzzling. Could it be that this force is a forbidden sect of the Great Wei dynasty, unrecognized by the Great Wei dynasty? He thought of a possibility, but quickly dismissed it. If that were the case, their stance should be cautious and low-key to avoid attracting the attention of various forces from the Great Wei dynasty and exposing themselves, rather than actively provoking Leng Shugong from the Tianheng Academy as they were doing now. In an instant, Chen's gaze flickered as he fell into contemplation. As for the match, it continued. The second round of the competition was the top 48 to the top 24, requiring a total of 24 matches. With 6 matches in one round, the speed of the duels was extremely fast. Boom, a punch sent a talent from the Great Wei dynasty flying. Yu Wenfeng from the Great Liang Kingdom defeated his opponent again, successfully entering the top 24, becoming another victor from the 5 countries. In addition, among the remaining 3 talents from the Ghost Immortal sect, 2 were fortunate and successfully entered the top 24. The last one, however, encountered Xiao Jinghang from the Qiān sect. The 2 sides fought fiercely, exchanging blows and revealing their trump cards. In the end, Xiao Jinghang was stronger, seizing the opportunity to send his opponent flying, securing a place in the top 24. What pleased Chen the most was that Zhao Lingshan had good luck, running into a talent who was merely at the pinnacle of the mid-mystic level. After a fierce battle, she successfully advanced. From then on, the remaining matches all came to a close. With the 24 matches concluded, the top 24 competitors were selected. There are actually so many people from the 5 countries entering the top 24? Looking at the 24 competitors still present in the square, exclamations rang out from outside Tiandu. Among the 24, the talents from the Great Wei dynasty occupied only 16 slots, while surprisingly 8 disciples came from the 5 countries. These 8 were Chen, Yu Kaiangsu, Wang Kaiming, Yu Wenfeng, Zhao Lingshan, and 3 disciples from the Ghost Immortal sect. This ratio made the faces of the powerhouses from the Great Wei dynasty dark, almost dripping with water. In their original expectations, there should only be a few, maybe only 1 or 2, entering the top 24 from the 5 countries. Yet the result far exceeded their expectations, leaving them extremely depressed. 8 participants, isn't it a bit too many disciples from the 5 nations? Truly a group of useless people, allowing so many disciples from the 5 nations to break into the top 24. Such a disgrace. The top 3 prodigies of the Emperor Qiān, along with many powerful figures from the Dawei dynasty, were all inwardly dissatisfied. In their view, this ratio was simply too high. At this rate, wouldn't there be 4 disciples from the 5 nations entering the top 12 in the end? How could such a thing happen? In the hearts of the Dawei dynasty strong, they believed that at most only 1 or 2 warriors from the 5 nations could break into the top 12 and obtain the opportunity for inheritance. Ideally, none should get through. All should be occupied by their Qiānju geniuses. As for the ancient southern capital being a relic within the 5 nations, they didn't consider that at all. Rest assured, with so many participants before, their cultivation levels vary, and the opponents they face will also differ in strength. Naturally, there will be a few lucky ones slipping through, but after reaching the top 24, it will be difficult for these disciples from the 5 nations to advance further. Currently we have 16 talents from Qiānju on the field. Besides the 3 great prodigies, the rest are basically first-rate talents beneath them. To obtain an inheritance quota from them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Let the people from the 5 nations be happy for a while longer. Soon they should understand what despair is. He. Many powerful figures from the Dawei dynasty communicated secretly, filled with confidence. They believed that the current achievements were just temporary, and the final results would proceed as they had initially predicted. After a brief break, the 3rd round of the arena competition began. This round would select the top 12 from the 24 participants, and these 12 would have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. Before the matches began, the atmosphere in the arena had already become incredibly tense. Everyone's eyes were cold and fierce. After all the hard work coming from various places, participating in multiple assessments and battles, what was the ultimate goal? Was it not to receive the legendary inheritance of the ancient southern capital? Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. They just needed to go through one more round of competition to obtain the chance for inheritance. Who would be willing to give up? I must win this round. I've heard that the ancient southern capital has an extraordinary origin, and its inheritance is surely extraordinary. As long as I can defeat this opponent, I will have the chance to obtain the inheritance. In the future, stepping out of Qiān and dazzling the entire dynasty is not impossible. I Meng Xingju did not come to this world just to be the green leaf accentuating the three great prodigies. These three great prodigies merely have better backgrounds and more resources. If I can receive sufficient cultivation, my future will undoubtedly surpass that of the three great prodigies of Qiān. Everyone's eyes were cold, silently roaring in their hearts. The third round of competition begins. A cold voice came from above, and with a wave of his hand, a tremendous rumbling sound echoed. The 6 original arenas in the center quickly began to rotate, merging together in pairs, ultimately transforming into 3 arenas. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, 6 beams of white light fell and enveloped 6 of the 24 participants. Wang Kaiming has been selected, and Tiandu from the Liuxian sect has also been selected. Among the 6, 2 caught Chen's attention. Wang Kaiming's opponent was a genius who had just broken through to the late-stage profound level after the divine light of the Tao, whom Chen had seen compete before. His strength was exceptionally impressive and should not be underestimated. He was indeed a very composed person. Among the 24 participants, Chen had almost watched every match and knew very well that with Wang Kaiming's strength, at least 7 or 8 of the participants would guarantee his defeat. However, the remaining 10 or so still held a glimmer of hope. Wang Kaiming, your opponent, I've seen him fight before. His overall strength is incredibly impressive, with no obvious weaknesses. In terms of cultivation, he is also a notch stronger than you. If it were anyone else, defeat would be certain, but you are different. A swordsman charges forward with the potential to create miracles. If you engage him in direct combat and fight a protracted battle, defeat is inevitable, but your advantage lies in your sword intent. As long as you maintain an indomitable spirit, you may yet create miracles. Chen's voice echoed in Wang Kaiming's mind. Thank you, young Master Chen, I understand now. On the arena, Wang Kaiming looked at Chen and nodded slightly. His eyes shimmered with determination, more resolute than ever before. Nodding, Chen said no more. What he could do was limited. Whether Wang Kaiming could defeat his opponent and how far he could go was no longer up to him. As a martial artist, there are always obstacles and challenges on the path ahead. Chen believed that someone like Wang Kaiming, even if he were to lose the duel, would not stay down but would only grow more resolute. This was also what he admired about Wang Kaiming. While Chen and Wang Kaiming communicated, the entire arena of the ancient southern capital, even including all the strong from Qiān outside, had their gazes fixed on the arena where Tiandu stood, their eyes filled with shock. What, Lin Kong? Tiandu's opponent is actually Lin Kong. Lin Kong's luck is too bad to encounter Tiandu, what a pity. With Lin Kong's strength, entering the top 12 should have been effortless, yet he ended up facing Tiandu. The arrangement of the ancient southern capital's will is simply unreasonable. The crowd was in an uproar, creating a sensation. Countless disciples from the Dawei dynasty were shaken to their core. Tiandu, the top disciple of the Liuxian sect, was 23 this year, and one of the most terrifying geniuses in Qiān in the past century, hailed as one of the 3 great prodigies of this era. His track record was extremely impressive. He had grown almost without rivals. Before participating in the assessment of the ancient southern capital, he was already a late-stage profound-level powerhouse at just 23. In fact, during his time in Qiān, he had even defeated a 5th-level Wuzong powerhouse. This caused a stir in Qiān. In reality, all 3 great prodigies of Qiān had records of defeating Wuzong powerhouses at the late-stage profound level, which is one of the thresholds for becoming a prodigy. Now, after participating in the assessment of the ancient southern capital, he had undergone a significant amount of the divine light of the Tao's baptism. It could be said that no one truly knew his current strength or how far he was from a 5th-level Wuzong. Regardless, Tiandu was regarded as one of the top 3 among this generation of Qiān prodigies in the minds of the strong in Qiān. This ranking was unshakable by anyone. Anyone facing Tiandu would only face defeat. Unfortunately, the unlucky one was Lin Kong, whom many were reluctant to see lose. Though Lin Kong was not as dazzling as Tiandu, he was also one of the top geniuses in Qiān. Some even believed that Lin Kong had the potential to challenge the title of prodigy. Lin Kong may not be as dazzling as Tiandu, nor as noble, but he is still an astonishing genius within Qiān Prefecture. His strength can be said to be among the top 10 recognized talents in Qiān Prefecture. At 24 years old, before coming to ancient southern capital, he had already reached the peak of the mystic level mid-stage, which is quite abnormal. Such a person could not possibly be simple. As a top genius of Qiān prefecture, everyone believed he had a chance to inherit a legacy, and no one wanted to see him face Tiandu in this round. Unfortunately, he encountered Tiandu. Finally, a person worthy of Tiandu's seriousness has appeared. Even if Lin Kong can't defeat him, at least he can force out most of his strength. Indeed, if it were someone else, Tiandu might not take it seriously, but Lin Kong is different. I wonder how far Lin Kong can push Tiandu. Let's wait and see. What a pity for Lin Kong. On the stage, Lin Kong's expression turned extremely grim upon seeing his opponent was Tiandu. This was the last thing he wanted to encounter, and he never expected it to happen. He, Lin Kong, is it? You are simply unlucky. Opposite him, Tiandu appeared calm. You're not my opponent. If you don't want to waste time, I advise you to admit defeat. With an indifferent gaze, Tiandu held a haughty demeanor. To him, a recognized top 10 genius in Qiān prefecture was no different from an ordinary martial artist, as if he didn't regard Lin Kong at all. Isn't it a bit too early for you to say that? At his words, Lin Kong's aura surged and exploded, his expression returning to calm, giving off a tremendous power that was awakening, and his domineering posture was shocking. Tiandu held his right hand behind his back, casually placing his left hand to the side, glancing at Lin Kong and saying lightly, "No matter how unwilling you feel, you are no match for me. If you're smart enough, you should know when to give up. Humph, I admit your strength is impressive, but you are not invincible. I will show you how ridiculous your previous words were." Lin Kong's eyes shone with brilliance, containing the intent to sweep everything away, a fierce pressure directed at Tiandu. At the same time, he roared, and a long halberd appeared in his hand, wrapped in dark flames, stabbing forward. "Dominate the world!" As the halberd was thrust out, the dark flames spun wildly, transforming into spiraling fire patterns that shot out, the intense heat even igniting the true energy in the air, adding to its might. "Exterminate!" Tiandu's gaze remained indifferent, showing no change. He extended his left hand lightly, spreading his 5 fingers, reaching out towards the fire patterns in the air. With a pop, the fire patterns extinguished. His movements were casual. At that moment, Lin Kong's follow-up 3 halberd attacks came crashing in, each one more ferocious than the last, merging vast amounts of true power with the halberd. "Dark Knight 3 halberds!" With a loud rumble. The entire stage was enveloped by a dark aura, as if it had suddenly entered the night. Within the darkened space, 3 beams of halberd light shot out like flowing stars, targeting the vital points around Tiandu. Interesting. Transforming Immortal Palm? Transforming Immortal Palm is a unique skill of the Liuxian sect, though not the top-tier skill. Earlier, Hua Feiwu had also used it, but in Tiandu's hands, it had been enhanced by several times. The entire space surged with vigor, the powerful palm force swept through, causing the black aura to roll back and instantaneously clear away. Under the terrifying palm force, the 3 beams of halberd light disintegrated, shattered into pieces, and vanished into nothingness. Many powerful figures from the Great Wei dynasty fixed their eyes, their hearts shocked. Tiandu's talent was truly terrifying. Transforming Immortal Palm in his hand seemed alive, perfected to an extreme. Its power compared to Hua Feiwu's was like heaven and earth apart, revealing the true intricacies of transforming Immortal Palm. In comparison, from a power standpoint alone, it was impossible to tell they were the same technique. "Halberd, battle the world!" With the violent attacks being neutralized, Lin Kong took a deep breath, his gaze becoming more serious, yet he showed no intention of retreating. He infused all of his true power into the battle, halberd merging man and halberd into one, transforming into a dragon, charging madly towards Tiandu like a cannonball, the air roaring violently as it passed. Not bad, but still far from enough. Tiandu kept his right hand behind his back, smiling slightly. He transformed his left hand from palm to finger, pointing into the air. "Flying Immortal Finger!" Whoosh. With a single point, the surrounding world seemed to merge into the momentum of the finger. An astonishing beam of finger light descended like a meteor, sweeping away everything with an unmatched will, charging forward. Boom. The beam of finger light collided with the halberd's might, like a meteor crashing into Earth, producing a shocking shockwave that caused explosions in the air. The power was terrifying. Fortunately, around each stage, there were ancient remnants of barriers protecting it, preventing any energy from leaking. Otherwise, just this shockwave alone could kill an ordinary mystic-level martial artist. Its power was frightening. Puff, amid the violent fluctuations and flames, Lin Kong, holding the battle halberd, was blasted backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his posture messy. Flying Immortal Finger, this is one of the top secret techniques of the Liuxian sect. It is said that when mastered to perfection, a single finger can pierce through a mountain peak. Flying Immortal Finger is renowned for its incredible destructive and penetrating power. Coupled with Tiandu's status as a genius, martial artists of the same level are no match for a single finger. Lin Kang forcing Tiandu to use Flying Immortal Finger is already quite rare, deserving of honor. It's just that Tiandu is too strong, towering above the younger generation with almost no rivals among peers. Lin Kang was still too arrogant. If he had admitted defeat, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The crowd was in an uproar, discussing among themselves. Some sighed, others felt regret, and there was also mockery. Tiandu, if this is your true strength, it's still not enough. Take this move, sweeping the 8 wastelands. Just when everyone thought Lin Kang had already lost, on the stage, after being knocked back over 100 meters, Lin Kang suddenly roared in anger, erupting with an even more terrifying aura. An astonishing dark power spread from him, as if he had emerged from purgatory, leaping into the air, sweeping towards Tiandu with a halberd. Boom! The black battle halberd swept everything, bringing forth massive black halberd shadows, layer upon layer like a tsunami rushing in, descending right in front of Tiandu. Tiandu was momentarily stunned, then focused, delivering a punch. Bang! The halberd light exploded, unleashing endless black light, engulfing Tiandu entirely, frantically obliterating everything. What? Lin Kang still has this move? The crowd was shaken, with incredible discussions erupting. Many experts from the Great Wei dynasty outside ancient southern capital could see that Lin Kang's halberd had frightening power, at least doubled compared to before. Such an attack could threaten a level 5 Wuzong expert, making them no longer dare to underestimate him. On the arena, Tiandu was wrapped in layers of black spear shadows, a terrifying power continuously dissipating, exuding an astonishing aura that made everyone below the stage change color in shock. Such might even made the 5th level Wuzong anxious and shaken. Tiandu, although you are a world-class genius, I, Lin Kang, am certainly not an easy match. This move is my ultimate skill that I have painstakingly practiced for 3 years. Fortunately, during this assessment in Gunnan City, I thoroughly comprehended it under the baptism of the heavenly Tao divine light. You have been too careless. Underestimating me is the biggest mistake of your life. Defeat for me? Lin Kang roared, wielding a black war spear. Layers of black radiance continuously surged from him, transforming into an infinite aura that crazily surged towards Tiandu. Such might cause the surrounding air to twist. Looking at Tiandu, who was enveloped in endless black light, the hearts of all the experts from the Dawei dynasty shook violently. Could it be that Tiandu, known as one of the 3 great geniuses of Qiān Prefecture, would actually fall here due to carelessness? If that were true, it would certainly become a shocking upset in this arena competition. While they were in shock, a cold voice emerged from the black light. Lin Kang, do you really think you can defeat me with this move? You are overestimating yourself. Within the black spear shadows, Tiandu finally revealed his right hand, which had been behind his back. This hand was long and powerful, seemingly ordinary, but when it stretched out, the endless spear shadow black light could not obstruct it in the slightest, allowing him to slowly extend it from the terrifying bombardment, as if a divine being was extending its palm from the clouds. This level of power, and you think you can defeat me? Too weak, be extinguished. An indifferent voice came, the slender right hand suddenly spread open, then clenched tightly. Boom. The entire area of black light erupted violently under the motion of this palm. Although the palm was not large, it felt as if it grasped a piece of heaven, with nothing able to stop its advance. Rumble. Endless black light shattered and then dissipated. Lin Kang's strongest strike instantly fragmented, leaving not a single trace behind. The palm reached out and grasped the war spear in Lin Kang's hand. What? On the opposite side, Lin Kang was greatly shocked and struggled fiercely. But no matter how hard he tried, the war spear did not move at all. With a cold laugh, Tiandu lightly waved, and Lin Kang, along with the war spear, was violently sent flying, his body twisting in the air as he tried to stabilize himself. But the force from the spear's front rendered him completely unable to control his form, causing him to crash heavily onto the arena, excruciating pain coursing through him as he spat out blood again. Do you want to continue fighting? With a light clap of his right hand, as if shaking off dust, Tiandu coldly looked at Lin Kang, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. You have won. Lin Kang struggled to stand up, his face bitter, his eyes deadened, his meridians torn and no longer possessing the strength to continue fighting. He couldn't believe that his carefully prepared ultimate move was so easily shattered by the opponent. Was the world-class genius really a myth that he could only look up to and never surpass? For a moment, Lin Kang's heart suffered immense frustration. Buzz, an invisible white light descended, teleporting the two away. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Tiandu is indeed Tiandu, too strong. Even Lin Kong is so vulnerable before him. Who else can truly compete with him? Besides young Master Leng Shu and the holy son of the Emperor's heart, others probably cannot match him at all. After undergoing the baptism of Gunan City, the strength of the three great geniuses is surely even more terrifying. It was expected. Everyone else's strength has increased so much. As geniuses, Tiandu and the others have absorbed more heavenly Tao divine light than other talents. How could they not progress? The crowd discussed, their expressions shocked. This duel filled them with speculation about the current strength of the three great geniuses. But without a doubt, in the entire square, besides the three great geniuses themselves, no one else could pose a threat to them. Indeed powerful, even Chen secretly nodded, having to admit that Tiandu and the others being called geniuses was not without reason. As this match concluded, everyone turned their attention to the other arenas. The battle between Tiandu and Lin Kong was not the fastest. At this moment, another arena had also determined a victor. The winner was a lean young man. The initial matches were not very eye-catching, but this round truly showcased his astonishing strength. His speed was extremely fast. His figure appeared everywhere on the stage, elusive and overwhelming, constantly pressuring his opponent. Under relentless attacks, his opponent could only be led along by the rhythm and ultimately was powerless to turn the tide, being blasted away by this individual's claw, falling down. Many sects such as Wang sect also birthed new powerhouses after the baptism. Meng Xingju's strange, ever-changing techniques marked him as a genuine threat, placing him among the stronger contenders outside Gunan City. Among the 5 nations, even some no-name, blood-reeking fighters shocked the crowd, proving this tournament was no longer Da Wei's private show. The crowd shifted their gazes to the arena where Wang Kaiming was. Now only the last match of the first round remained, which had yet to conclude. While glancing over, many people from the Da Wei dynasty were chatting and laughing. But when their eyes turned to the arena, the originally mocking expressions instantly widened. Their gazes filled with a terrifying light, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The crowd was stunned, eyes wide in shock, displaying horrified expressions. On the third arena, blood was everywhere, and a blood-soaked young man stood proudly at one side of the arena, holding a black war knife. What a brutal scene this was. The young man was drenched in blood, his robes nearly in tatters, yet he stood firmly on the arena, staring at his prey like a vicious wolf. What kind of gaze was that? It seemed he would never give up until he achieved his goal. Even if he died on this arena, he would not retreat a single step. Unrestrained, wild, angry, unyielding, it deeply shocked everyone's hearts. This kid has gone mad, seriously injured yet still wants to continue fighting. Does he want to die in the arena? The will of Gunan hasn't sent him away. Does it think he can still fight? The crowd was stunned. Wang Kaiming was covered in injuries. Almost no part of him was unscathed. Under normal circumstances, he would be unable to fight at all. Yet he stubbornly held on in the arena, never conceding or falling down. Wang Kaiming! Zhao Lingshan was equally astonished by the scene before her, her emotions stirred. Earlier, she had clearly seen how Wang Kaiming was knocked down time and again to avoid defeat, only to stand back up. That kind of tenacious will left her deeply shaken. Damn brat, do you really think I can't kill you? Opposite him, Zhu Huai was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, nearly going insane. He was also in quite a disheveled state. His robes bore several knife wounds, and his body was covered in injuries. From the start of the match, he had held absolute superiority, but this kid was like an unkillable cockroach. No matter how strong he suppressed him, he could persist. Even after injuring his opponent several times, he would counterattack and injure Zhu Huai in return. This made Zhu Huai seethe with anger. Smelly brat, I don't believe you can hold on much longer. With a roar, Zhu Huai attacked with all his strength. Boom! In an instant, the arena was filled with clouds and thunder. Wang Kaiming frequently retreated, sustaining more wounds. However, he remained standing firm, gritting his teeth and fighting back with all his might. His eyes were like a devil that had come out of hell, instilling fear in everyone. I, born humble, have put in 10 times the effort of others, overcoming great hardships just to reach this point. Now, with only one match left, I can gain the opportunity for inheritance. How can I fall here? Wang Kaiming roared inwardly. Due to his injuries, his mind was in chaos, and he was almost on the verge of fainting, yet he bit down hard. No one knew how much suffering he had endured, being born a commoner, to have made it this far. Even if he were to die, he did not wish to give up. Even with his last breath, he would stand and fight until he was utterly exhausted, until he used up his last ounce of strength. Damn it, lose for me? Zhu Huai roared, his attacks becoming even more ferocious. Having fought for so long and being injured only made him more impatient. If he couldn't even defeat a disciple from the Five Nations, how could he establish himself in the Great Wei dynasty? Boom, 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 the overwhelming might of his fists surged like a tsunami sweeping toward Wang Kaiming. I can't hold on anymore. Under the onslaught, Wang Kaiming felt like a drifting willow fluff, unable to hold on any longer. But he refused to fall. Fight, fight, fight. In the final moment, Wang Kaiming ignited the true energy within his body, disregarding everything, roaring as he lunged forward, fighting with all his might. Boom! A pitch-black blade light surged upwards like a demon god's sharp edge. That fierce and terrifying appearance shocked everyone and even made Zhu Hui's heart tremble. Bang! The two forces collided, an astonishing impact swept across the heavens and earth, creating a deafening sound in the arena. In the midst of the loud noise, both Wang Kaiming and Zhu Hui spewed blood and were sent flying. What? Who won? Was it Zhu Hui? Everyone raised their heads in unison, staring intently. Cough, cough, a series of coughing sounds erupted. And then on the arena, Wang Kaiming staggered and stood up, his body covered in blood, his right hand holding the battle knife, blood dripping down. However, his gaze was brighter than ever, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he finally managed to stand up with great difficulty. What? The one standing is actually this kid. Zhu Hui lost? How is this possible? The crowd widened their eyes, hardly believing what they were seeing. Buzz, a white light enveloped Zhu Hui, who was then directly teleported away, while Wang Kaiming returned to the plaza. With a sway, Chen appeared next to Wang Kaiming, helping him up. Chen Shao, with a grin, Wang Kaiming looked at Chen, his smile pure and clear. He won. With a will far beyond ordinary people, he used his blood to firmly stand on that arena. And this battle left everyone from the Five Nations in shock. What kind of spirit made Wang Kaiming willing to risk his life to continue fighting? Didn't he know that just now, a moment of negligence could have cost him his life? Don't speak. Chen immediately took out a healing elixir and fed it to Wang Kaiming. Wang Kaiming's injuries were severe. If not treated promptly, he might be in danger of losing his life. Thus, the 3 rounds of competition ended. 3 contestants had successfully entered the top 12, Tiandu, Meng Xingju, and Wang Kaiming. Useless, can't even defeat a kid from the Five Nations. That Zhu Hui is truly a waste. What a waste of a spot. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't drag the battle so long, giving that kid a chance to turn the tables. Some geniuses from the Great Wei dynasty were all dissatisfied, their faces grim. Amidst the discussions, buzz, 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 6 beams of white light fell again, covering 6 individuals appearing on the arena. Oh, this round is interesting. Our Xuanju's 3 great geniuses are facing 3 geniuses from the Five Nations. Haha, this round should be stable. Sidu Sheng and Long Cheng both have the strength to challenge the best, while Zhao Tian, although a bit lacking, still possesses the strength of a top genius. Defeating a genius from the Five Nations should be no problem. There were discussions from outside Gunandu. Zhao Lingshan is in danger, Chen frowned. In this round of matches, it was the black-robed youth from the Ghost Immortal sect against a strong contender from the Great Wei dynasty named Long Cheng, Yu Wenfeng from the Dalian kingdom against Zhao Tian, while Zhao Lingshan faced Sidu Sheng, who looked ancient but exuded a powerful aura. If she had faced a different opponent, Lingshan might have had a chance to win, but Sidu Sheng... Chen sighed slightly. With his insight, he could naturally see that among the 3 great geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty, Sidu Sheng clearly had the strongest cultivation, even surpassing Lin Kong and Zhu Hui from before. Winning was nearly impossible. In fact, Zhao Lingshan was still quite young, her innate conditions were somewhat lacking. If given 2 or 3 more years, she would become completely different, but right now it was still too early. In these 3 rounds, it should be the black-robed youth from the Ghost Immortal sect, Yu Wenfeng and Sidu Sheng winning. If Lingshan had faced Zhao Tian, Yu Wenfeng's opponent, she might have had a slim chance, but as for Long Cheng, although his cultivation isn't weak, he unfortunately met Sidu Sheng and can only be trampled. Chen shook his head. Sure enough, once the battle began, everything unfolded exactly according to Chen's script. Although Long Cheng's cultivation was not low and his strength was formidable, he was still knocked away within 10 exchanges by the black-robed youth from the Ghost Immortal sect. Yu Wenfeng also made a strong move, every punch accompanied by an astonishing gale, and after unleashing over 30 punches, he sent Zhao Tian flying. On the final stage, Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth and persevered under Sidu Sheng's onslaught. Her gaze was resolute. One could see that she was determined and strived to resist, wanting to achieve victory in this match. However, before Sidu Sheng participated in the ancient southern capital assessment, he was already a peak figure at the mystic level mid-stage, and now, after receiving the baptism of the heavenly Tao divine light, his cultivation had surged into the mystic level late stage. The difference in foundation between them was simply too great. In the end, After sustaining over 100 exchanges, Zhao Lingshan finally could not hold on any longer and was defeated. Damn it, it took me so long to deal with this guy. Touching the scar on his chest, Sidu Sheng's eyes were cold. Qin Chen! When Zhao Lingshan was teleported out, she glanced helplessly at Qin Chen on the square, her eyes filled with attachment. No one knew that her reason for holding on until now was not only to become stronger, but also to accompany Qin Chen and go further together. Unfortunately, she failed. She was helplessly eliminated. In this round of 3 matches, the winners were the black-robed youth, Yuan Feng and Sidu Sheng, who were fortunate enough to enter the top 12 and gain the qualification for inheritance. This result immediately caused a stir among the strong figures of the Dawei dynasty. Damn it, what's going on? Why did only Sidu Sheng win? What are Long Cheng and Zhao Tian doing to be defeated by the disciples of the 5 nations and in such a miserable state? After 6 matches, the 5 nations entered the top 12. The number of inheritors is actually the same as our Dawei dynasty. How is this possible? The many strong figures of the Dawei dynasty could not accept such a result. At this moment, however, the matches on the stage continued. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 6 beams of white light descended again, and Qin Chen, who had been watching the battles, was finally selected in this round. Who is my opponent? Looking up, Qin Chen saw that his opponent was actually Xiao Jinghang from the Dawei dynasty. This person had previously made a powerful strike during the assessment at the residual mark stele, defeating all his previous opponents and setting a record. Moreover, he acted with extreme arrogance. My opponent is actually you. Upon seeing Qin Chen, Xiao Jinghang was taken aback. He then couldn't help but sneer, "Kid, you actually encountered me. It seems your luck is too bad. Those useless idiots just now weren't even a match for the commoners from the 5 nations. Today I will let them see how I, Xiao Jinghang, defeat you worthless commoners from the 5 nations." With a condescending tone, Xiao Jinghang looked down at Qin Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. 3 moves, I'll defeat you in just 3 moves. Raising his right hand and pointing at Qin Chen, Xiao Jinghang's eyes were filled with contempt. Not good, how did Chen Xiao meet this guy? Outside the ancient southern capital, Xiao Zhan and the others were caught off guard, their expressions bitter. Concern was also evident in Zhao Lingshan's eyes. Xiao Jinghang had previously displayed astonishing strength in both the assessments and the ring matches. In the previous 2 rounds, none of his opponents could last for 3 moves, indicating that he was not speaking carelessly, but indeed had this confidence. Ha, Qin Chen actually ran into Xiao Jinghang. It seems he will definitely be defeated this round. Without a doubt, with Xiao Jinghang's strength, killing him is like killing a dog. In the Dawei dynasty, many strong figures were exceptionally excited. This time there won't be any accidents, right? But still, some strong figures couldn't help but murmur, their expressions strange, making many feel a sense of suspense. Previously, Qin Chen was too unusual. Not only did he win first in all 3 rounds of preselection, but he also displayed astonishing performance in the previous matches. This made many wonder if there would be any surprises this time around. Rest assured, Xiao Jinghang is not someone Zhu Qing and the others can compare to. He is a genius from the Qingyan sect with profound foundations. How could he be defeated by that kid? Let's just watch. Many people were full of confidence. 3 moves, huh? If that's the case, then I will watch how you defeat me in 3 moves. Looking at the arrogant Xiao Jinghang in front of him, Qin Chen's expression remained indifferent. You don't believe me? Xiao Jinghang was stunned, as if insulted. Then just watch. Clouds roll and unfold. With a sinister laugh, Xiao Jinghang immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, the Jingyan formula, to its peak. In an instant, the entire stage was filled with roaring winds, sweeping clouds, and amidst it were flashes of silver lightning. In this gale, Xiao Jinghang was incredibly powerful, his long hair wildly flowing, exuding unmatched dominance. Compared to his earlier performance at the residual mark stele, Xiao Jinghang's strength had clearly improved by more than a factor. Across the stage, Qin Chen remained expressionless and wielded the rusty, mysterious sword, unleashing a brilliant sword light that instantly penetrated Xiao Jinghang's storm attack. Sizzle! The terrifying sword light instantly tore apart the winds and rains, engulfing the stage, overwhelmingly powerful. What? It was broken? Wind sweeps the remnants. Xiao Jinghang's expression remained unchanged as he unleashed another punch. A terrifying bloodline power surged within him, and as both forces combined, storms rolled across the stage, creating an astonishing momentum. Thick tornadoes surged on the stage, and hidden roars could be heard, striking fear into people's hearts. Interesting, Qin Chen's gaze was calm. The opponent combined the forces of wind and clouds and added their understanding of the realm of wind and clouds, creating a unique domain of wind and clouds that pressured his spirit and body. This technique had already surpassed ordinary martial arts secrets, but it was still insufficient. Crack! Although the level of the mysterious rusty sword was unclear, it was undoubtedly incredibly hard, surpassing most treasured weapons. Chen channeled true energy, concentrating his mind into the mysterious rusty sword, easily tearing apart the thick tornado vortex. Boom! The hurricane-like winds howled on the stage, scattering in all directions. Damn it! Take this attack, Infinite Jingyan. After having two moves shattered, Xiao Jinghang was furious, his eyes like lightning. He shouted angrily as he formed a bow shape with his hands, a unique force field forming between them, creating an attack resembling a cloud pillar with winds and clouds swirling within, descending sharply. This is the third move, Chen sneered, and in the instant the opponent made a move, a cold gleam suddenly shot from his eyes. The mysterious rusty sword in his hand struck out like lightning, and true energy erupted wildly from within him. Boom! A long, brilliant sword shadow surged forward in the void. Countless rays of light flashing and exploding, transforming into a winding river of swords that instantly shattered the cloud pillar attack Xiao Jinghang had gathered. The protective true energy on the surface of Xiao Jinghang's body crumbled like fragile paper, bursting loudly. Xiao Jinghang's eyes widened as he was sent flying backward, spitting blood. A gruesome wound, several feet long, appeared on his chest, blood gushing out like a spring, splattering everywhere. "This is what you call defeating me in 3 moves?" On the stage, Chen stood with his sword sheathed, looking down at the motionless Xiao Jinghang on the ground. His indifferent voice slowly echoed across the stage. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Lost, Xiao Jinghang lost. 3 moves, only 3 moves, and Xiao Jinghang actually lost. Too fast, how could this happen? The crowd below stood in shock, dumbfounded. They had considered the possibility of Xiao Jinghang losing, but never imagined that he would be defeated and sent flying by Chen in just 3 moves. Combining this with Xiao Jinghang's earlier statement about defeating Chen in 3 moves, it now felt like a joke. What's going on? With Xiao Jinghang's strength, even if he wasn't serious, he shouldn't have been defeated in just 3 moves. Then what kind of monster is Chen? Is his strength really that strong? He's clearly just a peak human-level martial artist. The crowd was stirred and unable to remain calm. At this moment, if anyone still thought that Chen had no strength at all, that would be pure self-deception. Xiao Jinghang was different from others. His strength was evident to all, and although he wasn't as famous as the 3 great prodigies in Qiān Prefecture, he was still well known. He was definitely not just a name without substance. Yet such a master was defeated by Chen in 3 moves, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Chen, is this really your strength? Outside of Gunandu, Zhao Lingshan clenched her fists and murmured to herself. Since the year-end assessment at Tianxing Academy, Zhao Lingshan felt as though Chen had become a different person, always so calm, so proud, as if nothing in this world could hinder his steps. He was like a deep pool, mysterious and profound. What one thought they could see to the bottom of was merely a reflection, unfathomable. Among the crowd, the only ones who weren't too shocked were the 3 great prodigies of Qiān Prefecture. Interesting. No wonder this kid dared to defy me before with that Yukaingsu. It turns out he has some strength which makes him arrogant. Dai Tianyi had a smile at the corner of his mouth, only slightly surprised by the outcome of this match, and then he didn't care at all. No matter who won or lost, in Dai Tianyi's eyes, Chen defeating Xiao Jinghang in a few moves was not a threat to him at all. Humph, I didn't expect this kid to win. Just right, I hope the will of Gunandu can arrange him for me next, so I can relieve the hatred in my heart. His eyes flickered, and Tiandu chuckled coldly, a chilling smile forming at the corners of his mouth. As for Leng Wuxuang, he hadn't even glanced at Chen from beginning to end. In his eyes, whether Xiao Jinghang won or lost had nothing to do with him. His goal was to defeat Tiandu and Dai Tianyi and become the #1 genius in Qiān Prefecture. Other matters did not concern him. After Chen's victory, the battles continued on the remaining 2 stages. One of the stages featured Yukaingsu facing off against a genius from the Great Wei dynasty. This genius also possessed considerable strength, but his fame was even less than that of Xiao Jinghang. Yukaingsu moved gracefully, constantly depleting her opponent's true power, while the genius, eager to swiftly defeat Yukaingsu, found himself helpless against her exquisite movement techniques. After dozens of exchanges, Yukaingsu still held firm, showing no signs of losing. The genius's expression turned increasingly anxious, and ultimately Yukaingsu seized the opportunity, wounding him severely with a single sword strike, eliminating him from the competition. Damn it, yet another victory for someone from the 5 nations. What is going on here? So far in 8 matches, 5 winners are from the 5 nations. Could it be that there's something fishy about this competition? The many experts from the Great Wei dynasty were nearly going mad. In their view, the slots in the top 12 should have been swept clean by the geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty, unchallenged. Yet the results far exceeded their expectations. For a moment, they couldn't help but suspect that this competition had some hidden tricks. But everyone knew that the competition was being held in full view, and the geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty had personally experienced it. If there was anything amiss, they wouldn't have been able to overlook it. But admitting that the geniuses from the 5 nations were stronger than their own was something they simply couldn't accept. At this moment, on the last stage, 2 geniuses had already engaged in battle. One was named Wei Qingshan, and the other was Zhu Wuxin. Both were considered top geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty, but neither were particularly notable, even less so than Xiao Jinghang. However, when the two clashed, it astonished everyone. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wei Qingshan struck first, launching a fierce punch. "Tiger descending the mountain? Roar!" A loud roar resounded through the heavens and the earth as a massive shadow of a tiger leapt into the sky, roaring as it lunged toward Zhu Wuxin. The incredible waves it created changed the color of the sky, producing an astonishing effect. What a terrifying true power illusion! How is Wei Qingshan this strong? Could it be he was hiding his strength all along? This momentum is even more terrifying than Xiao Jinghang. How did we not know before? The crowd erupted in chatter. In their minds, Wei Qingshan barely squeezed into the top tier of geniuses in the Great Wei dynasty and was supposed to be somewhat weaker than Xiao Jinghang. But upon making his move, he stunned everyone. His strength was far beyond Xiao Jinghang's. For a moment, everyone wondered if Zhu Wuxin could withstand such power. Gun King Qiān Kun technique, gun breaks the wind and clouds. Whoosh. Faced with Wei Qingshan's terrifying attack, Zhu Wuxin wielded her spear. The black spear in her hands seemingly came to life, transforming into an enraged sea dragon, the spear tip morphing into the dragon's head, colliding heavily with Wei Qingshan's black iron fist. Roar, the dragon roared, its might overwhelming as if the heavens were crumbling. When did Zhu Wuxin become this strong? The power of this strike must be above that of Xiao Jinghang. The crowd was once again stunned. The strength of Zhu Wuxin was so formidable that everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Clang! In the midst of the shock, the explosive sound of metal clashing rang out as Zhu Wuxin's spear struck Wei Qingshan's fist, producing a resounding metallic clang with sparks bursting from the spear tip. Conversely, on Wei Qingshan's black iron fist appeared a slight dent from the spear tip, yet it hadn't even pierced his skin. What strong defensive power! Zhu Wuxin was slightly moved. After all, Wei Qingshan was unlike other martial artists using fist techniques. He wasn't wearing gloves and was completely relying on his flesh and blood to withstand her strike. The clash that followed could have been a long, tragic back and forth, but it was resolved in a fierce, compact eruption of force. Zhu Wuxin unleashed a succession of ultimate spear arts, raging torrents of black spear shadows, tempestuous sweeping techniques, and finally the fire cloud divine spear's nirvana rebirth, the spear burning like a flaming phoenix that engulfed the arena. Yet Wei Qingshan's dark, black iron flesh and barbarian fist shattered and shrugged off each desperate onslaught. His blood-beast barbarian fist crushed the flames and split the spear shadows. And though Zhu Wuxin's final, spiraling flame vortex managed to pierce Wei's left shoulder and draw blood once, that single wound only stung before Wei Qingshan retaliated with a monstrous, earth-shaking blow that sent Zhu Wuxin flying, blood spraying like a fountain, forcing his withdrawal. In the end, Wei Qingshan stood unbowed, his robe scorched, his black skin seemingly untouched by the deadliest techniques she could muster. Terrifying, truly terrifying. How is Wei Qingshan so strong? He hit it so well. With such strength, he can defeat ordinary Earth-level martial realm, almost rivaling the 3 great prodigies. Unfortunately, Zhu Wuxin is also very strong, his strength far surpassing Xiao Jinghang. If he had fought Chen, perhaps he could have defeated him. If Zhu Wuxin hadn't faced Wei Qingshan, he would have surely won against either Yu Kaiangsu or Chen before. Damn, what on earth is the ancient southern capitals will thinking? The crowd buzzed, completely astonished, discussing fervently. Many geniuses from the Great Wei dynasty wore expressions of anger, feeling regretful. After this round of 3 matches concluded, 5 individuals from the 5 nations entered the top 12, while the De Wei dynasty had 4. Only 3 matches remained. The last 3 matches, Dai Tianyi and Leng Wushwang haven't taken the stage yet. Those 2 are almost guaranteed to win. This means there's only 1 match left. Among the 5 nations, there will be only 1 contestant left, and winning all 3 matches shouldn't be a problem. In that case, our De Wei dynasty holds 7 spots, while the 5 nations have 5. Still, it leaves a bad taste. Yeah, how can those commoners from the 4 domains be so strong? How strange and peculiar. During the break, the strong members of De Wei dynasty were all feeling gloomy. This outcome was far from their initial expectations. There's still a disciple from the Qiān sect remaining. This person, previously on the Liu Hen stone tablet, ranked just below that young man in the black robe. He should be the second strongest among the many mysterious disciples of the Qiān sect. On the square, Chen scanned the remaining 6 and pondered silently. Without a doubt, Dai Tianyi and Leng Wuxuang are the strongest. According to the customs of ancient Nandu's will, they shouldn't encounter each other. This just leaves the luck of that Qiān sect disciple to chance. If he faces Dai Tianyi and Leng Wuxuang, he would lose his chance to advance. If he encounters one of the remaining 3 geniuses of the Duel dynasty, he would have a chance to win. As he thought, buzz, 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 6 beams of white light suddenly descended, enveloping the last 6 individuals and transporting them to the arena. That Qiān sect disciple has such good luck. Chen was taken aback. The disciple of the Qiān sect was matched not against Dai Tianyi and Leng Wuxuang, but against another disciple from the Duel dynasty. In this case, his chances of winning were extremely high. On the arena, I'm lucky to be matched with you. Rest assured, in front of me, you won't have a chance to obtain the inheritance at all. The genius of the Duel dynasty smirked coldly. Is that so? The disciple of the Qiān sect coldly smiled. Swish. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the arena. What? Where did he go? Everyone was stunned. The person had vanished from the arena. No, he's still on the arena. It's some kind of illusion, combined with an extremely fast movement technique, which didn't give anyone time to perceive. A strong member from the Duel dynasty spoke coldly. What? Still on the arena? Everyone hurriedly looked for him, but the arena was empty, with not a single figure in sight. Almost all the eliminated geniuses from the Duel dynasty, as well as the strong and talented individuals from the 5 nations, could not capture the shadow of that Qiān sect disciple. The only ones who could sense and observe were the many Wuzong experts from the Duel dynasty. Seeing this scene, many strong members of the 5 nations changed their expressions and gasped. How could they fight like this? They couldn't even capture the opponent's shape. If they were to face him, they might be defeated or even killed in a single encounter. This was just one genius from the Qiān sect, yet he was strong to such a degree. Including the top expert of Liang Kingdom, Wei Tianming, everyone was inwardly shocked. The geniuses from the Duel dynasty were equally astonished. Blood erupted from the chest. That disciple hadn't even reacted when he was already sent flying. Remember, the one who defeated you is called Gui Ying. A cold voice echoed as the figure of the disciple from the Qiān sect appeared in the void, holding a curved knife, dripping blood, eerie and chilling. Only the shocked and furious gaze of the Duel dynasty genius was left as he was teleported away. Boom, boom, the battles here were extremely quick, while the other 2 arenas moved even faster. Leng Wuxuang and Dai Tianyi seemed to be competing in secret, launching powerful attacks at the instant the matches began. One move, just one move. Their opponents were simultaneously sent flying, utterly unable to withstand the attack. From this point onward, the 12 contestants eligible for the inheritance were all decided. They were Tiandu, Dai Tianyi, Leng Wuxuang, Chen, Meng Xingju, Wei Qingxian, Yuan Feng, Wang Kaiming, Sidu Sheng, Yu Kaiangsu, the young man in the black robe, Gui Ying. Congratulations to you all. The 12 of you have obtained the opportunity for the inheritance of ancient Nandu. Next, the 12 of you will compete against each other. The rules are the same as before, 12-6 and 6-3. The final 3 will determine the strongest among you all. Now you have a quarter of an incense stick of time to rest and contemplate the previous battles. As the words fell, buzz. An invisible beam of white light descended, enveloping all 12 individuals. Tusk, tusk, tusk. What shocked everyone was that each person's consumed true energy and injuries from the previous battle began to heal at an astonishing speed. My body. Wang Kaiming, who had previously taken Chen's elixir and was slowly recovering, found himself covered in wounds from the battle, nearly incapacitated. Even with this healing, he could not participate in the upcoming matches. But under the healing of this white light, his body was healing visibly, and in just a moment he had completely recovered. Incredible. Standing up, Wang Kaiming looked at his hands in disbelief. From a near-invalid to fully recovered in just a few blinks of an eye, such power was something he had never even dared to imagine before. Even Chen's gaze sharpened. What a powerful recovery ability. Though his body had no serious injuries, he had some minor scratches from the previous battle, and now they had healed instantly. Even the hidden ailments in his body had completely vanished. Flick of a finger, this kind of healing ability, perhaps even a 9th-tier Imperial-level alchemist would find it hard to achieve such astonishing results. What on earth is this ancient Nandu relic? He was deeply shocked inside. The more he learned, the greater his curiosity about the ancient Tiandu relic grew. Not only him, the other geniuses present were also quietly stunned. Whatever the inheritance may be, the fact that this white light could remove all hidden ailments from their bodies made all the hardships they endured to reach the top 12 worthwhile. I must secure first place. At this moment, everyone gritted their teeth, their gazes sharp. The divine light of heaven's way and the healing white light made them deeply aware of the terror of this ancient Tiandu relic, which was far beyond the capabilities of their Duel dynasty or even higher-level forces. What could the ultimate inheritance of such a terrifying relic possibly be? Just thinking about it made everyone's hearts tremble, unable to remain calm. Though the will of ancient Tiandu didn't explicitly state it, everyone understood that the higher the rank achieved in the arena matches, the more terrifying the inheritance they would obtain. A quarter of an incense stick of time passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz, 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 in an instant, 6 beams of white light descended, enveloping the 6 remaining individuals. I'm chosen again. Chen was taken aback as he found himself appearing on the arena. Haha, these 3 matches are arranged quite well. Tiandu and Tianyu were both selected, and that Chen was also chosen. Among the top 12, the people from the 5 nations occupy 6 spots, but in this first match, 2 of them will be eliminated. That's right, Yu Wenfeng and Chen will definitely lose this time. Discussions arose from the crowd. The 3 matches were Tiandu versus Yu Wenfeng, Chen versus Meng Xingju, and Tianyu versus Wei Qingshan. Meng Xingju's previous strength has not fully erupted. Although he is not as strong as the 3 great talents, he is on the same level as Wei Qingshan. Defeating Chen should not be a problem. Chen's strength is not weak, but Meng Xingju has a wealth of combat experience and extremely bizarre techniques. Some stronger opponents have been killed by him, let alone this Chen. As for Yu Wenfeng, there's no need to say more. He could never be the rival of the disciple from Liu Xian Zong. The only pity is Wei Qingshan. He was previously defeated by Zhu Wuzin and possesses astonishing strength, but unfortunately he encounters Tianyu. I wonder how long he can hold on. Below the stage, people were discussing fervently. Liu Xian Zong disciple? On the first stage, Yu Wenfeng coldly glanced at Tiandu, his eyes sharp. He is known as the top genius of the 5 nations. Even if his opponent is a genius from Xuanzhou, his heart is filled with boundless combat intent at this moment. He wants to see just what kind of strength the so-called genius from the Duel dynasty possesses, running rampant and unfettered among the 5 nations. On the third stage, Wei Qingshan listened to the surrounding discussions and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Am I really that untrusted? Indeed. Compared to the 3 great geniuses, Wei Qingshan's reputation is not significant, even somewhat obscure. However, he didn't come here just to be a supporting character. What do princes and generals have to do with one's potential? He came here to show everyone that he, Wei Qingshan, also has a moment of brilliance. A Xuanzhou genius, today he would use his iron fist and blood to earn his name. Fight, the first and third stages instantly erupted with astonishing combat intent. Your good luck ends here. On the second stage, Meng Xingju looked at Chen indifferently, his expression calm, only uttering this single sentence. Prepare to receive my attack. In the next moment, a black claw unexpectedly appeared in his hand, exuding an overwhelming killing aura. When this aura condensed to its peak, he suddenly moved. Swish, swish, swish. The massive iron claw tore through the air, transforming into countless claw shadows. The heavy claw shadows quietly converged in the void, forming a gigantic claw that roared down towards Chen. Boom! One claw struck out, the raging aura sweeping through, akin to a vast ocean surging forward, almost unstoppable. Within that sea of energy, a flood dragon surged, aiming to ascend to the heavens, unleashing a sky-high claw. That terrifying aura weighed heavily on many outside of Gunandu, causing them distress. Previously, experts had all been eliminated beneath this single claw. Facing such an astounding attack, Chen remained unfazed, wielding the mysterious rust sword. Boundless sword light surged, transforming into a net of sword light. The claw shadows formed by the iron claw shattered into pieces. Waves of sword chi poured out, both dissipating into nothingness in the void. Meng Xingju frowned, not expecting Chen to easily withstand his attack. Not bad, but this is just my appetizer. My real attack comes next. Meng Xingju let out a cold laugh, his figure moved, and his double-handed iron claws transformed into overwhelming claw shadows surrounding Chen. Following that, a roar echoed amid the countless claw shadows. Under the gazes of the crowd, countless true energy gathered, transforming with the claw shadows into a ferocious beast, howling to the sky with intense killing intent as it pounced down towards Chen, creating a strong visual impact. Sky-penetrating strike? Meng Xingju shouted loudly. The momentum of the beast's attack made everyone present tremble, as if Meng Xingju truly transformed into a roaring ancient blood beast, exuding a pressure that shocked the heart. Under the dense claw shadows, Chen appeared as small as an ant. This is what true attack looks like. It's nothing special. Meng Xingju's killing aura made Chen uncomfortable, and with this person's lofty demeanor, he felt a desire to teach him a lesson. Heavenly Wind Sword Slash Break. Holding the mysterious rust sword with one hand, Chen casually slashed out. A beam of sword chi abruptly shot forth from the black sword body, surging into the opponent's overwhelming attack. In the midst of Meng Xingju's mighty offensive, Chen's sword chi attack seemed trivial, but this tiny sword chi surged forth like a bursting bamboo, wreaking havoc amidst Meng Xingju's beastly claw shadow attacks. Crash, crash. The sword chi intertwined, explosions rang out continuously. Before Meng Xingju's terrifying attack could land, it had already shattered, unable to reach Chen. In the swirling energy, Chen slashed out again. Swish. The bright sword chi illuminated the heavens and earth, resonating with the heartstrings, shooting forward like a released arrow, its trajectory elusive, akin to a deer's antlers, instantly appearing before Meng Xingju at a unique angle, fast as lightning, simply unavoidable. This kid's strength is surprisingly strong, no wonder he made it this far. Bloodline embodiment. Meng Xingju sensed the danger, his expression changing. In the midst of crisis, he let out a loud shout, and a blurry bloodline phantom suddenly appeared above his head. That blood shadow resembled a powerful blood beast, and a terrifying bloodline power instantly fused into Meng Xingju's body. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, a dense array of scale shadows floated onto Meng Xingju's surface, transforming him into a half-human, half-demon creature in an instant. But in reality, this was merely an illusion. It was a unique scale armor defense formed by Meng Xingju utilizing his bloodline combined with his true energy. Boom. As the sword light slashed down, Meng Xingju was sent flying, his scale armor shattered, the protective true energy defense torn open with a massive gap, yet his flesh was unharmed. Interesting. This person's bloodline is actually the Blood Beast bloodline, and he has incorporated the characteristics of the Blood Beast into his true energy, forming a unique bloodline defense. Chen exclaimed slightly in surprise. Ordinary true energy defenses are merely shaped like scales. Once broken, the unleashed chaotic true energy provides no obstacle whatsoever. However, Meng Xingju's bloodline scale armor, when broken, truly resembled real scales, continuously generating a hindering force, preventing Chen's attack from harming his flesh. Quite interesting. In terms of sensation, Meng Xingju's scale armor defense might not compare to Wei Qingshan's body refining technique defense, but in effectiveness, it was certainly not inferior, possessing its own unique qualities. Don't be arrogant. Hearing Chen's murmur, Meng Xingju's face flushed bright red, resembling pig liver. He had initially intended to defeat Chen in a few moves, giving him an unforgettable lesson. Who would have thought that in the exchange, it was he who was exhausted and in a dire situation? Flying rapidly backward in midair, Meng Xingju's face twisted with rage, his whole body filled with murderous intent. While still in the air, his iron claws were once again swung out, drifting with the wind into the night, nourishing things silently. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound that vibrated through the void resounded, and the violent energy swept across the arena, causing the air to ripple with invisible waves. Beneath that shocking ripple, a piercing, killing intent spread, while Meng Xingju's iron claws had now completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. What kind of move is this? I can't even see the attack. Too abnormal, the iron claws seem to have merged into the void, and there are no traces to capture at all. If we can't even see the attack, how can we fight? Chen is in danger now. Many strong individuals watching the match gasped, each one extremely tense. Meng Xingju has unleashed a move. It seems he has been pushed to the edge, but with this move, that kid is undoubtedly going to lose. Outside of Gunandu, the martial Zong experts from the three top forces of Qiān glanced at the scene, a smile playing at the corners of their mouths. An invisible attack? Since it's invisible, why should I defend? Chen sneered. In fact, as long as he wanted, whether it was his mental energy or soul power, he could easily capture Meng Xingju's iron claws, but he chose not to. If he did that, it would be no different from cheating. Swish! Like a gust of wind, Chen instantly merged into the ripples of the arena, appearing like a series of blurry shadows escaping in all directions. Where are you hiding? Meng Xingju sneered, controlling the void with both hands. Amidst the tremors in the air, countless hidden claw shadows exploded outward, covering all directions that Chen could escape. Kai. The black remnants of Chen's form were instantly obliterated. Did he get hit? Is Chen defeated? Where is he? Seeing all of Chen Chen's forms turn to nothingness, a series of exclamations erupted from outside Gunandu. But the next moment, their expressions all froze, as did Meng Xingju, who wore a cold smile on his lips. In the center of the previously scattered shadows, Chen Chen's figure quietly appeared, a mocking smile on his lips. Damn, all those scattered forms were just true energy remnants. That Chen Chen's true body never moved from its original spot. Is that even possible? Too abnormal. Chen Chen is playing with Meng Xingju like a monkey, not moving at all, just shooting out true energy remnants, and Meng Xingju has been fooled into spinning around. This move is incredible. The gasps from the audience made Meng Xingju's expression even darker, almost green with rage. This kid is too despicable. However, there were also strong individuals from Qiān with dark expressions, coldly snorting. Meng Xingju's disgrace was equivalent to the disgrace of the De Wei dynasty. How could they not be furious? In a fit of rage, a cold aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding exclamations to immediately quiet down. This is your ultimate move? It's nothing. On the arena, Chen Chen sneered, his face filled with mockery. Previously, while Chen Chen appeared to be dodging rapidly, his true body had remained stationary. The dispersing forms were merely his true energy remnants. And in the rush, Meng Xingju was unable to distinguish, bombarding all possible directions where Chen Chen could evade, falling right into Chen Chen's psychological trap. Bastard, this time let's see how you can dodge. Meng Xingju was furious, yelling as the myriad claw shadows surrounded him, the air exploding, rippling with shallow waves rushing forward, which were the hidden claw shadow attacks. In addition, there were also many claw shadows that could be clearly seen with the naked eye, overwhelming and pressing down with a cold gleam. In the tide of claw shadows, true energy surged like a great river rushing forward, an unstoppable force. That's enough. Chen Chen stood there without moving, his expression indifferent. Up until now, Chen Chen had not truly unleashed his combat power. After all, although Meng Xingju was strong, he was still far from the martial domain talents Chen Chen had seen in his previous life. The reason for the prolonged battle was not just to gain experience, but also to avoid being too ostentatious and to hide his true strength. However, now that he fully understood Meng Xingju's battle style and strength, continuing to entangle would only waste time. It was time to end the match. Swish, Chen Chen suddenly dashed into Meng Xingju's attacks, forcefully slashing out with his sword. Thunder Bloodline! Boom, brilliant sword light enveloped the heavens and earth. Chen Chen activated the bloodline power within him while simultaneously operating the 9-star God Emperor technique, causing his true energy to surge. A bolt of lightning-like sword energy erupted from the mysterious rusted sword, entwining with Meng Xingju's claw shadows, and the terrifying lightning sword energy surged forward with an unmatched momentum. Crackle, Meng Xingju's claw shadow storm instantly shattered, breaking apart in an instant, fragile and unable to withstand a blow. What? He actually broke Meng Xingju's ultimate move with a single sword. Below the platform, the yet-to-appear Leng Xuguang inadvertently witnessed this scene, his gaze sharp and his heart shocked. What shocked him even more was Meng Xingju himself. Puff. The robe on Meng Xingju's chest tore apart, and a shallow sword mark appeared on his chest, glimmering with a purple-black hue, leaving a charred trail, causing no fatal damage. Even so, the outcome between the two was already clear. Impossible! Meng Xingju's eyes widened in disbelief, his face twisted in rage. How could I lose to you, this kid? Your sword technique cannot inflict a fatal injury on me. It should be me who wins. Unable to accept this outcome, Meng Xingju roared, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he charged upward once more. Meanwhile, scales emerged on his body, accompanied by countless claw shadows, transforming him into a furious beast charging forward, unstoppable. Shaking his head, Chen Chen remained expressionless. Just now I was merely holding back. Since that's the case, let this sword send you off the stage. As his words fell, Chen Chen casually slashed out another sword. Puff. The countless claw shadows in the void shattered completely, like falling flowers, the fierce sword momentum unyielding, easily slashing through Meng Xingju's protective profound energy, and then striking against the densely packed scales. Bang. The scale defense shattered explosively, causing a violent fluctuation in Meng Xingju's bloodline power, which quickly dimmed. His previously powerful charge turned as if it were a falling meteor, crashing back onto the arena with a thud. Across his chest, a sword marked nearly a foot long appeared, blood gushing out, revealing his exposed ribs. He had lost all fighting power. Chen Chen successfully advanced to the top 6. I actually lost. Outside of Gunandu, Meng Xingju suddenly fell, his entire being in a daze. In his imagination, his strength was enough to challenge the 3 great talents, but unexpectedly, he lost to a disciple from the 5 nations. He couldn't accept such a result for a moment. It was actually Chen Chen who won. Hard to believe. That Chen is actually this strong. Even Meng Xingju has lost, who else can stop his steps? Top 6, is this kid trying to defy the heavens? The crowd erupted, completely going insane. If until now, people still thought that Chen relied on luck to get this far, then they were truly foolish. To defeat Meng Xingju could not be explained by luck. At this level, every contestant was not easy to deal with. Relying on luck was simply impossible. With the peak cultivation of the early mystic level, defeating the peak of the late mystic level Meng Xingju, how does it feel like a fairy tale? With the strength Meng Xingju previously displayed, he was enough to defeat an ordinary early-stage Wuzong. Doesn't that mean Chen is not inferior to even a late-stage Wuzong? This is too exaggerated. He is only at the peak of early mystic level, yet can rival a Wuzong expert. Such a thing simply cannot happen in our Duel dynasty. How could a disciple of the 5 nations? Until the end of the competition, everyone still couldn't accept this result, each one of them trembling in their hearts. This child is too terrifying, his growth speed is so fast. If we cannot kill him this time and seize the kingly and demon fire, it will be difficult to achieve next time. Among the crowd, the cloaked man's expression was gloomy. He was not too shocked by Chen defeating Meng Xingju. Back at Wu City, Chen was able to clash with late mystic level experts even with his heavenly level cultivation. Now that he has broken through to the mystic level, defeating a peak late-stage genius is not surprising. What shocked the cloaked man was still Chen's growth speed. He could sense that Chen had not yet unleashed his true strength. He clearly remembered that back outside Wu City, even with a peak 4th-tier grand formation, it could not trap this kid. He easily broke it and even repaired it into a 5th-tier formation, nearly trapping himself. Now that he has broken through to the peak of early mystic level, how much has Chen's strength increased? After this Tiandu tournament ends, regardless of the outcome, this child must die. Otherwise, my kingly and demon fire will probably never be retrieved. Clenching his teeth in secret, a cold and fierce light shot from the cloaked man's eyes. And after the match between Chen and Meng Xingju ended. On the other 2 stages, battles were also intensifying. On the stage of Yuan Feng and Tiandu, both sides' auras erupted. Yuan Feng, hailed as the #1 genius of the 5 nations, the winner of the last 5 nations competition, this time broke through to the late mystic level at the age of 24, entering the top 12. He was also the only one among all disciples of the 5 nations present who broke through to the late mystic level. His rise was at least 5 years earlier than Chen, and his name had long been spread throughout the 5 nations, truly renowned, with no one unaware. Now he represented the 5 nations to battle against the 3 great talents, Tiandu. He wanted to prove to the world that even in the land of the 5 nations, geniuses could rise, not weaker than anyone. His eyes were fiery, firmly locking onto Tiandu, his whole body exuding momentum, determination evident in his gaze. In contrast, Tiandu had a calm expression. From the beginning of the match until now, no one had really seen him use his full strength. Perhaps in his eyes, apart from the 3 great talents, the other opponents didn't even qualify to be his warm-up. He coldly looked at the eager Yuan Feng, and in his disdainful gaze was an air of indifference. There was no derision, no contempt. In his heart, Yuan Feng didn't even qualify to be looked down upon. This was a true innate pride, deeply embedded in his bones and blood, so proud that he didn't even regard Yuan Feng as worthy. Damn, I will make you realize that there are geniuses within the 5 nations. The so-called genius from Qiān is nothing. With an angry roar in his heart, Yuan Feng suddenly made his move. Crushing mountain leg, boom, Yuan Feng kicked out, winds and clouds shook. In the ethereal air, it sounded like a mountain collapsing, the black right leg kicking out like lightning, akin to a dragon diving into the sea, swift as thunder. In the explosion of air, the black leg shadow, like a dragon, surged wildly, instantly arriving before Tiandu. Tiandu remained indifferent, suddenly slapping out with one palm, flatly striking the leg shadow kicked out by Yuan Feng. With a bang, Yuan Feng's face instantly turned pale, the astonishing leg shadow dissipating as he was sent flying out, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Humph, thinking of contending with Tiandu is too naive. Ha ha, with just one move, that kid from the 5 nations is injured. Don't even think about your own cultivation. Our 3 great talents from Qiān are not so easy to deal with. Mocking laughter came from within the Duel dynasty. Too strong. In the land of the 5 nations, many powerful figures were stunned, their faces grim, their gazes sharp. Yuan Feng, known as the #1 genius of the 5 nations, his strength was no idle boast. His previous performance was evident for all to see. But even with such strength, he was injured with just one move before Tiandu. How terrifying is Tiandu? Yu Qiānxu's expression was icy. In her cold eyes there was a trace of emotion as she carefully watched the match. "Impressive, take my next move." Unfazed after having his initial attack broken, Yuan Feng remained calm. With an angry roar, he leaped into the air, launching a series of terrifying attacks once again. Boom! In an instant, the entire sky turned violent. Fully aware of the opponent's strength, Yuan Feng unleashed his strongest moves, the entire stage resonating with booming sounds, wild true energy surging everywhere, leg shadows filling the sky astonishing. It seemed capable of swallowing everything. Under the onslaught of terrifying leg shadows, Tiandu still maintained a blank expression. The long hair on his forehead was blown up by the fierce wind, and just as the leg shadows fell, he struck out again with one palm. Swish, an ordinary palm strike, nothing remarkable, yet the air emitted a violent roar. The palm sliced through the air like a paper cutter, creating a long white wave that instantly crashed into the terrifying leg shadow kicked out by Yuan Feng. Boom! With an explosive sound, Tiandu's smooth and jade-like palm surged forward, shattering the massive leg shadow, revealing Yuan Feng's right leg. Crack! A shocking sound of broken bones echoed, and midair, Yuan Feng groaned in pain, his entire body flying out and crashing heavily onto the stage. His entire right leg was nearly shattered, completely twisted, howling in agony. Too weak! With a cold laugh, Tiandu was enveloped in white light and instantly teleported away. The entire arena was left in stunned silence. Strong, too strong. This is the true master. Ha ha ha, now these geniuses from the 5 nations should know the terror of our Zhou's heroes, right? Do they even qualify to compete with us from the 5 nations? Among the crowd, various sarcastic jeers rang out. Tiandu easily defeated Yuan Feng, achieving victory. That indifferent posture seemed to indicate he hadn't even put in his full effort, sweeping away the previous gloom among the Zhou experts and igniting their spirits. I remember this person should be named Yuan Feng, known as the first genius of the 5 nations and also the strongest among them. In the recent examination on the stone monument, he ranked second only to that cheating Chen. Yet such a master was sent flying in just 2 or 3 moves before the younger generation of the Xian sect. Completely defeated, it was too easy. In front of the 3 great heroes of our Zhou, even the strongest other martial artists seem like children, not even in the same league. Heroes are heroes, unmatched no matter what, only capable of looking up. The crowd from the Dawi dynasty buzzed with excitement, completely caught up in frenzy. Outside of Gunandu, the teleported Yuan Feng heard the discussions around him, his eyes scattered, his expression blank. Is the gap between me and the heroes of Zhou really this big? He had never thought he would lose to Tiandu, but he never expected to be defeated so thoroughly, so easily. His strongest attack posed no threat in front of the opponent, casually shattered in an instant, weak as if it couldn't withstand a single blow. This crushing defeat left Yuan Feng feeling dead inside, filled with despair. At this moment, the last arena was nearing its end. Blood beast devours heaven, barbarian dragon devours land. Wei Qingshan stepped onto the stage and unleashed everything he had. His blood beast power roared like thunder. Even having just completed an improvement to his Qingshan mystical body and feeling bolder for it, he slammed into Dai Tianyi with full force. Dai Tianyi only smiled faintly. Wei Qingshan's assault struck him like pebbles against a cliff, annoying but meaningless. When the younger man thought he had weathered Dai's counterstrike, Dai gathered a majestic imperial aura in his fist and struck once. World-shaking Emperor Fist, shocking dragon destroys the world. The punch landed like the decree of an ancient sovereign. The arena trembled. The blood beast illusion Wei had relied on collapsed under that single blow. Wei Qingshan was sent flying as bones cracked and blood spattered. A 2-inch fist imprint sat on his chest, the skin around it rippling from internal damage. This is the capital of your arrogance, utterly unable to withstand a blow, Dai Tianyi sneered. If your cultivation had stepped into half-step Wuzong, perhaps you would have the qualifications to compete with me, but with such cultivation, you might as well not show up. The reason I didn't defeat you earlier was simply that I wasn't taking it seriously. Wei Qingshan spat blood and stared in disbelief, his earlier confidence shattered in an instant. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Dai Tianyi and the fallen Wei Qingshan were enveloped in white light and teleported away. That retreating figure gave an immense sense of oppression, almost suffocating. Too strong. Only a genius at the half-step Wuzong level has the qualifications to fight him. What kind of dominance is this? Ha, Dai Xin young master. Truly worthy of the title. It seems the top 3 positions this time will definitely belong to the 3 great heroes of Zhou. Does that even need to be said? Having witnessed the terror of Tiandu and Dai Tianyi, many powerful figures from the Dawi dynasty fully regained their composure. while also feeling in awe of the two's formidable strength. Such power, even if they didn't obtain the final inheritance of Gunandu, perhaps they would still have a chance to compete with the top geniuses of the Dawi dynasty. This was already a huge gain for Xu and Zhou. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After Hua Tiandu, Chen, and Dai Tianyi emerged victorious, the remaining 6 were instantly selected and appeared on the arena. This immediately drew gasps of surprise from the crowd. The contestants on the 3 arenas were the black-robed youth from the Ghost Immortal sect against Wang Kaiming, the cold scholar Leng Wushwang against Sidu Sheng, and Yu Qiānxu against the Ghost Shadow of the Ghost Immortal sect. The 4 geniuses of the 5 nations are actually facing each other. Damn, in this case, no matter what, there will be 2 matches among these 3 duels where the victors will be from the 5 nations. In other words, 3 of the top 6 spots will be occupied by the people of the 5 nations. Seeing the contestants facing off, many powerful figures from the Dawi dynasty were on the verge of exploding with anger. In their imagination, if Leng Wushwang and Sidu Sheng each faced a contestant from the 5 nations, they could easily secure 2 spots in the top 6. But now, of the 3 matches, 2 featured contestants from the 5 nations battling each other. As a result, while they could definitely eliminate 2 from the 5 nations, it was also certain that 2 would advance. This was something that the many strong figures from Qiān Prefecture were completely unwilling to see. Out of the 6 strong spots, there were unexpectedly 3 from the 5 nations. Once this news reached the Dawi dynasty, it would undoubtedly make them a laughingstock, subject to ridicule. However, no matter how much they were unwilling, the reality had already taken shape and they could only watch. Boom! At this moment, the 3 matches on the stage had already begun. Wang Kaiming faced the black-robed youth from the Ghost Immortal sect and initiated a fierce attack right from the start. Seemingly aware of the opponent's strength, Wang Kaiming came out swinging with life-threatening moves, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. If it were another opponent, this move from Wang Kaiming might have some effectiveness, but in front of the black-robed youth, it was rendered ineffective. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how aggressively Wang Kaiming attacked, the black-robed youth could always find the weak points in his assaults and counter them. Strong, too strong? For the first time, Wang Kaiming felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could clearly feel that although his sword intent was extremely powerful, he always seemed restricted in front of the opponent, unable to fully unleash it. Even so, Wang Kaiming had no intention of admitting defeat. He fought desperately and held on tightly. In his dictionary, there were no words for admitting defeat, surrendering, or accepting fate. In his dictionary, there was only persistence. Boom! While Wang Kaiming struggled to hold on, the duel between Leng Wushwang and Sidu Sheng had already determined a winner. Although Sidu Sheng had decent strength, he was far too inferior compared to the 3 exceptional talents like Leng Wushwang. After just 10 moves, Sidu Sheng was sent flying, completely defeated. On another stage, Yu Qiānxu faced the ghostly figure from the Ghost Immortal sect. As soon as the ghostly figure took the stage, it completely vanished, as if it had blended into the void. Where is he? Where did he go? I can't see any trace at all. Many talented individuals searched the stage, but they couldn't find any sign of the ghostly figure, as if he had completely disappeared from the arena. Only some 5th-level Wuzong-level experts could vaguely sense the presence of the ghostly figure. Yu Qiānxu is going to lose. No matter how high his talent, his cultivation is only at the peak of the mid-Qiān level. There's no way he can detect where that ghostly figure is. If she can't even find her enemy's trace, how can she fight? This match has been predetermined from the start. This person even rejected the recruitment of the Prince of the Imperial Heart. Soon she will realize how wrong her decision was. Outside of ancient Nandu, many voices of ridicule echoed. Some Wuzong experts sensed a concealed aura had already arrived behind Yu Qiānxu. At this moment, Yu Qiānxu stood on the stage, still completely unaware, searching everywhere for the ghostly figure. Whoosh! A subtle fluctuation of true power swept past Yu Qiānxu's back, then struck down heavily. Yu Qiānxu is going to be defeated. Many experts from the Dawi dynasty smirked coldly. In the next moment, all their smiles froze. Ding! It was as if Yu Qiānxu had eyes on her back. At the very moment the ghostly figure's attack was about to arrive, she suddenly turned around and blocked it, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of sword light in retaliation. She blocked it. How is that possible? How did Yu Qiānxu know that the ghostly figure was right behind her? The many strong figures from Qiān Prefecture were shaken, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Luck. It must be luck. This thought rapidly surfaced in their minds. Buzz. The ghostly figure was also startled, hastily blocking Yu Qiānxu's attack while once again disappearing into the void. Now she definitely won't be able to defend. Just now was merely luck on her part. With this strike she will surely lose. The crowd held their breath, focusing intently. In their perception, the ghostly figure quickly appeared at Yu Qiānxu's left side, launching a fierce attack. Ding! To everyone's surprise, Yu Qiānxu managed to block it once again. Concealing oneself in the void should be some sort of special bloodline ability of yours, but in front of me, your concealment techniques are not without flaws. Yu Qiānxu's gaze was sharp as her sword in hand unleashed its power. Whoosh, 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 countless beams of sword light surged forth, instantly transforming into a net that ensnared the ghostly figure. What? The ghostly figure was taken aback, wanting to evade but finding it too late and had no choice but to clash with Yu Qiānxu. Bang, 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 the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Without his concealment technique, the ghostly figure immediately fell into a precarious situation. His concealment method was his strongest attack, and now that it had failed, his strength was dramatically reduced. Moreover, Yu Qiānxu's ice bloodline severely countered his movements, putting him at a disadvantage. Additionally, Yu Qiānxu's mastery of sword intent made her attacks a credible threat to the ghostly figure. After dozens of moves, the ghostly figure was finally unable to evade, struck by Yu Qiānxu's sword and fell to defeat. Ha! Exhaling a long breath, Yu Qiānxu was drenched in sweat. Although she had seen through the ghostly figure's concealment technique, the opponent's strength was anything but ordinary. If it weren't for her overwhelming abilities with no weaknesses, the outcome of the match could have been uncertain. Unexpectedly, Yu Qiānxu won. This, outside of ancient Tiandu, everyone was dumbfounded, completely stunned. At the Ghost Immortal sect, several black-robed experts' eyes flashed with a hint of menace, but soon they disappeared without a trace. Boom, boom, boom at this moment. Wang Qiming and the black-robed youth's battle was still ongoing. Currently, Wang Qiming was bloodied and in a sorry state. Yet he was still struggling to hold on. But the bout did not drag on much longer. The black-robed youth, Mo Li, moved with terrifying speed and used strange, demonic methods that warped the rhythm of the fight. Within a short, ruthless exchange, he overwhelmed Wang Qiming, every desperate parry and strike undone by Mo Li's uncanny techniques. A final blow sent Wang Qiming crashing down, utterly defeated. The black-robed youth stepped forward, eyes cold. "Remember, my name is Mo Li. Although your cultivation is low, you're worthy of knowing my name." With a flash of white light, both the black-robed youth and Wang Qiming were teleported away. Thus, the 6 strong contestants finally emerged. They were Hua Tiandu, Chen, Dai Tianyi, Mo Li, Leng Wushwang, and Yu Qiānxu, 3 from the 5 nations and 3 from the Dawei dynasty. Such numbers left many experts from the Dawei dynasty with pale faces, while the people from the 5 nations displayed joyful expressions. They never expected. Under the overwhelming suppression of numerous talents from the Dawei dynasty, 3 talents from the 5 nations made it into the top 6. This was nothing short of a miracle for the 5 nations. Buzz, with the conclusion of the top 6. 2 beams of white light suddenly descended, enveloping 2 participants on the square, drawing the gaze of the crowd. Who would lead off in the first duel? Boom, the 3 platforms in the plaza of ancient southern capital issued a deafening roar, crashing into each other and ultimately forming a massive stage. At the same time, 2 figures appeared on the stage. They were Yu Qiānxu and Dai Tianyi. "Oh, it's those 2. A ripple of laughter passed through the crowd. A few voices whispered with schadenfreude about Qiānxu's earlier refusal to be Dai Xin Xiaoju's maid, already counting her down. On the platform, Dai Tianyi wore a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at Yu Qiānxu with a half-smile. "Do you really think you can defeat me?" Yu Qiānxu's gaze was indifferent, a long sword in hand, white light swirling around her. She had merged her sword intent into a dreamlike state, elevating her true power to its peak, allowing her combat strength to reach a pinnacle. "What's the matter? Do you still want to fight me?" Dai Tianyi gently shook his head. "The gap between us is too great. You are simply not my opponent." "Is that so?" Yu Qiānxu sneered. "Then let me see just how big this so-called gap is." 1,000 threads, as her words fell, Yu Qiānxu struck. The sky filled with sword light, transforming into a torrential rain of blades sweeping toward Dai Tianyi. She dared not hold back in the slightest. Her strongest killing move was unleashed from the start. The brilliant white light, combined with her small-level ice and snow sword intent, formed a tide of swords surging like an ocean. "World-shaking Emperor Fist, awakening dragon-ending world." Dai Tianyi suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. Divine rainbows burst from his black eyes, and he launched a punch. Boom! The fierce might of the punch soared, an enormous phantom sweeping everything away, instantly smashing the white sword tied into nothingness and dispersing it into a chill that filled the air. The punch's might continued unabated, roaring toward Yu Qiānxu. "Ice and snow sword technique, flying snow connecting the heavens." Yu Qiānxu's expression remained unchanged as she slashed another sword. Ethereal sword light enveloped everything. Snowflakes fell like blades, each a concentrated sword aura cutting silently against the overwhelming punch. With a loud boom, the punch aura shattered, and countless sword lights like snowflakes surged forward, the fierce wind lifting Tiandu's hair. An invigorating chill spread through her body. "Oh, a bit interesting. No wonder your temper is so fiery. Take another punch from me." World-shaking Emperor fist, Emperor's might raging. A light laugh touched Tiandu's mouth as he unleashed another punch. The terrifying might surged forth like a golden ocean, sweeping away the flying snow and sword light entirely, completely submerging them. He appeared like an emperor looking down upon his subjects. Just this, after the golden ocean, Qiān gritted her teeth and shouted, "Buzz." Invisible sword intent enveloped her, and an astonishing bloodline power erupted. The temperature on the platform dropped, frost spread beneath her feet, expanding like a spider web. A fearsome cold ice sword intent cleaved the air, piercing toward Tiandu with intensely gathered resolve. Buzz. Under the terrifying sword pressure, Tiandu's punched might violently shook, exploding into fragments. Amidst the aura, a white sword light flashed before Tiandu, delivering a deadly strike. "What powerful sword energy! No wonder you made it this far." Tiandu felt an overwhelming chill that made his blood nearly freeze. His originally frivolous gaze turned serious. "However, this alone is not enough. Little girl, let me show you how powerful I am." World-shaking Emperor fist, Emperor unrivaled. With a rumble, Tiandu's eyes shone proud, and he suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom, a magnificent figure appeared behind him, bathing in golden light like a king. The Emperor Unrivaled's might collided violently with Qiān's cold ice sword intent. With a bang, the cold ice sword intent merely carved a brief opening atop the golden punch before it exploded. Qiān was sent flying, blood spurting from her mouth as she crashed to the ground. Her meridians were damaged. She lacked the strength to continue. Too strong, he defeated Qiān in just 3 moves. Murmurs spread through the plaza, astonishment at how swiftly the top 6 contestant was dispatched. Even seasoned onlookers from the 5 kingdoms felt a cold realization of the gap between them and Qiān province. On the platform, Tiandu stood with his fist withdrawn, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "How about it? If you're willing to be my maid, there's still a chance now. Just a few years older than me, if I were your age, you wouldn't last 3 moves against me either." Qiān wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze cold. White light swirled about her as she was teleported away, injured and retreating. "Interesting, still so cold, hee, I like it. However, you are not my opponent now, and years later you still won't be, regardless of your realm." Tiandu chuckled lightly, his figure also enveloped in white light, disappearing from the platform. The 2 figures disappeared. In the sky above Gunan City, 2 beams of white light descended once more, enveloping the 2 individuals below. "Who has been chosen again?" The crowd's eyes widened, all looking over. Now only 4 people remained on the stage. Chen, Mo Li, Leng Wushwang, and Tiandu. Among them, 2 were the top talents from Qiān State. The remaining 2 were dark horses that had risen among the 5 nations. No matter who faced whom, it was enough to draw everyone's attention. The only thing the people of the Duel dynasty prayed for was that in this 6-3 showdown, there wouldn't be a clash between top talents. Otherwise, their Duel dynasty would lose a spot directly. Under the anxious eyes of the crowd, 2 figures appeared on the platform. "What, is it those 2? Seeing the 2 people competing on the stage, everyone was momentarily stunned. This is too coincidental, right? On the stage, one of them was Tiandu while the other was Chen. I didn't expect my opponent would be you. This truly surprises me." Seeing Chen, Tiandu was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile, his expression filled with coldness and deep meaning. "I didn't expect it either." Seeing Tiandu, Chen squinted his eyes, emitting a cold light. He still remembered the scene where Tiandu injured Zhao Wei, nearly causing his downfall. How could he remain at ease without avenging this grudge? "You don't want to fight me, do you?" Seeing Chen's gaze, Tiandu was momentarily stunned, then sneered. "However, if you want to admit defeat, I'll give you that chance. After all, the people of the 5 nations are just commoners. Admitting defeat isn't difficult for you." At this moment, Tiandu was not worried about Chen refusing to concede, but rather that he would directly admit defeat. After all, in the previous match, Tiandu had excellently showcased the gap between the geniuses of the 5 nations and their top talents. Even a top genius like Qiān was no match for Tiandu's 3 moves. How many moves could Chen withstand? If Chen knew he was outmatched and admitted defeat directly, then his desire to teach his opponent a lesson would come to nothing. "Don't worry, I won't admit defeat. What I fear is that you won't be able to hold on and will want to admit defeat later." Chen sneered. How could he not understand Tiandu's intentions and thoughts? What? As soon as these words came out of Chen's mouth, the entire audience was shocked, all staring wide-eyed at Chen as if a great earthquake had struck their hearts. One by one, they found it hard to believe. What kind of joke was this? What did Chen just say? He feared Tiandu wouldn't be able to hold on and would admit defeat later. This was even more absurd than a fairy tale. Arrogant, utterly arrogant, they had to know that the opponent before him was entirely different from his previous ones. This was one of the 3 top talents of Qiān state, the heir of the Liu Xian sect. Did he dare to say such things without fearing for his life? I admit defeat, ha 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 ha. On the opposite side of the stage, Tiandu couldn't help but burst into laughter, his smile cold and filled with murderous intent. An invisible momentum erupted from him, rolling out like waves crashing, his gaze coldly scrutinizing Chen, with an air of superiority that seemed to turn him into the king of this realm. Good, very good. Tiandu's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile forming on his lips. You are the first to be so arrogant in front of me. It seems that your previous victory has inflated your confidence too much, to the point where you think you can contend with me. But I will let you know just how laughable your confidence is before me. Tiandu looked down at Chen, his high and mighty demeanor enough to make anyone feel utterly stifled. You talk too much, Chen responded with a cold smile. Very well, if that's the case, just as you wish. As soon as his voice fell, Tiandu suddenly moved. Boom. He extended his right hand, like a falling meteor, instantly appearing in front of Chen, reaching for his head. Roar! Terrifying true power formed a massive claw shadow above Chen's head, the energy roaring and howling. As Tiandu struck, it was an attack so formidable that he hadn't previously unleashed. He aimed to capture Chen in one blow and shatter his brain. Even if he didn't kill him, he wanted to leave him as a cripple. To achieve this goal, he used all his strength right from the start, leaving Chen no time to react or concede. Clang! Then, just when Tiandu thought he could subdue Chen with one move out of nowhere, a mysterious rusty sword suddenly appeared in the air, sweeping out like a lightning bolt from Chen's waist, an astonishing sword intent enveloping the space and crashing against his attack. Boom! Sword energy surged across, Claw Shadow's sword, and the 2 terrifying forces collided, causing a violent roar to echo through the void. The entire platform trembled under the impact of this strike. What? Blocked? How could Chen's reaction be so fast? What a powerful sword intent! The crowd buzzed with shock. Tiandu's gaze also froze, clearly not expecting his powerful strike to fail. You have some skill. You managed to catch my claw, but that claw was just a warm-up. What comes next is my real attack. Tiandu coldly shouted, his momentum skyrocketing. I was just stretching a bit. There's no need to mention it. Chen smirked, his eyes filled with mockery. The crowd gaped, staring at Chen in disbelief. They could believe Tiandu was just warming up, but Chen claimed he was only stretching. What a joke. Interesting, I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Do you think you can defeat me just by talking? Ridiculous. Next, I will let you know just how terrifying Tiandu truly is. Tiandu was enraged. Whether in Qiān state or here in the 5 nations, he had always been on high ground. No matter who saw him, their eyes were filled with unerasable awe. But Chen, from the start of the competition, had mocked him coldly, showing no respect whatsoever. This kind of arrogance was something he couldn't accept. Die! With a burst of power from his right palm, Tiandu struck again. In the void, countless palm shadows appeared like an ocean, crashing toward Chen. Clang, clang, clang. However, before these palm shadows could reach Chen, they were shredded by countless sword lights, dispersing into fierce winds. What? Come again! Tiandu's momentum surged once more, rumbling. Standing there, he radiated a suffocating aura, enough to make an ordinary late-stage mystic-level master feel unable to act, unable to breathe. But unfortunately for him, it was all useless before Chen, instantly being sliced to pieces. Too weak is this your so-called attack? The top talents from Qiān state are nothing but this. On the platform, Chen stood with his sword, his gaze disdainful. What? It was blocked again? The crowd trembled, almost unable to accept it. The performance on the arena now was almost worlds apart from the previous match. In the last battle, it was Dai Tianyi against Yu Qiāngsu. Even though Yu Qiāngsu displayed astonishing strength, under Dai Tianyi's overwhelming attack, she was defeated in just 3 moves. But now, once again, it was the contestants from the 5 nations against the prodigies from Qiān Prefecture. Despite Tiandu's numerous attempts, they were all blocked by Chen. What was most unacceptable to them was that Chen stood proudly on the stage, his robes fluttering, seemingly not having exerted his full strength, which astonished everyone. How could Chen be so strong? You! Tiandu was also taken aback. Chen Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. "Arrogant, take my palm strike, palm of the universe." In that instant, Tiandu's aura surged violently. His robes billowed as a terrifying brilliance erupted from his eyes, resembling a war god, glaring at Chen as he unleashed another palm strike. Boom! It felt as though the void itself was shattered by this palm strike. A massive shadow of a hand emerged. This was the terrifying momentum formed after the true power took shape, like a heavenly curtain rumbling down towards Chen. 9 stars divine emperor technique. Block it for me. Chen's gaze flickered. Under this palm strike, he also felt pressure. However, his expression remained unchanged. The 9 stars divine emperor technique within him ran wildly, merging into the mysterious rusted sword. Buzz, a hazy sword intent erupted from the rusted sword, forcefully slashing down toward the center of that massive palm. Boom! Endless sword intent clashed with the domineering palm force. Dazzling sword energy and overwhelming palm might collided crazily, creating a shockwave that spread across the entire arena. The two forces counterbalanced each other, violently colliding. Equal in strength, they are surprisingly equal in strength. Now it's a matter of whose attack is more superior. Do we even need to say? It has to be Tiandu from the Liuxian sect. That Chen's cultivation is too low, only at the peak of the initial stage of the Qiān level. How could he block Tiandu at the peak of the late stage of the Qiān level? No matter how high his talent, the gap in true power cannot be ignored. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd outside Gunnan City was in an uproar, discussing among themselves. Those Qiān prefecture geniuses who had previously fought Chen, even looking down on him, were all stunned. Including Li Cunnian, Hua Feiwu, and other disciples of the Liuxian sect, they were all dumbfounded, their hearts trembling. They were all too clear about Tiandu's strength, far beyond what they could compare to. Yet now Chen could actually match him in strength, indicating that he had not revealed all of his strength before. They had previously ridiculed Chen, and now they couldn't help but feel deeply ashamed. Just as they were shocked. What? Suddenly, everyone outside Gunnan City widened their eyes in horror, looking at the arena within Gunnan City, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. They saw that the previous stalemate on the arena had already changed. Puff! The power of Chen's sword energy surged drastically, the hazy sword energy repelling the fierce palm force and then forcefully cleaving down along the massive true power hand, unexpectedly splitting the entire true power hand in half. Whoosh, the terrifying sword intent like flowing light rushed towards Tiandu. "Shatter for me!" Tiandu's eyes were filled with rage. He roared loudly, throwing a punch to smash that sword light apart. Step, step, step. At the same time, he staggered back several steps, his face turning pale, clearly having suffered significant injury inside. The crowd was dumbfounded, each person in shock. From the start of the match until now, the exchanges between Chen and Tiandu had been extremely fierce, but no one had ever retreated. Yet now, they exchanged glances, and everyone looked at each other in disbelief. It was actually Tiandu who couldn't withstand it first, retreating to avoid it. Damn it, how could you? Opposite, Tiandu was almost going mad, unable to describe the feeling of inner collapse. He was a prodigy from Qiān Prefecture, the top genius of the Dawei dynasty, a martial artist at the peak of the late stage of the Qiān level, yet he was actually forced back by a kid at the peak of the initial stage of the Qiān level from the barbaric lands of the 5 nations. If this got out, Tiandu, would surely become the laughingstock of the entire Dawei dynasty. It's impossible. This kid's cultivation is only at the peak of the initial stage of the Qiān level, and he just broke through under the heavenly Tao divine light not long ago. How could his true power be so abundant? Tiandu couldn't figure it out. He came from the top sect of Qiān Prefecture, the Liuxian sect, and the cultivation method he practiced was also a well-known low-grade earth-level technique. Yet in terms of true power abundance, it was actually not as good as a genius from the 5 nations. This was simply illogical. Not only could he not understand, but the others present also couldn't comprehend it. Qiān, also from the 5 nations, had a cultivation level at the peak of the mid-stage of the Qiān level and was still defeated by Dai Tianyi in 3 moves. But this Chen, with a cultivation level even lower than Qiān, also from the 5 nations, actually managed to repel Tiandu. This was hard to believe. Among the crowd, only Qiān looked at the shocked expressions of the many strong figures from the Dawei dynasty, sneering in her heart. If they thought Chen's cultivation was lower than hers, his combat power must also be lower than hers, they would be disappointed. In the initial trial in the Demon Ancestor Mountain, Chen was at the earth level, while she had stepped into the heaven level. The gap was a whole realm, yet she had once been toyed with by Chen. Not to mention that now everyone was at the Qiān level. This is what they call a transcendent prodigy, hee ha 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 ha. Chen looked at Tiandu with mockery. Although he didn't say much, the disdain in his eyes and the mocking laughter felt like a sharp blade, deeply piercing the hearts of every strong figure from the Dawei dynasty. Of course, the one who felt the most humiliated was Tiandu. Ha 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 ha! Faced with Chen's disdainful gaze, Tiandu suddenly burst into laughter. How long has it been? Since I, Tiandu, entered the field, you are the first person to dare to look down on me. In the past, any martial artist who dared to provoke me has already died, and now there's only you left. Just this is enough for you to feel proud, but... Tiandu's gaze suddenly turned extremely sinister and sharp. You are also the first person to make me feel so embarrassed. You have successfully ignited my anger. Next, I will let you know what kind of tragic end awaits those who dare to mock me, Tiandu. This is all self-inflicted, you lowly commoner from the four domains. How dare you provoke me? This is seeking death. Buzz. As his words fell, Tiandu's long hair suddenly floated up. His eyes sparkled like starlight, his expression solemn. The true power throughout his body rapidly climbed once more, reaching an astonishing level, and an aura of terror began to emanate. Boom, this aura transformed into specks of light that swirled around him, dreamlike and ethereal, extremely dense. As it spread out, it immediately caused a chill to sweep through everyone present. This is sect-level true power. Could it be that Tiandu has already stepped into the 5th level of the martial Zong? Suddenly, there was a moment of silence, and the next moment, the entire plaza erupted in an instant. Not yet, he hasn't reached the martial god realm. This is the aura of a half-step martial god, just one step away, and Tiandu can break through to the martial god realm. Indeed, he's already at the cusp, half a step into martial god. In weeks at most, perhaps even days, he could cross over. The murmurs swelled, but the reactions were compact and fierce. Awe, alarm, and a cold, spreading dread from the 5 nations' side. In an instant, it was clear. Tiandu's cultivation had surged to a terrifying threshold, and even seasoned martial god elders felt the chill of someone poised to surpass them. For Chen, that aura alone made the crowd tighten their breath. For rivals like Wei Tianming and Ling Tian Sec's Senior, it was a humiliating reminder of how far some talents could leap. On the stage, Tiandu stood proud, his presence like an imposing war god. The dissipating martial god aura left faces changed, secretly alarmed, some even fearful. A half-step martial god, and his true power had already been restrained, transitioning toward full martial god might. Oh my god, is this really half-step? It feels as terrifying as a newly minted martial god, whispered someone nearby. The crowd's tone hardened into derision toward Chen. The moment Tiandu revealed this level, the earlier confidence poured into Chen's corner began to crumble. Mocking voices rose. Chen had been arrogant because Tiandu had been holding back. Now that he'd shown his true edge, who could stand against him? Tiandu's eyes bored into Chen. Cold amusement curled his lips as he flicked his sleeve and appeared before him, slapping down with one palm. Boom! The palm wind roared like a dragon through the arena, turbulent energy ripping the air as Tiandu's strike cleaved toward Chen. Chen felt the pressure steal his breath. So strong! Chen's expression tightened. The half-step breakthrough had multiplied Tiandu's power manyfold. This was no mere escalation, but a different grade of force. Retreat! Chen exploded back, leaving a blurred afterimage. Want to run? Can you escape? Tiandu sneered. A sweep of palm wind shattered the afterimage into dissipating true power that chased Chen. Retreat again, Chen barked, pulling back another step as his shadow lengthened. Useless, immortal Hong Palm, suppress him for me, Tiandu commanded. The palm force, fused with the martial god aura, spiked in speed and intensity, bearing down like an avalanche with no opening to evade. Can't dodge, then I won't, Chen snarled, the rusty sword flashing as he summoned a web of sword light to intercept the oncoming palm. Break! The palm surged. Tiandu's sneer was visible. He thought the sword web a child's trick. In full view of the crowd, the sword shadow web fractured like thin ice. The terrifying palm force crashed into Chen and flung him through the air. Chen Shao! Gasps burst from the spectators. Faces blanched. Those who had seen Tiandu's previous brutal strike against Zhao Wei knew how grim Chen's plight looked now. They watched, hearts pounding, as Chen tumbled, momentarily overwhelmed by the half-step martial god's onslaught. In the Great Wei dynasty, everyone was smiling, watching Chen being blasted away like a cannonball, with cruel smiles in their eyes. This Chen, so arrogant before, should now know the consequences. One by one, they looked on with grins. Suddenly, their expressions froze. Bang! On the arena, Chen was heavily blasted away, but his body quickly flipped in the air, maintaining balance and landed heavily on the ground. Dong. As he landed, a slight tremor was felt. "This is your attack? Not impressive at all." Shaking off the dust from his clothes, Chen appeared indifferent, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How is this possible? That palm strike from Tiandu earlier was infused with true power, and even a typical early-stage Wuzong would have been heavily injured. How is it that Chen is completely unscathed? Am I seeing things? How can Chen's defense be so terrifying? The crowd was stupefied, utterly bewildered, almost in disbelief. How could this happen? Tiandu's pupils also shrank. His earlier palm, though not using full power, was because he feared that if he exerted too much force, he would kill Chen and break the rules, leading to punishment. But he never expected that Chen would emerge completely unscathed. "I refuse to believe that you can withstand my attacks." Boom! Tiandu was furious and launched a frenzied assault. Each palm strike caused violent sonic booms in the void, as if the heavens were collapsing. Boom, boom, boom! The intense palm force continued to strike Chen, sending him flying repeatedly. Even his robes showed signs of damage, yet he remained unharmed. In the midst of the battle, a cold smile curled at the corner of Chen's mouth. Even if he could hit him, so what? In front of his indestructible holy body, harming him was not that easy. Damn it! After several failed attempts to subdue Chen, Tiandu's eyes turned cold, and an invisible aura erupted from within him. Tiandu's strength is actually increasing. This is the secret technique of the Qiān sect, the Immortal Body Descend technique, which can temporarily unleash the potential within a martial artist, doubling their strength at least. The Qiān sect actually taught this core secret technique to Tiandu? What's so surprising about that? Tiandu is the greatest genius of the Qiān sect in nearly 100 years. It's not just a mere secret technique, he's probably received many treasures as well. The crowd from the Great Wei dynasty sneered. The aura of Tiandu is still rising. Chen frowned. After breaking through the third level of the indestructible holy body, ordinary Wuzong could not injure him at all. Naturally, he was not afraid of Tiandu's attacks, but simply dodging was not a solution. He had to admit that Tiandu's talent was not weak. After breaking through to half-step Wuzong, he posed a certain threat to him. However, Chen didn't want to reveal his mental storm, illusionary prison cage, and other divine mental attacks. He knew very well that his opponents were not just Tiandu and Dai Tianyi, but many powerful figures from the Great Wei dynasty outside the arena, as well as that cloaked man. Once they learned that he possessed mental secret attacks, they would undoubtedly be on guard, and his surprise attacks would lose their effectiveness. This was his trump card, something he could not use lightly. Since that's the case, Chen raised his head, looking at Tiandu, his eyes revealing a hint of a cold smile. "You can break through, can't I?" Boom! The 9 stars Divine Emperor technique suddenly operated at its peak. An astonishing force surged from within Chen. Buzz! In the heavens and earth, an incredible true energy gathered, transforming into a pure force that surged down from the heavens and entered Chen's body in an instant. Chen's aura, initially at the peak of early-stage Qiān, surged dramatically. Mid-stage Qiān peak, until it approached late-stage Qiān, it finally stopped. This scene left everyone wide-eyed in shock. What did I just see? Chen actually broke through at this moment, from the peak of early-stage Qiān to the peak of mid-stage Qiān all at once. Everyone was dumbfounded, almost going mad. What shocked them the most was Chen's expression. In such a critical moment of breakthrough, Chen showed no excitement or joy. His eyes were indifferent, as if it were only natural, with no hint of surprise at all. They had no idea. With the help of the heavenly law divine light, Chen had broken through to Qiān and had not lacked the ability to continue progressing. It was just that he focused his energy elsewhere. For Chen, who was once a martial emperor and was familiar with every realm, the next hurdle for him should be breaking through to Wuzong. As for mid-stage Qiān peak, or late-stage Qiān and late-stage Qiān peak, to him they were not difficult. As long as he had enough true power to supplement, it would happen naturally. Breaking through these minor realms was as simple as eating and drinking to him now. "You actually broke through too?" As his aura peaked to an extreme, Tiandu's body was surrounded by what seemed like immortal light. Upon sensing Chen's cultivation level, his expression slightly changed. Then he scoffed coldly. "Do you think breaking through to peak mid-stage Qiān will allow you to withstand my attack? Useless, watch me destroy you. Immortal body descend, Xian finger." With cold black eyes staring ahead, Tiandu locked onto Chen and a finger shot forward like lightning. "Come on, Slay!" As the 9 stars Divine Emperor technique activated, combining with his sword intent, Chen grasped the sword with both hands and slashed down madly. Crack. Having used the Immortal Body Descend secret technique, Tiandu was now far stronger than before. With a single finger, the heavens and earth seemed to shatter, blasting Chen's sword aura apart, sending it scattering. Chen was sent flying, his figure stirring in the wind, but Tiandu also retreated violently. He didn't know when, but a sword light brushed past his brow. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and hurriedly retreated, but still, a few strands of his hair were severed, scattering wildly in the wind. Cold sweat broke out on Tiandu's back, and his face turned pale. He had not expected that even after revealing his half-step Wuzong cultivation and using the Immortal Body Descend, Chen would still nearly injure him. If he hadn't dodged in time, that sword would have likely cleaved his forehead and shattered his consciousness. How is Chen so terrifying? Clearly, Tiandu's cultivation is stronger than his, yet he has managed to hold on until now and nearly inflicted a wound on Tiandu. The crowd outside the ancient southern capital was dumbfounded, gasping in shock, their minds suffering tremendous impact. Chen's performance completely overturned their expectations. They could hardly imagine that such a genius could emerge from the remote 5 nations. "Stinky brat, you've angered me. I don't believe you can withstand a few more moves from me." Cold sweat dripped down as Tiandu shouted madly, losing his initial elegance. His gaze was fierce and sharp, filled with resentment, firmly locking onto Chen's figure, and he launched a frenzied attack. Boom, 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 terrifying shadows of palms and fingers filled the sky, rumbling and exploding forth. The entire arena was engulfed in a surge of overwhelming energy, an endless torrent of true power drowning everything on the stage. Kai. Amidst the relentless attacks, Chen moved like lightning, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His 5th-level spiritual power was quietly unleashed, continuously analyzing the weaknesses in Tiandu's attacks to fend off and counterattack. The two exchanged blows, appearing equally matched. The crowd was dumbfounded. Tiandu had already reached the half-step Wuzong realm, just 1 step away from fully entering the Wuzong level. Moreover, he had unleashed the secret technique of the Liuxian sect, manifesting his immortal body, which meant his combat strength had completely surpassed that of ordinary Wuzong experts, exceeding the limits of the Qiān level. Although Chen had also made breakthroughs earlier, he was still only at the peak of the mid-Qiān level, and since it had been a hurried breakthrough, his true power couldn't possibly be particularly robust. Yet even in such a situation, Tiandu couldn't take down Chen for a moment, leaving people with an inexplicable sense of fantasy. Crack! A beam of sword light burst forth from the violent finger energy, striking fiercely against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. The destructive intent of the sword path caused numerous geniuses outside Gunnan City to turn pale with fright, unable to resist the urge to retreat. Even many 5th-level Wuzong experts from Qiān, Zhou felt a chill of fear. Is this really a clash between Qiān-level geniuses? Why do I feel as if it's a life-and-death battle of Wuzong experts? How many years has it been since we in Qiān, Zhou, witnessed such a spectacular clash of geniuses? Even the battles between the 3 great prodigies of yore were far from this, right? Is Chen a monster? They haven't even stepped into the 5th-level Wuzong, yet their strength is so terrifying. Once they truly break through to Wuzong, what would happen? The crowd was incredibly shocked. This match had completely exceeded their expectations. Such a terrifying scene was not like a clash between 2 members of the younger generation. Although both were still at the Qiān level, they could completely threaten the Wuzong experts of various major forces. Chen! Genius figures from various forces in Qiān Zhou, like Hua Feiwu, were all staring at Lin Xiao, their eyes wide open in shock. Damn it, how can this brat be so strong, fighting Tiandu to such a standstill? Leng Xiugang and Dai Tianyi both gasped in amazement. They were astonished by Chen's strength. This level of power was sufficient to rival their 3 great prodigies. Chenqi, Zhao Lingshan, Princess Zixun, Wang Kaiming, and others clenched their fists in excitement. This person's combat experience is too rich. How on earth has he trained? Among the crowd, the cloaked man widened his eyes. He could see that Chen's combat was extremely seasoned. Whether it was his earlier breakthrough or his current strikes, his battle experience even surpassed that of Tiandu from the Great Wei dynasty. But he was a genius of the 5 nations, which completely defied logic. This person must have some secret. The cloaked man was secretly astonished, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Many Wuzong experts from the Great Wei dynasty were equally astonished. Even the leading experts of the 3 top forces fixed their gazes on Lin Xiao, stating word by word, "I have to say, this child is a martial arts genius." Even if they were reluctant, they had to admit that Chen Chen's talent and strength far exceeded their expectations, leaving them shocked. Damn it! Seeing that he was unable to defeat Chen Chen, Tiandu finally erupted in complete fury. Whoosh! With a flash, Tiandu retreated to the edge of the arena, his gaze radiating terrifying killing intent and ferocity. Chen Chen, I must admit, you are strong and have the qualifications to challenge me. I did not expect you to push me to this point, but regardless, today, you will find it hard to escape being defeated by me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will only make you a waste, unable to enjoy a glorious life ever again. This is you forcing me to reveal my final card. Originally, I intended to use this move against Leng Wuxuang and Dai Tianyi. Chen Chen, it is your honor to witness me using this technique. Boom, an endless aura surged from Tiandu, and his true power seemed to boil in an instant. What? Tiandu actually has a hidden card? The audience was nearly numb, feeling that the ups and downs of this match could no longer be described in words. Ha, take this move, Bloodline fusion technique. With a furious roar, the true power surrounding Tiandu boiled violently, and amidst the raging true power, a huge humanoid shadow faintly rose behind him, extremely ethereal, making it impossible to discern its true form, yet exuding an overwhelming aura capable of obliterating everything. This is Tiandu's bloodline shadow. What type of bloodline is it? Rumor has it that Tiandu is the only one in the Liuxian sect with an immortal body bloodline in hundreds of years. I thought it was just a rumor. Could it be true? This bloodline aura is at least at the peak of the 4th grade. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it is to enhance. How on earth did this guy elevate himself? Outside Gunnan City, there was a dead silence as everyone stared in horror at Tiandu, their expressions filled with fear. This included all the strong individuals from the Great Wei dynasty. Defeat for me? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tiandu's figure seemed to transform into a flying dragon, sweeping toward Chen Chen. That terrifying aura was enough to make even Wuzong experts change color, each one filled with dread and not daring to look directly. Chen Chen, quickly admit defeat. Outside Gunnan City, Xiao Zhan shouted angrily. The talent and strength Chen Chen had displayed earlier had completely shocked him. If such a genius were to fall here, it was something he absolutely did not wish to see. If this child is killed by Tiandu, the Kinglian demon fire will be exposed. The cloaked man's eyes narrowed, and his figure suddenly moved forward a bit, staring intently at the arena. Now, even if you want to admit defeat, it's too late. In the sky, Tiandu's face was twisted with rage as he pounced down fiercely. The endless true power, fused with bloodline power, seemed to boil over, devouring everything and instantaneously engulfing Chen Chen. You're the one who should admit defeat. Amidst the boundless true power, a high-pitched shout rang out. Thunder bloodline, cut for me! The moment Tiandu struck, Chen Chen finally activated the bloodline power within him. Boom! Endless lightning surged, and the astonishing power of thunder instantly flowed into Chen Chen's mysterious rusty sword, aimed at Tiandu hidden within the boundless true power. He slashed out with a single sword. Clang! Endless lightning and true power engulfed everything. Before the gazes of the crowd, everyone witnessed an unbelievable scene. Within the lightning, the immense shadow released by Tiandu was instantly shattered, and his entire figure, with wide-open, astonished eyes, was struck fiercely in the chest by a sword and sent flying backward in disarray. Blood sprayed into the sky. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking to behold. Tiandu's body was sent flying, blood splattering into the air, crashing heavily onto the arena. On his body, a nearly foot-long sword scar appeared, charred and black. And opposite him, Chen Chen held a mysterious rusty sword, his expression cold, looking down at Tiandu from a distance. The entire audience was stunned. They could never have anticipated that the outcome would be like this. It turns out Chen Chen won. How is that possible? Why did it turn out like this? Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly, unable to believe their eyes. They had considered countless possibilities, but never imagined that the victor would be Chen Chen. No, I haven't lost. I'm not defeated yet. Amid everyone's shock, Tiandu awkwardly got up, his expression frenzied, hair disheveled, blood at the corner of his mouth, staring at Chen Chen with a terrifying gaze, roaring before his figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Xian Linjiu Tian! Roar. A grand figure in the void roared, true power obscured, moving in an instant, making it impossible to discern its true form. Only a terrifying true power diffused in the void, annihilating everything. Tiandu was unwilling. How could this unparalleled genius of Xuanzhou be defeated here? Die! At this moment, Tiandu went mad, endless true power obliterating everything, giving a feeling as if the apocalypse had arrived. The true power in his body burned to the extreme, turning him into a beam of fierce light. an astonishing aura swallowing everything. From the boiling true power, countless palm shadows containing terrifying strength crazily attacked the Qin Chen below, the momentum astonishing. Xian Linjiu Tian, isn't that the forbidden secret technique of the Liuxian sect? I heard that using it once requires burning one's essence blood and true power, leaving irreversible damage to the body. My heavens, Tiandu has hidden too deeply. He even learned Xian Linjiu Tian, which is a notorious forbidden technique in our Dou dynasty. Terrifying, too terrifying. Qin Chen is in danger now. If he hadn't completely angered Tiandu, he wouldn't have had to use Xian Linjiu Tian. The crowd was shocked once again. Tiandu's outburst turned the situation on the arena upside down in a twist of fate. This intense roller coaster of emotions nearly drove everyone mad, each person feeling hazy, lost in a fog. No matter how you resist, the outcome will be the same. The one who loses is you. Facing the assault of the grand figure, Qin Chen's eyes were icy. A deeper aura spread from the long sword in his hand. Xian Linjiu Tian, then let me show you my Lei Dongjiu Tian, Pili Pala. Endless lightning burst forth from Qin Chen's body, and in an instant, the arena transformed into an ocean of thunder, with dense lightning gathering atop the long sword in Qin Chen's hand, before transforming into a thunder sword that pierced fiercely into the sky, striking the grand figure. Dong like a comet colliding with earth. Crack! Lightning and the phantom exploded, a deafening sound ringing out, and the next moment, the towering phantom collapsed with a roar. Tiandu let out a cry of despair, his figure revealing itself from midair. A 2-foot-long sword scar appeared on his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain as he heavily fell onto the arena. His robes had no intact place. They were all charred black, hair messy, and deeply despair reflected in his eyes. He lost thoroughly. At this moment, Tiandu's heart was almost shattered, bearing an unprecedented blow. Outside the ancient southern capital, silence reigned. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, unsure how to express their inner emotions. At this moment, Dong! Qin Chen stepped in front of Tiandu, placing a foot on his head. Where has your previous arrogance gone? Tell me. The so-called commoners you look down upon have defeated you. What else can you say? Qin Chen mocked Tiandu, slightly exerting pressure with his right foot, deforming his face. This scene completely stunned everyone. Qin Chen, what are you doing? Let go of Tiandu now. You are asking for death. At this moment, all the martial artists from Liuxian sect exploded in anger, one by one furious. Their senior brother from Liuxian sect, a dignified disciple, was actually being trampled on the head. This humiliation was more unbearable than killing them. What am I doing? Qin Chen glanced at the strong members of Liuxian sect outside the ancient southern capital, a cold smile on his lips. Can't you see? I'm treating Tiandu the same way he treated our 5 kingdoms disciples. Since he believes that people from our 5 kingdoms are commoners, I want him to understand that he, Tiandu, is even inferior to a commoner. Qin Chen's voice echoed above the ancient southern capital. Everyone had varied expressions, horrified by this scene. Do you know what you're doing? Don't bring disaster to the 5 kingdoms. Elder Hao Zhen, leading the Liuxian sect, shouted angrily. If not for the will of the ancient southern capital overseeing, he might have lost patience and rushed to fight Qin Chen. Bring disaster? Qin Chen sneered. He understood the true nature of the people from Qiān all too well. From the moment he injured Li Cunyan and defeated Tiandu, there was no room for negotiation. At least not with Liuxian sect. Even if he let Tiandu go, Liuxian sect would not easily let him off. Having suffered such humiliation, would Tiandu be willing to let it go? Do you think you are worthy? Qin Chen coldly glared at Hao Zhen, speaking disdainfully. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Even the arrogant ones like Dai Tianyi and Leng Xiugang, who had been looking down on Qin Chen, were deeply shaken. All were left dumbfounded. So arrogant, too arrogant. Although they had often competed with Dai Tianyi, frequently coming into conflict, they would never dare to step on Tiandu's head like this. This was a severe slap in the face to Liuxian sect. As a top force in Qiān, Liuxian sect was not something they were unaware of. Once they went mad, the entire Dou dynasty would be in turmoil. At this moment, even if they looked down on Qin Chen, Dai Tianyi and the others were also shocked, each one wide-eyed, their hearts racing. Under Qin Chen's foot, Tiandu could no longer endure this humiliation. With a furious roar, boom, endless power erupted from within him, violently shaking off Qin Chen's right leg, trying to counterattack once again. But he was fiercely knocked away by Qin Chen. On his face, besides a bright red footprint, a large palm print appeared. I'm going to fight you! At this moment, Tiandu could no longer maintain his composure and charged at Qin Chen madly. Bang, bang, bang. However, even at his peak state, he was no match for Qin Chen. Now severely injured, how could he pose any threat to Qin Chen? He was caught by Qin Chen and received a severe beating. His face instantly swelled up like a pig's head, no longer recognizable. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, Tiandu's face had become unrecognizably swollen. Aren't you noble? Where has your nobility gone now? Others have clearly admitted defeat, yet you still insist on using harsh means to cripple your opponent. Is this your arrogance? In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant, a worthless ant even beneath garbage. With every blow that fell, Qin Chen coldly mocked, his words like sharp knives stabbing into Tiandu's heart. Little did the Liuxian sect's onlookers know. Qin Chen had deliberately refrained from using lethal force to prevent the will of Gunnan City from intervening. Although Tiandu looked tragic, aside from the initial 2 sword strikes, he had not suffered mortal injury. Get lost! After thoroughly humiliating Tiandu, Qin Chen shouted and kicked him out of the arena. Tiandu lay on the ground, battered and broken. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he completely lost his fighting ability. White light enveloped him as he was teleported away. At the same time, Qin Chen was surrounded by white light and reappeared in the plaza. The Liuxian disciples rushed forward, their faces a mix of fury and worry. Tiandu, are you all right? Senior brother. Hao Zhen produced a medicinal pill, the aroma sharp and urgent, and forced it into Tiandu's mouth. Don't worry, Hao Zhen said grimly. He won't die. The will of Gunnan City just stated that the top 12 contestants will receive a legacy. With that power, Tiandu's injuries can be healed. His gaze, however, was ice-cold as it landed on Qin Chen. But even if Tiandu survives, this boy cannot escape death. Anyone who dares to lay hands on a disciple of Liuxian sect should be prepared to lose their life. The vow in his voice carried boundless resentment. Around him, other elders and disciples echoed the sentiment the sect would not let this pass. In the crowd, powerful figures from the Dawi dynasty exchanged uneasy looks. Trouble had been sown. Buzz. 2 beams of white light enveloped the remaining contestants, Leng Xuguang and Mo Li, depositing them in the center of the arena. The competition still had 1 duel left. You are not my opponent. On the arena, the black-robed youth from the ghost Immortal sect, Mo Li, glanced at Leng Xuguang and spoke with casual indifference. At this, the audience stirred. Leng Xuguang's face darkened. He narrowed his eyes and scoffed. Are you being a bit too confident? Since you don't believe it, then let's see your strength. Mo Li's voice was cool and measured. In the next moment, his figure vanished, like a black whirlwind, rushing towards Leng Xuguang in an instant. As fast as lightning. Swish, a black flow of light, like an illusion, instantly appeared before Leng Xu. Nice speed, but with just this attack, you can't even injure me, let alone defeat me. Leng Xu gently squeezed the jade fan in his hand, and with a whoosh, his figure suddenly vanished, like a butterfly fluttering, disappearing from the arena. The black-robed youth, Mo Li's attack, naturally missed, crashing into the air. Shadowless body technique, it seems that Leng Xu is really getting serious. He actually used his renowned skill, the shadowless body technique, right from the start. That kid is going to be in trouble. Who does he think he is? Although he has some strength, he dares to provoke Leng Xu. Exclamations and cold huffs immediately arose from outside Gunnan City. Humph, can't find me now? Your attack is indeed not weak, but if you can't hit me, it's all in vain, while I can easily toy with you. A ghostly voice echoed around the arena, and suddenly, countless sharp rays of light flashed around, like raging wind blades, carrying a piercing whistling sound enclosing Mo Li. You think too highly of yourself. Mo Li spoke calmly and suddenly punched towards the void ahead. Boom, the dark fist's might shot into the sky, transforming into an angry dragon, roaring and crashing. Suddenly a figure emerged in the originally empty space above the arena, blasted out by the terrifying fist's might, revealing a look of horror, instantly flying back 100 meters before desperately stopping. How did you discover me? Leng Xu's expression turned furious. What's so hard about this? It's just light refraction combined with the concealed aura's illusion technique. Do you really think you're the 9th level martial god, able to traverse the void? Mo Li sneered, his tone dismissive. That disdainful tone caused Leng Xu's face to flush red, his anger boiling. Good, very good. If your goal was to anger me, you've succeeded. Leng Xu's face was like cold jade, his tone icy. Those who were familiar with him knew that Leng Xu was truly enraged, an astonishing aura rising from within him. I hope you can last a bit longer. Don't be defeated by me in just a few moves. That would be too boring. Leng Xu waved his jade fan, his expression cold, the surging true power within him akin to a coiled dragon containing immense strength. You're probably going to be disappointed because I'm thinking of defeating you in just a few moves. Mo Li shook his head, speaking indifferently. Upon hearing this, not only did Leng Xu's expression change, but everyone present was left speechless. No matter how you looked at it, Leng Xu was a peak expert of the mystic level's late stage. one of the three unrivaled prodigies of Qiān continent, with unfathomable strength, undoubtedly one of the strongest. But the implication from this black-robed youth seemed to suggest that defeating Leng Shu was an easy task, leaving everyone dumbfounded and incredulous. Ha! It was as if he had heard the funniest joke. Leng Shu laughed coldly, and as he laughed, his expression turned grim, revealing a hint of indescribable murderous intent. Do you think breaking my shadowless body technique means you can defeat me too naive? I want to see how you're going to defeat me in just a few moves. Take this. As the words fell, Leng Shu took the initiative to launch an attack. Swish in his rage, he swung the jade fan, and a massive true power formed a vast vacuum zone, compressing the air. At the edges of the fan wind, whirlwinds exploded, enveloping the space around Mo Li for several dozen feet, fierce and domineering, destroying everything as it crazily slammed down towards Mo Li. It's the Six Harmonies 8 Wilderness Fan technique, one of Leng Shu's renowned skills. Let's see how Mo Li dodges. Someone in the crowd whispered in awe. The sky darkened as fan shadows converged and spun, not 8 distinct named moves but a gathered storm, a world of whirling fans each like a crushing mountain. Leng Shu's technique unfolded as a tempest of pressure, a torrent that suppressed the very breath from the chest, the arena filled with oppressive wind and blade-like lights. Too terrifying, Leng Shu is truly enraged. The 8 Wilderness 6 Harmonies fan technique is rumored to have a total of 8 styles, each more terrifying than the last, and the final one increases its power exponentially. If combined, it would cause irreparable consequences. Mo Li is far too careless, daring to be so arrogant before Leng Shu. He allowed him to unleash these moves so smoothly. Now he is in danger. Outside Gunan City, all the disciples were dumbfounded, shocked by the attack unleashed by Leng Shu. That overwhelming attack, akin to heavenly wrath if it descended upon them, would likely annihilate them completely with just a stray fan wind. On the square, Dai Tian's eyes narrowed. It seems Leng Wushuang hasn't slacked off in his training during this time. His progress is rapid and even more terrifying than when I last saw him. Even some powerful figures from major dynasties shook their heads secretly, believing that Mo Li was too careless and arrogant. Before Leng Shu, he dared to give him such an opportunity to attack. Earth Demon Fist technique, Demon Might boundless on the arena, facing Leng Wushuang's frenzied assault. Mo Li remained expressionless, and at the moment the attack arrived, he suddenly punched out. A deafening roar echoed, with boundless black energy erupting from Mo Li, transforming into a tall demon shadow. This demon shadow extended its arms, emitting several earth-shattering roars, its might sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, its towering body crashing into the raging fan wind unleashed by Leng Shu. Useless, you can't stop me. Leng Shu's face contorted in rage as he shouted, the true power within him wildly releasing, the frenzied fan wind striking the towering demon shadow's body, shaking it as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Is that so? Mo Li let out a cold laugh, the black demonic energy around him growing denser, and then he punched out once more. Heaven Demon Fist technique, Heaven Demon overwhelming the world. Boom, the brilliant fists might enveloped heaven and earth. Black demonic energy surged, melding with the previous blow, and the demon shadow pressed, layer upon layer, forcing the fan storm to fracture and sputter. The clash was no longer a neat sequence of fan styles, but an exchange of storm against demon, light refraction illusions against crushing reality, each strike tearing at the other's technique until the arena was a maelstrom of jagged light and screaming wind. Cold Shu Gongzi was stunned, feeling the overwhelming power of the incoming punch, his expression growing increasingly dark. At that moment, he sensed a deep threat, knowing that if things continued like this, he would inevitably be defeated by Mo Li and lose the qualification to advance to the top 3. Damn it, do you think this can defeat me in a critical moment? Cold Shu Gongzi roared, and a shocking aura surged from his body, an aura representing the power of Wuzong spread out. This is the half-step Wuzong realm, my god. Cold Shu Gongzi has actually reached the half-step Wuzong realm. He has been hiding his strength all along. This is his true power. Indeed, since Hua Tiandu from the Liu Xian sect was able to break through to the half-step Wuzong realm under the light of the heavenly Tao, it is only reasonable for Cold Shu Gongzi to break through as well. Outside of Gunandu, the crowd was shaken and looked on in awe. On the stage, Cold Shu Gongzi's martial robe billowed, his long hair flew wildly, and his face twisted in terror as he roared again and unleashed a strike. Clear the 8 directions, boom, boundless true power enveloped everything, crashing into the towering demon shadow created by Mo Li. The shadow trembled, black mist scattering, the demonic energy wavered. Ants from the 5 kingdoms, no matter how arrogant you are, you cannot hide your humble identity. Lose to me. Cold Shu Gongzi's voice split the storm as he advanced, the resplendent jade fan before him gleaming like a blade of doom. You're celebrating too early, Mo Li scoffed coldly, a sudden surge of overwhelming momentum erupting from him. Do you think you are the only one at the half-step Wuzong? With those words, Mo Li's aura soared wildly, and he too instantly rose to the half-step Wuzong realm, exuding a fearsome force that sent chills down everyone's spine. What this person from the Five Kingdoms has also broken through to the half-step Wuzong realm. How is that possible? How could someone from the Five Kingdoms stand shoulder to shoulder with the three great prodigies? What a joke! The many martial artists from the De Wei dynasty were all stunned. Mo Li's half-step breakthrough was like a black sun rising. His demon energies condensed into a fist of night that ate the air, and in one instant, the protective true power shield around Cold Shu Gongzi shattered into fragments. Cold Shu Gongzi's face was filled with horror, clearly not expecting Mo Li to also break through to the Wuzong realm. In shock, endless black mist instantly shattered the protective true power of Cold Shu Gongzi, causing violent explosions. Blood dripped from the corner of Cold Shu Gongzi's mouth. His face twisted as he shouted madly, "Is this your trump card, half-step Wuzong? So what, you still won't be my opponent, Heavenly Net? Explode for me!" With a roar, Cold Shu Gongzi finally unleashed his most powerful move. An astonishing bloodline power surged within him. It was his fourth-grade bloodline. The stage became a battlefield of wills as Jade Brilliance met Midnight Shadow. In an instant, the entire stage seemed to be engulfed by a storm, and the black mist that swept out from Mo Li was instantly shattered. Crack with heavy footsteps, Cold Shu Gongzi approached Mo Li step by step, concentrating all his power to unleash his most terrifying strike. The resplendent jade fan appearing before Mo Li, shining brilliantly, almost ready to obliterate everything. "In the end, I will win. I am the unparalleled prodigy of the top three, while you are just an ant from the Five Kingdoms." Roll off as Cold Shu Gongzi launched his attack. His eyes were cold, his face twisted, and the anger and hatred in his heart finally erupted at this moment. Is that so? In front of countless eyes, Mo Li remained unchanged, a disdainful smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Did you see that Mo Li is actually still smiling at this moment? Does he think he can withstand Cold Shu Gongzi's attack? The crowd outside Qiān was dumbfounded, their voices filled with shock. On the stage, Mo Li's smile never faded. Within him, an astonishing bloodline power surged forth. Demon King Bloodline, lose to me. Countless demon shadows emerged around Mo Li, howling madly, then transformed into streams of demonic light and rushed into Mo Li's right fist. They finally fused into an incredible black fist force, striking out fiercely. Boom! In the void, two incredible forces collided. The light radiating from the jade fan erupted like a solar flare, but the black fist from Mo Li met it head-on and did not retreat. Demonic light braided through Jade Brilliance, eating through Cold Shu Gongzi's protective layers, smashing his heavenly net apart. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Cold Shu Gongzi was violently sent flying, leaving behind a bloody trail in the air. On the other side, Mo Li stood firm as a mountain, his figure unyielding and domineering. Defeated. Cold Shu Gongzi is actually defeated. How could this be? Can someone tell me why this is happening? Outside Qiān, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Cold Shu Gongzi, who lay helpless on the ground, each one of them stunned. Even more shocked was Cold Shu Gongzi himself, feeling the excruciating pain in his body. He could hardly accept what had just happened. Boom! A white light descended, teleporting Cold Shu Gongzi away, while simultaneously sending Mo Li to the side of Tiandu and Chen. The crowd stared in disbelief at the three figures. Tiandu, Chen, Mo Li. These were the top three in the Qiān arena competition. This was entirely different from what they had previously imagined. Tiandu and Cold Shu Gongzi have both been defeated. The top three are actually two young men from the Five Kingdoms, who exactly as Mo Li. How could such a genius emerge from the Five Kingdoms? The blow was simply too tremendous. Although everyone was shocked when Chen defeated Tiandu, after all, Chen had passed all 3 rounds of preliminary assessments with the highest score. People found it hard to believe, but subconsciously, they still somewhat accepted it. However, Mo Li defeating Cold Shu Gongzi, it was completely incomprehensible. You lowly commoners from the Five Kingdoms, how could you be the opponents of my Qiān Tianheng Academy's genius disciples? Quickly say, did you use underhanded means? Boom! Outside Qiān, a leading expert from the Tianheng Academy, where Cold Shu Gongzi resided, exploded with fury, coldly staring at the location of the Xian sect. An astonishing Wuzong aura emanated from him, like a massive mountain, heavily suppressing the various experts from the Xian sect. Of course, because of the will of Qiān, he did not take action, merely using his aura to intimidate. Lowly commoners from the Five Kingdoms. If the Five Kingdoms are indeed lowly, then why do you noble, upper-class people come here to compete with us commoners? For interests, the black-robed elders at the Qiān sect were oblivious to the aura from the Tianheng Academy expert, and one of them stepped forward with a cold laugh, gazing disdainfully. Boom, his eyes sparkled like lightning, filled with chilling intent. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept through, sweeping away the Wuzong aura pressing down from the leading expert of the Tianheng Academy. What this scene stunned all the Wuzong experts from the Dawei dynasty, their gazes sharpening as they were filled with shock. Martial Venerable, this person was definitely a Martial Venerable stronghold. More than that, he stood out even among Martial Venerables, otherwise he could not have swept away the Tianheng Academy's aura so completely. The crowd stiffened. In a handful of cold, stunned glances, many who had taken pride in the Dawei dynasty's supposed superiority realized they had been wrong-footed. The black-robed elders from the Qiān sect emitted an oppressive aura that left no doubt. High-end powerhouses had been hidden among the 5 nations. There was no time for long debate. The revelation fell like ice on the gathering, proof that the 5 nations were not defenseless, and that these Qiān figures were formidable enough to silence even the Tianheng strongholds. The implication was clear and dangerous. The Dao elite's complacency evaporated. The Tianheng Academy elder who had spoken earlier choked on his words. His darkening expression barely registered before the sky above Gunnan City shivered. A towering figure descended into the arena, and a deep, resonant voice echoed through every ear. Congratulations to the 3 of you for entering the top 3. Next, among you 3, one will have a bye. The other 2 will compete for a promotion spot. The winner will then face the one with the bye for the championship. A bye? Faces tightened as everyone calculated what that meant, 2 rounds instead of 3. But before anyone could speculate further, the black silhouette announced, the person with the bye is Chen. The remaining 2 have 1 incense stick's time to rest. After 1 incense stick, you will compete. 3 beams of white light descended, enveloping Chen and the other 2. All true energy depletion and hidden wounds from the previous battle vanished, every trace erased. The crowd murmured. Chen, receiving the bye, only deepened murmurs that the will of Gunnan City favored him. He had already earned an extraordinary 9th-level assessment in the preliminaries. Whether by fate or favor, he had been singled out again. The incense stick burned down. 2 beams of light withdrew, and Mo Li and Dai Tianyi stepped onto the arena. "I never expected you," Dai Tianyi said, forcing a bitter smile. "I thought it would be Hua Tiandu or Leng Wuxuang." Mo Li's face was unreadable. "What's so surprising about that?" Dai Tianyi's smile vanished. "I am not Leng Wuxuang. If you treat me like him, you'll be disappointed." Leng Wuxuang, who had just recovered outside the city, scowled at the declaration, words that portended a struggle without mercy. They did not waste time. In unison, they exploded forward. Devil King Bloodline, world-shattering Emperor Fist, Emperor Unmatched, both unleashed their full strength from the first exchange. At this level, caution was a liability. Any restraint could be fatal. Black mist poured from Mo Li like a demonic tide, his demonic might roiling outward. Dai Tianyi radiated pure, imperial true energy, his form a towering figure of authority. Boom, the arena convulsed as their attacks collided. Roars of force rolled like thunder. Gunnan City itself seemed to tremble beneath their onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the 2 engaged in combat over 100 times, each strike unleashing astonishing might, with thunderous roars echoing loudly, creating a chaotic melee. The many experts outside the ancient South capital were all stunned. Is this a battle between mystic-level warriors? Why does it feel more terrifying than a fight between some Wuzong experts? Not just terrifying. With such power, if an ordinary early-stage Wuzong were to step in, they'd probably be blasted to pieces, you know? The crowd was dazed, each person wide-eyed and speechless. The strength of the 2 was simply too powerful. In their full-force exchanges, half-step Wuzong, 4th-grade bloodlines, and various secret techniques were unleashed, dazzling the onlookers to the point of madness. What shocked everyone even more was that the 2 were actually evenly matched, with neither side showing a clear advantage. Where did this kid called Mo Li come from? What a freak. He's too strong. Within the 5 nations, there's actually such a genius who can contend evenly with the young master of the Imperial Heart. The crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe their eyes. In terms of cultivation, Mo Li and Dai Tianyi were indeed similar, both having reached the half-step Wuzong realm, just 1 step away from officially entering the Wuzong realm. Their strengths appeared to be on par. However, one must consider that Dai Tianyi, being the only son of the city lord of Imperial Heart City, practiced techniques and martial arts that were among the best in Xu and Zhou, even reaching Earth-level tiers. Just these factors alone could allow Dai Tianyi to far surpass other experts of the same level, even overpowering higher-level warriors with ease. Moreover, It was rumored that the ancestors of the Dai family in Imperial Heart City were an extremely powerful lineage, and it was said that the Dai family had even produced martial emperors thousands of years ago. The power of their bloodline was naturally terrifying. Yet even with all these factors combined, the two still remained evenly matched, leaving everyone in shock. This meant that the opponent's bloodline and techniques were not inferior to the young master of Imperial Heart, enabling such a performance. But the opponent was merely a humble disciple from the Five Nations. How could this be possible? Amidst the shock, Dai Tianyi's gaze turned even colder. In the brilliant light, it seemed as if two cold beams shot out. Indeed, it's no wonder he could defeat Leng Wushuang. With such strength, even in Quanzhou, he could enter the ranks of the extraordinary and be unmatched. Dai Tianyi sighed, his tone icy. But relying solely on this is not enough. Killing you is as easy as flipping a hand. After exchanging over 100 moves, Dai Tianyi finally grasped Mo Li's details. Boom. His body suddenly erupted with radiant light, an even more astonishing aura bursting forth from him. Faintly, a towering figure resembling an emperor appeared behind him, as if stepping out from ancient times, exuding endless majesty. Imperial secret technique, stone-shattering heaven. A cold shout rang out, and Dai Tianyi radiated brilliant light, the true power within him seemingly burning in clusters, unleashing waves of astonishing aura. In an instant, his aura surged at least double. Outside the ancient South capital, many powerful experts from the Great Wei dynasty were stunned. Is this the secret technique of Imperial Heart City? The crowd was shaken. Dai Ba, the city lord of Imperial Heart City, was able to hold the vast Imperial Heart City in a region full of powerful experts due to his incredible strength. The strongest of all was this Imperial secret technique, which had slain many powerful warriors. And now, Dai Tianyi finally mastered this technique. Although it wasn't completely perfected, it had already taken shape. It could be predicted that in the near future, Imperial Heart City would once again see a terrifying powerhouse. Buzz. Amidst the commotion, the light around Dai Tianyi intensified, the spreading fluctuations even pulling on the black mist released by Mo Li, causing it to tremble violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. He's lost. Mo Li has finally lost. Under the Imperial secret technique, there's simply no resistance at the same level. Defeat is inevitable. To reach this point, he can also take pride in it. As the crowd discussed, a faint smile remained on Mo Li's lips. The Imperial secret technique, eh? A hoarse voice emerged, and a layer of blood-red light suddenly burst forth from Mo Li's body. Within the black mist, it was as if a sea of blood was swirling wildly. Blood-forbidden technique, Buzz. Mo Li's aura rapidly surged, the blood-black aura swirling around him, making him appear even more bewitching and sinister. This aura is... Outside the ancient South capital, Xiao Zhan, Wei Tianming, and others felt the aura emanating from Mo Li and seemed to recall something, exchanging glances, their expressions changing dramatically. Then they slowly uttered 3 words, Blood Demon Cult, at this moment. They finally understood the identity behind the black-robed figures from the Qiān sect, hidden blood demon cult infiltrators. The demonic aura combined with the blood-forbidden technique was a bloodline signet. These were practitioners of the feared blood demon line, capable of demonic arts and mental offenses. The realization sent shock through many experts of the Five Nations. Boom! At the center of the arena, 2 forces collided, the blood-black power clashing fiercely with the radiant true power, resulting in an astounding explosion. Blocked. Blocked it. Even the Imperial secret technique of the young master of Imperial Heart couldn't defeat the opponent. How is this possible? The many experts from the Great Wei dynasty were nearly going mad. This, amidst the explosion, Dai Tianyi's complexion suddenly turned pale. He had already unleashed his strongest move, yet it still failed to defeat the opponent. However, it could be anticipated that the opponent had also unleashed all their combat power. The outcome was still hard to determine. His Imperial secret technique, although consuming vast amounts of energy, seemed to require the opponent to consume blood as well, likely unable to hold out for long. Now the only competition was who could endure longer. Yet, before his thoughts could settle, Buzz, an astonishing mental force suddenly surged out, forming a 5-pointed star in the void, emitting a powerful mental shockwave. This mental shock, combined with the blood-forbidden technique, erupted into an even more terrifying force, instantly shattering Dai Tianyi's Imperial secret technique. What a powerful mental force. You're actually a mentalist? Dai Tianyi's eyes widened in shock and anger. Boom! The next moment, endless blood-black light enveloped Dai Tianyi. With a spray of blood, Dai Tianyi was sent flying backward, crashing off the arena, severely injured. In this battle, Dai Tianyi was defeated. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, everyone was stunned, frozen like a wooden chicken, defeated. Even Dai Tianyi was defeated. All the powerful figures of the Dou dynasty were dazed, their expressions dark. This was definitely a scene they did not want to see at all. From now on, the three great talents of the Dou dynasty had all fallen, not even qualifying to compete for the championship in this small land of the Five Nations. One must say this was truly ironic. How could this happen? The final duel turned out to be between two people from the Five Nations. Is there something wrong? The people of Qiān could not accept this outcome, murmuring with their lips. What was even harder to accept was Tiandu himself. I actually lost. The previous pride and arrogance had all evaporated. What emerged in his eyes was disbelief and incredulity. How could I lose? Tightly clenching his fists, Tiandu's face was bitter, but behind that bitterness was an unprecedented coldness. Young master, an old servant who had brought him from Daizin City, looked at Tiandu with concern. Uncle Qiān, I'm fine. Tiandu stood up, his expression returning to calm, but his gaze was colder than ever. Young master, do you need me? The old man in black spoke in a gloomy tone, his eyes suddenly flashing with killing intent, coldly looking towards the Qiān sect and the Five Nations. No need, Tiandu shook his head, his eyes icy. The place where I fell, I will definitely get up by myself. Buzz at this moment. On the arena, white light enveloped, restoring all the consumption of Mo Li. Even the injuries caused by the blood restriction technique healed at once, a clear sign of the ancient southern capital's mysterious favoritism toward whomever it chose. Its will smoothing over mortal harm in an instant, a single inexplicable grace that left Mo Li quietly thoughtful. Indeed, my master has been wanting to occupy the land of the Five Nations for years, and there is a reason for it. So many secrets have been hidden in the Five Nations, which have never been discovered. It's just a pity that this time, the people of the Dou dynasty have also caught wind of it. If my blood demon sect wants to dominate this land in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult. However, this time, as long as I defeat that kid from Qi, I can obtain the inheritance of the ancient southern capital, and my strength will surely see an astonishing improvement. Mo Li's gaze flickered continuously, confidence radiating from him. I didn't expect the one who wins in the end to be this Mo Li. It seems this guy indeed hides deeply. On the side, Chen's eyes flickered as well, a faint smile playing on his lips. In fact, it was during the 3 rounds of preliminary assessments that Chen had clearly felt Mo Li was hiding his strength. What he did not expect was that this person had hidden it so deeply that even Tiandu had been defeated. Chen, this person should be a disciple of the Blood Demon sect. Many of the black-robed people from the Qiān sect are definitely experts of the Blood Demon sect. You must be careful later. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not force it. At this moment, a voice suddenly reached Chen's ears. Turning his head, he saw Zhao looking at him with a worried expression. The people of the Blood Demon sect were extremely cruel, and Zhao was also afraid Chen would fall into their poisonous hands. Disciple of the Blood Demon sect, Chen pondered. He already felt something was wrong. It turned out to be the Blood Demon sect which had been eyeing the Five Nations. Now it made sense. While he was thinking, buzz, 2 beams of white light suddenly descended, enveloping Chen and Mo Li, and then they were simultaneously teleported to the arena. The two faced each other on the arena, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Despite feeling discontent in their hearts, many powerful figures of the Dou dynasty still focused on the duel, each holding their breath in anticipation. As they reached this point, the final round of the ancient southern capital competition was finally about to begin. 2 disciples of the Five Nations were vying for the final championship. One was Chen, who had been extremely lucky, almost reaching the final round with a first-place record. This monstrous guy had simply walked a path of luck throughout the entire ancient southern capital assessment. No one knew how he, who was not favored at all, had gradually made it here with his cultivation at the peak of the human level. Even now, many still thought this was simply a miracle. The other one was a giant dark horse who had consistently ranked 4th to this point, yet had been incredibly inconspicuous. This person displayed remarkably astonishing strength, ultimately defeating the Daizin young master, Tiandu. And these two would compete for the final championship, capturing everyone's attention. Who would win? No one knew, but more people felt that it was still Mo Li. After all, this person had shown unprecedented terrifying strength in the final round against Tiandu, shocking everyone. On the arena, Mo Li looked at Chen with cold eyes, his expression revealing deep curiosity. He knew his identity, knew his origins, so he was not too shocked about defeating Leng Wuxiang and Tiandu. However, Chen, a disciple from the Five Nations, being able to defeat Tiandu was extremely shocking to him. Interesting. A disciple from the Five Nations can defeat Tiandu. I must say you indeed make me see you in a different light. Instead of immediately attacking, Mo Li smiled at Chen. However, reaching this step is already your endpoint. A disciple coming out from the 5 nations has reached the limit of being able to contend with the talents of Chu and Zhou. Beyond that, it can only be one-sided. And with your talent and cultivation, you probably won't learn anything more in De Qi. Staying here would only be a waste of time and a harm to you. I think you should be very clear about this. Mo Li spoke confidently on the arena. What do you mean? Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Others were also puzzled. Everyone was well aware that Mo Li had a solitary personality, rarely speaking. But today, not only did he not attack, he also spoke so much, vastly different from his previous style. My meaning is very simple. Now I represent the high-level sect to extend an invitation to you, inviting you to join our sect. Your strength and talent have already won our favor, and your strength has earned our respect. As long as you agree to join us, we can make an exception and promise you to become a core disciple directly, enjoying extremely high benefits. What? Before Mo Li's words could finish, all the people from the 5 nations were shocked. Too ruthless, this person from the Blood Demon sect was actually recruiting Chen directly on the arena. This was simply too arrogant. He. Chen couldn't help but laugh, his smile calm. Are you sure? You should know that the young master of your Qiān sect, Nian Wujing, was killed by me, and your sect leader, Nian Shuo, also died because of me. Are you sure you want me to join your Qiān sect? Chen's expression was mocking. Ha, you are indeed clever. I believe you won't fail to see the true identity of our sect. As long as you agree to join us, what you did before can naturally be wiped away. Mo Li smiled faintly. This, outside the ancient South capital, the elder of the Qiān sect, Hu Zongnan, suddenly changed his expression, hurriedly looking at several black-robed experts beside him. You all said to me back then it was not like this. Is there an objection from Elder Hu regarding the sect's decision? A black-robed strongman turned his head, his cold gaze directed at Hu Zongnan, his voice icy. A suffocating killing intent instantly enveloped Hu Zongnan, causing his face to pale momentarily as he quickly shook his head and bitterly said, "No, I wouldn't dare." That's good. The black-robed strongman indifferent turned away, while the others didn't even glance at Hu Zongnan, clearly considering him insignificant. A complete write-off? Are you sure? Chen smiled. Of course. Mo Li nodded. If you don't agree, based on what you have done to my ghost Immortal sect, you should understand what your De Qi kingdom will face next. However, if you agree, not only will you be fine, your De Qi kingdom will also be safe. This I, Mo Li, can guarantee. Moreover, you are also a smart person. You know how much resources you can obtain by staying in De Qi kingdom, but once you join our sect, the resources you will gain in the future are likely something 10 De Qi kingdoms cannot provide. Do you agree? Mo Li smiled at Chen. Wow, the strongmen from the 5 nations erupted into chaos. They did not expect that the first thing Mo Li would do upon taking the stage was to recruit Chen. With such strength, it was evident that Mo Li held a very high status within the Blood Demon sect, and with so many Blood Demon sect masters present, his words naturally carried weight. With the strength of the Blood Demon sect, as long as Chen joined, he would immediately enjoy endless resources and enviable guidance. Staying in De Qi kingdom was indeed far inferior. Outside Gunnan City, Xiao Zhan's expression suddenly changed. He was very clear that when Nian Shuo was in the capital of De Qi kingdom, the emperor had made a mistaken decision. Chen's sense of belonging to De Qi kingdom was not necessarily strong. If he were truly attracted by the treatment of the Blood Demon sect, then, in an instant, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen. The conditions proposed by Mo Li drew even more attention than the competition itself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen suddenly smiled. Do you mean to say you admit defeat? What did you say? Mo Li was taken aback. All the spectators looked stunned as well. Since you've invited me to join your sect, doesn't that mean that this final match is no longer needed? Isn't that an admission of defeat? Chen continued to smile, saying, if that's the case, then please admit defeat first. As for whether I will join your sect, I will naturally consider it after the inheritance of Gunnan City is concluded. Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Chen, their minds completely stalled. Mo Li's gaze gradually turned cold. Are you thinking too much? My meaning is very simple. If you join my sect, the previous grievances will be written off. As for this final match, you will naturally admit defeat. Do you really think you can win against me? That's not certain. Chen smiled faintly. Ha, good, very good. Mo Li suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, his gaze suddenly turned extremely cold, fixating on Chen. Since you want to fight, I will grant you that. Boom, the battle power of a half-step Wuzong suddenly erupted, an astonishing aura rising from him, resembling a demon god. Mo Li sneered, coldly saying, I'll give you a chance. You can make the first move. Otherwise, I fear you won't even have a chance to strike." Mo Li stood at one side of the arena, looking disdainfully at Qin Chen, scoffing as he spoke. Mo Li had seen Qin Chen's earlier battle with Tiandu. He was indeed strong. But in comparison, he was even inferior to Dai Tianyi, yet he dared to challenge him. Since it was so, Mo Li had already decided to teach Qin Chen a lesson, to let him understand the consequences of insisting on a fight. "Then let it be as you wish." An astonishing aura of true energy suddenly erupted around Qin Chen, completely enveloping Mo Li. Mo Li's gaze flickered, then returned to calm. He coldly glanced at Qin Chen and secretly marveled. What powerful true energy, a mid-stage Qiān-level peak warrior can release such a terrifying aura, even not weaker than an early-stage Wuzong. No wonder the elder wants to recruit him personally. However, he still made no move, and even the sneer at the corner of his mouth remained unchanged, continuing to mock. "The strength of your true energy is good, but unfortunately, mid-stage Qiān is still mid-stage Qiān. You can deal with ordinary warriors, but as long as you don't break through to half-step Wuzong, you pose no threat to me. Hurry and make your move, or I fear I won't even wait to defeat you in one strike." Confidence. Mo Li had the qualifications to be proud. Even Dai Tianyi's true energy couldn't suppress him, and Qin Chen, a mid-stage Qiān-level peak warrior, thought he could suppress him. It was simply a dream. Not to mention, once his bloodline power was unleashed, he wouldn't even need to use forbidden techniques. Qin Chen's true energy, not reaching Wuzong level, would be instantly crushed and completely disintegrated. This was his confidence. Qin Chen's gaze turned cold and he sneered in his heart. "Let you be proud for now. After a while, we'll see if you can still laugh." Buzz, an invisible bloodline power spread out, rapidly sweeping toward Mo Li. This bloodline power contained a thunderous aura, crackling like thunder, and in the void it seemed like lightning flickered, wrapping Mo Li even tighter. Such strong bloodline power with a thunder attribute indeed has some suppression on my true energy. Is this the root of his confidence?" Mo Li's corner of the mouth revealed a smile. The strength Qin Chen displayed had been shown during his battle with Tiandu, so Mo Li certainly wouldn't be surprised. Now experiencing it firsthand, he felt it was nothing special, which further boosted Mo Li's confidence, making him even more complacent. At this moment, submit. Killing intent surged within Qin Chen and his figure suddenly moved. Boom! Like a comet falling, Qin Chen shot toward Mo Li like lightning, his speed soaring to the extreme in an instant, while the bloodline power within him erupted completely, transforming into an astonishing ocean of thunder, sweeping toward Mo Li. Wow, heavenly thunder enveloped Mo Li, instantly suppressing the true energy within him again. Boom! At the same time, 3 black shadows appeared, which were 3 flying daggers, rushing toward Mo Li in an instant, as fast as lightning. "Is this all your attack?" Mo Li sneered coldly in his heart. Facing Qin Chen's powerful attack, he showed no fear, and the bloodline of the Demon King within him was unleashed in an instant. Boom! The terrifying bloodline power surged up, countless black mist rising into the sky, instantly pushing back the ocean of thunder that Qin Chen unleashed, continually repelling it outward. "Mid-stage Qiān is just mid-stage Qiān. Never think you can compete with half-step Wuzong." Mo Li's cold laughter echoed on the arena, while the terrifying demonic energy wildly attacked, rapidly sweeping toward the rushing Qin Chen, blocking out the sky. The overwhelming might left everyone shocked and speechless. So strong, too strong. Seeing Mo Li make his move again, everyone finally understood that his ability to defeat Dai Tianyi was not just luck, but a true display of strength. "Is that so?" However, Qin Chen showed no signs of fear, his gaze suddenly sharpening. "True power shock technique!" Buzz, the true power within Qin Chen suddenly vibrated, its power escalating dramatically in an instant. A terrifying aura of true power spread forth, repelling the black demonic energy released by Mo Li with a series of cracking sounds. "What?" Mo Li was still in shock when suddenly a flash of sword light appeared before him. Whoosh, a brilliant sword light like a river of stars appeared in the heavens, carrying an intent that could almost sever everything, slashing towards Mo Li. Boom! Surrounding the sword light were tremendous thunderbolts, a tempest of lightning enveloping an impressive sword energy, completely shrouding Mo Li within. Seeking death? Mo Li was instantly furious and startled, realizing that Qin Chen had been deceiving him all along to lower his guard. His heart filled with rage as he let out a furious roar, channeling all of his true power. Above his head, a tall illusion of a Demon King appeared, a manifestation of the peak activation of the Demon King bloodline. While his right fist shot out like a cannonball, from being deceived to reacting, Mo Li was incredibly fast. Boom, his right fist collided with the thunderous sword river Qin Chen had unleashed, striking with lightning speed. Boom! The sword river shattered, and the lightning sword river that Qin Chen had struck out vanished in an instant. However, after delivering this punch, Mo Li's expression changed drastically. He had only struck the vast sword energy, but did not hit the physical form of Qin Chen's mysterious rusty sword, which was completely separate from this position. Immortal's guidance? Whoosh! At that moment, a silent black rusty sword suddenly appeared under Mo Li's ribs. The hazy rusty sword flickered with lightning, transforming into a despairing flash of lightning, instantly reaching Mo Li's left heart. Crack! The true power armor on Mo Li's chest instantly cracked, and an invisible lightning sword energy surged sharply towards his heart. Yet upon contact with Mo Li's body, it was intercepted by an invisible bloodline power, pausing momentarily before breaking through again. Not good, Mo Li's heart filled with panic and fury. In a hurried motion, his left hand slammed down, exploding like a bomb, directly striking the mysterious rusty sword. Boom! Qin Chen's mysterious rusty sword was sent flying off course. What? Qin Chen was also shocked. Mo Li could still react at this moment? Having suddenly unleashed the true power shock technique, combined with a feigned attack, Mo Li should not have had time to react. But not only did Mo Li respond in time, he also took the best course of action at a critical moment. Furthermore, in addition to the armor formed from true power, there was a strong layer of bloodline power on Mo Li's body, rendering Qin Chen's attack ineffective and giving him a crucial opportunity for counterattack. This Mo Li's Demon King bloodline is definitely not an ordinary bloodline. Such a level of defense must have integrated a massive amount of defensive blood crystal from blood beasts during the elevation process, greatly enhancing the defensive capability of the bloodline power. Qin Chen quickly understood that Mo Li's mastery in bloodlines exceeded his expectations. It was precisely because of this layer of invisible bloodline defense that his critical sword strike was affected. Yet even so, because Qin Chen had previously concealed himself too deeply, unleashing several attacks in quick succession, Mo Li, despite successfully deflecting Qin Chen's mysterious rusty sword, still failed to escape the outcome of being pierced. Swish! The mysterious rusty sword was knocked off at an angle, the force so great it nearly sent it flying away, but Qin Chen sneered and stabbed forward with force. With a plop, the mysterious rusty sword, containing immense destructive power, slashed a long wound across Mo Li's right leg, blood gushing forth. Blood restriction technique! Mo Li, filled with mixed emotions of shock and fury, roared, no longer holding back. He immediately activated the blood restriction technique, causing the black demonic energy on his body to surge violently, turning into a blood-black aura that swept outward from his body. Boom! Like a bomb exploding out of nowhere, an invisible shockwave shook the air violently, sending ripples everywhere, and the terrifying power directly enveloped Qin Chen. Whoosh! Qin Chen did not resist directly, instead retreating. Want to leave? Stay with me. Mental secret technique, soul-extinguishing wave. Buzz, 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 buzz. An astonishing mental force instantly surged forth, forming an incredible mental array that enveloped Qin Chen. At this moment, Mo Li was completely enraged. Blood restriction technique, mental secret technique, he held nothing back, wanting to defeat Qin Chen as quickly as possible to alleviate the hatred in his heart. Whoosh! An incredible wave of mental power surged forth as an invisible stream of light shot into Qin Chen's body. It's over. Qin Chen is definitely going to lose. This move even defeated the Dai Xin young master, so it's clear that Mo Li's mental power has likely reached the pinnacle of the fourth stage. How can Qin Chen withstand that? Outside Gunan City, the crowd sighed and shook their heads. Earlier, Dai Tianyi had fallen to Mo Li's attack, and Qin Chen was even weaker than Dai Tianyi, so how could he withstand it? Ha, just fall for me. Seeing the mental attack enter Qin Chen's body, Mo Li laughed viciously, his palms flipping to form a vast demonic cloud, pressing down on Qin Chen. He aimed to defeat Qin Chen in one strike, but an unbelievable scene occurred before Mo Li's eyes. After that invisible mental impact entered Qin Chen's body, he seemed unaffected, swiftly dodging out of the range of the blood-black demonic energy's impact in an instant. Simultaneously, he also evaded Mo Li's demonic cloud attack. What? Mo Li's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind was in a daze, completely unaware of what had happened, and at that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 black streams of light suddenly attacked from 3 tricky angles, targeting Mo Li. These were the black Ming Chuan Tai flying knives that Qin Chen had unleashed from the very beginning. Get lost! Mo Li roared angrily, flipping his palm as 2 of the flying knives were caught in the demonic cloud and instantly sent flying. However, the last one, just as the demonic cloud swept over, turned abruptly and with a plop, pierced through Mo Li's right leg. The terrifying penetrating power made Mo Li scream in fury as he retaliated, swatting the flying knife away. But his right leg still bore a bloody hole, with blood gushing out. Ah! An enraged roar echoed at the center of the arena as Mo Li stood there, his eyes filled with boundless resentment and fury, staring fiercely at Chen. "You are actually a spirit master and a bloodline master. Who exactly are you?" Mo Li growled, face twisted, his right leg streaming blood. The proud, confident aura he'd carried moments ago had collapsed into disarray. He glared at Chen, eyes reddened with fury. The flying knife Chen had used had been more than a trick. It moved on its own, evading attacks like a true treasure, driven by both spiritual force and bloodline power. And the force behind it, both spirit and bloodline, had to be terrifying, at least at the peak of the 4th rank. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to pierce Mo Li's true energy protection. How could such a force come from a mere small country disciple? Mo Li's only conclusion was that Chen could not be a simple 5 nations genius. He had to be from a higher-level force, just like the Cloaked Man and other hidden powers. Chen, grandson of the designated Wu Wang of the Duchy Kingdom, an ordinary disciple of the 5 nations. The whole 5 nations knows this. You wouldn't really be oblivious, right? Chen said with a faint smile, the rusty sword in his hand glinting as his robe billowed in the wind. He stood like a sword god, calm and dominant. Silence. A stunned silence fell over the thousands of martial artists around the ancient southern capital. Everyone had expected that once Mo Li unleashed his blood-forbidden technique with the accompanying spiritual assault, Chen would be crushed. Even the holy son Dai Tianyi had once been unable to withstand such an attack. Yet after that single clash, the scene before them contradicted every expectation. Chen stood unscathed, black hair whipping in the breeze, 3 black flying knives slowly revolving around him like orbiting moons. His presence was magnetic, his gaze steady and unyielding. Opposite him, Mo Li, the half-step Wu Zong who had once bested the Holy Sun, was grievously injured, blood pouring from his right leg, demonic black energy curling around him. One exchange. Just one exchange had turned the tide. Shock radiated through the crowd. A bloodline master and a spirit master, he resisted Mo Li's spiritual attacks, whispers rose. And those knives, formation power, peak 4th rank at least. He even has formation mastery? In a dozen different ways, the same realization spread. Chen was not only a bloodline master, he displayed extraordinary spiritual force mastery, and the formation aura lingering around his techniques marked him as at least a peak 4th rank formation master, perhaps even bordering on half-step formation master level. This convergence of identities, spirit master, bloodline master, and a high-rank formation master, all concentrated in a 16 or 17-year-old from the 5 nations, stunned everyone into near disbelief. Even top geniuses felt bitter and eclipsed. Most faces were pale with amazement. Xiao Zhan's shock carried a mix of envy and exhilaration. After years of grinding, he'd only just reached half-step Wu Zong, and here was a youth who had exploded to such heights in under a year. Xuan Zhou and Da Wei, geniuses who had derided him, were now forced to reevaluate everything about the boy who'd mocked the Holy Sun and defied the Liu Xian sect. Among the crowd, the cloaked man's expression darkened beyond all others. A bloodline master, a spirit master, a formation master at the peak of the 4th rank. The cloaked man's face grew ugly. He alone understood the full implications most clearly. Chen had annihilated his devouring ants and taken the Kinglian demon fire, and now the boy's identity was no longer a one-piece puzzle but a terrifying mosaic. No wonder this child could do what he did. The secrets surrounding Chen were too many, too deep. Behind such a talent there must be an astonishing expert. Or perhaps the boy himself had already reached heights that spoiled the 5 nations' horizons. A cold resolve formed in the cloaked man's heart. He could sense the danger and the opportunity at once. No, I must kill this child, seize back the Kinglian demon fire, and leave this land immediately. Once the assessment ends and the ruins dissipate, I will strike. Nothing else matters. He had made his decision. On the arena, Mo Li's eyes hardened. The blood on his legs slowed, and a colder, darker aura began to seep from him, a blood-black demonic mist that filled the space between them. "You still want to fight me?" Chen asked, frowning slightly. "Can't you see you can't win?" Mo Li's face became even colder. "I admit I underestimated you, but defeating me won't be so easy." Demonic flames curled higher. The blood-black mist swirled with murderous intent as he drew on reserves beyond what he had first shown. The two stood opposed. A seemingly invincible youth harboring 3 lethal arts, spirit, bloodline, and formations, and a wounded but furious half-step Wu Zong whose final trump card had not yet been fully expended. The air between them buzzed with violent potential, and all around, the watchers braced for the next calamity to unfold. Blood-burning great law? Who? The black demonic energy on him ignited once again, emitting a violent wave of true power, and his aura was at least doubled compared to before. A rich blood-red power spread from his body once more. What? The crowd outside Gunandu was completely stunned, their eyes wide with shock, and Daitiani's face turned pale. This demonic power's strength actually increased. Does this mean that he hadn't even used his full strength during their previous battle? At this moment, Daitiani's complexion was ashen, his heart bitter, suffering an even greater blow. He could hardly believe his eyes on the arena. Moli opened his mouth. The cloak on his head had been torn to shreds in the previous battle, revealing a thin, pale face. However, now this face was covered with blood-black patterns, appearing extremely hideous and terrifying. Good boy, I didn't expect you to force me to this step. I must say you have become quite arrogant. But I will let you know who the real strongest is. It is not you, it should be me. Who? As his voice fell, Mo Li shot toward Chen like a bolt of black lightning. Endless blood-red demonic energy swept toward Chen like a storm. Boom! That terrifying blood-red demonic energy suddenly expanded, forcefully repelling the true power space around Chen. Chen was startled. This blood-burning great law should use the method of burning true power to gain stronger strength, somewhat similar to ordinary true power burning. However, ordinary true power burning only releases the power of true power. But within this blood-burning great law, even the essence blood within Mo Li is burned as well, making the released power far exceed ordinary true power burning, and even more violent. Chen's keen insight allowed him to see the general method of this blood-burning great law at a glance. He couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. The techniques that burn true power are countless in the Tianwu continent. Many sects and powers possess them, but techniques that burn both essence blood and true power are extremely rare, especially since the essence blood aura on Mo Li is quite strange, carrying a decayed and sinister aura, different from ordinary essence blood burning, giving a feeling of death lingering around. No wonder people from the 5 nations view the blood demon sect's techniques as demonic. They indeed seem somewhat bizarre, not in line with orthodox paths. Various thoughts flashed in an instant, and the true power within Chen was already crazily circulating under the operation of the 9-star Divine Emperor technique, fiercely clashing with the blood-black demonic energy. Chen's true power trembled continuously. My cultivation level is still too low, only at the peak of the mid-mystic level. Even with the 9-star Divine Emperor technique, the purity is sufficient, but the strength still falls a bit short, while this Mo Li is already at the half-step Wuzong level. After several amplifications, the released true power has completely reached the Wuzong realm. However, true power does not represent strength. As Chen's eyes flickered, Mo Li had already transformed into a black streak of light, appearing right before Chen. Fast, incomprehensibly fast. As Mo Li dashed forward, a long black tail shadow trailed behind him, and the air behind him exploded like a bomb. Sizzle! In less than a tenth of a blink, Mo Li's right fist arrived before Chen, bursting forth with endless blood-black demonic light. Such speed is at least doubled from before, but it's still not enough. Chen's gaze turned cold, his figure retreating in an instant, while the mysterious rusty sword in his hand transformed into a lightning spear, directly stabbing toward Mo Li's right fist. Boom! As the fist collided with the sword tip, an astonishing force surged violently upon impact. Boom, 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 boom! Layers of explosive sounds rang out in the air, circles of force directly slamming into Chen through the mysterious rusty sword, as the demonic energy whirled with an astonishing sinister power, making one feel as if they had fallen into an endless inferno. Break! Chen mobilized the 9-star Divine Emperor technique, activating the true power in all 12 meridians simultaneously, as a circle of blue-purple lightning suddenly burst forth from the mysterious rusty sword, crackling as the demonic light and lightning clashed, intertwining into an eerie halo. Blocked! Mo Li's brow furrowed slightly as he noticed Chen had managed to block his punch, but his form did not stop at all, and his slightly drawn-back left fist simultaneously slammed toward Chen. Heavenly Demon Devouring! Buzz! The moment that left fist flashing with blood-red eerie light struck out, the entire space trembled, and a roaring heavenly demon phantom suddenly pounced out, opening its fearsome black maw wide, where a pitch-black vortex spun, bottomless and terrifyingly devouring. This punch was aimed directly at Chen's chest. Before the punch arrived, the horrendous momentum already made Chen's face go dark and the air twisted. Everyone was horrified. Such a powerful punch, even ordinary Wuzong experts could not withstand it and could only retreat. Otherwise, if struck, their entire body would be turned to ashes in an instant. But Chen stood firm, instead launching a lightning-fast sword strike. Slash! The black rusty sword erupted with dazzling lightning, and though the blood-black demonic energy was terrifying, it was struck at its weakest point by the black rusty sword. Boom! The sword light collided with the blood-black demonic energy, creating a massive explosion. Whoosh, whoosh. In the terrifying roar, both Chen and Mo Li were sent tumbling back over 100 meters. Crackle. The true power armors on both of them shattered, and from the surface they appeared evenly matched. What a peculiar attribute aura, it's so cold. Chen coldly regarded Mo Li. The punch power from Mo Li was indeed astonishing. Not only had the true power intensity reached the Wuzong realm, but more terrifying was the special cold power contained within it. This cold power directly seeped into his body, attempting to corrode his meridians and flesh. Fortunately, Chen practiced the indestructible sacred body, making his defenses extremely formidable. Otherwise, he would have been injured. You actually weren't hurt. Compared to Chen's calmness, Mo Li was utterly astonished. He could clearly feel that although the punch he delivered earlier was mostly blocked by Chen's attack and true power armor, a small portion of it still entered Chen's body. This portion of punch power, though not much, was enough to easily kill any early-stage Wuzong. Yet Chen had endured such a blow and showed no signs of injury at all, leaving Mo Li in shock. This kid, where did this freak come from? Mo Li was filled with a mix of shock and anger. He initially thought that Chen was powerful and impressive, but as a peak mystic-level Master Realm practitioner, he believed he must have significant weaknesses in defense, which is why he disregarded everything and clashed with Chen head-on. Unexpectedly, Chen's defense exceeded his expectations, having absolutely reached the divine-level martial realm and not just any ordinary Wuzong. Mo Li immediately felt an immense difficulty: attack, defense, and intent. In every aspect, this peak mystic-level Master Realm martial artist, Chen, was not weaker than him. In fact, he discovered for the first time that a martial artist merely a few years younger than him was actually rendering him helpless. At this moment, the remaining martial artists outside of ancient southern capital were completely breathless. Powerful, too powerful. This is a real pinnacle confrontation. That Chen is simply against the heavens. Not only is his attack not inferior to Mo Li's, but his defense is also terrifying. After Mo Li used the blood-burning great method, his strength increased at least by a factor of 2, yet he still couldn't injure this guy. My heavens, where did this freak come from? Everyone was fixated on the battle on the stage, gasping in astonishment. The three top talents, supreme in Qiān. Led by Dai Tianyi and his two companions, these geniuses represented the pinnacle of youth combat power in Qiān. However, previously, Dai Tianyi had lost to Mo Li, and it could be observed that when Mo Li faced Dai Tianyi, he hadn't even exerted his full strength. It was evident that Mo Li's talent and strength were enough to stand at the top of the entire Dawei dynasty. Yet even such a genius powerhouse could not deal with a mere 16- or 17-year-old, whose cultivation was only at the peak of the mystic-level Master Realm. This was unbelievable. The gasps from the crowd only made Mo Li feel more humiliated. With a roar, he engulfed himself in a blood-black demonic aura, transforming into what seemed like a demon. Outside of ancient southern capital, several black-robed elders from the ghost Immortal sect frowned. "Elder, my senior brother is drawing in demonic energy," Gui Ying whispered. "Humph, that Chen kid actually forced Mo Li to this extent. Although drawing in demonic energy will cause significant harm to your senior brother's body, it can also stimulate the potential within his body. Once this move is executed, Chen will undoubtedly lose." One of the black-robed elders who was leading said in a deep voice. On the stage, Mo Li was shrouded in a blood-black aura, and his aura became terrifyingly powerful. A surge of astonishing mental power suddenly spread out, forming a six-pointed star that enveloped the entire stage. I've faced a fifth-tier Wuzong before, and yet I was never forced to use this move. Congratulations, you are the first to force me to use this move in front of so many eyes. Mo Li's eyes turned blood-red, like two burning flames, and the blood-black demonic aura surrounding him became even more fearsome. Just the aura that radiated out was enough to instill fear in everyone. Blood-burning great method, explode for me? Boom! With a roar, Mo Li's figure transformed into a streak of fire, charging towards Qiān. At the same time, his fists moved rapidly, unleashing terrifying fist might. Additionally, streams of incredible mental power transformed into a storm sweeping toward Chen from all directions. Mental power attack, huh? Unexpectedly, on the opposite side of the stage, Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Do you think only you possess mental power attacks? Buzz. As his voice fell, Chen's eyes suddenly began to swirl like two deep pools of water. It's time to end this battle. Mental storm, whoosh. A shocking wave of mental energy transformed into a terrifying storm, instantly penetrating the mental barrier set by Mo Li and plunging directly into his mind. What? You think you can use mental power to attack me? That's ridiculous. My mental power has already reached the peak of the 4th tier. Mo Li scoffed, mobilizing the mental power in his mind to resist the impending mental impact while his body darted forward, not pausing his assault. Qin Chen's mental impact could indeed confuse him, but it posed no fatal threat, so Mo Li didn't take it seriously. However, the next moment, the fierce expression on Mo Li's face turned to one of horror. Boom. The terrifying mental power descended upon his mind, instantly leaving his brain in a daze and his eyes became vacant. In a clash between strong opponents, everything can change in an instant. Whoosh. Under the terrifying mental power, Mo Li's consciousness went blank. By the time he regained his senses, a sharp sword light had already appeared before him. No, block it for me. Mo Li roared angrily, desperately trying to defend, but it was too late. Puff! Blood flew, and Mo Li was violently struck away, a long wound nearly a foot deep appearing on his chest, as terrifying lightning invaded his body. Suffering such a heavy blow, the demonic energy within Mo Li dissipated completely, and he fell heavily to the stage, unable to move. Silence. Stunned. Qin Chen stood proudly on the stage, while countless martial artists outside of ancient southern capital stared at Qin Chen, who stood there, their mouths agape, all dumbfounded. What happened? What exactly transpired? Why did Mo Li suddenly seem dazed and completely lose his ability to resist? Many people did not understand what had happened. The mental attack was too mysterious, and they had no time to react. It's a mental attack, yet some Wuzong powerhouses understood the sequence of events. At the moment Mo Li struck, Qin Chen immediately launched a mental attack, causing Mo Li's consciousness to fall into chaos, resulting in his internal true energy being unable to mobilize, leading to his swift defeat. Uncle Qiān from Daizin City said while displaying a shocked expression. Mo Li was already a powerful mental master, yet to use a mental attack that caused him to lose consciousness in an instant. Just how terrifying was Qin Chen's mental power? It was unimaginable on the stage. Mo Li was covered in blood, his face ashen as he struggled to get up, shouting, "No, I haven't lost, I still have the strength to fight." However, he couldn't even stand. Buzz, at that moment, a beam of white light descended, enveloping him and transporting him away. On the vast stage, only Qin Chen remained. Holding his long sword, he stood proudly there. "Congratulations, you have won the championship of the Ancient Southern Capital Arena competition." In the sky, the will of Ancient Southern Capital appeared, a black figure gazing at Qin Chen as it spoke with a rumble. His gaze was cold, seemingly containing an indescribable emotion. The champion turned out to be this youth from the 5 nations. At this moment, everyone was shocked, staring blankly at Qin Chen on the stage, speechless for a long time. 499. At this moment, everyone was shocked, their hearts trembling inexplicably. They stared blankly at the young man on the arena. Champion? The champion actually came from a young man of the 5 nations. This is hard to believe. Many martial artists were initially trapped in shock, unable to extricate themselves, but gradually they couldn't help but become excited. Especially the people of the 5 nations at this moment felt an uncontrollable urge to cry. "Qin Chen!" Everyone stared blankly at Qin Chen, their hearts surging with emotion, unable to contain themselves. It was this young man who rose from the 5 nations, starting from the preliminary assessments. He ranked first all the way, no one could stop his steps. It was this young man who won all matches in the arena unmatched. It was also this young man who defeated the unparalleled talents of Zhou without a single defeat. Moreover, it was this young man who, under the gaze of thousands, defeated the terrifying blood demon sex Mo Li. The stunning finale of that last battle left everyone with an unforgettable memory. Such a genius, first in the arena competition, a title truly deserved. At this moment, all the people of the 5 nations shouted for him. This was a moment that witnessed history, and they were all witnesses of history. Even those 5 nations' geniuses who had previously held discontent towards Qin Chen, at this moment, felt excited for him. "Qin Chen," Yu Kaingsu stood quietly and proudly among the crowd, looking at that glorious man, the only one standing in the center of the arena, enjoying endless gazes. Her heart, which was like ice for thousands of years, inexplicably stirred. In this moment, she remembered the scene during the blood-spirit pool baptism when he peeked at her bathing. Her face inexplicably felt like it was burning. Her delicate body, like water, also inexplicably became hot. But soon, she regained her composure. She spat lightly, raised her previously lowered head, and her eyes became incredibly firm and brilliant. "This time I lost to him again, only getting into the top 6, but next time I will definitely strive to catch up." In Yu Kaingsu's eyes, an unprecedented light was igniting, not just her. Zhao Lingshan, Princess Zixun, Wang Kaiming, Prince Zhao Wei, Zhao Jing, and even Yuan Feng, a group of people felt emotional turbulence and couldn't calm down. The people of the 5 nations were excited, Yet many disciples and powerful figures from the Dawi dynasty had dull expressions and fierce eyes. How could this kid take the championship? Why, Tiandu's eyes were cold, filled with boundless resentment. His injuries still had not healed, and he clenched his fists tightly, filled with anger. Many powerful figures from Qiān around also felt disheartened. The renowned talents of the Dawi dynasty actually didn't win the championship, instead being taken by a young boy from the Five Nations, which was undeniably a massive disgrace. However, recalling the previous duels, they felt both emotional and shocked. No matter how reluctant, no matter how displeased, but it cannot be denied. The final match was simply too exciting. Even some Wuzong experts, upon witnessing this, felt their blood boiling. This young man named Chen showcased an unparalleled duel, letting them know what a true prodigy was. At 16 or 17, battling against 23 or 24 at the mid-level of Qiān, battling against a half-step Wuzong. At this moment, standing before them, Chen created a myth. A miracle was born. Boom, above Gunnan City, a black silhouette slowly descended, deep eyes looking at the many martial artists in the arena. Congratulations to the previous 12 winners. You will have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of Gunnan City. As the words fell, swish, swish, swish. A series of white lights rapidly burst down, enveloping the other 11 victors from earlier. Oli Dai Tianyi Leng Wuxuang, Hua Tiandu, Yu Kaiangsu, Yuan Feng, Ghost Shadow, Meng Xingju, Wang Kaiming, Sidu Sheng, Wei Qingshan. The 11 figures under the white light appeared on the arena, their previous injuries completely healed, simultaneously surrounding Chen like stars surrounding the moon. Boom, at the same time, a shocking rumble echoed from the sky. As if transitioning from day to night, countless stars densely populated the sky, intertwining into a huge chessboard. Why did the sky darken? What happened? Why are there many stars overhead looking like a chessboard? The crowd trembled, all exclaiming in surprise. In the sky, a vast palace materialized, followed by 12 beams of white light soaring into the sky, and Chen along with the 12 contestants entered the palace along the starry path. They disappeared from sight. Chen and the others disappeared. They must have entered the palace before us. What kind of palace is this? The crowd was buzzing with discussions. Some people from the Dawi dynasty were inquiring about it from the surrounding Five Nations people. After all, the ruins of Gunnan City had appeared in these Five Nations for nearly 100 years. Perhaps the people of the Five Nations could know something. But to their regret, even the people of the Five Nations did not understand what this suddenly appeared palace was. In past competitions of Gunnan City, the so-called inheritance was carried out in Gunnan City today, and something like today had never happened before. Just as everyone was puzzled and confused, Chen and several others appeared in the center of the palace. Before them was an endless starry sky. Chen and the others stood in this sky, each one astonished, looking around. All around there was a pitch-black starry world, vast and ethereal. Even Chen felt intoxicated and shocked. What exactly is this place? Feeling the vast starry world around him, Chen was shocked. This Gunnan City, coming from ancient times, was clearly established by some ancient power. But this method of condensing the starry sky still shocked him. This was something the 9th level martial god couldn't accomplish. Could it be that the origin of Gunnan City is even more terrifying than the 9th level martial god? Chen was extremely shocked. In comparison, although Mo Li and others were equally shocked, they were much calmer due to not understanding as much as Chen. In their eyes, an 8th level martial emperor was probably already in existence against the heavens. As for higher levels, they couldn't even fathom, naturally unaware of the depth. Buzz. Just as everyone was in shock, the huge silhouette of Gunnan cities will appear in this starry sky. Congratulations to you for becoming the victors of this arena competition. I've waited for this moment for far too long. The booming voice carried a sense of loneliness, a sense of age. Everyone stood silently, not speaking, listening attentively. Gunnan cities will continued. You must be very curious about what this place is. This place is the starry chess game left behind by the great powers of our ancient Gunnan City. Starry chess game, everyone was puzzled. Our Gunnan City was, in fact, one of the most powerful forces of the human race in the ancient era of the Tiandu realm, the will said, its voice settling like dust on old stone. Back then our world brimmed with countless strong ones, and when a foreign race of immense power descended upon Tiandu, a titanic war erupted. The invaders ravaged our lands, and though our martial artists rose in desperate resistance, the carnage was beyond imagining. In that final conflict, the leaders of Gu Nandu and other great forces chose sacrifice over surrender. They burned themselves and their powers to wound and drive the foreign race away, saving what remained of humanity at the cost of nearly all their top experts. The ruins you see, and the inheritances prepared within them were arranged by those ancestors as a seed for the future, a prepared inheritance so their legacy and the means to revive greatness would not be lost to time. I am their will, kept to await successors who prove themselves worthy. A hush fell. The words were brief, yet weighty, leaving a hint of mystery in the air. Everyone was dumbfounded, not expecting that the Tianwu continent had experienced such a brutal clash in ancient times, leading to the fall of almost all strong individuals. What an astonishing scene this was. Only Chen frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing Chen's expression, Qiān couldn't help but feel puzzled and couldn't resist sending a voice transmission. Chen, what are you thinking about? Oh, it's nothing. Chen finally came to his senses and smiled. Seeing that Chen wouldn't elaborate, Qiān decided not to press further. While Chen pondered, Tianyi and others, after their shock, were filled with excitement. From the mouth of the will of Tiandu, they learned that Tiandu had been one of the most top-tier forces in ancient times across the entire Tianwu realm. How could such a force's legacy be simple? Instantly, everyone was trembling with excitement. Sensing the emotions of the crowd, the will of Tiandu smiled slightly. I believe you all can't wait any longer. If that's the case, then I will begin the inheritance. Based on your performances in the arena, you will first receive a seed of spirit from our Tiandu. As the voice of the will of Tiandu fell, suddenly 12 beams of light illuminated the sky. Among these 12 beams, 1 was golden, 5 were silver, and 6 were white, like shooting stars, swiftly descending. The crowd didn't even have time to react before they had already entered each person's body. Everyone was shocked to find that in their minds, a seed had appeared, floating above their soul sea. Among them, the golden seed entered Chen's body. The silver seeds entered the bodies of Mo Li, Dai Tianyi, Leng Wushuang, Hua Tiandu, Qiān, and the other top 6 contestants, while the remaining few received white seeds. For some reason, the moment the golden seed entered his body, Chen felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation. Before he could observe carefully, he heard the will of Tiandu slowly say, "This spirit seed was created by the great powers of our Tiandu in ancient times. You only need to use your true energy and spirit to slowly nurture it, and the spirit seed will gradually awaken, nourishing you in return, enhancing your comprehension ability, and strengthening your true energy. When your strength reaches a certain height and you provide enough nourishment to the spirit seed, ultimately, the spirit seed will even merge with you, allowing you to make a leap-like breakthrough in strength. This spirit seed is our Tiandu's unique secret method used to cultivate top-tier experts. That is why our Tiandu has stood at the peak of the human race for countless thousands of years without falling. In fact, in ancient times, countless forces sought to obtain the method of creating spirit seeds from our Tiandu, but to no avail. So regarding the spirit seed, it's best for you 12 to keep it under wraps and not to disclose it easily to others. So miraculous, the crowd couldn't help but try to pour true energy into the spirit seed in their minds. Buzz. They saw the true energy fluctuations erupting from their bodies, as mysterious halos blossomed around everyone. Among them, the radiance on Mo Li was the most intense, as thick black demonic energy surged forth like an angry dragon, twisting and rampaging continuously. That aura was at least twice as strong as before when he was on the arena. Such a terrifying spiritual seed, after being activated, it can actually double my true power. Mo Li was stunned, his body trembling with excitement. If he had obtained this spiritual seed earlier, the outcome of his battle with Chen would have been hard to say. Apart from Mo Li, everyone else also began to radiate a halo. Chen also tried to infuse a trace of true power into that golden seed in his mind. Suddenly, a wave of invisible power was released from the golden seed, instantly enveloping his entire body. Under this power, Chen felt that the true power of his 9-star God Emperor formula subtly gained an amplification. What a strange feeling. Why did my true power suddenly improve a bit? What on earth is this? Chen was shocked. The 9-star God Emperor formula is so powerful. To enhance it even slightly requires a large amount of true stones and consumes numerous moments of cultivation. Yet this golden seed only absorbed a portion of true power and was able to enhance all the true power within his body. It's simply miraculous. Even with Chen's experience, he couldn't understand the logic and principles behind it. Unable to help himself, he released his soul force to the maximum and carefully observed the golden seed. He saw that as true power was inputted, countless tiny patterns immediately emerged on the golden seed. At first glance, these patterns looked like cracks, but with his astonishing soul force, he focused carefully and discovered that they were actually tiny golden tendrils. After these tendrils absorbed enough true power, they began to sway slowly, giving Chen an extremely peculiar feeling. That this golden seed seemed to be some kind of life form, rather than merely a spiritual seed. For some reason, upon seeing these tendrils, an uncomfortable feeling rose in Qin Chen's heart. At this moment, everyone except Qin Chen was deeply shocked. Among them, Mo Li's halo was the most terrifying, with the strongest increase in aura. Next was the ghostly shadow from the Blood Demon sect, followed by Qin Chen. Aside from these three, the aura increase of the remaining 9 people was roughly equal, with no clear distinction. The power of the spiritual seed varies according to each individual's physical characteristics. However, rest assured, as long as you continuously nourish your spiritual seeds, in the end, the enhancement given by the spiritual seeds will reach an astonishing level. By that time, among martial artists of the same level, you will be absolutely invincible. Gu Nan's will spoke domineeringly, his tone filled with certainty. However, he changed the subject, saying, "The spiritual seed is merely a reward based on your previous performances in the arena match. You may have noticed that the first place, Qin Chen, received the golden seed. This is because the golden spiritual seed has the best quality, followed by the silver, and lastly, the white. However, you need not be disheartened, as even white spiritual seeds were considered precious in ancient times. I believe you all felt its terrifying potential. Moreover, it is not necessarily the case that those who obtain higher quality spiritual seeds will have greater strength in the future. The enhancement from the spiritual seed relies on how you cultivate it. This means that whoever expends more true power, spirit, and blood to nurture the spiritual seed will see faster growth. In the end, even a white spiritual seed may surpass a golden spiritual seed." Upon hearing this, Tiandu's eyes flickered, and he cast a cold glance at Qin Chen, thinking, while Qin Chen obtained the highest quality golden seed, from the aura on him, his enhancement isn't much greater than ours, and might even be less than that of Ghost Shadow and Mo Li. This shows that as long as I work hard and use more power to nourish the spiritual seed, in the future, I might not be unable to surpass him. Tiandu had already made up his mind that as soon as he returned to Qiān Prefecture, he would immediately have the sect gather resources to allow the spiritual seed in his mind to gain more enhancements, surpassing others. Aside from the spiritual seed, beneath your feet lies the starry sky chessboard set up by the ancestors of Gu Nan. Within this starry sky chessboard are many methods and secrets, but you must comprehend them on your own. When your comprehension reaches the threshold required to unlock the inheritance, you will gain some powerful methods and secrets. Moreover, this entire starry sky chessboard is itself a very formidable secret technique. If someone can fully comprehend the rules of this starry sky chessboard, they will gain the ability to control the entire Gu Nan ruins. The ability to control the entirety of Gu Nan? Everyone was shocked. This Gu Nan ruins looked very formidable. If one could control it, wouldn't that mean they could obtain any secret technique they desired? However, everyone also understood that the rules of the starry sky chessboard must be extremely terrifying and certainly not something ordinary people could master. As they were thinking this, buzz, a starry path appeared beneath everyone's feet. A total of 12 light paths extended across the starry chessboard, sprawling into the distance. Move forward. As for what inheritance you can obtain, it depends on your own talent and strength. With a rumbling voice, Gu Nan's will instantly vanished. Qin Chen and the others looked around at the paths beneath their feet. It turned out that the so-called inheritance still required each person to comprehend, rather than being directly given. However, for the 12 who entered this starry sky chessboard, even if they obtained no inheritance, just the spiritual seed alone made the journey worthwhile. Humph, even though Qin Chen won the championship in the arena, this inheritance doesn't depend on performance, but rather on each person's talent and comprehension. I don't believe I will be inferior to him. I must obtain the strongest inheritance. Let's go. I didn't expect this inheritance wouldn't depend on previous results. This time I will defy the heavens. Tiandu, Dai Tianyi, Leng Wushwang, and others all had glimmers in their eyes as they stepped onto the starry light path ahead. As their footsteps touched it, they immediately vanished, merging into the starry sky chessboard. Various methods and secret techniques. I want to see what special secrets exist within the Gu Nan ruins. Qin Chen, unable to continue studying the golden seed in his mind, stepped forward without hesitation. Techniques. Qin Chen practiced the 9-star God Emperor formula, which is the most elite on the entire continent. Secret techniques. In his previous life, he had learned countless secret techniques and was certainly not lacking in them. However, since the Gu Nan ruins dared to claim to be the most elite of the ancient era, Qin Chen wanted to see just how powerful the inheritance within truly was. At this moment, in a certain deep part of the mysterious palace of Gu Nandu, a black shadow of consciousness gazed at Qin Chen and others as they stepped into their respective light paths, a flicker of excitement flashing in its eyes. How many years have I waited? Finally, a genius capable of reaching the goal and activating the spiritual seed of my clan has appeared. Now, it all depends on their talents. If they can comprehend the techniques of my clan, then the arrangements made by the master back then will finally bear fruit. Even if they cannot comprehend my clan's techniques, as long as they can activate the spiritual seed, it would still count as a great success, giving meaning to my perseverance. The Black Shadow was incredibly excited. After so many years of steadfastness, it finally bore fruit. How could it not be excited? And what it was most concerned about was still Chen. This child is only 16 years old, yet the depth of his true power is astonishingly terrifying. Even among the human geniuses of ancient times, he can be considered strong. If he could successfully cultivate my clan's techniques and activate the golden spiritual seed, then in the future, the breath of the Black Shadow became rapid. Clearly, all of this was incredibly important to it. At the end of the light path, Chen suddenly appeared in a spacious stone chamber. Is this the place of inheritance? Where are the so-called inheritances and techniques? Chen looked around the stone chamber, and suddenly his pupils constricted. He saw that on the stone chamber, intricate patterns slowly emerged, and these patterns combined to form an exceedingly complex design. This design was very strange, and just a glance at it filled one with an extremely profound feeling. What exactly is this design? Chen frowned, carefully sensing and studying it. These patterns were somewhat similar to array patterns, yet different from them. They were also somewhat similar to runes, but had some differences in the rules of the runes. They resembled a kind of strange restriction. However, the structure of this restriction was very mysterious, not like a normal restriction. It was neither an array, nor a rune, nor a restriction. What exactly is it? Could it be some kind of secret pattern? Chen knew that in this world, there are some powerful techniques that are in the form of secret patterns like this. However, even he had seen very few of that level of secret patterns, so he did not have enough references. It should be some kind of secret pattern. Secret patterns are extremely rare, and drawing them is very difficult. In my past life, I only had a slight understanding. Now I can carefully comprehend them. Immediately, Chen calmed his mind and began analyzing the secret patterns. Strange lines immediately appeared in Chen's mind. He did not directly analyze the entire secret pattern, but started from a small line, gradually sensing, analyzing, and understanding. Although array patterns, runes, restrictions, and secret patterns are different fields with their own rules, there are also commonalities among them. This is also the reason why Chen was both an array master and a rune master, as well as a restriction master in his past life. Once you understand one law, you can understand all laws. Using his accomplishments in array patterns, runes, and restrictions, Chen quickly immersed himself in the analysis of this array pattern. Time passed, but he did not notice how long it had been. Buzz. The secret pattern before him was instantly imprinted in Chen's mind, allowing him to master it completely. What a miraculous secret pattern. It is very similar to a restriction, but fundamentally different. Chen was shaken internally. This secret pattern, although it appeared very complex, was in essence very simple, seemingly a beginner's technique for secret patterns. This allowed Chen to comprehend it thoroughly in such a short time. Although it was just an entry-level understanding, it was like opening a door for Chen, leading him into an entirely new world. Rumble. However, once all the secret patterns were interconnected, a path suddenly reappeared in front of the stone chamber, leading into the distance. Another path has appeared. There are no inheritance rewards. Does that mean I need to continue forward? Chen pondered internally and immediately continued onward. After a moment, he arrived in the next stone chamber. In this stone chamber, numerous secret patterns also emerged, clearly more complex than the previous patterns by more than a fold. Should I continue to comprehend the secret patterns? Could it be that the inheritance assessment of this Starry Sky game is to test the understanding of secret patterns? Chen thought thoughtfully and again fell into comprehension. Then Chen continuously comprehended the secret patterns and moved forward. Each subsequent stone chamber presented secret patterns that were noticeably more complex than the previous one. By the time he reached the fifth stone chamber, Chen's deductions had become significantly slower. Although he had exceptional talent and could grasp analogies, secret patterns were, after all, a completely new discipline. It was equally challenging for Chen to comprehend too much at once. However, Chen seemed to be in a trance. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to his past life in the martial domain, focusing on research, unaware of worldly affairs, climbing one peak after another. What profound secret pattern study? But why do these secret patterns become increasingly complex, and why do I feel an odd chill? As he moved deeper into the stone chambers, when Chen saw the secret patterns on the walls, He actually felt a cold, brutal sensation creeping into his mind, making him extremely uncomfortable. Buzz. When the secret pattern of the fifth stone chamber was completely comprehended by him. Boom! Chen's spirit was suddenly stripped away, as if he were in an endless cosmic starry sky where a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes stared at him. What a terrifying pair of eyes! At that moment, an endless aura of evil, coldness, and brutality enveloped his soul, causing the hair on his body to stand on end, almost freezing his very essence. It felt like just a moment had passed, yet it seemed as if countless centuries had gone by. Chen suddenly awoke, only to find himself still standing in front of the stone chamber, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing. What on earth was that? Chen was shocked. Why did he have such a feeling? Whose bloodthirsty eyes did he see among the endless secret patterns? Could it be a scene left over from ancient times? Chen was puzzled. Secret patterns, like arrays and restrictions, should not possess attributes. They are merely complex and mysterious structures. Why did I feel uncomfortable during my comprehension, and why did I see such a terrifying pair of eyes? Could it be that the secret patterns I am observing are part of a complete secret pattern structure, possessing their own attributes? Chen considered a possibility, just like array patterns themselves have no attributes, but a person entering a cold ice array will certainly feel cold, and a person entering a blazing flame array will feel heat. This does not mean that those array patterns possess ice or flame attributes. Rather, it is the effect produced by the many array patterns that constitute the array. Similarly, observing secret patterns themselves should not elicit discomfort, nor should one feel coldness or brutality, unless the secret patterns in front of Chen are indeed a type of very cold and brutal secret pattern, which would give rise to such feelings. Only the ancestors of the ancient southern capital set such a bizarre secret pattern, allowing them to comprehend and accept the inheritance. Chen couldn't understand. Boom. Just as he was puzzled, the stone chamber in front of him opened once again, revealing a new passage. Forget it, I'll continue to comprehend. This time, at the end, the new stone chamber had a fragmented secret pattern illustration. It's actually incomplete. Chen was taken aback, but he quickly understood and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. It seems there are only 5 stone chambers for comprehension. This 6th stone chamber should be a test of my previous comprehension ability. He extended a finger, infused it with true power, and rapidly completed the fragmented secret pattern illustration, forming a perfect secret pattern illustration. For Chen, the secret patterns from the previous 5 stone chambers were complex, but he had completely understood them. Deriving an entirely new secret pattern might take some time, but the incomplete secret pattern illustration on the wall was similar to the previous secret patterns, so he naturally completed it easily. Boom, the secret pattern on the stone chamber immediately burst forth with brilliant light, enveloping Chen. Buzz, Chen instantly vanished from the stone chamber. He disappeared. Did he comprehend the first level of secret patterns so quickly? In just half a day, he completely comprehended our clan's basic secret pattern illustrations, too fast. The will of the ancient southern capital observed the conditions of the 12 contestants. Seeing Chen vanish after the first trial, he was instantly stunned. Other contestants, even the one with the highest talent, Mo Li, had just begun to comprehend the 4th stone chamber. The others were stuck at the 2nd or 3rd trials. How could Chen comprehend the foundational secret pattern illustrations of 5 stone chambers and utilize them perfectly so quickly? How is that possible? Even the will of the ancient southern capital was shocked. Comprehending the secret pattern illustrations is extremely difficult. Although these first 5 levels are just basic secret pattern illustrations, they represent a new world that ordinary people cannot easily grasp. Unless this kid has remarkable accomplishments in this area or had already mastered it beforehand, it would be impossible to be so quick. The will of the ancient southern capital suddenly became excited. No matter what, this person has grasped the initial secret pattern path, which means he has a chance to comprehend our clan's martial arts. If that's true, although it was only a will, the expression of the Black Shadow instantly fluctuated. Filled with excitement, now it depends on how he comprehends in the next trial. With anticipation, the will of the ancient southern capital continued to observe. Buzz. Before him, Chen arrived in a brand new space. Chen looked around, a river. At that moment, he found himself in a pure white void space. The entire space had almost nothing, but ahead there was a gray river flowing. Standing on the river, Chen was shocked and looked down. With a slight mental probe, he discovered that this river was an extremely strange power. This power was somewhat similar to true power, but there were some differences, carrying a chilling aura that made one feel unsettled, as if it were a river of the underworld. What kind of power is this? Martial artists cultivate different martial arts, and the true power attributes they obtain are naturally different. Some are cold as ice, some are scorching hot, some are black as ink, and some are dazzling as the sun. For example, the true power of the 9-star Divine Emperor technique is vast and pure, whereas the Blood Demon technique cultivated by Mo Li is cold and dark. Different martial arts release different auras. The gray river before him resembled a river of the underworld. Besides its chilly aura, Qin Chen's second feeling was its power. Not inferior to the 9-star Divine Emperor technique. This should be some kind of true power, but what true power can compare with the 9-star Divine Emperor technique? Qin Chen was shocked. The 9-star Divine Emperor technique is an unparalleled martial art he obtained from the forbidden land of the gods. In terms of purity, it far exceeds any other martial art he has ever encountered, surpassing some heavenly-level martial arts. However, the grayish true power aura before him was surprisingly not inferior to the 9-star Divine Emperor technique. How could Qin Chen not be astonished? But soon he regained his composure. The 9-star Divine Emperor technique is rumored to have been passed down from the heavenly realm, and this ancient southern capital relic is a powerful relic from before the Dark Era. At that time, strong practitioners were able to traverse the void, and it is not incomprehensible that they possessed terrifying martial arts similar to the 9-star Divine Emperor technique, no matter what true power it is. Since it appears here, its purpose is likely for me to absorb it. Buzz, with a thought, he began to control the true power torrent below. What shocked Qin Chen was that this true power could not be absorbed. Is this true power not for us to absorb? Then what is it? Qin Chen frowned and then realized that after coming into contact with this true power, he could perfectly sense the structure of this true power. Could it be that we are meant to sense the structure of this true power for simulation? At that moment, Qin Chen began to sit cross-legged and analyze the structure of this true power. Indeed. Strangely enough, this true power was extremely different from the structure of ordinary true power. On the surface, it seemed not too different, but in reality, there was an essential difference. Fortunately, since this true power cannot be absorbed, otherwise, as soon as he absorbed it into his body, it would definitely cause violent conflict with the true power already present in his body. At that time, what would happen is unknown, but it is highly likely that he would go into a demonic frenzy. The will of the ancient southern capital means for us to analyze the structure of this true power river, then modify our own true power structure so that there will not be much conflict between the two before proceeding to absorb it. Qin Chen instantly understood the purpose and key of this round of inheritance. In the time that followed, Qin Chen completely immersed himself in the comprehension of this true power structure. As time passed, the structure of the true power river gradually became clearer in Qin Chen's mind. And Qin Chen's doubts grew larger. This true power structure is too strange. How can there be such bizarre true power structures in the world, completely different from the true power cultivated by normal martial arts? Moreover, this ancient southern capital inheritance first allowed us to comprehend secret patterns, then analyze the true power structure. Is there some connection between these two? Qin Chen absolutely did not believe that the ancient southern capital set these assessments randomly. There must be some purpose behind it. In the blink of an eye, half a day's time passed. Qin Chen finally had a slight understanding of this true power structure. Absorb, with a thought, a stream of grayish true power surged into his body. What a chilling feeling, but finally I can absorb it. Qin Chen was overjoyed. Splash. A stream of true power instantly seeped into his body. Qin Chen could distinctly feel that his body strength was gradually increasing. How terrifying! What exactly is this true power? Qin Chen was astonished. His body had already reached the 3rd level of the indestructible holy body, which was extremely terrifying. Yet this true energy could still enhance his strength, completely exceeding his imagination. Continue to absorb. Without hesitation, Qin Chen continued to absorb the grayish true energy in front of him, slowly spreading it throughout his body. A large amount of cold, gray true energy began to transform his body. As the true energy within him increased, suddenly, crackle. When this true energy entered the position of his Danshan bloodline, the thunder bloodline within Qin Chen's body was abruptly activated. Crackle, crackle. Thunder surged, instantly clashing with this true energy. My thunder bloodline cannot blend with this true energy. Qin Chen was puzzled. The power of bloodlines and true energy were two completely different forces, generally not encountering compatibility issues. However, this situation now left Qin Chen bewildered. No, it's not a clash, but a transformation. Next, Qin Chen was shocked to discover that the thunder bloodline was not clashing with the gray true energy, but was gradually undergoing transformation. As the thunder surged, The cold, true energy that had just entered his body was instantly purified and became gentle after being bathed in the thunder. Chen was overjoyed. Previously, although he had absorbed this gray true energy and his strength had improved, he had always felt quite uncomfortable. However, at this moment, that uncomfortable feeling completely vanished. However, this also puzzled Chen. Why did the will of the ancient southern capital want them to comprehend and absorb such a strange true energy? Or did the true energy cultivated by powerful humans in ancient times differ inherently from the true energy cultivated by modern people? Next, Chen continuously absorbed the power from the river of true energy. Time passed. He didn't know how long it had been. Boom! Chen's cultivation at the peak of the mid-Qiān level instantly broke through to the late Qiān level. However, Chen did not stop his cultivation. He continued until the true energy within him reached the peak of the late Qiān level before finally stopping. After such a long period of cultivation, Chen had a clearer understanding of the structure of this true energy. Profound. The more he understood, the more shocked Chen became by this true energy's structure. No wonder it could greatly enhance one's cultivation. It must be said that this true energy, in terms of purity and strength, far surpassed the true energy cultivated through ordinary martial arts. It even reached an astonishing level above that of heaven-level martial arts. Absorbing such true energy was comparable to lying amidst a vast amount of true stones for cultivation. How could Chen let such an opportunity slip away? However, after breaking through to the peak of the late Qiān level, Chen finally stopped. Because he knew that whether in cultivation or comprehension, one must progress step by step. A too rapid breakthrough would inevitably destabilize the foundation. On the other paths of the starry sky chessboard, almost everyone had entered this layer. Among these people, except for Chen, no one could reach the sixth stone chamber of the secret pattern, which was the next level. After all, apart from Chen, even a genius like Mo Li, who excelled in mental strength, could not have the astonishing insights that Chen possessed to fully comprehend the secret pattern. After entering the second layer, feeling the gray true energy before them, everyone was overjoyed and rushed forward to absorb it. Among them, Mo Li and Gui Ying adapted the fastest. Soon, the auras of both began to rise. But there were also those who could not comprehend the structure of this gray true energy, no matter how hard they tried. Some in the first groups were teleported out after failing to adapt. Even among those eliminated, the trial was tiered. Failure didn't always mean nothing. Many still left with consolation inheritances or manuals, though far less than the full rewards awaiting those who passed the deeper tests. The crowd outside murmured and speculated as each group emerged, anxious for news of who had succeeded. Meanwhile, inside the layer, Chen kept cultivating. He allowed the gray true energy to seep into every corner of his body, letting the thunder bathe and refine it until the uneasy sensation he had earlier felt was completely gone. The change in him wasn't only numerical. His comprehension of the energy's structure deepened, making subsequent absorptions smoother and more effective. Time flowed on, and those who truly understood the pattern and energy pushed further. Mo Li and Gui Ying continued to advance, their auras brightening with every step. But no one, except Chen, managed to touch that sixth stone chamber in the secret pattern. The trials of the starry sky chessboard were merciless and precise, designed to test comprehension, adaptability, and the kind of insight Chen possessed. As he cultivated in the hush of that strange hall, he felt the subtle shift of destiny tightening its grip around the competition. The elder of the Wukong sect is extremely cunning, leaving so early must have its reasons. Maybe C2 Sheng found some treasure inside. What do you mean maybe? It should definitely be so. Should we chase after them? Chase after them? What good would it do? Do you want to start a war with the Wukong sect? But do we just watch them leave with the treasure? Humph, if you want to go, then go. Even if there is a treasure, C2 Sheng was the first to be teleported out, so what he got must be the worst. The remaining 11 will definitely have gotten something better. At that time, that's true. We can't afford to offend forces like Tianheng Academy, Dixon City, and Liuxian sect. But among the 12 who accepted the inheritance, 6 of them are from the 5 nations, so? Hee. Many people turned their gaze towards the 5 nations, their eyes flashing with a hint of coldness, unabashedly revealing their naked desire. At the location of the 5 nations, everyone felt the gaze of the strong from Qiānju, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. They exchanged glances, and their eyes reflected helplessness. In the face of this situation, they were powerless and could only harbor anxiety, hoping the people from Qiānju would consider their face. At this moment, inside the mysterious palace, swish. After Chen finished absorbing the mysterious true power, he was instantly enveloped in light and vanished from his original spot. I should have entered the next layer, but what will this next layer have? Chen was curious. The previous secret patterns and mysterious true power had brought him tremendous benefits, so what treasure would this third layer hold? His body felt lighter, and he had arrived in a mysterious space. The entire space was devoid of anything, an empty void. Empty? Chen was taken aback. He carefully observed his surroundings. Everything around him was illusory, empty, with nothing at all. What does this mean? Chen wondered. Could it be that this third layer was hiding something? Standing in the void, Chen scrutinized everything around him, searching for clues. But there was nothing, just a vast emptiness. Suddenly, buzz. In the blank space before him, a black line suddenly appeared. This line was like a twisted black thread, emitting mysterious light as it flowed gently. What is this? Chen stared intently. He saw that more and more black lines appeared in the blank space, gradually forming an extremely complex pattern that exuded a tremendous aura. Is this a martial arts diagram? Is the inheritance of this third layer meant to allow me to cultivate this mysterious martial art? Chen held his breath. The martial arts pattern before him was incredibly complex, far surpassing some heavenly-level martial arts he had seen in his previous life, even comparable to the 9-star Divine Emperor art. Terrifying, this type of martial arts is absolutely not something a heavenly-level martial arts can compare to. Could it be that it surpasses heavenly-level martial arts? Chen was shocked. After cultivating the 9-star Divine Emperor art, he deeply understood the importance of a powerful martial art. Now, with such a martial art appearing, the shock it brought him was indescribable. Let's give it a try. Immediately, Chen focused on the mysterious martial arts diagram before him, immersing himself in deduction and comprehension. At the highest point of the mysterious palace, the black figure of the ancient southern capitals will quietly observe the conditions on various star routes. When Chen entered the third layer, the black figure suddenly stood up. It's activated. The tests set by our ancestors have truly been activated. That Chen actually completed the tests of the first and second layers and entered the third layer. Could it be that the plans set by our strong ones in ancient times are finally coming to fruition? The black figure was so excited that his whole body trembled. No, it's still too early to be happy. But soon, it regained its composure, its gaze returning to calm. The martial arts of this third layer are incredibly important. The tests of the previous 2 layers were merely preparations for this third layer. The difficulty is beyond what ordinary people can achieve. Although Chen's talent is astonishing, if he wants to completely pass this third layer's test, it will likely be very challenging. Now we shall see how far he can go. But regardless of how far he goes, combined with the golden spiritual seed he obtained earlier, the plan set by our ancestors is already half complete. The will of the ancient southern capital was filled with anticipation. This starry sky game contained great secrets. These secrets pertain to an important plan set by their clan in the past. As long as they succeeded, they could unlock a significant key. Now, Chen was the person closest to this plan. In the void space of the third layer, Chen was completely immersed in the martial arts before him, profound, so profound. The martial arts before him complemented the 9-star Divine Emperor art perfectly. However, one thing puzzled Chen immensely. The operation roots of this martial art were entirely different from those of normal martial arts. Strange. The human body contains secret treasures, more complex than anything else, thus allowing the extension of various martial arts manuals. However, the martial arts themselves should be based on the human body. Logically speaking, even if the operational methods and cultivation models differ, their core essence should be the same. But why does this martial art seem to have a discordant contradiction with the normal human body? Chen was confused. He couldn't comprehend. For example, according to the 9-star Divine Emperor art, there are 12 meridians in the human body. During the operation of these 12 meridians, whether following the Ren meridian or the Qiān meridian, it's all fine. Yet this martial art operates in the space between 2 meridians, a place that is merely an ordinary meridian. How can it bear the operation of such immense true power? And this place is the same. This is the divine gate. If it accommodates true power, it would affect a person's spirit and soul, making it become violent. Therefore, accommodating true power must be done with extreme caution, yet in this martial art, it primarily gathers true power here. An ordinary martial artist practicing this martial art might not even finish before they explode due to the divine gate rupturing, going into madness and dying. Unless the cultivator's body is strong to an abnormal degree, allowing the divine gate membrane to block the invasion of true power, there may be a slim possibility. And this place, immersed in the martial arts before him, Chen immediately discovered numerous issues. These problems should not appear in such a profound martial art at all. They were basic errors, yet they appeared in this martial art. There's actually a solution here. It's the previous secret pattern technique. Could it be that the ancestors of the ancient southern capital also discovered the errors in this martial art, and thus designed a set of secret pattern methods to resolve the issues in this martial art, completing it? Suddenly, Chen saw below some places where he clearly felt errors, and the other party had used secret patterns to outline and explain. For example, the meridians between the Ren and Qiān veins previously lacked strength, prompting the other party to propose a secret pattern solution, using the secret pattern to reinforce this meridian in order to endure the operation of terrifying true power. Magical, mysterious, it left Chen entranced. It felt as if a whole new door had been opened. These secret patterns are indeed marvelous, achieving such effects. No wonder during the first level we were asked to comprehend the basics of these secret patterns. It turns out they can be applied in this area. Chen was shocked. He understood. Every level inherited from ancient Tiandu has its own meaning. If you haven't understood it, it's simply because you haven't reached that step yet. However, the cultivation technique I am practicing is the undying holy body, which has a strength far exceeding that of an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, the 9-star Divine Emperor art also makes every meridian in my body incredibly powerful, surpassing martial artists of the same level. Other martial artists certainly need these secret patterns to cultivate, but I may not necessarily need them. At that moment, Chen immersed himself in comprehension while gradually starting to cultivate. And when Chen was comprehending the cultivation technique in the mysterious space, every star path was also going through comprehension. However, not everyone could reach the same level as Chen in the analysis of secret patterns and true power. It's too hard. What exactly is the structure of this true power? Everyone felt a headache. I can't do it anymore. Among them, Wei Qingshan was soon teleported out after Sidu Sheng. The Xuanfang undying body this is. A medium-level earth-level body refinement technique? As he was teleported out, Wei Qingshan's mind also produced his own inheritance, a defensive type of secret manual. Unexpectedly, it is a medium-level earth-level body refinement technique. Although the inheritance had failed, Wei Qingshan was still ecstatic. He had shown amazing talent in body refinement early on. Previously, just practicing a low-level earth-level body refinement technique had made his defense reach an astonishing level, allowing him to break into the top 12. Now, having obtained such a fitting technique, how astonishing would he become once he cultivated it to perfection? Becoming one of the outstanding talents was not just a mere fantasy. Swish, swish, swish. After Wei Qingshan's failure, Meng Xingju, Yuan Feng, Gui Ying, and Wang Kaiming were also successively eliminated. One by one, they were teleported out. However, after being teleported out, each of them experienced a set of techniques in their minds, and the level of the techniques obtained varied depending on how long they had received the inheritance. A few eliminated 5 nations' geniuses gained Earth-tier arts, drawing covetous looks from Xuanju powers. Outside ancient Tiandu, the atmosphere shifted. Powerful figures from Xuanju eyed the winners with barely masked greed. They exchanged quiet calculations. The ruins' inheritance might have gifted dangerous treasures, and those who emerged victorious could not be allowed to leave unmolested. Wei Tianming learned from Yuan Feng that the inheritance had granted at least a medium-level earth-level technique to one of their people, and decided they should depart. But before they could descend from the high platform, a group of Xuanju experts intercepted them. "What do you mean by this?" Wei Tianming asked, wary. One of the Xuanju men smiled coldly. "The ancient Tiandu competition has yet to conclude. Winning contestants cannot leave so hastily. Yuan Feng must stay." Yuan Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he stepped forward, but Wei Tianming gripped his arm. "We should return first," he warned. The Xuanju figures exchanged a few words and made their position plain. They intended to detain winners like Yuan Feng. They would not strike openly now. Too many eyes watched. But once the ruin closed and everyone had finished their inheritance, they would move to seize whatever manuals or arts the winners had obtained. Silence followed, heavy and foreboding. The 5 nations' men felt the weight of those covetous gazes. They had emerged with gifts from ancient Tiandu, and the world outside was already calculating how to take them away. However, although the people from the 3 major forces did not take action, the mystic-level masters from Xuanzhou were not content to merely stand aside. They whispered among themselves with sinister grins, unwilling to let the few entrants from the 5 nations leave the ancient southern capital untested. If they don't make a move, that's fine, but these 5 nations' disciples are crafty, let's pin them down first. Right, if they try to slip away, it will be troublesome. Then act. Swift footsteps and cold laughter answered the murmurs. In one coordinated surge, several mystic-level masters, led by figures from Tianying Valley and accompanied by other notable houses, flew outward and took possession of the high platforms around the five nations' entrances. In a few heartbeats, the Great Liang's platform, the Great Qi's, and the Ling Tian sects were pressed by alien presences. A handful of mystic-level talents settled upon them as if to claim them, their attitudes insolent and deliberate. Wei Tianming's face darkened when those from Tianying Valley landed squarely on the Great Liang platform. He had already retreated there, and yet the Qiān experts pressed forward without shame. "What do you mean by this?" he demanded, voice trembling with contained rage. "All of you know the rules set by the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. You cannot slaughter the weak without reason. Do you intend to brazenly act against my five nations?" A cold laugh returned. "Wei, great expert, rest assured, we merely wish to enjoy the view from the high platform. Surely you don't claim exclusive rights to the scenery?" The words were offered as mock civility. The true meaning was unmistakable. Several more mystic-level masters landed, forming a ring around the five nations' people. They jeered openly, deliberately humiliating those on the platforms. There were not many from the five nations in the ancient southern capital this time, only 6 disciples in total. 2 from Gui Xian sect, 2 from Great Qi Kingdom, 1 from Great Liang, and 1 from Ling Tian sect, and the Qiān assembly vastly outnumbered them. "Let's go," one of the intruders said, as they shifted their attention toward the Great Qi platform. "Besides Wang Kaiming, there's a Chen who hasn't come out yet. He must have gained something impressive." At the Great Qi Kingdom, panic rippled through the younger disciples. "Lord Ling Wu Wang, what should we do?" "Yes, Lord Xiao Zhan swallowed and forced his composure. He had been watching the Qiān mystic-level experts approach and felt the pressure like a blade. "Don't panic," he said tightly. "Wait for Chen to come out." Despite his attempt at steadiness, several of the mystic-level experts had already settled onto the Great Qi platform, their smirks obvious. One of them drifted forward with exaggerated politeness. "We only wish to enjoy the scenery on your high platform. I hope that won't be a problem." "He, we are not asking permission," another added loudly. "This place is not the private property of the five nations few." "Why make a fuss?" Their laughter echoed, cold and merciless. The contempt was the point designed to provoke. Zhan kept his voice calm and level despite the heat in his chest. "This high platform is spacious. If you wish to look, then look. If it truly doesn't suit you, we can vacate it. It's no trouble." The Qiān experts burst out laughing. "They'll even step down for us," one of them mocked. "Do you hear that? The five nations will vacate for us without a fight. Pathetic." Wang Kaiming, Zhao Lingshan, and the others froze for a moment, faces flushing with anger. It was clear what the intruders intended, to humiliate and occupy. But they could not match these mystic-level masters in force. Still, the pressure was not one-sided. Several mystic-level masters from Qiān lingered with enough restraint to make their point without immediately spilling into bloodshed. The aim was domination, not chaos. They positioned themselves to squeeze, to let the leaders of the five nations feel the humiliation, and to show that escape or resistance would be costly. "We're being deliberately provoked," Wang Kaiming said through gritted teeth, every muscle taut. Zhan's jaw tightened. "We hold," he replied. "Wait for Chen." Around them, the Great Qi disciples bristled, their bodies keyed for action. Rage burned, but the elders and leaders of the five nations had to endure. The balance of power and the visible presence of multiple mystic-level masters made rash action ruinous. The Qiān masters, arrogant, mocking, and clearly confident, continued to jeer, letting their dominance be felt across the high platforms. Wang Kaiming and the others could no longer contain themselves. Hot blood and pride screamed to respond. Yet tradition, duty, and the uneasy arithmetic of power forced them to swallow that impulse, at least until Chen appeared. The scene settled into a tense standoff. Qiān's mystic-level masters pressing and mocking, several of them plainly occupying the platforms, the five nations' leaders forced to endure. The Great Qi disciples waiting in clenched silence for Chen. The contemptuous laughter of the invaders hung in the air like a gauntlet thrown, daring the five nations to pick it up. "What did you say? Kid, say it again if you have the guts." "Such audacity!" Wang Kaiming and their words instantly tore open the scars of this group of people, causing them to become furious in an instant. Among them, a mystic-level master from Qiān province could no longer hold back and directly reached out to grab Wang Kaiming. His gigantic hand resembling an eagle's claw, fast as lightning. "Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you made it into the top 12. If you don't kneel down and apologize today, don't blame me for being ruthless." This person was filled with murderous intent, a terrifying aura emanating from his body as his enormous claw descended upon Wang Kaiming's head. "What are you doing?" Xiao Zhan's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly stepped forward to block. "Humph, a worthless waste who isn't even a martial Zong dares to act arrogantly in front of me." The powerful figure sneered, his body shaking, and a terrifying force shot out. Xiao Zhan felt an astonishing power sweep towards him, his protective true energy shattered instantly, and with a spurt of blood he was sent flying. Too strong, way too strong. Although Xiao Zhan had stepped into the half-step martial Zong realm, he hadn't trained for long, and moreover, his opponent was a seasoned martial Zong expert from Qiān province. How could he not be at a disadvantage? In just one move, he was knocked back and severely injured. Boom! The formidable hand directly descended upon Wang Kaiming's head as if it were going to lift him like a chick. "Lord Xiao Zhan?" Wang Kaiming was startled. In his rage, he didn't realize that his right hand had already gripped the battle knife at his waist. He glared at his opponent, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Clang! Rising alongside him was an astonishing blade intent. Crackle, the blade intent was brilliant, filled with a devastating aura wanting to cleave the mystic-level master's hand in two. Seeing this, the Qiān province expert's expression changed dramatically. Such strong blade intent from a disciple of the 5 nations. No wonder many of my Qiān province disciples have been defeated by him, allowing him to enter the top 12, but this alone is far from enough. Boom. A shocking aura suddenly surged from within the opponent, a terrifying bloodline power emanating, merging with the black hand. Initially wobbling under Wang Kaiming's destructive blade intent, the hand regained its solidity and emitted a hazy light, enveloping everything. "Kid, if you dare to disrespect my Qiān province expert, be prepared to be taught a lesson." The strong figure sneered, having made up his mind. Once he captured Wang Kaiming, he would rigorously interrogate him, first extracting the inheritance he obtained in ancient southern capital, and at that point his own retreat would not be an issue. "Damn, is this the power of a martial Zong? I'll fight him." Channeling his true energy, Wang Kaiming prepared to fight back. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed. "Are you insulting the person I intend to protect in front of me? Are you not taking me seriously?" Whoosh. As the words fell, a chilly aura suddenly appeared behind the Qiān province expert. This aura was as cold as a poisonous snake, as if something disgusting in the darkness was watching him, causing the Qiān province expert to feel a damp sensation on his back. "Who dares to sneak attack me?" With an angry roar, the Qiān province expert didn't bother to attack Wang Kaiming and hurriedly turned around, striking out with his palm. Boom! A chilling power surged into his body, and the Qiān province expert staggered back a few steps, his face growing pale, his eyes flickering incessantly. A black figure suddenly soared from the crowd below, landing at the side of the high platform belonging to the Great Qi Kingdom. This person's face was entirely shrouded in a cloak. It was the black slave that Chen had previously mentioned would protect him. "Who are you, daring to stop me? This disciple from the 5 nations has insulted my Qiān province experts. Do you intend to stand against many of us from Qiān province?" Chen Tianluo from Taiyi sect's expression darkened as he said unhappily, but between his brows there was an air of vigilance. Before the examination in ancient southern capital, the young master of the imperial heart, Tiandu, had a conflict with Chen from the Great Qi Kingdom. But Chen showed no fear and claimed that the cloaked person would protect him. At that time, the top powers of the 3 major factions had tried to probe this person, but returned empty-handed. Chen Tianluo, as the deputy sect leader of Taiyi sect, though powerful, knew that the cloaked figure was not ordinary and thus didn't dare to act recklessly. "Haha, stand against your Qiān province? You're just a mere initial stage martial Zong. Can you represent all of Qiān province?" Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure laughed. His laughter was hoarse and chilling, like a poisonous scorpion, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. "A mere initial stage martial Zong? You have quite the audacity. I want to see what abilities you have to dare to say this." Chen Tianluo was thoroughly enraged. His figure swayed and suddenly appeared in front of the cloaked figure, slamming a palm towards him. Boom! The palm wind swept through, representing the terrifying power of a 5th-stage martial Zong, suddenly erupting, an astonishing aura enveloping, creating a rumbling sound as the air shook. A gigantic palm was hurled towards the cloaked figure. This strike was more than double the strength used against Wang Kaiming, clearly executed with full force in anger, aimed to test the strength of the cloaked figure. Ha! Facing such a terrifying attack, the cloaked figure remained unafraid, even bursting into a strange laugh. At the moment the opponent's palm was about to descend, his right hand extended, revealing a withered hand that collided with the vast palm. One side held a terrifying hand containing overwhelming palm might, while the other was just a thin and frail arm. It was clear to any onlooker who was stronger. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Ah! A piercing scream rang out as Chen Tianluo's palm collided with the cloaked figure's hand, producing an earth-shattering roar. He clasped his palm, retreating in a panic as if avoiding a deadly trap. His right hand turned black, a chilling dark energy rapidly spreading over it, crawling up his arm. Wherever the dark energy spread, it brought excruciating pain. "You actually used poison." Chen Tianluo was furious and quickly swallowed a large number of antidote pills, trying to alleviate the spread of the toxin. However, no matter which antidote he took, it was futile. The dark energy continued spreading, causing his skin to rot, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. "Deputy Sect Leader," an elder from Tei Sect paled upon seeing this and shouted angrily at the cloaked figure, "What poison did you use? Hurry up and bring the antidote." "Antidote? My poison has no antidote. The only way to save him is to cut off his arm. Otherwise, you can just watch your Deputy Sect Leader rot away, heh 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 heh." "Deputy Sect Leader." The elder was both shocked and angry but didn't know what to do. He wanted to save Chen Tianluo but didn't know how to proceed. As for dealing with the cloaked figure, even Deputy Sect Leader Chen Tianluo was no match, so attacking would only lead to his own death. Just as he hesitated, "Ah!" a shrill scream echoed, and everyone saw Chen Tianluo unable to endure the pain, personally severing his own right hand. The severed half of his arm fell to the ground, sizzling and emitting blue smoke, instantly turning into a pool of pus. Hiss! A chorus of gasps rang out through the crowd. Everyone looked at the cloaked figure with changed expressions, filled with immense dread and fear. What kind of poison is this? It's terrifying. In less than 10 breaths it ate through Chen Tianluo's arm, the deputy sect master of Tei Sect. Even such an expert at the peak of the early 5th level could not withstand a single move from the cloaked figure. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The powerful heads from the 3 top forces of Qiān Prefecture narrowed their eyes, wary. "What's wrong? Aren't you a few supposed to roll off? Want to try this too?" the cloaked figure asked coldly, glancing at the remaining experts on the high platform. They exchanged uneasy looks. None could back down without losing face. One of them snorted, anger flaring, and aimed to draw the 3 major forces in. "Your methods are ruthless, but do you think that by defeating Chen Tianluo you can treat us like nobodies?" "Enough!" The Grand Elder of Liuxian Sect's voice cut through the tension. "The inheritance has not yet ended. Retreat for now." That command froze many. Although furious the 3 major forces had spoken, the others could only swallow their grievances and step back. It was obvious the elders wanted them to avoid a decisive clash now. Seeing the experts retreat, Xian wiped the blood from his mouth as a group of people breathed in relief and approached the cloaked figure, cupping hands. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. We are deeply grateful." The cloaked figure smiled a little. "Rest assured, since you are friends of Qin Chen, you are friends of mine. With me here, those people from Qiān Prefecture won't dare to lay a hand on you." He gave a faint inward sneer. This got him closer to Qin Chen's circle, and it would be easier later to recover what he wanted. But outwardly he maintained the pose. Wang Kaiming and the others bowed, calling him Senior Black Slave with sincere gratitude, unaware of his true name. The cloaked figure's expression darkened at the nickname, but he let it slide. The cover was useful. "All right, don't be too polite." He moved to the center of the Duchy Kingdom high platform and stood with Xian and the others. After the disturbance, the venue's atmosphere turned icy and tense. The show of force from Qiān Prefecture made the 5 kingdoms uneasy. The high platform had just avoided an open conflict, and everyone felt the weight of what had nearly happened. Buzz. Outside ancient southern capital, a spatial ripple signaled the arrival of Yu Qiangsu, eliminated earlier from the Starry Sky game. She landed and immediately sensed the charged atmosphere. Qiān Prefecture Wuzong stood glaring on the Lingtian Sect platform. "Qiangsu, come here." Lingtian Sect's master Yu Wujin pulled her back before she could move. "Father, what happened?" she asked. Yu Wujin's eyes were guarded. "Did you obtain an extremely powerful secret technique from this inheritance?" She nodded. "I obtained a sword technique manual." Understanding flickered through her. "Are these figures from the Great Wei dynasty after the manual? You must be ready to leave if conflict breaks out," Yu Wujin warned. "If you get the chance, escape quickly." "Do you understand?" Qiangsu trembled but nodded. "I will." Back in the Starry Sky game, Qin Chen was still absorbing the mysterious technique. Buzz, energy circulated along the diagram, a strange aura awakened. 1 cycle, 10. 72, 108. When he completed the prescribed cycles, a peculiar force surged into his meridians. "This is the strange true energy from the 2nd layer," Qin Chen muttered, startled. Pain flared as the new force tried to settle, but having analyzed it before, he adjusted his cultivation, and the pain eased. The strand of strange, true energy gradually merged into the energy produced by his 9-star Divine Emperor technique. When the two forces of true power converged, a violent conflict immediately erupted. The incredible pain caused Chen to let out a pained groan, his body going into spasms. What's going on? Why does the 9-star Divine Emperor technique reject the true power birthed from this mysterious technique so fiercely? Chen was shocked. Generally speaking, the true powers cultivated from different techniques cannot be blended freely, as each true power has its own attributes. However, phenomena like the one that occurred earlier with such intense conflict are extremely rare. No, this is just the beginning, having only cultivated a strand of true power. As I cultivate more of this strange true power, the conflict within my body will only grow. By then, even with my undying sacred body, I won't be able to withstand such terrifying clashes. Chen felt a headache coming on. Given the current situation, he simply couldn't continue cultivating this mysterious technique. Unless he abandoned the original technique he had been practicing. But the 9-star Divine Emperor technique is what he has been cultivating since his rebirth and is immensely powerful, originating from the forbidden land of the gods. Although the ruins of ancient southern capital are quite fearsome, he cannot simply abandon the 9-star Divine Emperor technique for this mysterious method. Moreover, this mysterious technique has always made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. He felt a bit unwilling to give up the legacy of ancient southern capital. Furthermore, the previous first and second layers of the ancient southern capital's testing were actually laying the groundwork for this third layer's technique. The secret patterns of the first layer allowed them to practice this technique. The strange true power of the second layer was meant to familiarize them with the attributes of the true power produced by this technique. Hence, Chen had reason to believe the secret of the ancient southern capital's legacy lay within this mysterious technique he was currently practicing. That's right. Back in the second layer, I couldn't withstand this strange true power either. In the end, it was only after the baptism of the Thunder Bloodline that my body could continue to absorb it. Suddenly, Chen recalled the earlier scene and activated the Thunder Bloodline within his body. Boom! A surge of lightning erupted, quickly enveloping the strand of strange true power he had condensed. Sure enough, that strand of strange true power immediately became purer under the baptism of the Thunder Bloodline, and when it fused with the true power of the 9-star Divine Emperor technique, there was no further occurrence of conflict. This works. Chen was overjoyed and immediately began to fervently operate this mysterious technique. Strands of mysterious true power rapidly emerged, transforming into pure strength under the baptism of the Thunder Bloodline. However, once the amount of mysterious true power reached a certain level, Chen suddenly felt a portion of power split off from that mysterious true power, instantly absorbed by the golden mental seed he had planted in his mind earlier. The golden mental seed is absorbing this cultivated mysterious power. Could it be that the purpose of this technique is to nourish this golden seed? For some reason, a wave of discomfort arose in Chen's heart at that moment. However, this feeling of discomfort quickly vanished. As Chen continued to cultivate, the strands of true power rapidly merged into the golden seed in his mind, and gradually, the patterns on the golden seed began to glow more brightly, as if coming to life. A powerful sensation radiated from Chen's body. What a marvelous mental seed! At this moment, Chen was completely stunned. No wonder the will of ancient southern capital called this golden mental seed a treasure. It was truly powerful. At this very moment, Chen felt that although his cultivation was only at the pinnacle of the mystic level late stage, under the activation of this golden mental seed, he had vaguely crossed into the divine level martial realm. To allow a 4th-tier mystic level martial artist to leap into a 5th-tier martial Zong power, this could not simply be described using ordinary treasures. However, activating this mental seed requires consuming a large amount of true power energy. I must cultivate more of this strange true power for emergencies. As Chen pondered and cultivated, the will of ancient southern capital also noticed the glow of the mental seed on Chen. In the depths of its eyes, an unprecedented light shone. Wonderful, someone has truly succeeded in cultivating the technique set by our ancestors. The black figure was so excited it was trembling. How many years had it been, how many thousands of years, since the ancestors' vision had truly come to fruition? It was hard to imagine that the intense fluctuations of the black figure's will were merely consciousness, and not a living being. However, having only Chen succeed in cultivation is not entirely safe. If others can also achieve this, then the plan laid out by the ancestors will likely be perfect. The black figure fixed its gaze on several other star paths. Hum, hum, hum. As time passed, Lang Wuxuang, Hua Tiandu, and Dai Tianyi were all eliminated. After all, while these three were known as prodigies in the mystic region, they were far too distant compared to Qin Chen. Even their comprehension of the secret patterns couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Yet Mo Li, being a mentalist, had surpassed Dai Tianyi and the others in understanding the secret patterns. Surprisingly, he also managed to cultivate a strand of strange true power at this third layer. Hum! In his mind, a silver light flickered. That was the silver mental seed unleashing its power. Moreover, compared to Qin Chen's mental seed, Mo Li's was more at ease, as if the two were inherently one. Good, good. This child can also cultivate my clan's technique. Although he falls far short of Qin Chen, his physique seems more compatible with our clan's technique, allowing him to activate the mental seed. The black figure was overjoyed. Typically, if one person could cultivate the technique and activate the mental seed, it would be extremely remarkable. Now, with two people capable of doing so, how could the black figure not be excited? That's enough. The black figure waved a hand. Hum! In an instant, the stars shifted, and both Qin Chen and Mo Li, who had just been cultivating, vanished from the star paths and reappeared in the boundless starry sky. The two exchanged glances, realizing they were the only ones left, instantly understanding that the other must have grasped part of the mysterious technique. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it this far. Congratulations to both of you for successfully passing through the 3 layers of assessment and qualifying to unlock the treasures of my ancient southern capital ruins, the black figure said, now calm, standing before the two with indifference. Treasures of the ancient southern capital ruins? Both of their hearts skipped a beat. What kind of horrors would treasures left behind by such an ancient ruin entail? Even Qin Chen couldn't help but feel tempted. In fact, he wasn't particularly concerned about the so-called treasures. What he cared about was opening the path to becoming stronger. Because 300 years had passed, and now Shang Yuanzir and Feng Shuiyu were no longer the same. He could only stand before Shang Yuanzir and Feng Shuiyu, by far surpassing his past self, and reclaim everything that once belonged to him. Just as Qin Chen and Mo Li were filled with excitement, the will of Gu Nandu shifted again. However, with your current strength, you are still unable to open the relic treasure. To unlock the relic treasure, you must first integrate the spiritual seed within you. When the time comes, return to Gu Nandu, and you may try to unlock the relic treasure. Do we have to wait for the spiritual seed to integrate with ourselves? Qin Chen was taken aback. How long will that take? But then Qin Chen quickly understood that since the will of Gu Nandu had said so, it was clearly impossible to open the relic treasure at this moment. The earliest time would be 5 years later, when the Gu Nandu relic reappeared. Beside him, Mo Li also cast a cold glance at Qin Chen, clearly realizing the same thing. 5 years. Humph, I will definitely surpass you and integrate this spiritual seed ahead of time. A cold light flickered in Mo Li's eyes. Losing to Qin Chen in the arena was already a humiliation in his heart, and he was determined to exceed Qin Chen in the integration of the spiritual seed. All right, besides that, if you both make it to the end, you will gain a powerful secret technique from my Gu Nandu relic. With a wave of the black figure's hand, 2 beams of white light immediately enveloped the two of them. With a buzzing sound, Qin Chen felt as though something new had suddenly appeared in his mind. Sword control technique! Qin Chen immediately sensed an extremely profound secret art added to his mind. Also, you have received the inheritance of my Gu Nandu. I see that there are many martial artists outside who want to take action against you. Therefore, shortly, I will leave a trace of the power from the Gu Nandu relic. You can use the secret patterns you previously mastered to control it, in order to prevent those outside from attacking you. How could the will of Gu Nandu not sense the earlier clash outside? After finally finding 2 geniuses capable of cultivating the ancestral techniques, how could it bear to let them die outside? However, the power left behind by the Gu Nandu relic is limited by the forces of the continent, so it is not infinite. Moreover, it can only last for a maximum of 3 days. You both must remember this. I hope that when I see you next time, you both have already integrated the spiritual seed and can unlock the relic treasure. The will of Gu Nandu looked deeply at the two of them, then with a wave of his hand, Qin Chen felt dizzy, and both he and Mo Li disappeared from the starry hall, reappearing outside Gu Nandu. They've come out. Qin Chen and Mo Li have appeared together. They both made it to the end. I wonder what rewards they will receive. Seeing Qin Chen and Mo Li appear, everyone became excited. Many strong ones from Qiān flickered their eyes with a gleam of malice. Boom! Then under everyone's shocked gaze, the city of Gu Nandu rose from the ground, slowly ascending into the sky, eventually disappearing from view. The vast city completely vanished, leaving only a huge flat ground at the center of the platform, laid bare before everyone. Ha, the Qiān relic has finally disappeared. The inheritance is over. I suppose the will of Qiān has also left. Now I want to see how the people from the 5 nations will endure. All the powerful ones of the Great Wei dynasty revealed cold smiles. Many of them had previously refrained from taking action out of fear of the will of Qiān. Now, with the disappearance of the Qiān relic, the hearts of these Qiān people had completely relaxed. They could not help but crowd closer, each displaying a greedy expression. The atmosphere in the arena instantly grew tense. Lord Xian, what just happened here? At this moment, Chen returned to the Duchy Kingdom's team and, sensing the serious atmosphere among the crowd, couldn't help but frown and ask. At the same time, he noticed the cloaked figure in the crowd and narrowed his eyes. How come you're here? Chen, you may not know, but just now when you were receiving the inheritance in Qiān, some powerful ones from Qiān tried to trap us. It was your black slave friend who helped us that resolved the crisis. Xian stepped forward to explain. These Qiān people are really bold, Chen said coldly upon hearing this. He glanced at the cloaked figure with a sneer in his heart. This person would be so kind to help Duchy fend off enemies, probably just for the sake of the items on him. However, since the other party didn't say it out loud, Chen naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to point it out. Chen, senior black slave, what should we do now? Xian asked nervously. Previously, with the black slave's intervention, they had indeed repelled the attack from the Tai sect of Qiān. However, that was under the condition that the 3 major forces of Qiān had not made a move. Now, with the end of the Qiān assessment, the 3 major forces would definitely take action, especially since they held a grudge against the 3 major forces. If those 3 major forces decided to attack them, the 5 nations would be completely powerless to resist. Behind Xian, many warriors from Duchy also understood the situation, their hearts filled with anxiety. Kid, as long as you return what you took from me, I promise to protect you so that you won't be humiliated by the Qiān powerful ones. How about that? At that moment, the cloaked figure suddenly spoke coldly. What? Xian and the others were taken aback. They were a bit confused. This black slave senior is not a friend of Chen protecting him. How does it sound like he wants to reclaim something from Chen? Is he rather here to collect a debt? Not only them, but even those from Liu Xian's sect were also puzzled, not understanding the situation. Just based on you? Chen glanced at him. Ha, the cloaked figure laughed. According to the continent's regulations, the Great Wei dynasty is considered a superior force compared to the 5 nations. They cannot act against the 5 nations without sufficient reason. The people they want to deal with are merely you. While I won't say I can take all these people down, it's not a problem for me to protect you from them. You aren't losing anything in this deal. The cloaked figure spoke calmly, his eyes burning with excitement. Although he could directly take action against Chen, he knew very well that Chen was not someone who could be easily subdued. If the Blue Lotus demon fire were to be exposed in battle, it would become troublesome. Thus, while Duchy is in crisis, he preferred not to act and retrieve the Blue Lotus demon fire without confrontation. Once he got hold of the Blue Lotus demon fire, everything would be simple. At that time, he could leave directly. Who could stop him? You're not losing anything. Do you think I'm a fool? Besides, that item was something I obtained at an auction. On what grounds do you want it back? Chen sneered, fully aware of the other party's intentions. The cloaked figure was stunned, then immediately smiled coldly. Good. The reason I'm saying this is that I don't want such a genius to die here for no reason. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I want to see how you will defy the heavens. Just remember not to cry for help from me when you're close to death. The cloaked figure let out a cold snort and immediately retreated to the side, a sneer lingering at the corner of his mouth as he coldly watched Chen, waiting to see how he would survive under the covetous gazes of so many powerful beings from Qiān. Chen, is there some misunderstanding here? Xian and the others were momentarily stunned. The situation was tense. Such a powerful black slave would be a priceless ally. Yet unexpectedly, after a few words, the cloaked figure had stepped back. Chen, what exactly did you auction? Xian asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Having an ally like that was an enormous advantage for the disciples of the Duchy Kingdom. Lord Xian, you don't need to worry. Don't worry with me here. Everyone will be fine. Chen comforted. He closed his eyes to sense for the will of Qiān that should have left a guard force, but the world felt empty. Nothing remained. Mo Li and others sensed the same and exchanged stunned looks. Chen tried again, but still found nothing. Confusion crossed his face, but the moment could not be wasted. At the Liuxian sect, the leading elder had reached a decision. If Qin Chen and Mo Li had obtained anything near a high-grade Earth-level technique, or worse, a heavenly-level secret, the implications for Xuanzhu and the Dewei dynasty were seismic. The elder's eyes flashed, and he brought many powerful members of the Liuxian sect to the high platform of the Da Qi kingdom. Qin Chen, you injured the disciples of our Liuxian sect in the arena and crippled their cultivation. Do you know your crimes? Elder Jixuan's roar carried through the crowd and settled like a weight on everyone's shoulders. The three great forces had moved, and the onlookers watched with hungry eyes. Below the platform, the Da Qi disciples trembled. Zhao turned to Qin Chen, voice tight with fear. Qin Chen, what should we do now? Qin Chen opened his eyes, unafraid, a cold smile on his lips. On the arena, everyone relies on their own abilities. If your Liuxian sect disciples are not capable, what else is there to say? If you win, you rejoice. If you lose, you demand retribution. Is there such a good deal? Tiandu's face fell. The fact of his defeat could not be denied. An elder stepped forward. Li Shenfeng, Li Cunion's father, raged like a storm in his voice. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You crippled my son on the arena. If you dare to cripple Li Cunion and don't give me an explanation, I will ensure that every martial artist of the great Qi nation is killed, leaving not a single one alive, not even a chicken or a dog. His words sent a chill through the crowd. Qin Chen's gaze turned cold. Kill all the martial artists of the great Qi nation? Does your Liuxian sect wish to violate the rules of the continent? Li Shenfeng laughed, cruel and unrestrained. Rules of the continent? Those rules say upper forces can't attack lower forces without reason. But you crippled my son in the arena. This is personal. If I destroy your great Qi nation, who will say a word? Who would stand up for a mere great Qi nation? Are you expecting support from someone who hides his face and dares not show himself? He spat the last words toward the cloaked figure behind Qin Chen as if to needle him. The cloaked figure's cloak barely moved. I said it's not related. It's not related. If you don't believe me, feel free to act, but I warn you, don't provoke me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. His tone was cold, but his refusal to leave only drew more suspicion. Jixuan's eyes narrowed. Since you say you have no relation to the great Qi nation, why not leave here? That way we can be convinced. The cloaked figure refused. He could not stray far from Qin Chen. The Kinglian demon fire had to be reclaimed if Qin Chen was captured. Yet his reluctance only hardened Liuxian's resolve. At that moment Qin Chen spoke again, his voice level cutting through the murmurs. Black slave, I told you long ago to walk a bit further away. If you act like this, they won't believe you at all. You don't trust me, and now look, they don't believe you either. When they act against you later, how will you sneak attack the talented disciples of Liuxian sect and kill them all here? What nonsense? The single line struck like a blade. Every eye on the platform snapped to the cloaked figure. Li Shenfeng and Elder Jixuan felt as if a cold hand had gripped their spines. Of all the possibilities, this was the most dangerous. The cloaked figure pretending to have nothing to do with Qin Chen, only to strike under cover and slaughter their best disciples. Given the strength the cloaked figure had already shown, the thought of hidden poisons and sudden assassination terrified them. We won't fall for your trick, Li Shenfeng sneered, but his face was pale at the edges. Several top Liuxian experts flared their auras toward the cloaked figure, ready to strike the moment he moved. The cloaked figure's expression was unreadable beneath his hood, but inside rage boiled. Qin Chen had trapped him in a corner with a single accusation, turning the crowd's mistrust into a barrier that prevented him from intervening openly. No matter how he explained, the suspicion clung to him like iron. Anger flared in him until his teeth clenched. He had never expected to be put in such a position, exposed and mistrusted despite his power. He glared fiercely at Qin Chen, fury burning cold and dark. Humph, I said I wouldn't interfere, so I won't. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. The cloaked figure snorted coldly, his gaze chilling. All right, if you truly won't interfere, I'll leave the Xian sect and we'll keep our waters apart. Li Shenfeng, go up and capture that Qin Chen. Let's see if he dares to make a move. Elder Ji, Li Shenfeng turned back in shock. Rest assured, I'm here. Jixuan's gaze was icy. Just by standing there, a terrifying aura erupted from him, firmly protecting the few disciples of the Xian sect. At the same time, the other two elders who came along with the Xian sect also stood beside Tiandu and the others, guarding the few disciples of the Xian sect. Good, only then did Li Shenfeng feel at ease, sneering as he fixed his gaze on Qin Chen, chillingly saying, Kid, when you injured my son Li Cunion, you probably didn't expect this moment, did you? As his words fell, whoosh. Li Shenfeng suddenly moved, his figure like a bolt of lightning, dashing forth as he aggressively reached out to grab Qin Chen, unleashing a terrifying divine light. Qin Chen! Chen Shao! Zhao and the others exclaimed in shock, their bodies swaying, ready to rush forward. However, Li Shenfeng's gaze didn't fall on them at all. Instead, it was fixed firmly on the cloaked figure. In his mind, among the many martial artists of the Duchy Kingdom, only the cloaked figure posed a threat to him. As for the others, they were simply not worth worrying about. At the same time, he was also prepared for the cloaked figure to make a move. But what he didn't expect was that the cloaked figure really seemed not to intend to intervene. He stood with a cold smile at a distance, arms crossed as if watching a good show. Great! Li Shenfeng felt a thrill of joy in his heart. If the cloaked figure didn't intervene, he could directly capture Chen. By then, if the other side wanted to make a move, they probably wouldn't have the chance. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying true power erupted from Li Shenfeng's body, sweeping towards Xian and the others. At the same time, a divine light surged from his outstretched right hand, shining brilliantly like a magical claw, aiming to completely secure Chen. Chen Xiao! Xian and the others felt an immense force pressing upon them, their bodies unable to stand firm, issuing furious roars. You all back off! At this moment, Chen suddenly shouted sternly, a terrifying aura erupting from him, shaking Xian and the others back to avoid being harmed by Li Shenfeng. Simultaneously, a mysterious rusted sword suddenly appeared in his right hand, thrusting fiercely at Li Shenfeng. Swish! The black long sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, traversing the void and directly clashing against Li Shenfeng's shooting finger light. Trivial skills, young man. How naive you are to think that winning first in the arena allows you to contend with me. Li Shenfeng sneered, ignoring Chen's attack, gathering terrifying true power in his right hand, completely dismissing Chen's assault as he aimed to crush Chen's sword light and capture him. However, no sooner had he spoken than his expression changed. From within Chen's sword light, an astonishing true power erupted. Although it was only at the peak of the 4th level mystic level, its power was far more terrifying than an ordinary 5th level true power. In an instant, the finger light shooting from Li Shenfeng's hand was sliced in half, dissipating into energy. At the same time, that sword energy ruthlessly advanced toward Li Shenfeng's neck. What? Li Shenfeng was horrified. At this critical moment, he couldn't afford to hide his strength any longer. He pushed his true power to its limit, roaring as an astonishing bloodline force surged from his body, causing his speed to drastically increase in an instant as he retreated rapidly. Whoosh, the sword light grazed past Li Shenfeng's body, slicing a gap in his protective true power. In the void, a piece of clothing fluttered down, carried by the wind. Li Shenfeng broke out in cold sweat, feeling a chill run down his spine, completely unsettled. How is this kid's strength so formidable, and how did his cultivation break through to the peak of the 4th level mystic level? Li Shenfeng was shocked internally. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he probably would have been split in half by Chen's sword. Not only him, but the other powerful figures from Qiān were also left dumbfounded. What did they just witness? Chen had sent Li Shenfeng flying with one sword and almost killed him. How could this be possible? While Li Shenfeng wasn't considered a top expert of the Xian sect, he was still a peak martial venerable at the early 5th level and an elder of the sect. His strength not even inferior to Chen Tianluo of the Taiyi sect. If he had been struck down by that cloaked figure, it would be understandable, but to be sent flying by Chen with a single sword? This, unbelievable. Li Shenfeng, what are you doing? At a time like this, you're not using your full strength? What a waste! Qiān cursed angrily from the side. This Li Shenfeng was simply brainless, getting defeated by a young boy, how embarrassing. Damn it, kid, you've angered me. Li Shenfeng's face turned crimson, almost dripping with blood from anger. Having lost such face in front of everyone, how could he not be furious? Shenfeng claw phantom shape. In his fury, his true power was ignited to the limit. Li Shenfeng roared and lunged toward Chen again. Buzz, his hands moved rapidly, and in an instant, it was as if he disappeared into the void. To the naked eye, not a trace of claw shadow could be seen. Only invisible gusts of wind sliced through the air, as if capable of tearing apart anything. Shenfeng Claw is the signature skill of Elder Li Shenfeng from the Xian sect. Rumor has it that this move combines his own bloodline power and secret techniques, boasting incredible might. Even a piece of black iron can be instantly shredded to pieces. It's too fast. With our cultivation levels, we can't even detect a trace of the claw shadow. How can we fight back? Truly deserving of the Shenfeng Claw? Below, some knowledgeable experts exclaimed in horror. Those who felt the pressure the most were Xian and the others. They were not within the attack range of the Shenfeng Claw, but just the gusts of wind from its unleashed claw shadows made them feel icy cold, as if their bodies were being pierced through. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, countless gusts of wind swept down, instantly enveloping Chen. Kid, submit to defeat. Li Shenfeng's eyes turned ferocious as he roared, the gusts of wind crashing down like a tidal wave, swiftly reaching Chen. Phantom shape? Heh, with this level you dare call it phantom shape? Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, Chen's face held a cold smile as he suddenly struck with the rusted sword in his hand. Clang, clang, clang in the void, the astonishing sounds of metal clashing resonated, ringing clear in everyone's ears like pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen's right hand wielding the long sword transformed into a phantom, piercing into the void ahead. Every sword strike blocked a claw shadow, hitting its mark without fail. What? He actually blocked it. How did he manage to block this? What kind of trick is Chen using? My heavens! Everyone was dumbfounded, staring in shock with their mouths agape as if petrified. At this moment, everyone was filled with fear, unable to believe their eyes. What did they see? The renowned skill of the esteemed elder Li Shenfeng from the Qiān sect, the divine wind claw, was actually intercepted by a young boy. Incredible, you! Li Shenfeng's eyes widened, filled with rage as he activated his true power again. Whoosh, 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 his gaze was ferocious and his hands moved faster and faster. To the naked eye, countless rays of energy flickered in the void, so fast that people couldn't blink in time. But it was futile. The mysterious rusty sword in Chen's hand seemed to have a mind of its own, effortlessly blocking all of Li Shenfeng's divine wind claws. This is your renowned skill? Slow, too slow. Chen even had the leisure to speak, a cold smile on his lips. Boom! Suddenly, terrifying lightning erupted from the mysterious rusty sword, thunder bloodline power. Break! With a flash of sword light, Chen seized the opportunity, wielding the sword horizontally and vertically to cut 3 times. 9 rays of sword light intertwined, transforming into a large net that sliced forward. Thud! The large net was densely packed, enveloping all the gaps. The surging lightning annihilated everything, shattering all the claw shadows unleashed by Li Shenfeng and continued sweeping outward without losing momentum. Li Shenfeng was greatly shocked, his complexion extremely ugly. He couldn't understand how Chen was able to block his divine wind claw. It was simply terrifyingly strong. Shatter for me! With an angry roar, Li Shenfeng suddenly made his move. Divine light burst forth from his hands, attempting to intercept Chen's sword light attack. I anticipated you would have this move, mental storm. From the center of Chen's brow, an invisible mental force shot out, transforming into a swirling hurricane that pierced through the sword light and instantly entered Li Shenfeng's mind. Humph, a mental attack? A mere 4th-tier mental power wants to confuse me, Li Shenfeng sneered. To him, no matter how extraordinary Chen's mental power was, reaching the peak of the 4th tier was already the limit. As a 5th-tier Wuzong, he had no fear of the 4th tier's mental power, which had minimal impact on him. However, before he finished speaking, the smile at the corner of Li Shenfeng's mouth suddenly froze. What? A powerful mental force impact, so strong that he couldn't resist at all, rushed into his mental sea, causing tremendous waves in his mind. How can this be? 5th-tier mental power, you? Li Shenfeng was terrified. By the time he tried to resist, it was already too late. His mind went blank and the sword light net had already struck him fiercely. Thud. The sword light extinguished, and the protective true power on Li Shenfeng's body shattered without anyone stimulating it. Blood spurted from all over his body, and he was sent flying backward in a miserable state, blood splattering in the air. Senior Elder Li Shenfeng? Someone in the Qiān sect shouted in shock. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky, catching Li Shenfeng and landing on the ground. Looking down, they saw Li Shenfeng drenched in blood, with 9 intersecting sword marks on his body, many of which were deep enough to see bone, flesh, and blood in a chaotic state. With such a cultivation, you dare to capture me? With his sword sheathed, Chen looked down at the Qiān sect members with disdain, the contempt evident. At this moment, everyone was shocked, their hearts trembling. What did they see? An elder of the Qiān sect was actually severely injured and nearly killed by a boy around 16 years old. This! Many people rubbed their eyes vigorously, hardly believing what they were witnessing. Strong, too strong. How could Chen be this strong? Elder Li Shenfeng of the Qiān sect was actually defeated by him. Below the peak of the 5th-tier Wuzong, who else could be his opponent? This is unbelievable. Exclamations arose one after another, causing many powerful figures from Qiānju, who originally harbored greedy thoughts towards the great Qi country, to feel apprehensive. In the Dixon city, a top-level expert known as Uncle Qiān narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "As expected of the champion of the arena competition, he indeed has some skills. Xiandu's defeat to him is entirely justifiable." Dai Tianyi mocked. Uncle Qiān, Li Shenfeng was careless, thinking just because he was a 5th-tier Wuzong he was invincible. In the face of Chen, he didn't even use all his strength at the first moment, yet he still dared to be careless. The elder of the Qiān sect is really nothing. In fact, it wasn't just Dai Tianni. Many experts, after careful consideration, noticed the clues. Li Shenfeng brought this upon himself. Chen had defeated the top talents of Quanzhou to win first place in the arena competition. Though young, his strength is extraordinary. Not to mention, the three peerless geniuses of Quanzhou could already defeat ordinary fifth-tier Wuzong a year ago, but they ultimately lost to Chen. This shows that Chen's strength during the arena competition was already not weaker than the ordinary fifth-tier early-stage warriors of Quanzhou. And now, this person's cultivation has broken through from the peak of the mid-Qiān level during the arena competition to the peak of the late Qiān level, plus he received the inheritance from ancient Nandu. His strength must have made a leap forward again. Li Shenfeng's carelessness leading to his defeat is indeed unexpected, but it's also reasonable. That makes sense. Moreover, Li Shenfeng was already injured under the will of ancient Nandu before. How could he still dare to be careless at this moment? Isn't that looking for death? He was careless. Otherwise, with Li Shenfeng's strength, it wouldn't be possible for him to be defeated so miserably. The crowd sighed, gradually understanding. What a waste! Behind the great Qi country, the cloaked man was also frustrated. He had long been waiting for Chen to be defeated, so he could take the opportunity to retrieve the Kinglian demon fire. Who would have thought the Qiān sect members would be so incompetent? Not only did they fail to force Chen to seek help, but they themselves were also severely injured, leaving him speechless. However, the cloaked man also felt more fearful in his heart. He remembered that at Wu City, Chen had to be extremely cautious when facing those mid-Qiān level warriors from the Zhu family and other forces. But how long has it been since then? His cultivation had soared, and he did not even fear the Wuzong elders of the Qiān sect. This kind of progress was truly alarming. This won't do. This child must be eliminated. Otherwise, it won't be long before I won't be able to control him either. The cloaked man's gaze was cold and sharp, a hint of murderous intent fleeting across his eyes, sending chills down one's spine. Under the healing of the Qiān sect's experts, Li Shenfeng quickly regained consciousness, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The moment he awoke, he angrily shouted, "You little brat, you dared to sneak attack me." "Sneak attack?" Chen laughed mockingly. "To deal with you, do I still need to sneak attack? Your son is a waste. It turns out you're not much better. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to stay here. I'd rather just smash my head against the wall and die." "You!" Li Shenfeng trembled with anger, his rage boiling, yet he couldn't articulate a response. "Enough!" Qiān shouted angrily, casting an annoyed glance at Li Shenfeng. He truly regretted bringing this guy out. What a disgrace to the sect. Then he coldly looked at Chen. "Kid, no wonder you are so confident. But do you really think you are invincible with just this strength?" Boom! As his voice fell, an astonishing aura erupted from Qiān, solid and profound, like a great mountain pressing down on the people of the great Qi country. Xian and the others struggled to circulate their true energy, breath quickened. The presence before them felt less like a man and more like a towering mountain pressing down. In an instant, several geniuses from the Qi nation were injured under that single oppressive aura. Only a few, Xian, Wang Kaiming, Zhao Lingshan, and Zai Zun, who had reached mystic-level mid-stage, could withstand it, though terror still showed on their faces. Chen's expression darkened. An invisible aura radiated from him, settling over Xian and the others and blocking more than half of Qiān's pressure. Only then did they breathe a little easier, though their shock remained. Qiān's eyes narrowed. "Humph! As a top elder of the Qiān sect, is this all you can do, bully the weak?" Chen felt the oppressive power and finally understood what he had suspected. Qiān was no ordinary Wuzong. He had been hiding his true level, now he revealed it fully. Chen's heart sank as he realized, late-stage Wuzong, a late-stage Wuzong. The disparity instantly cast away any hope of a fair fight. If Qiān had been merely a mid-stage Wuzong, Chen might have risked hidden techniques like the illusory prison or Kinglian demon fire to contend. Against a late stage, that would be folly. Worse, Xian and the others stood behind him. If Chen failed, they would be slaughtered. "Since you know my cultivation, why not kneel and admit your mistake? If you join the Qiān sect, I might spare you," Qiān said coldly, exerting steady pressure rather than striking. He wanted to crush Chen psychologically, to force submission and extract whatever inheritance Chen carried from Gunan City. Chen sneered through clenched teeth, but kept a steady outward calm. He concentrated on sensing the lingering power the will of Gunan City had promised. For a moment he could not find it. Even Mo Li of the Blood Demon sect, who had reached the last step in his own inheritance, showed no sign of success. Then Chen understood the method. He circulated the techniques obtained from Gunan City, activated the secret patterns, and the air around them shivered. Within the ruins and a 10-mile radius, a tremendous world power answered him, vast, almost beyond a Wuzong scale. "I found it," Chen murmured. He formed the secret patterns fully and used the inheritance's power to envelop the battlefield. With that force at his command, he could protect Xian and the others and stand against Qiān. Qiān, still wearing an arrogant smile, was unaware that Chen had tapped Gunan City's power. "On what basis? Just because my Liu Xian sect is the top power in Quanzhou, one word from me can bring your 5 nations to ruin. Can a single sentence lead to the destruction of my 5 nations? Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in his gaze. At this moment he felt no worry at all and sneered. "It does seem quite tempting, but if I submit to your Liuxian sect, what will happen to the other disciples of my Daki kingdom?" Qiān saw that Chen seemed somewhat tempted and immediately assured him, "You can rest assured, as long as you join our Liuxian sect, the other disciples from your Daki kingdom will naturally be under our protection. I guarantee that no one here would dare to touch a single hair on you." Qiān swore solemnly, but in his heart he sneered. "This kid is really naive. Does he really think my Daki kingdom will nurture them? Once we obtain the inheritance of Gunandu, all these so-called geniuses from Daki kingdom will have to die." Of course, he only thought this in his heart. On the surface, he was enthusiastic. "So, what do you think? Have you considered it? As long as you follow us, your future will be limitless. It really is hard to refuse." Chen smiled faintly, as if he were seriously contemplating Qiān's suggestion. Qiān seized the opportunity and said, "What are you hesitating for? Joining my Liuxian sect is far better than staying in the 5 nations. Furthermore, if you don't join us today, these people here are all eyeing the treasures you possess. You might not even see tomorrow's sun." Qiān was indeed making a good calculation. At this moment, the other martial artists from Quanzhou below were all agitated. They did not expect Qiān to invite Chen to join the Liuxian sect. What surprised them even more was that Chen actually showed some change in demeanor. If that were the case, what chance would they have to obtain the inheritance of Gunandu from Chen? Had they known it would come to this, they wouldn't have needed Liuxian sect to intervene. They could have gone up themselves long ago. Although their strength couldn't match Qiān's, there were still quite a few martial Zong at the mid-stage of the 5th rank among them. It would have been completely fine to deal with Chen. The regret in their hearts was overwhelming. Qiān smiled as he looked at Chen, cheerfully asking, "So, how have you considered it? If he could subdue Chen without fighting and obtain the treasures on him, it would be perfect." "It seems quite tempting." Chen smiled and replied, "However, submitting to a garbage sect like yours, I think I'll pass." Chen shook his head. "Look at the so-called prodigies your sect has cultivated. They're all so pathetic and not my opponent. If I join your Liuxian sect, I'm afraid my life would be ruined, so I'll just pass." Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent, and everyone spat blood in shock. What does Chen mean? Is he mocking the Liuxian sect? They felt their heads spinning, almost fainting from disbelief. "You've made a wise decision. What?" Qiān smiled, thinking Chen had compromised, but halfway through speaking, he suddenly realized, and anger flooded to his head. "Stinky brat, you're looking for death." His cold admonition echoed like thunder, resounding through the heavens and earth. At this point, if Qiān still hadn't realized that Chen was toying with him, then he had no place in this world anymore. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from him. The other people on the scene were completely stunned, speechless in shock. Arrogant, too arrogant. At this moment, Chen actually dared to speak to the Liuxian sect like that. It was simply courting death. Even the people from the 5 nations gasped and shook their heads, feeling that Chen was digging his own grave. "Good kid, today if I don't capture you, I vow not to be human." Qiān was shaking with anger, his eyes sparkled with divine radiance. With a thunderous boom, he shot towards Chen like lightning. In an instant, the entire high platform was filled with raging winds, the surge of true power creating a storm that nearly blinded everyone. As for Xian and the others, they couldn't even get close, all retreating in shock, their faces pale. Everyone was speechless. Chen was simply too reckless. "Kid, it's not too late to agree to my conditions now. Otherwise, once you're captured by the people from the Liuxian sect, trying to get me to intervene will be difficult." Amidst the storm, the cloaked man's voice rang in Chen's ears, clearly still trying to persuade Chen to agree to his terms. Chen ignored the cloaked man's words and mocked, "You think too highly of yourself. With just Qiān, he can't capture me." The cloaked man shook his head. This kid was really stubborn. Let him continue to suffer. He could hardly believe he wouldn't eventually compromise. Before his thoughts could settle, he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. Chen stood still against Qiān's attack. Just at the moment of impact, he gently raised his hand, and immediately stunning rainbows of light fell from the void, wrapping around Qiān like lightning. "What is this?" Qiān, unlike Li Shenfeng, who was careless, understood that even a lion must go all out to catch a rabbit. He reacted sharply to block the first moment the rainbow light descended, but that rainbow light completely ignored his efforts and instantly wrapped around him, binding him like a zongzi. Qiān was stunned. What is this? His true power and bloodline power surged wildly, trying to break free from the binding of the rainbow light. However, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. The rainbow light was unbreakable, tightly binding him in the center. Haha, truly worthy of the power left behind by Gunandu, so strong. Seeing the power of the rainbow light easily binding Qiān, Chen was overjoyed and stepped forward, raising his hand fiercely. Smack, a shadow of a palm flashed, and the chief elder of the Liuxian sect, Qiān, was suddenly slapped hard, flying away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his left cheek swelled up, looking like a cooked bun. "Elder Ji, are you all right?" The remaining two elders of the Liuxian sect were dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had just happened. "Stinky brat, I'm going to kill you!" Qiān was so furious his hair stood on end. With a roar, he leaped up and pounced towards Chen again. His whole body erupted with energy, as if he had gone mad. The terrifying true power surged like a tidal wave, obliterating everything, shocking all. But Chen waved his hand again, and another rainbow light descended, binding Qiān once more. Then, with both hands swinging, loud slapping sounds echoed as Chen slapped Qiān repeatedly, not knowing how many times he had hit him, until both sides of Qiān's face were swollen and dark purple, almost dripping with blood. "Kill me, let's see how you plan to do that." Chen shot out a cold glare, his strength increasing, striking Qiān as he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Finally, he kicked hard on Qiān's chest, sending him flying into the crowd of the Liuxian sect. "Elder Ji, what happened to you?" At this moment, the many powerhouses of the Liuxian sect finally reacted, and chaos erupted, instantly turning the scene into turmoil. Others were also stunned, each one wide-eyed and speechless. What did they just witness? Elder Qiān of the Liu Xian sect, one of the strongest present, was being toyed with by this Chen. It felt unreal. "Quick, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming." "It hurts, why so hard?" someone complained, but even the banter couldn't hide the shock settling over the crowd. Qiān's face was swollen from a single, decisive onslaught, humiliation writ large. Powerful figures around him stared, incredulous that a peak 5th-rank Wuzong could be felled so utterly by a young man at the pinnacle of the late Qiān level. Qiān gritted his teeth, trembling with pain and fury. He howled, "Kid, if I don't kill you today, I won't be called Qiān." Chen didn't reply to the roar. He turned and coldly swept his gaze across the gathered elites. "You think you can snatch the inheritance I gained from the ruins of Gunandu? Anyone who covets that inheritance, come forward now. I'll punish those who dare." The place fell silent. No one stepped forward. The cloaked figure beside the crowd sweated in astonishment. Qiān had shown no ability to resist. Only Mo Li understood, realizing Chen had mastered the remnant power of Gunandu's will, power he could sense and control where others could not. Two Wuzong from Liu Xian sect rushed to protect Qiān, but Chen raised a hand. They were instantly restrained and flung aside. In an instant, Chen was before Qiān and struck once, decisively, sending the elder reeling, unable to retaliate. "Stop!" Tiandu could not bear it and charged. Chen waved a hand, a faint glow washed over Tiandu, but unlike with the others, it did not bind him. Chen's brow twitched. "The will's remnant can't restrain geniuses who obtain the inheritance, so the effect is limited." Tiandu sneered, quick to seize the opening. He roared, an astonishing aura erupting around him. The inheritance had clearly strengthened him, his cultivation had surged, his true power approaching 5th rank. Shadows of countless palms formed in the void, crashing down toward Chen. "Kid, temporary wins mean nothing. I am the true genius," Tiandu thundered, appearing like a god as he unleashed his might. Chen gave him no chance to prolong it. "Phantom prison," the second style of the 10,000 gods technique detonated. Chen's eyes spun like dark wells, and an eerie, chilling mental wave rippled outward. Instantly, Tiandu's world constricted. He found himself in utter blackness, bound by countless cold iron chains, limbs splayed and immobilized. Terrifying electric lashes tore through his mind, each strike agony beyond bearing. "What is this place? Let me go!" he screamed inwardly, cold sweat pouring down his face, every nerve on fire. To the outside world, it looked like only a moment had passed. But on the mental plane, Tiandu endured what seemed an eternity. When the effect broke, Tiandu collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his spirit shattered. He stared blankly ahead, utterly drained, eyes wide with fear. A hush swept the crowd. The once-proud holy son of Xian sect, one of Zhou's 3 great geniuses, had been reduced to a trembling shadow by Chen's phantom prison. The scene was impossible and undeniable. With one foot stepping on Tiandu, Chen coldly glared at all the people from the Xian sect and the many powerful figures of Zhou present, saying coldly, "Who else? Who else is not convinced? Come up if you dare." That arrogant posture and tyrannical words shook everyone's heart. For a moment the venue was silent, no one dared to step forward. Even though many from Zhou were extremely dissatisfied with Chen's demeanor, even Elder Qiān of Xian sect was not Chen's opponent. Who would dare to step forward now? The result of stepping up would undoubtedly be the same as Elder Qiān, becoming a laughing stock in front of everyone. However, the powerful figures from Emperor's Heart City and Tianheng Academy looked on coldly, commenting, "This kid is truly arrogant." But they only said this without taking any actions, because they were all too aware that their strength was merely on par with Xian sect. Since someone from Xian sect suffered so badly, what results could they expect if they stepped up? They couldn't dare to predict. After all, who knew what means of checks and balances ancient southern capitals will had left for this kid? If they failed and ended up losing face, that would be too embarrassing. In such an atmosphere, everyone looked at each other, and the mood became exceedingly strange. Seeing that no one dared to come up, Chen let out a cold laugh and said softly to Xian and the others, "Master Xian, this place is not suitable for long stays. You should leave first." He then shouted loudly, "All disciples from the 5 nations, you are free to leave now." Upon hearing Chen's words, the crowd immediately stirred. No one from the 5 nations expected such an outcome, as Chen had stunned many experts from the Duel dynasty with his single strength. Initially, they were all anxious and even thought about begging for mercy to let the Duel dynasty's people spare them. They never expected that in just an instant, things turned around, and the people of Zhou didn't even dare to move against them anymore. Thinking about this, knowing it was all done by a genius from Duqi, everyone from the 5 nations felt convinced. Chen's ability to become the champion of ancient southern capitals assessment was indeed not obtained out of thin air. Such a genius certainly had that capability. It was a pity that such a genius was not a disciple of their own forces. Many of the powerful figures from the 5 nations sighed deeply, feeling extremely regretful. However, regret aside, with such a good opportunity to leave, wouldn't they be seeking death if they stayed? Thus, a large group of powerful figures and geniuses from the 5 nations hurriedly gathered their emotions and prepared to leave this place of inheritance. The most anxious were the few forces that had obtained the inheritance, such as Tian sect and De Liang nation. They knew very well that the people of Duel dynasty couldn't randomly kill, but they definitely wouldn't want to let go of Yu Qiānxu and Yu Wenfeng, who had received the inheritance. "Let's go, we need to leave here." Realizing this, Wei Tianming immediately took the members of De Liang nation and Yu Wenfeng down the high platform, heading outside. The master of Tian sect, Yu Wujin, also instructed Yu Qiānxu to leave with the disciples of Tian sect. "No, father, I'm not leaving." Unexpectedly, Yu Qiānxu actually refused to leave. "Qiānxu, what are you doing?" Yu Wujin was anxious, not understanding what was wrong with Yu Qiānxu. Such a good opportunity, not leaving now meant that once Chen couldn't control those experts from Duel dynasty, they wouldn't be able to escape. "Father, I want to stay. If Chen doesn't leave, I won't leave either," Yu Qiānxu said coldly. Yu Wujin glanced at Chen and was almost driven mad. What was Qiānxu thinking? He had to admit that he greatly admired Chen, believing he was a person with potential. If it were in the past, he certainly wouldn't mind if Yu Qiānxu had some ties with a genius like Chen. But given the current situation, Yu Wujin was all too clear. Although Chen temporarily restrained the people of Xian sect, it didn't mean he could maintain this control indefinitely. Yes, Chen could use some of the powers left by ancient southern capital to deal with the people of Duel dynasty, and even beat Qiān into severe injury. But the forces of Xian sect that could become the top force in Zhou were not solely reliant on Qiān. They relied on a vast sect. Thinking of this, Yu Wujin couldn't help but sigh and said, "Qiānxu, I know you greatly admire that Chen, but you need to recognize the situation. Although Chen temporarily restrains Qiān and the others now, I can guarantee that once he loses his trump card, those experts from Duel dynasty will definitely not spare him, especially Xian sect. 2 talented disciples have almost been crippled by Chen, and even an elder has been severely injured. Do you think Liu Xian's sect will let him go? Yu Wujin shook his head. Qin Chen is strong, but the foundation of Liu Xian's sect is much deeper than our 5 nations. As you saw, Qin Chen clearly has the ability to kill the elders of Liu Xian's sect, yet he didn't do so. That's because he doesn't dare to. He fears retaliation from Liu Xian's sect. What use is it for you to stay? Yu Wujin thought that with this analysis, Yu Qiānxu would change her mind. However, contrary to his expectations, after hearing his words, Yu Qiānxu's gaze became even more resolute as she shook her head and said, "No, father, I'm not leaving." Yu Wujin was almost driven mad. His daughter had always been very obedient. What was going on today? Just when Yu Wujin didn't know what to do, Yu Qiānxu turned to him and said, "Father, you don't understand. I'm not leaving, not only because of Qin Chen, but also for you and our Ling Tian sect." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Wujin was puzzled. Yu Qiānxu staying here would only drag their Ling Tian sect into the water. How could this be for Ling Tian sect? Seemingly aware of Yu Wujin's confusion, Yu Qiānxu said calmly, "Father, you should know that the reason the people from Duel dynasty are dealing with Qin Chen is partly to vent their anger, but the real purpose is likely for the inheritance Qin Chen possesses, right?" Yu Wujin nodded. He understood this logic. If it wasn't for the treasures, would so many people be like hungry wolves staring at Qin Chen, eager to pounce at any moment? Then you should understand that apart from Qin Chen, I, as well as Wang Kaiming, Yu Wenfeng, and Mo Li, are also targets of these experts from Duel dynasty. Yu Wujin thought to himself that this is good. If it weren't for you obtaining a good ranking and inheritance, I would have rushed to leave, fearing that the people from Duel dynasty would target our Ling Tian sect. Exactly, that's why I can't leave. As if knowing what Yu Wujin was thinking, Yu Qiānxu spoke. Yu Wujin completely couldn't comprehend this. What did it mean that you were a target so you could not leave? Shouldn't you leave even more? Staying would surely lead to a dead end. Yu Qiānxu said, "Father, think about it. Qin Chen let us leave, yet those from the Duel dynasty didn't make a single move. They even allowed us to go freely. Don't you find that strange? You've said that the people from Liuxian sect, even if they are controlled by Qin Chen now, are not afraid of him at all. So why do they completely disregard us and let us go? Not even a word. It isn't only Liuxian sect. Other forces from Qiānxu were silent too." Yu Wujin frowned. The exit for the people of the 5 kingdoms had indeed been unnervingly smooth. He had expected obstruction once Yu Wenfeng and the others left, yet there had been none. "That's because the strong from the Duel dynasty simply don't care whether we leave or not," Yu Qiānxu sneered. She looked at her father with an unreadable gaze. "Where can we go? We can only return to our countries and sects. These forces from Qiānxu let us leave now because they don't want everyone to know they obtained the secret techniques in front of so many witnesses. Once we scatter, they can intercept and demand the secrets in private. Then they'll slaughter whoever resists without fear of exposure." Yu Wujin's heart sank. He had not considered the possibility that the smooth exit was a deliberate tactic. If the Qiānxu strong ones were willing to wait until everyone was dispersed, the Ling Tian sect could be picked off one by one. "You want me to leave," he said, voice unsteady. "If you escape quietly, perhaps you can survive. But where can the sect go? Where can I send so many people?" Qiānxu's expression softened. "Father, I can't pretend this is simple, but staying by Qin Chen is safer than scattering. If they can't get the techniques from you, they won't stop searching. If we all run, they'll split us up and pick us off. If some of us remain close to Qin Chen, we're less likely to be secretly intercepted. I'll buy you time. I can hold their attention better than a whole dispersed sect could." Yu Wujin's eyes shone with both fear and reluctant understanding. "But what good is that if you die? Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the sect?" Qiānxu smiled faintly. "Who says I will definitely die? I understand Qin Chen's nature better than you do. You thought he spared Ji Xuan and the others because he feared Liuxian sect. I think it's different. He simply doesn't want to kill indiscriminately. He'll find a way to resolve this without needless slaughter. My staying increases our chances of negotiating or buying time." Yu Wujin looked toward Qin Chen, unconvinced yet less adamant than before. Nearby, only a small corps insisted on remaining. Xiao Zhan stepped forward, eyes resolute. "Qin Chen, we're not leaving. If we go, what will happen to you? I'm not afraid of death. We'll stay with you." Zhao Lingshan and a few others echoed his stance quietly but firmly. There were no grand vows, no repeated declarations of lifelong fealty, just a handful of faces that would not be persuaded to abandon their leader. Qin Chen's expression was calm but weary. "You trust me too much. If you stay, it will bring me trouble. Most of you should go scatter to safety. Wang Kaiming, when you return to Daqi Nation, seek out Zioya from the Alchemy Pavilion or Dongfang Qing from the Bloodline Sacred Land. Only they can truly keep you safe." Wang Kaiming's eyes gleamed with gratitude. "Master Chen, Chen glanced at the small group who would remain and then at those he urged to go. I'll find a way. But leaving now is the best way to preserve your chances. The people from Liuxian sect watched coldly. Jixuan's wounds had partially healed. A frosty smile played on his lips as he looked at the Daki disciples. They still refused to leave. How naive, he thought. Even if they escaped, they could not avoid the consequences of offending Liuxian sect. Silence settled. The strong from the Dawei dynasty bore cold smiles, their gazes sharp. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly the air tore outside Gunnan City. Several figures swept in, exuding powerful auras. Two leading elders moved with condensed true energy, Wuzong level. Behind them stood the Alchemy Pavilion's head, Zhao Ye, and the Bloodline Sacred Lands President Dongfang Qing, flanked by other respected alchemists and Bloodline masters. Wei Tianming and Yuan Feng, who had departed earlier, were also there. Chen and the two leaders met each other's eyes. Both breathed a visible sigh of relief to see the other unharmed. The many Xuanju strong ones frowned at the newcomers. The black-clad members of the Ghost Immortal sect also looked displeased. The leading elders' voices cut through the tense air. Strong ones from the Dawei dynasty, this place belongs to the Five Kingdoms. It doesn't seem like a place for you to run wild, does it? Their gazes were fierce. This arrival had shifted the balance of the standoff. Zhao Yage Master, Dongfang Qing President? Zhao Zhan and the others were left with their mouths agape, looking astonished, not understanding how Zhao Ye and Dongfang Qing had come here. Moreover, who were those two old men? They actually reprimanded the powerful figures of the Dawei dynasty upon arrival. How imposing. Although they didn't understand why Zhao Ye and the others rushed over, upon seeing this group of people, Zhao Zhan and the others' expressions turned incredibly excited, realizing that they were saved. Even though Zhao Ye and Dongfang Qing's strength was only on par with him, merely half-step Marshal Zong. However, one was the leader of the Alchemy Pavilion in the Duchy Kingdom, and the other was the president of the Bloodline Holy Land in the Duchy Kingdom. As two of the top forces on the continent, their status was far more terrifying than his as the spiritual martial king of the Duchy Kingdom. Perhaps they could make the Dawei dynasty's people wary. Who are you? How dare you reprimand the martial artists of the Dawei dynasty right off the bat? This matter doesn't concern you, does it? Many strong figures from the various forces in Qiān looked displeased. I am Xiang Tiwen, the deacon of the Bloodline Holy Land under the Dawei dynasty, specifically responsible for the affairs of the Five Kingdoms. This is Mu Lengfeng, a deacon of the Alchemy Pavilion, also responsible for the affairs of the Five Kingdoms under the Dawei dynasty. How are we not allowed to interfere? The slightly plump old man coldly glanced at the people from Qiān, his eyes filled with a cold glimmer. I heard that during this Five Kingdoms great competition, powerful figures from the Dawei dynasty intervened, so I came to take a look. According to the joint regulations signed by the major forces on the continent, powerful forces cannot casually disrupt the rules and intervene in the internal matters of lower forces. You, as powerful figures of the Dawei dynasty, are forcing the disciples of the Five Kingdoms. Isn't that a bit excessive? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Five Kingdoms were all ecstatic. It turned out these two were deacons responsible for the affairs of the Five Kingdoms from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. With them here, the powerful figures of the Dawei dynasty probably couldn't run rampant anymore. While the Five Kingdoms' disciples were excited, the faces of many powerful figures in Qiān weren't looking so good. The Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land were the top forces on the continent. Although these two were merely minor deacons in the Dawei dynasty's Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land, they were not people that ordinary individuals could provoke, let alone these forces from Qiān, even the royal family of the Dawei dynasty, upon seeing people from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land, would likely not dare to act rashly. Moreover, my Bloodline Holy Land and Alchemy Pavilion have previously discussed matters with your Blood Demon sect's high-ups. The Blood Demon sect is not allowed to invade the lands of the Five Kingdoms using force. So are you saying that the promises made by your Blood Demon sect before are going to be disregarded? After reprimanding the Dawei dynasty, Xiang Tiwen then turned to the people from the Ghost Immortal sect, speaking coldly. What, these guys are from the Blood Demon sect? The many powerful figures in Qiān were shocked and looked toward the Ghost Immortal sect where Mo Li was located. They had certainly heard of the Blood Demon sect, an extremely evil sect from 1,000 years ago with astonishing strength and cruel methods. They once attempted to control the entire Northwest region, and over 10 dynasties had fallen under their control. Ultimately, the then Northwest Dynasty Alliance, fearing them, joined forces to eliminate them, and they had since vanished. Unexpectedly, 1,000 years later, the Blood Demon sect had resurfaced and appeared once again on the Northwest continent. If this information spreads, the entire Northwest Dynasty alliance would likely be shaken. No wonder the talents cultivated by them were so terrifying. Even their peerless geniuses from Qiān were no match. The promises made by the Blood Demon sect will naturally be honored. This time, we are merely representing the Ghost Immortal sect to participate in the Five Kingdoms' great competition. As for anything else, we haven't done anything. We were just watching the show. That shouldn't count as breaking the previous agreement, right? The lead elder of the Blood Demon sect spoke with a gloomy tone. The current Blood Demon sect was different from 1,000 years ago. Having just been revived, they naturally didn't dare to challenge the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. It seems that this time, we won't be able to share a piece of the pie. The few black-clad members of the Blood Demon sect looked coldly at Chen, feeling quite displeased. However, in this Five Kingdoms great competition, their Mo Li had secured second place and walked alongside Chen to the final inheritance, which was quite profitable for the Blood Demon sect. Not making a move is good. I advise you not to play any tricks. Xian coldly snorted, then looked at the people from the Duel dynasty and said, "And what about you?" The people from Qiān looked at each other, but no one spoke. In the end, the leading expert from the Tianheng Academy stepped forward, smilingly clasping his hands. "So it is Master Xiang from the Bloodline Holy Land and Master Mu from the Alchemy Pavilion. It's an honor." The expert from Tianheng Academy smiled and continued, "Perhaps you two misunderstood. This time, while many forces from Qiān coincidentally participated in the Five Kingdoms' great competition, we are still extremely concerned about the continental regulations and have not done anything to disrupt them. If any conflicts truly arose, they were merely personal grievances and do not represent conflicts between our two forces. Please rest assured about this. As for us oppressing the disciples of the Five Kingdoms, that is even more absurd. You too can look at the situation of our Liu Xian sect in Qiān. It is clearly the disciples of the Five Kingdoms who are oppressing us. The Five Kingdoms oppressing you? What a joke!" Xian coldly snorted. Did he think everyone was an idiot? As a deacon of the Bloodline Holy Land of the Duel dynasty, he was well aware of the power dynamics between Qiān and the Five Kingdoms. Any top-ranked sect from Qiān could easily slay the strongest of the Five Kingdoms. To say that the disciples of the Five Kingdoms dared to act against those from Qiān was sheer nonsense. As he snorted coldly, he also turned his gaze toward the high platform of the Duqi Kingdom pointed out by the expert from Tianheng Academy. Upon seeing this, both Xiang and Mu Lengfeng were stunned. They saw a disciple from the Five Kingdoms stepping on the body of a disciple from the Liu Xian sect, and the appearance of that disciple from the Liu Xian sect was as miserable as it could get. Moreover, the disciple being stepped on looked somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the son of the Liu Xian sect, one of the three peerless geniuses of Qiān, Tiandu. What on earth was going on? Both of them were almost in a state of confusion. Were they seeing things? They had only just received news from the Five Kingdoms and hurried over, fearing that the experts from Qiān would harm the disciples of the Five Kingdoms, yet they arrived to see such a scene. "Xiang, this is the Chen I once mentioned to you," Dongfang whispered into Xiang's ear. "He is Chen." Mu Lengfeng was taken aback and also looked at Xiaoya beside him. "Yes, senior brother Lengfeng, this is the Chen I told you about." Xiaoya's expression was also quite bizarre, completely not understanding what had just happened. -522, as for the people from Liu Xian sect, their expressions were even more unsightly, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to burrow into. "What exactly is going on here?" Xiang Wenchen frowned, asking Chen on the high platform, while exchanging a glance with Mu Lengfeng. The two of them had actually received news from Xiaoya and Dongfang, which was why they hastily rushed over from the Duel dynasty. Especially Xiaoya, who had recently become the head of the Alchemy Pavilion in the Duqi Kingdom, and had broken through to the fourth-rank alchemist, had mentioned that her rapid progress in alchemy was due to Chen's guidance. Mu Lengfeng, as steward of the Alchemy Pavilion headquarters in the Duel dynasty, had come eager to see the person who had helped Xiaoya. "I am Chen, honored to meet the two masters," Chen said as he pushed Tiandu aside, smiling and cupping his hands toward the two. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The people from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land had finally arrived. In fact, these two were indeed called by Chen. Back in Tiandu City, upon hearing that forces from the Duel dynasty were arriving, Chen had immediately sent word to Xiaoya and Dongfang in the Duqi Kingdom. urging them to contact higher-ups from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. He had been stalling for time, and they had arrived just in time. With Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng present, the balance of power had shifted. Masters, there's nothing much to it. The people from Liu Xian sect insisted on getting into trouble with my Daki kingdom and even tried to attack my disciples. I had no choice but to spar with them. Unexpectedly, the people from Liu Xian sect are all bluster, incapable of withstanding a single blow, Chen said lightly, but his eyes were cold. Making us laugh. What a joke! Elder Jixuan of Liu Xian sect almost spat out blood. It was his sect that was embarrassed. Chen, you merely used some despicable means. What's there to be proud of? A cold glint flashed in Chen's eyes as he smiled coldly. So, does that mean you acknowledge that you just attacked my Daki kingdom's disciples? Jixuan's face darkened, but he quickly adopted a tone of restraint as he turned to Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng. Masters, I Jixuan respect both of you and the forces behind you. I will not violate the continent's regulations and recklessly attack the 5 kingdoms. However, the grievances between Chen and Liu Xian sect are personal matters. This person previously crippled my Liu Xian sect's disciple in the arena, and Liu Xian sect cannot let this grudge go. I hope the 2 of you do not interfere in our affairs. Otherwise, even if it reaches the headquarters of the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land, Liu Xian sect is not afraid. Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng's expressions darkened. They could not forcibly intervene. Though the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land had vast powers, their regulations forbade direct interference in conflicts between major forces. To force the issue risked punishment from the Law Enforcement Hall. Still, neither could bear to let Chen be crushed. Zioya's expression changed, and she coldly snorted. A top sect in Xuanzhu going after a weak young man, what is that supposed to mean? Weak young man. He is far from a weak young man. Jixuan's face hardened. This person is ruthless. He directly crippled my Liu Xian sect's genius, Li Cunnian, and severely injured elder Li Shenfeng. He humiliated my sect's inheritor, Hua Tiandu. Not to mention, he is the champion of this 5 Kingdoms tournament, having defeated Xuanzhu's Tianjiao and disciples of the Blood Demon sect, and he obtained the inheritance from the ancient ruins of Gunandu. Xiang Wenchen and the others were stunned. Chen had won the championship of the 5 Kingdoms tournament. The final champion turned out to be this boy around 16 years old. Yet seeing the gloomy faces of Xuanzhu's experts, they realized Jixuan spoke the truth. Xiang Wenchen, steward. Dongfang Qing and Zioya hurriedly stepped forward. They well understood Liu Xian sect's power. If the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land did nothing, once other experts from Liu Xian sect arrived, Chen would be doomed. Impossible, Mu Lengfeng directly snorted at Jixuan. This child is an alchemist of our Alchemy Pavilion. No matter what personal grievances you have with him, can our Alchemy Pavilion stand by and do nothing? That's right. This child is also a bloodline master of our Bloodline Holy Land. We naturally cannot sit idly by, Xiang Wenchen added. In an instant, everyone suspected the truth. Chen was affiliated with both the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. Their presence here changed the dynamics, even saying it once made the others think twice. Jixuan, however, refused to yield the field. He had no intention of involving the 5 Kingdoms' disciples in his feud. His target was Chen alone. You too heard that. Now this Chen admits it's our feud, so you probably have no reason to intervene, do you? Tension rose. The leading expert from Tianheng Academy stepped forward with a smile, unafraid. Elder Jixuan is right. This is a personal feud. Even if Chen is an alchemist and a bloodline master, personal grudges should not involve the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. Many in Xuanzhu murmured agreement. They had come empty-handed, eager to seize any advantage. If the big forces were restrained by regulations, they might have their chance to strip Chen of what he had obtained from ancient Nandu. Chen's expression did not waver. You too need not feel troubled. Since you are here today, I am grateful. You only need to arrange the other disciples from our 5 nations. As for me, since the people from Xuanzhu insist this is a personal feud, it would be best for you not to intervene and avoid giving some people a chance to speak ill and cause you trouble. He cupped his hands to Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng. Chen, Zioya anxiously called out, signaling him with frantic, subtle gestures. The others were stunned. This sounded like cutting off their protection. Jixuan laughed triumphantly, certain Chen had trapped himself. He intended to take whatever secret techniques and treasures Chen possessed, caring little for the others. Chen ignored him and turned to the gathered experts. You all said it's a personal grudge between us. Do you acknowledge that or not? One by one, under the watchful eyes of Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng, each force made the same calculation. No one dared openly provoke the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. Rest assured, if we say it's a personal grudge, then it's a personal grudge. It won't involve the other people from the 5 nations. Kid, although the one who injured me before was a cloaked person, this person acted on your orders. Therefore, our feud only targets you alone. They had little choice. If they later bullied the 5 kingdoms' disciples, the 2 great forces could and would step in. Chen revealed a faint smile and produced a crystal recording. Everyone, your earlier actions have all been recorded in this crystal. If any forces from the Wei dynasty dare to target the people of my 5 nations in the future, I ask the 2 seniors to uphold justice. He handed the crystal to Mu Lengfeng and Xiang Wenchen. A hush fell. The people from Chunju were stunned. They had not expected Chen to have recorded their words and actions. They could no longer casually retract their statements, and that infuriated them. Yet they had also succeeded in cornering Chen by insisting this was a personal feud. Mu Lengfeng and Xiang Wenchen exchanged glances. They could not overtly trample on their regulations, but the crystal in their hands served as insurance. If Chunju forces violated the agreement, they now had recorded evidence to bring to headquarters. In the present standoff, their mere presence had already shifted the balance enough to prevent an immediate massacre of the 5 kingdoms' disciples. "You cunning little brat," someone muttered. The people from Chunju seethed inwardly. Compared with the other disciples, they all knew the treasures Chen obtained from ancient Nandu were the most astonishing. If they could take his items, losing other spoils was acceptable. The people from the 5 nations, though shaken, were deeply moved. Yu Kaiangsu sighed to Yu Wujin. "Father, is this the Chen you said wouldn't dare act decisively against Liu Xian's sect? For the sake of our 5 nations, he is willing to place himself in the whirlpool. Could this kind of person really be the one you mentioned earlier?" Yu Wujin fell silent. He had to admit Chen's actions exceeded his prior expectations. "Young Master Chen," Wang Kaiming and the others had tears in their eyes. All the disciples from the 5 nations were shaken, looking at Chen in front of them. He was clearly just a young man, but his figure seemed so tall and majestic that they looked up to him. "All right, since everyone acknowledges that this is a personal grudge, then now, apart from the Liuxian sect, anyone who believes they have a personal grievance with me, stand up. I want to see who exactly insists on making things difficult for me." Chen's gaze turned cold as he stared at the crowd from Chunju. "Huh, what is this guy doing? Has he gone mad?" Everyone was taken aback. They increasingly found Chen's actions incomprehensible. Forcing those with personal grievances against him to stand up, was he planning to deal with these people? Just the thought made them sneer. A few Chunju elders stepped forward with sharp faces and colder words. "I am Chen Tianluo from the Tei sect. Your subordinate lost his arm. If you don't explain today, my Tei sect won't let this go. I am Zhou Luo of Tianying Valley. Your insults to Chunju demand justice. An elder from Shan's sect here. My disciple was wronged by your hand." Their voices were pointed, their expressions triumphant. But beyond them, hesitation hung in the air. Dozens of voices clamored with old slights and imagined offenses, eager to pile on yet holding back when they considered the consequences. Some forces hesitated because they feared retribution from greater powers, the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land, or the unknown cost of provoking a man who now had part of Gunnan City's backing. "Young Master," in Daizin City, the old servant Quan Shu glanced at Dai Tianyi. "Quan Shu, let's not rush, let's watch the show first." Dai Tianyi waved a hand, smiling faintly. Chen is clever, he's not reckless. There's a reason behind this." The leader of the blood magic sect, however, stepped forward without hesitation. The old man in black walked out, ignoring the narrow eyes of Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng, and faced Chen. "Sir, our blood magic sect does not seek revenge against you. As I said before in the arena with Mo Li, we hold your future in high regard. Now that you've offended so many forces, and the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land cannot intervene, if you agree to join our blood magic sect, we will shoulder these grudges for you. What do you think?" A hush swept through the assembly. The blood magic sect's offer was audacious and chilling in equal measure. Some forces secretly relaxed at the thought, better Chen under the blood magic sect's banner than as an independent threat, but many felt unease at what such an alliance might mean. Zhao Zhan and the others exchanged mixed looks. Part of them dreaded Chen joining the blood magic sect. Another part, more practical, admitted it might temporarily keep him safe. "Sorry, I have always walked my own path and do not wish to join any forces." Under the eyes of the crowd, Chen refused the offer outright. The old man in black's eyes flickered, and he chuckled softly. "Since that's the case, I won't say much more. I hope you can think wisely and not regret it later." As the old man retreated, the Qiān and Taiyi contingents visibly exhaled in relief. They had truly feared Chen might ally with such a formidable sect. It seems there are no more forces willing to step forward. Since that's the case, the remaining forces should have no grievances with me, Chen. Seeing no one else rise, Chen nodded. This! The various forces exchanged glances, regret and calculation crossing their faces. Opportunities might yet present themselves, but for now the moment had passed. Chen turned his gaze to Qiān and the others and cupped his hands. "Everyone, you all have grievances with me, Chen. No matter what your grievances are, since we have already drawn the line, it naturally needs to be resolved. I, Chen, have always believed that in the world, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. So whether it's a storm or rain, I, Chen, hereby declare, I hope everyone can turn swords into plowshares, erase past grievances, and from now on we can all be friends. What do you say?" "Friend, haha." Qiān couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Kid, I thought you were going to say something serious. If it's this, then my Qiān sect can't afford a friend like you. Don't say I'm heartless. If you want to resolve this conflict, it's not impossible. Today, in front of everyone, as long as you waste your cultivation and kneel to apologize, my Qiān sect can overlook the past." Qiān wore a mocking smile on his face. "Do you dare? Elder Ji is right. If you want to resolve this conflict, it's not impossible. Wasting your cultivation and kneeling to apologize, we can consider it. My Mountain River sect feels the same way. Humph, unless you hand over what you obtained from ancient South City, my Taiyi sect is also not unwilling to reconcile." Zhou Luo, Chen Tianluo, and the others all sneered. "Then there's nothing to discuss," Chen said in a deep voice. "Discuss? You, a kid, what qualifications do you have to discuss with us? Giving you this opportunity is already merciful on our part. If you don't want it, who can you blame?" Chen Tianluo pointed at Chen with his remaining left hand, speaking arrogantly. He scoffed in his heart. This Chen had his right hand crippled and still wanted to reconcile. He might as well be dreaming. If Chen Tianluo doesn't break this kid into pieces, then he won't be called Chen anymore. "Fine, since there's nothing to discuss, then we won't discuss it." As soon as the words fell, Chen's previously calm expression suddenly changed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Swish, Chen's figure shook and disappeared from where he stood, the next moment appearing right in front of Chen Tianluo. Clang! The sound of a sword ringing echoed, and the mysterious rusty sword in Chen's hand had somehow already been unsheathed. With a swish, the sword light flashed and directly slashed down towards the left hand pointed out by Chen Tianluo. "Kid, what do you want to do?" Chen Tianluo's face changed dramatically. Boom. The true energy in his body was instantly driven to the peak, revealing his peak martial Zong cultivation at the 5th level. An astonishing aura, like a mountain, pressed fiercely towards Chen. However, Chen merely raised his hand, and an invisible force descended, binding Chen Tianluo in place. "Kid, you dare!" Chen Tianluo shouted in rage, struggling desperately, but it was useless. He could only watch helplessly as that sword light suddenly fell, pierced, and blood burst forth as Chen Tianluo's left hand was severed, blood gushing forth like a spring at the broken arm. The intense pain caused Chen Tianluo to scream like a slaughtered pig, his face twisted in agony, staring fiercely at Chen, roaring, "You dare to hurt me? You're dead, do you know that? You're dead. Taiyi sect will not let you go." With both arms severed for a martial artist, this was an incredibly painful and despairing thing. Chen Tianluo's heart was like dead ash, his eyes blood red, roaring in fury. Everyone nearby was dumbfounded. Chen actually decisively severed Chen Tianluo's left hand. Did he not fear retaliation from the Taiyi sect? Amid their shock, they witnessed an even more astonishing scene. "Not let you go. Did you think I would let you go today?" A chilling voice echoed. After severing Chen Tianluo's left hand, Chen had no expression on his face. Raising his right hand, the sword light flashed again, directly stabbing towards Chen Tianluo's throat. Chen Tianluo's eyes widened in horror. The anger and malice on his face vanished in an instant, his gaze becoming extremely terrified as he panicked. "Stop! Let's talk it out. If you kill me, Taiyi sect won't let you go. Everything can be negotiated, just stop." He never expected that Chen would truly dare to kill him, and in that instant he was scared out of his wits. This guy must be insane. Did he not want to live anymore? Desperate to plead for mercy, but it was of no use. In the face of Chen Tianluo's pleas, Chen remained expressionless, and his hand wielding the sword didn't even tremble. Pah! The mysterious rusty sword pierced directly through Chen Tianluo's throat like killing a chicken, spraying blood everywhere. Chen Tianluo stared wide-eyed, looking at Chen in shock and anger, blood spewing from his mouth as he painfully said, "You dare to kill me. Taiyi sect won't let go?" Thud. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Tianluo instantly lost his breath, no longer showing any signs of life. At the moment of death, he still stared with wide, terrified eyes, filled with endless regret in his heart, unable to believe that Qin Chen truly dared to kill him. Hiss, the sound of people gasping in shock echoed throughout the scene. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Chen, completely dumbfounded, their eyes wide as if they had gone mad. You actually killed Vice Sect Master Chen." The remaining elder from Tei sect and 2 disciples turned pale, their eyes filled with shock and anger, but more than that, it was fear. "Since you are unwilling to reconcile, then you are my enemy. As enemies, can I still let you go back alive to deal with me again?" Qin Chen smiled coldly, looking toward the few of them, his eyes shining with a cold light. "Not only does Chen Tianluo have to die, but you few must all die too." Whoosh! Suddenly, sword light flickered in the air, weaving into a net of swords that surrounded the few people completely. "Don't kill me. Tei sect won't let you go? Don't kill me!" The elder and the 2 disciples shouted in horror, but they were utterly powerless to resist, only able to watch helplessly as the overwhelming sword light completely swallowed them, their bodies turning into a rain of blood that fell to the ground. Immediately, the sound of gasping and shock filled the air. All the people from Qiān stood there like wooden puppets, staring blankly at Qin Chen. "This kid is crazy. He actually killed Tei sect's Vice Sect Master Chen and all the disciples. Oh my, this is too crazy. Does this kid not fear retaliation from Tei sect?" Everyone from Qiān couldn't understand. Where did Qin Chen get the courage to kill Chen Tianluo and the others? Yes, under the power of ancient South City, Qin Chen had enough capability to kill them, but after killing them, he would face the wrath of Tei sect. Did Qin Chen not fear death? The scene before them completely shattered their imaginations. After killing Chen Tianluo and the others, Qin Chen's gaze turned to the many martial artists from Tianying Valley and Mountain River sect. "What do you want?" Zhou Luo from Tianying Valley looked at Qin Chen in horror. "Don't be foolish. If you kill me, you won't survive." His expression was filled with anger, and he repeatedly spoke, trying to dissuade Qin Chen from his killing intent. But what answered him was Qin Chen's sword that moved with extreme speed. "No!" Zhou Luo shouted in despair, wanting to struggle, but an invisible force bound him, rendering him immobile. He could only watch as Qin Chen's rusty sword sliced across his throat. "Gurgle!" Zhou Luo clutched his neck, blood gushing between his fingers, his eyes filled with despair as he fell to the ground without a sound. -526. Zhou Luo Elder is dead. "Run, quick, run!" The remaining disciples of Tianying Valley panicked, faces pale, turning to flee. Swish, swish, swish. 3 black streams of light flashed through the void, cutting down the fleeing men. In an instant, every participant from Tianying Valley present in the ancient southern capital competition fell, none surviving. Beside them, the crowd stared dumbfounded, horror freezing their faces. Qin Chen had not only slaughtered Tei sect's challengers earlier, he had now wiped out Tianying Valley as well. He had gone mad. This kid had completely lost it. Cold sweat spread among those who had earlier rebuked Qin Chen. Only now did they grasp the truth. Within the ancient southern capital's domain, Qin Chen could command remnants of that place's power and thus decide fates at will. Earlier they had dared to stand up because they believed he would not act. Now that he had, panic swallowed them. "Qin Chen, let's talk. What happened before was a misunderstanding. Our Shanhe sect absolutely has no intention of confronting you," the Shanhe sect elder begged, trembling. "Misunderstanding?" Qin Chen smiled, white teeth glinting like a blade. Before the elder could finish, a stream of light pierced him. In a heartbeat, Shanhe sect's contingent was cut down. By now, aside from Liu Xian sect, all the forces who had opposed Qin Chen lay dead. Bodies piled, blood pooled, the stench of slaughter filling the air. Cruel, so cruel. One disagreement, and nearly 20 strong members of the 3 major Qiān forces had been executed. Many present privately thanked the heavens they had not stepped forward. Qin Chen finally turned his gaze to Liu Xian sect and the others. "Qin Chen, what do you want? Are you planning to kill us too? Have you considered the consequences?" Jixuan's tone was cold, his expression calm amid the panic. Holding the rusty sword, Qin Chen stepped forward slowly, smiling without mercy in his eyes. Jixuan sneered, spreading his calm arrogance. "You have killed Chen Tianluo and the others. Soon Tei sect, Tianying Valley, Shanhe sect will pursue you. They are nothing, but you must consider Liu Xian sect. The master of Liu Xian sect is a 6th-level Wuzun." A light laugh from Dai Tianyi confirmed it and rippled shock across the crowd. A 6th-level Wuzun, something none in the 5 nations had. No wonder Liu Xian sect had carried such arrogance. This, many forces recalculated. For Qin Chen, offending Liu Xian sect could be fatal. Jixuan continued, "If you kneel and self-destruct your cultivation, perhaps you live. Otherwise, in this land, no one saves you." Qin Chen coldly snorted, contemptuous. A 6th-level Wuzun, haha, not even worthy to carry my shoes. Jixuan's eyes flashed, but he kept his composure. Think twice. Just for what you said, you will definitely die today. Chen's figure flickered, and he charged. Jixuan's face twisted. He produced a pill, swallowed it, and his aura detonated. True power surged outward. He then unlatched his trump cards, a top-grade formation plate that isolated a space around Liu Xian's sect, and an ancient 5-colored flag that descended like a storm toward Chen. At once the remnants of Liu Xian's sect's strength rushed forward, a tidal wave of true power intent on swallowing Chen. Even onlookers from Dai Xin City and Tian Heng Academy paled. The combined display was terrifying. But Chen did not stagger. At the meeting of those attacks, he lifted a hand. An invisible pressure coalesced, and under the crowd's astonished eyes, the combined assault collapsed as if struck by a hammer. The 5-colored flag's radiance dulled, the formation's halo flickered. What? Everyone was stunned. Such a violent onslaught reduced so easily, and then the unexpected. Jixuan and the Liu Xian contingent retreated at once, abandoning their earlier vows. They fled toward the border of the ancient southern capital's remnant, racing to escape its binding force. This sudden withdrawal left the crowd speechless. How could Liuxian's sect suddenly run? Their trumpets and threats had vanished in an instant. They had acted with purpose. Jixuan and the others knew the power Chen wielded came from the ancient southern capital's remnants, an ancient will so potent that even late-stage Wuzong might not endure it. The only hope was to exit the remnant's range before it consumed them. Once the ruins' remnant dissipated, they could return and deal with Chen. But they underestimated Chen's certainty. After neutralizing their attack, Chen surged after them. His invisible suppression descended, clamping on their retreating forms. Explode! Jixuan was decisive. He hurled the formation plate and detonated it, unleashing a fierce burst to block Chen's pursuit. The explosion bought them a sliver of time, truly halting Chen's onrush for a moment, but the plate shattered and withered to ash. Chen's brow tightened. The remnant power was fading, its binding grew weaker by the breath. He pushed his technique to the utmost, secret patterns flaring as he attempted to press down every ounce of remnant might he could harness. Damn it, I'm almost at the edge, but it's too late, Jixuan cried inwardly. He had nearly reached the outskirts of the ancient southern capital's ruins and felt the binding force slacken. Yet he also sensed, with cold alarm, that before he could fully escape, Chen's attack would surely catch them. Something must be done. In the midst of the crisis, Jixuan couldn't care about anything else. He suddenly struck out with a palm towards the people beside him, bang. The astonishing force sent everyone flying except for Tiandu, the elders of the Li Xian sect, and several disciples like Feiwu, all crashing into that powerful wave. Li Shenfeng and the others, caught off guard by Jixuan's sudden action, were filled with anger and terror. They never expected that in the face of danger, Jixuan would do such a thing, using their lives to buy himself a chance to escape. One by one, they struggled in anger, but it was already too late. Puff, 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 sword lights swept through, quickly entwining and killing Li Shenfeng and the others on the spot, turning them into a mist of blood. This brutal scene shocked everyone from the major forces in Qiānju, who were filled with anger and disbelief. They thought to themselves that Jixuan was truly ruthless, willing to do anything to survive. However, everyone also noticed that after this brief pause, Jixuan had moved forward significantly, almost reaching the edge of ancient southern capital. Chen snorted coldly, urging the power of ancient southern capital to sweep towards Jixuan once more. At that moment, in the location of the ghost Immortal sect, Mo Li's gaze flickered, and a flash of light seemed to pass over him. Whoosh! Chen felt a slight obstruction in the power of ancient southern capital he was controlling, and his expression changed dramatically as he looked towards Mo Li. Mo Li revealed a faint, indifferent smile, locking eyes with Chen without fear. Damn it! Chen was furious. Only he and Mo Li could control the power of ancient southern capital. He never expected that at such a critical moment, Mo Li would dare to stop him from making a move. With a cold gaze, Chen immediately activated the secret pattern. His comprehension of the secret pattern of ancient southern capital was many times stronger than Mo Li's. In an instant, he regained control, and the terrifying power surged towards Jixuan once more. But at this moment, Jixuan was merely a step away from leaving ancient southern capital, and it was already too late to stop him. Ha, kid, it seems today you won't be able to kill me. Just wait, it won't be long before it's your death day. Jixuan chuckled coldly, and with Tiandu, he was about to dash out of the ruins of ancient southern capital. A sense of exhilaration at escaping death spread in his heart. Really? A cold smile crept onto Chen's lips, and a strange light flickered deep in his eyes. Forbidden soul technique, buzz. An invisible force of the soul flashed through Tiandu's body. What? Tiandu's face changed drastically as a terrifying force surged from deep within his soul, causing his true energy to suddenly go out of control, seemingly going berserk in an instant, crashing outward from his body in all directions. Heavenly Dew, Jixuan was startled and hurriedly attempted to help. Li Shenfeng and the others could die, but as the pride of Li Xian's sect, Tiandu absolutely must not be harmed, but he was powerless to help. No, bang! In fear, the energy pool within Tiandu suddenly expanded, and he exploded like a balloon, transforming into a sky of blood mist. The strong impact caused Jixuan's body to pause momentarily. At this moment, the restraining power of ancient southern capital suddenly descended, completely trapping Jixuan at the last moment. "You little brat, if you dare to kill me, you will definitely die." Jixuan's face showed terror as he shouted frantically. His heart was filled with dread, and in the face of death he finally changed color. Chen sneered, "At this point you still dare to threaten me?" Puff, the sword light flickered, piercing through Jixuan's head in an instant, leaving him dead with eyes wide open. At this moment, the mysterious power of ancient southern capital finally began to dissipate slowly. He raised his hand, retrieving the mysterious rusty sword and simultaneously collecting all the storage treasures from the people of Li Xian sect and Taiyi sect into his storage ring. Only then did Chen turn around and return to the great Qi kingdom. Chen coldly looked at the many strong figures from Chunju present. At this moment, the entire plaza of ancient southern capital fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at Chen, their eyes filled with terror. Many people didn't even dare to meet his gaze. This young man, though exceedingly young and still showing signs of immaturity, stood before everyone holding a long sword, resembling a god of death, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. After all, he had just killed what kind of people? The deputy sect master of Taiyi sect, an elder of Tianying Valley, an elder of Shan sect, as well as the top elders of Li Xian sect and the talented disciples from various forces. Once this matter spreads back to Chunju, the entire Chunju, even the Great Wei dynasty, could be shaken to its core. This was something that no normal person could do. This guy was clearly a lunatic, a thorough and absolute madman. Everyone, the words spoken earlier by the people of Li Xian sect have been heard by all. I believe those present have many connections with the forces of Li Xian sect. If anyone wishes to tip them off, please inform them that this matter is entirely caused by me, Chen. If they seek revenge, just come for me, Chen. I will take it all on myself. Chen stood on the high platform, slowly speaking to everyone. However, he coldly glared at the crowd and said in a chilling voice, "I also ask everyone to inform Li Xian sect and a few other forces that if they wish to come seek revenge against Qin, they should be prepared to be exterminated." His loud voice echoed across the empty sky. Everyone stared in shock at Chen, their hearts shaken. Arrogant, too arrogant. Chen not only killed Jixuan and the others, but even told the people of Li Xian sect to warn them that if they wanted to come for revenge, they should be ready for annihilation. This was Li Xian sect. Did this kid know what he was saying? Even the top forces in the Great Wei dynasty, capable of annihilating Li Xian sect, would have to weigh the consequences before making a move. Yet this young lad, still wet behind the ears, dared to say such words. This guy is truly insane. A lunatic, just a lunatic. He's doomed. Whether or not he's a part of the Alchemy Pavilion or Bloodline Sacred Land, he will undoubtedly die. He killed Tiandu, and Li Xian sect will definitely not let him go. At that time, Mu Lengfeng and the others will not be able to protect him. What a pity for such a genius. I doubt Jixuan expected it would come to this. Everyone sighed and then felt a wave of fear, thankful that they hadn't been blinded by the secret manual like Taiyi sect and had stood out. Otherwise, they would definitely end up like the people from Taiyi sect, a pile of corpses. What a ruthless method. This child has the demeanor of my sect's actions. In the location of Ghost Immortal sect, the leading elder of Blood Demon sect spoke in a deep voice, his gaze flickering. After such a brutal battle, everyone looked at Chen, feeling deeply moved. In the heart of the imperial city, Tian let out a sigh, his gaze distant as he murmured, "I never expected the esteemed Tiandu would die here." His eyes were complex. As one of the three great talents of Zhou, he had competed with Tiandu all the way to this point. Although he held animosity towards him, he also harbored a deep respect. This was a feeling of mutual appreciation. Even among the three great talents of Zhou, they all strove to break into the ranks of the dynasty's talents, which is why they came to the Five Kingdoms for the so-called ancient Southern Capital Relic competition. Yet they never anticipated that the noble talent of Zhou, the son of the Liuxian sect, Tiandu, would meet such a tragic end here. leaving people utterly sighing in regret. "Let's go." With a sigh, Qiān spoke to Uncle Qiān, casting a complex glance at Chen. Ultimately, he led a group from the imperial city down from the high platform, leaving the site of the ancient southern capital relic. "Young master." Uncle Qiān looked at Qiān, worry etched on his face, fearing that Qiān couldn't bear the blow. "You don't need to worry about me, Uncle Qiān." Qiān smiled gently, sighing, "I never expected that in a small place like the Five Kingdoms there could be such a monstrous talent. It seems we have been frogs at the bottom of the well all along, but," a glint of determination shone in Qiān's eyes, "this trip has benefited me greatly. Chen is strong, but one day I will surpass him and bring glory to Qiān." His gaze was resolute, and his fighting spirit soared. This ancient southern capital competition had deeply touched his heart. Upon returning, he decided to enter seclusion immediately, striving to break into the fifth-level martial Zong realm, and then leave Qiān to visit the royal city of the Great Wei dynasty. "We should leave as well." After Qiān left, the people from Tianheng Academy exchanged complex glances with Chen before leading Leng Wuxuang and others away without a word. Seeing Qiān and the Tianheng Academy people leave, other forces from Qiān also left with complex expressions, quickly disappearing from the scene. "Two gentlemen, until we meet again." The Blood Demon sect members cupped their hands towards Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng, and a group of them also departed from the ancient southern capital. "Damn it, it seems I won't be able to reclaim my demon fire this time. But I refuse to believe that the people from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline sacred land can always protect him. We'll see." The cloaked figure's face darkened, feeling frustrated to the point of almost vomiting blood. However, helplessly, as the Qiān people departed, he flickered and vanished from the vast wilderness. "Young Master Chen," seeing the cloaked figure leave, Xian and the others looked towards Chen. "Don't mind him." Chen glanced at the cloaked figure but did not stop him. The strength of the ancient southern capital had already dissipated, and with his current power and cultivation, he was still unable to stop that cloaked figure. He had a feeling that the strength of this cloaked figure should be above Qiān. There was no particular reason, just an intuition. After all the Qiān forces left, the people from the Five Kingdoms finally breathed a sigh of relief, stepping forward to thank Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng repeatedly. Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng returned the greetings one by one. In the end, only the three major forces of Ling Tian sect, the Great Liang Kingdom, and the Great Qi Kingdom remained. The reason they did not leave was that they were aware that some of their disciples had obtained inheritances. Once they departed, they might encounter certain dangers. In the face of profit, many people would take risks. At this stage, it was safest to stay with the people from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline sacred land. "Let's return to Tian Ancient City first." Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng exchanged glances and spoke. They still had many questions to ask Chen, but this was not the place to talk. Immediately, the group headed towards Tian Ancient City. On their way back, Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng also learned about the backstory of the ancient southern capital arena assessment and understood the motives behind the many forces targeting Chen. "So each of you has obtained an extraordinary technique or secret manual. The people of Qiān won't easily give up," Xiang Wenchen frowned. "Yes, we hope the two masters can guide us on the way forward," Wei Tianming said with a bitter smile, and Yu Wuji looked on with anticipation beside him. They were well aware that as the Qiān forces returned, the news in the Five Kingdoms would surely spread further. When that time came, an innocent man with a treasure would be in danger. Relying on themselves, it would be impossible to protect their disciples. "We understand. Let's head back first." At Tian Ancient City, after Chen returned, he immediately entered seclusion. There were still many things he obtained in the ancient southern capital that he had yet to digest. Focusing his mind, a complex secret technique named Sword Control Technique appeared in his mind. Is this the Sword Control Technique? Is it about using a sword in battle? If it's only that, how is it different from my True Treasure flying daggers? Chen's True Treasure flying daggers could control objects in battle through bloodline power and spiritual force, and compared to a long sword, they were faster and had more tricky angles. The ancient southern capital, having come from ancient times and having completed 3 rounds of assessments, should provide techniques that are more than just this. Chen pondered and then carefully observed the secret technique. After thoroughly reviewing all the details of the technique, he was shaken to the core. I indeed didn't guess wrong. This sword control technique is not merely about using spiritual force to control the long sword. It is a deeper swordsmanship. Chen's face flushed with excitement. According to the introduction of this secret technique that entered his mind, the sword control technique was a terrifying swordsmanship that combined true power and soul power. Its strength was far beyond ordinary object manipulation. My true treasure flying daggers rely on bloodline power for activation and spiritual force to provide attack power. This means that the stronger my spiritual force, the stronger my attack power can only be. For example, with early-stage 5th-level spiritual force, even if I exert all my strength, the attack power of the flying daggers would only be comparable to a full force strike from a 5th-level early-stage martial artist. Except for the material of the flying daggers affecting the destructive power of the attack, enhancing attack power in other ways is extremely difficult and nearly impossible. But the sword control technique was different. This swordsmanship could continuously enhance its power, but it fundamentally required the combination of two aspects. One was true power and the other was soul power. True power provided the force to activate the flying sword's attack, equivalent to the spiritual force of the true treasure, providing attack power, while soul power was the bridge between the flying sword and the body, akin to the bloodline power of the true treasure. In fact, in these two aspects, the true treasure and the sword control technique were not too different. For Chen, the sword control technique might not even be stronger than the true treasure. After all, his cultivation was merely at the peak of the 4th level, while his spiritual force had reached the 5th level. However, what truly excited Chen was that the sword control technique could continuously enhance its power. This point is crucial for Chen. To understand, no matter how strong the true treasure flying knife is, it only represents the strength of mental power and the destructive force of the knife's material itself. However, swordsmanship can encompass various meanings and enhance the power of the sword moves. For instance, when a swordsman casually stabs with a sword, the power of that move is completely unequal to that of a sword thrust that combines equal strength and integrates the intent of the knife. It can be said that sword moves infused with sword intent can surpass the power of moves without sword intent by several times under the same amount of strength. Apart from sword intent, factors such as techniques and profound meanings also significantly influence the power of swordsmanship. This is something that the true treasure flying knife cannot compare with. Think about it. Apart from the most fundamental true power, Chen can completely enhance the flying sword with profound meanings, sword intent, mental power, and bloodline power when activating it. What a terrifying force that would be. Moreover, coupled with the unique and bizarre nature of controlling the sword, it could even allow him to kill enemies of higher levels effortlessly. With this sword control technique, Chen gained a powerful means of survival. This secret skill is enough to rival some astonishing secret techniques he obtained in his previous life. At the very least, during his time in the martial domain, he had never heard of anyone mastering such a magical technique as sword control. This sword control technique is perfect for me. According to the records in the manual, to cultivate this sword control technique, one must have a certain level of soul power, and my soul power has already reached the stage of solidifying the soul into form, far exceeding that of ordinary people. There is absolutely no problem. Chen was extremely excited. If he learned this sword control technique, it would undoubtedly become one of his trump cards. Without much consideration, Chen immediately began to cultivate the sword control technique. However, he soon encountered a problem. Cultivating the sword control technique not only demands a high quality of soul power, but also requires a treasured weapon capable of bearing the soul power. Only such a weapon can imprint the soul mark, and achieving this requires a weapon of at least the 7th tier. 7th tier treasures are called king weapons. Only they can imprint a soul mark. If the weapon is below the 7th tier, the control would be far less effective than treasures above the 7th tier, significantly reducing their power. In the 5 nations, the strongest treasures are only 4th or 5th tier at most, and they are extremely rare. Even in the Great Might Dynasty, obtaining a 7th tier king weapon would be exceedingly difficult. Where am I supposed to find one? Chen laughed bitterly. Could he only try with ordinary treasures? No, that mysterious rusty sword of mine has an unknown origin. It seems to be a treasure sword from ancient times. Even I can't determine its exact tier at the moment. Perhaps it can still imprint a soul mark. With this thought, Chen immediately took out the mysterious rusty sword. Following the instructions in the sword control technique, he began to condense the soul mark in his mind. Normally, the condensation of a soul mark would require ordinary swordsmen several months, but Chen's soul cultivation was exceptionally strong. In his previous life, he also had certain attainments in the realm of the soul. Thus, after only a few hours, the soul mark had already been successfully condensed and began to imprint onto the mysterious rusty sword in his hand. Buzz. As the invisible soul mark entered the mysterious rusty sword, it immediately vanished without a trace. Did I succeed? Just as Chen was puzzled, a chilling sensation suddenly emanated from the mysterious rusty sword. Chen felt as if he were plunged into a pitch-black space, the entire area cold and dark, resembling a purgatory, sending chills down his spine. Gradually, the darkness before him was replaced by a crimson hue, transforming the world into an ancient battlefield, where corpses were piled high like mountains and rivers of blood flowed. In his ears, it seemed as though there were ghostly wails and cries, as if someone were whispering in his ear, calling him. Chen's hair stood on end in fear. Fortunately, this feeling lasted only an instant before he regained his clarity. However, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. What was that just now? Was it the imprint left by the previous owner of this mysterious rusty sword, or was it everything this sword has experienced? Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he recalled the previous scene, the battlefield stacked high with corpses, each of which had been immensely powerful in life, at least at the level of martial emperor or martial god. Could it have been the great battle of the ancient Dark Age? This mysterious rusty sword was truly unique. It had even triggered oddities from ancient texts. However, after falling into Chen's hands, aside from being indestructible, he could never discern what was so special about it. He never expected that this time, imprinting the soul mark would produce such a scene. Chen promptly activated his soul power once again, intending to delve deeper into the mysterious rusty sword. However, to his confusion, no matter how much soul power he infused, the previous scene never reappeared, as if it had been an illusion. What did excite Chen was that after his soul imprint entered the mysterious rusty sword, it seemed to have successfully engraved itself upon the sword, creating a faint connection between him and the sword, akin to the link formed with the true treasure flying knife using bloodline power. I succeeded. It seems this mysterious rusty sword is at least a 7th-tier treasure. It makes sense. To have survived from tens of thousands of years ago, even if it's covered in rust, any weapon below 7th tier would have long decayed and aged away with time. Next, I can cultivate the sword control technique. Chen calmed his mind and continued his cultivation. The sword control technique is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the most basic sword control, allowing one to manipulate the flying sword to kill from a distance. It can only perform simple adjustments, and the stronger the soul power, the further the controlled distance. In terms of agility, it is somewhat inferior to the true treasure flying knife. The second level, heart moves, sword moves, achieves true mastery, allowing one to command the sword as if it were an extension of the body, striking the enemy in the blink of an eye with extremely fast speed like a fleeting glimpse. The stronger the soul power, the faster the speed. At this level, it is much more formidable than the true treasure flying knife. After all, the true treasure flying knife relies on bloodline power for connection and requires Chen to deliberately adjust the strength and control the direction and angle. However, the sword control technique relies on soul power control. At the level of heart moves, sword moves, one can launch attacks with a mere thought, without the need for deliberate manipulation. At this point, with a single thought, one can wield the sword to kill, essentially killing invisibly. The third level is where the true essence of the sword control technique lies, unity of man and sword. It allows the differentiation of true essence flying swords, and when cultivated to the highest realm, one can take a person's head from 1,000 miles away. But to achieve this, both the soul power and true power must be exceptionally formidable. It is utterly impossible for anyone below 7th-tier martial king to accomplish. In Chen's courtyard. Go! With a flick of his right hand, the mysterious rusty sword behind Chen automatically unsheathed, shooting forward like a black beam of light, instantly piercing through a false mountain 100 steps away. Its speed surpassed that of the true treasure flying knife, being sharper and more impressive. Of course, this is not because the sword control technique itself is that powerful. What truly makes the sword control technique formidable is Chen's soul power and true energy. His soul power is more than 10 times that of an ordinary person, capable of achieving soul condensation and form manifestation, effortlessly wielding flying swords to kill enemies, even simpler than activating bloodline power. At the same time, his true energy is the true energy of the 9-star martial god art, which far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists in terms of purity and strength. The combination of the two leads to the ability to kill enemies in the blink of an eye, even at just the first level of mastery. If other martial artists were to come, let alone penetrating the false mountain with a sword, even just making their sword float would be considered impressive. Chen even suspects that the ancient southern capital's inheritance is tailored to each individual's conditions, providing different techniques that fit each martial artist. Otherwise, how could the sword control technique be so compatible with him? Not satisfied with just linear attacks, Qin Chen urged his soul power, his sword pointing traced an arc in the void, then he pointed backwards. Swish. The sword light pierced the cave, the black long sword darting left and right, creating more holes in the false mountain at a speed that was by no means slow. Next, Qin Chen frequently urged the mysterious rusted sword, even using it to display sword techniques. This time, Qin Chen encountered difficulties. Although the mysterious rusted sword was very agile, executing sword techniques with it felt somewhat lacking compared to wielding a long sword directly. The techniques, although revolving smoothly, inevitably felt somewhat awkward and unrefined. Try using sword intent? Buzz. Qin Chen activated his sword intent and immediately felt a mysterious connection with the mysterious rusted sword, causing the sword to float in midair, emanating a faint sword intent. Sure enough, it works. Qin Chen was overjoyed. My soul power isn't sufficient yet. I can only convey about 60% of the sword intent to the mysterious rusted sword. But that is still much stronger than the true treasure flying knife. After several experiments, Qin Chen had a clear understanding. Next, Qin Chen frequently pointed his sword, igniting bloodline power, sword Dao intent, and various sword techniques. He lost count of how many times he tried, until the false mountain in front of him was riddled with holes and collapsed with a loud rumble, finally sheathing his sword. My soul power is over 10 times that of an ordinary person. Merely cultivating the sword control technique to the first level already equates to the power of the second level. Of course, I cannot yet achieve the ability to move the sword with my heart, but it's already easy to command it. Moreover, the power of this sword control technique is indeed much stronger than the flying knife true treasure, essentially allowing me to exert about 70% of my combat power. Having 70% combat power is already terrifying. After all, when fighting with the sword, the body does not receive any attacks, which means Qin Chen is remotely controlling the flying sword against enemies. For martial artists not as fast as him, Qin Chen was already in an invincible position from the very start of the battle. If the will of the ancient southern capital were to see Qin Chen mastering the sword control technique so quickly, they would surely be astonished. Such speed, even in ancient times, few geniuses could achieve. However, my first level has not yet reached perfection. There are still some flaws in executing sword techniques. Facing top-tier masters, while I may be safe, killing them is not easy unless I step into the second level of moving the sword with my heart. Qin Chen pondered. The second level of moving the sword with the heart is still too distant. No matter how high his talent, it is impossible to master the second level of the sword control technique in just one day. I cannot rush. The more crucial aspect of the sword control technique is the enhancement of soul power. Before my soul power increases, breaking through to the second level is nearly impossible. Before that, I can focus on becoming more adept at controlling the mysterious rusted sword. Once my techniques are perfected and can be executed flawlessly, my strength will undoubtedly see a significant increase. Letting out a long breath, Qin Chen's expression turned cold. After the great competition of the 5 nations, even though the major forces in Qiān prefecture had already departed, Qin Chen's sense of urgency had not diminished in the slightest. Because he knew that once the major forces of Qiān prefecture received news from here, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar, especially since he possessed a precious treasure. With the temperament of forces like the Liu Xian sect, they would surely want to eliminate him swiftly. This means that it won't be long before he faces an astonishing crisis. It's a pity that my strength has increased too quickly. In less than a year, I have jumped from a human-level martial artist to the peak of the 4th level of mystic level, which a normal person would achieve too quickly, definitely leading to an unstable foundation. Although I experienced the baptism of the blood spirit pool, recklessly breaking through to the 5th level of Wuzong may still pose problems. Qin Chen was aware of his situation. Right now, what he needed most was to step into the 5th level of Wuzong, allowing him greater chances of survival when facing retaliation from the Liu Xian sect. However, first, breaking through from the peak of the 4th level of mystic level to the 5th level of Wuzong is extremely difficult without a large supply of spirit herbs and true stones, which is almost impossible. Secondly, even if he had enough spirit herbs and true stones, he still would not dare to recklessly break through. Ordinary martial artists from the Great Wei dynasty simply do not understand what an unstable foundation means, naturally believing that the faster one breaks through, the better. But Qin Chen knows that if a martial artist breaks through too quickly, it leads to an unstable foundation. In a short time, they may gain rapid cultivation progress, but once they reach Wu Wang, Martial Emperor, or even the 9th level Martial God, it will create huge risks. In his previous life, he was perpetually stuck at the peak of the 8th-level Martial Emperor realm, which was actually related to his previous life's rapid breakthroughs. In this life, he naturally cannot make such mistakes again. First, step out and see the situation, then think about what other solutions there may be. With various problems pressing on him, Chen felt heavy-hearted. When Chen exited his seclusion, he found that a considerable number of people had already gathered in the hall. The attendant Xian from the Bloodline Sacred Land, the attendant Mu Lengfeng from the Alchemy Pavilion, as well as Wei Tianming, Yu Wujin, Zhao Ye, Dongfangqing, Zhao Zhan, and several disciples from the 5 nations who had received inheritance were all gathered together. "Young Master Chen, you've come out of seclusion?" Seeing Chen, Zhao Zhan and the others immediately approached. The other strong figures and disciples from the 5 nations looked at Chen with serious expressions, tinged with respect. At this moment, Wei Tianming and the others no longer dared to regard Chen as a senior. Having witnessed Chen's ruthless rampage in the ancient southern capital, they felt a deep awe towards him. Not to mention, in terms of strength, Chen had already surpassed them, standing above them now. Chen greets the 2 seniors. Nodding to the crowd, Chen approached Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng, respectfully saying, "-532. The 5-stage Wuzong and the 4th-grade Bloodline Master and Alchemist were nothing in the eyes of Chen from his previous life. However, he was very clear that if it weren't for the 2 of them arriving this time, he would not have been able to easily intimidate the other martial artists from Qiān. At the very least, the people from the Blood Demon cult definitely wouldn't leave so easily. Chen, young hero, there is no need for such formalities." When the 2 saw Chen, they didn't act arrogantly but smiled as they spoke. "What is everyone discussing?" Chen asked curiously, as he had clearly heard many discussions when he approached earlier. Zhao Zhan smiled bitterly and said, "Young hero Chen, we are discussing how to best handle the disciples who have received the inheritance from your batch in the future." As soon as Zhao Zhan said this, Chen immediately understood his meaning and the distress of the others. Although many forces from Qiān had temporarily retreated, it didn't mean they were safe. In fact, once the news spread, the disciples who had received the inheritance would become even less safe. The Tiandu continent was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. No one would give up the opportunity to become stronger, even with the deterrence of the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Sacred Land. Moreover, standing at the level of the Great Wei Dynasty, Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng couldn't necessarily represent these 2 major forces. In fact, this was a concern for Chen as well. He didn't put much weight on his own comfort, but he cared deeply about the reassurances from Wang Kaiming, Yu Qiānxu, and the others. Everyone spoke in turns, but didn't have any good ideas. After all, the crisis that Yu Qiānxu faced was different from Chen's. He was directly facing threats and killing intent from forces like the Liuxian sect, while Yu Qiānxu and the others were facing covert attacks from many powerful forces in Qiān. However, Xiang Wenchen and Mu Lengfeng couldn't always protect them. What worried the 2 the most was that once the matter spread throughout the Great Wei Dynasty, various fiends could emerge for their own interests, making it impossible to defend against them. "Actually staying in the 5 kingdoms is the least advisable method," Chen suddenly said. Everyone nodded. The 5 kingdoms lacked deterrence, and a few people staying there was equivalent to being a meat target. "But where else can we go?" Wei Tianming asked bitterly. "In fact, if you want to avoid the covert pursuits of the major forces in Qiān, going to the royal city of the Great Wei Dynasty is the best method," Mu Lengfeng said solemnly. "The royal city of the Great Wei Dynasty?" Xiang Wenchen's eyes lit up. "Ah, indeed, going to the royal city is a good idea." Everyone was stunned, filled with confusion. The ones who wanted to kill Yu Qiānxu and the others for treasure were precisely the martial artists of the Great Wei Dynasty. Wouldn't going to the royal city give them an opportunity to attack? Seeing the thoughts of everyone, Mu Lengfeng explained, "The royal city of the Great Wei Dynasty indeed has an abundance of powerful figures, any one of whom could easily kill them. But similarly, as the core area of the Great Wei Dynasty, the royal city is heavily guarded. No one dares to act recklessly in the royal city, not even the Liuxian sect. So going to the royal city is actually safer than other places. Moreover, within the royal city of the Great Wei Dynasty, the forces are complex, but it has the Imperial Star Academy established by the royal family of the Great Wei Dynasty, as well as other powerful forces. With your talents, as long as you can join a force like the Imperial Star Academy, those forces in Qiān wouldn't dare to take action against you. The Imperial Star Academy is a royal academy established by the royal family of the Great Wei Dynasty, gathering the top talents of the Great Wei Dynasty. It can be said to be a cradle for the talents and strong figures of the dynasty. Once you join, you can receive protection from the Great Wei dynasty. As long as you don't leave the academy or the royal city, those forces in Qiān wouldn't dare to touch you. Furthermore, my alchemy pavilion and the Bloodline sacred land have their headquarters in the royal city of the Great Wei dynasty, which can provide you with more protection. Everyone fell silent. Chen was also deep in thought. So far, this might be the only solution. After their discussion, Mu Lengfeng brought Chen to a separate room. I heard you can refine third-grade pills, is that true? Mu Lengfeng asked. Third-grade pills should be no problem, Chen replied. He glanced at Mu Lengfeng, wondering where this was going. In that case, refine a batch of third-grade sandalwood pills for me, Mu Lengfeng said and placed the herbs before him. Chen set up an alchemy furnace and used ordinary true fire. He worked swiftly. Within breaths the herbs reacted, residues were cast out, and the medicinal properties fused. A faint fragrance rose. Chen opened the furnace and produced 12 elixirs that slid into their bottles, each shaped and radiating heat. Mu Lengfeng had expected a test, but what he watched left him staggered. A boy not yet 17 had refined a dozen perfect third-rank sandalwood pills in the span of minutes, using ordinary true fire and methods that ignored conventional order, yet produced flawless results. The alchemy was beyond talent, it was mastery. This Chen is the most talented alchemist I've ever seen, Mu Lengfeng said, voice trembling with rare excitement. Chen shrugged, nonchalant. For him, third-rank pills were trivial, yet Mu Lengfeng's reaction told him this was not a mere demonstration to show off. After a moment, Mu Lengfeng steadied himself and spoke formally. Chen Shao, I have a request. The alchemy pavilions of the dynasties hold inter-dynasty alchemical competitions. We need representatives who can win positions and resources. If you represent the Great Wei dynasty in the alchemy grand competition, our pavilion and the royal city will back you. In return, we will protect your fellow disciples from Qiān, supply resources, and provide guidance. With our support, your cultivation will advance far more quickly. Chen considered the offer. The protection of the Great Wei royal city, the backing of the alchemy pavilion, and the resources to cultivate without constant threat. These were not trivial matters. It solved the political problem they had just discussed and guaranteed safety for those who mattered to him. You want me to represent the Great Wei dynasty? Chen said slowly. Mu Lengfeng nodded. Yes, if you accept, we will formally invite you and prepare everything needed. You will be our pavilion's champion in the grand competition. Chen's brow furrowed as he weighed the offer. This was indeed a good idea. The alchemy pavilion cannot arbitrarily interfere in the conflicts between other forces, so wanting them to protect Wang Kaiming was actually taking a huge risk. However, once he represented the Great Wei dynasty's alchemy pavilion to participate in the alchemy grand competition of the dynasty alliance, regardless of the conditions he proposed, the headquarters of the alchemy pavilion in the Great Wei dynasty would certainly agree to his terms. Moreover, Chen understood that the alchemy pavilion was one of the forces with the most resources on the entire continent. In his previous life, although he was a 9th-grade emperor-level alchemist, he did not hold any position in the alchemy pavilion, causing him to be plotted against without anyone standing up for him. In this life, he wanted to seek revenge on Shangyuan Zir and Feng Shaiyu, which would be extremely difficult. 300 years had passed, and the world had changed. The two had long since become the top giants on the continent, wielding terrifying resources. If he could win over the alchemy pavilion, it would be perfect. All right, since that's the case, I will agree. Thinking of this, Chen immediately did not hesitate and agreed. Ha, good, young Master Chen is indeed generous. In that case, shall we set off for the royal city of the Great Wei dynasty tomorrow? Seeing Chen agree, Mu Lengfeng excitedly clapped his hands and said eagerly. Chen smiled and said, Senior Mu Lengfeng, the alchemy grand competition between the dynasties shouldn't be so rushed, right? That's not the case. Mu Lengfeng also realized he seemed a bit too hasty and smiled. Actually, the alchemy grand competition will be in a few months, but our alchemy pavilion in the Great Wei dynasty is not the strongest compared to other dynasties. Young Master Chen, although you are a 3rd-grade alchemist, to be honest, you may be slightly inferior to my junior sister Zioya. Therefore, I hope you can quickly go to the headquarters of the alchemy pavilion in the royal city and enter seclusion to cultivate, aiming to raise your alchemy skills to the 4th grade. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope. Although Mu Lengfeng's words were very polite, Chen still understood the implication behind them. Clearly, he felt that his 3rd-grade cultivation was still lacking. To achieve a certain ranking in the alchemy grand competition, he at least had to be a 4th-grade alchemist. Chen smiled to himself. He had already been able to refine 4th-grade pills back in Wu City, and as for now, he could even refine 5th-grade pills without a problem. However, Chen did not say this directly. Some things only needed to be done. "Don't worry, I will reach the alchemy pavilion as soon as possible," Chen said. Mu Lengfeng was stunned. "Young Master Chen, aren't you coming with us?" Chen solemnly said, "That's right. With so many of us setting off together, the target is just too big. I killed Tiandu and Ji Qiān from the Liu Xian sect, and they will definitely not let me go. Moreover, to kill me. They might do anything. By then, you and Senior Xiang Wenchen might not be able to stop them. Rather than that, it's better for me to go alone. Alone, I am a smaller target, and even if the Liu Xian sect wants to kill me, they won't know where to find me." "This," Mu Lengfeng said nervously, "that won't do." "Rest assured, I won't joke around with my own life," Chen said seriously. In the end, under Chen's insistence, Mu Lengfeng could only nod in agreement. Soon, the next day, Mu Lengfeng and Xiang Wenchen, along with Yu Kaiangsu and others, left Tiandu City together, heading for the Great Wei Dynasty, while Chen quietly left Tiandu City on his own, setting off secretly. As Chen and the others headed to the Great Wei Dynasty, tens of thousands of miles away in Chunju. This was a sacred land surrounded by mountains. Rich Chinese letter Xuan Qi, with spiritual herbs everywhere, creating a breathtaking fairyland. One of the top forces in Chunju, the Liu Xian sect, was located in the midst of these mountains. Majestic buildings stood tall among the mountains, with palaces and pavilions intricately designed, magnificent and unparalleled. At this moment, however, a significant upheaval was taking place in the conference hall of the Liu Xian sect. Strong individuals sat in the conference hall, each with a serious expression. These strong individuals all exuded an overwhelming aura, their terrifying true power rising, making it difficult to look up at them. They were the high-level leaders of the Liu Xian sect, with the lowest rank being a 5th-grade Wuzong elder. With just a word, the earth would tremble 3 times. But at this moment, they were all trembling, their expressions filled with fear. "Can anyone tell me who sent my son to the 5 nations? Is there really no one else in the sect? Why was I not notified about my son Tiandu going to the 5 nations? Can anyone tell me?" A furious middle-aged man glared at the many elders in front of him, his expression filled with anger and coldness in his gaze. The elders below were all silent as cicadas in winter, bitter smiles on their faces. This angry middle-aged man was named Hua Sheng, the vice-sect master of the Liu Xian sect and the father of Tiandu. In the Liu Xian sect, the vice-sect master is a powerful existence second only to the sect master, and to become the vice-sect master, one must meet one condition, to become a 6th-grade Wuzun. Therefore, within the sect, the vice-sect master represented the pinnacle combat power of the sect and possessed absolute authority. Some vice-sect masters, in fact, do not need to manage the sect's affairs regularly. They merely need to enter seclusion for cultivation, but can still possess large amounts of resources. Tiandu was able to become the sect son of the Liu Xian sect precisely because his father, Hua Sheng, as vice-sect master, could provide abundant resources for his upbringing. Upon learning about the secret realm of the ancient southern capital of the 5 nations, given Tiandu's status, he naturally would not miss the opportunity. He initially thought that Tiandu's trip was merely a trial. However, he did not expect that the news that eventually came back was that many disciples of the Liu Xian sect had perished, which immediately caused a great shock to the entire Liu Xian sect. How could this be? The 5 nations have no experts at all who could have killed my son. Is this information incorrect? Hua Sheng spoke in fury, still unable to believe the information. Not just him, but the other elders who received the news were also filled with confusion, finding it hard to believe. "Vice-sect Master Hua, I can understand your feelings, but the source of this news is very reliable. I'm afraid Elder Ji Qiān and Tiandu really have encountered misfortune." Above the podium, a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy complexion spoke. This man was the sect master of the Liu Xian sect, Dai Qiān. His face was solemn, and his eyes emitted a chilling light as he coldly said, "The one who killed Tiandu and the others is said to be a 16-year-old boy from the 5 nations named Chen, a disciple of the great Qi kingdom within the 5 nations. Moreover, after the assessment in the ancient southern capital of the 5 nations, people from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline sacred land also appeared in the 5 nations. Intervening in the matter, a mere 16-year-old boy killed my son. Sect Master, how is that possible?" Hua Sheng exclaimed in disbelief, enraged. Tiandu's strength was well known to Hua Sheng. He was the most talented disciple of the Liu Xian sect and one of the 3 great prodigies of Qiān Prefecture. While it was somewhat believable that he could be plotted against and killed by the 5 nations, the thought of being slain by a 16-year-old boy was simply unbelievable. "Master, could it be the work of Daizin City and Tianheng Academy?" Sheng furrowed his brows. He heard that people from Tianheng Academy and Daizin City, as well as other powerful forces from Qiān Prefecture, had also gone over. Could these people have ulterior motives, killing Tiandu while pushing the blame onto the Five Nations? Thinking of this, Sheng increasingly felt it was possible. This time, the one who took Tiandu over was Elder Ji Qiān from within the sect. With the latter's late-stage Wuzong cultivation, how could those guys from the Five Nations pose a threat to Tiandu? After all, that was a place so remote it didn't even have Wuzong. Dai Qiān, hearing Sheng's words, knew that Sheng had drifted off into other thoughts. With a bitter smile, he said, "Vice Sect Master I understand your feelings. Tiandu is the most talented disciple among our younger generation in Liu Xian sect. I, too, am heartbroken by the news of his fall. Moreover, Ji Qiān is also a core elder of our Liu Xian sect. However, the one who killed him was indeed a young man from the Five Nations, named Chen. It is said that he was the champion of the ancient southern capital competition, and even Dai Tianyi and Leng Wushwang were no match for him." As Dai Qiān spoke, he handed the transmitted message to Sheng. Although the members of Liu Xian sect had already been wiped out at the ancient southern capital ruins, given the strength of Liu Xian sect, they could easily learn about the situation at that time. What? The ancient southern capital ruins were actually so terrifying, and that Chen. Moreover, the blood demon cult, which had been extinguished for 1,000 years, has actually reignited. Seeing the information inside, Sheng was shaken to his core. He had just been awakened from seclusion to learn of his son's fall, yet he never expected such events to occur among the Five Nations. Bang! A palm slammed hard onto the table, startling all the elders present, making them jump. Sheng's face turned grim, radiating a chilling light, resembling a ravenous wolf. After waiting for Sheng to vent for a while, Dai Qiān spoke again. "Vice Sect Master please calm down. We also never anticipated Tiandu's fall. But rest assured, Tiandu is the most cherished genius among our younger generation in Liu Xian sect. If we do not avenge this grudge, how can our Liu Xian sect stand in the Great Wei dynasty? I promise, regardless of who the opponent is, our sect will definitely seek justice for Tiandu and tear them to pieces." After all, Dai Qiān was the sect master of Liu Xian sect. With him saying this, even if Sheng was still angry, he had to restrain himself. Sheng gritted his teeth and said, "Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly send people to the Five Nations and find that Chen. Furthermore, Chen should be from the great Qi nation among the Five Nations. How dare he kill a disciple of Liu Xian sect? If Liu Xian sect doesn't wash the blood of the Five Nations, how will others see us?" Dai Qiān's expression changed. "Sheng, don't be impulsive. This time there are people from the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land in the Five Nations, strictly prohibiting any forces from Qiān Prefecture from taking action against the Five Nations. If you act recklessly, once the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land get angry. Are we just going to let it go? That Chen killed so many of my Liu Xian sect disciples. What qualification do the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land have to interfere with us?" Sheng said angrily. Dai Qiān smiled bitterly. "There's one more piece of information you don't know. Before Chen made his move, Ji Qiān and the others had already stated that this matter was a private grievance between Liu Xian sect and Chen. Not only Liu Xian sect, but also the other forces like Tianying Valley and Shanha sect that were destroyed are in the same situation. This means we have no right to take action against the Five Nations. Moreover, people from the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land were present at that time. If our Liu Xian sect really wanted to act, the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land would find an excuse to intervene. What's worse, if the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land speaks out, those forces from Qiān Prefecture would seize the opportunity to target us. Sect Master, are we just going to let it go like this? Of course not. Dai Qiān's expression darkened. The key thing is still that Chen. This person has extraordinary talent, even surpassing Tiandu. If we let him grow, he will definitely pose a threat to our Liu Xian sect. Moreover, it is said that the ancient southern capital ruins are extremely terrifying. The disciples who can enter and inherit must at least obtain middle-grade Earth-level techniques. Tiandu's strength could have potentially gained upper-grade Earth-level techniques, yet he was ultimately killed by that Chen. What do you mean, Sect Master? Sheng looked over with focus. Dai Qiān laughed coldly. Since Chen let Ji Qiān and the others acknowledge that our conflict is a personal grievance with him, then we have the qualification to take action against Chen directly. You should immediately take a group of people to intercept the individuals from the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land. Based on my estimates, Chen will definitely be with them if he wants to survive. At that time, you can directly bring Chen back from their hands. What if they try to stop us? Then that's even better. Qiān sneered. This time, the ones from the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land are only 2 stewards, both at the level of late-stage Wuzong. With your strength, if they take action, we have every reason to strike back. After all, Chen has already stated in front of everyone that this is a private grievance with our Liu Xian sect. Even the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land have no reason to stop us. Once they do, we can even take action against the 5 nations, since it was the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land that broke the rules first. Hua Sheng's eyes radiated a cold light. I understand. Qiān nodded. You should set off immediately. There are only a few routes from the 5 nations to our Great Wei dynasty. I will send people to find news about this group. Once we discover their whereabouts, I will inform you at the first opportunity. But remember that Chen obtained a legacy with the strength of being the #1 in the ancient southern capital. The secrets he gained must be above Tiandu's. Currently, all the forces in Qiān Prefecture and even the major powers of the Great Wei dynasty are searching for this group. Once you find them and capture Chen, bring him back to the sect. As long as we obtain the secrets on him, you can decide how to torture him as you see fit. Rest assured, Sect Master, I know what to do. Hua Sheng's expression was cold. Moments later, a team of Liu Xian sect experts led by Hua Sheng swiftly left the mountain gate, heading towards the border between the 5 nations and Qiān Prefecture. As Liu Xian's sect was shaken, the news of the 5 nations killing Hua Tiandu and the experts from Tianying Valley and Shanha sect simultaneously reached other forces in Qiān Prefecture, immediately causing a sensation throughout Qiān Prefecture. Even this news spread rapidly to the entire Great Wei dynasty, creating an astonishing wave. That Chen has such audacity, daring to kill the elders and disciples of our Mountains and Rivers sect. It's simply outrageous. Does he really think that with the protection of the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land, he can go against the heavens? The master of the Mountains and Rivers sect was furious, his voice shaking the great hall. Master, what should we do now? Send out my order. All disciples of the Mountains and Rivers sect immediately set off to the boundary between Qiān Prefecture and the 5 nations to search for Chen. Once there's any news, act immediately and ensure we find Chen before the Liuxian sect. Otherwise, we may not have a single chance for revenge. Yes, the many elders of the Mountains and Rivers sect had cold expressions. Remember, upon encountering Chen, do not kill him. It's imperative to bring him back alive. Even if he can't be brought back, we must obtain the secret techniques he acquired in the ancient southern capital. This person has killed our elders. How can we let him die so easily? We must extract some interest from him. The master of the Mountains and Rivers sect said coldly. Understood. At the same time, the masters of the Liuxian sect, Tianying Valley, and other Great Wei powers all mobilized with the same single goal. Track down Chen and seize whatever secret technique he had inherited from the ancient southern capital. The rumor that the inheritance contained an Earth-grade technique, perhaps even a high-level one, had stirred every faction. No one wished to let such a prize fall into a rival's hands, and so multiple forces set off in pursuit. Although the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land were strong, the prospect of a secret technique in the hands of a mere Qiān-level youth drew in other powers across Qiān Prefecture. What mattered now was speed. Capture Chen alive if possible, secure his inheritance, otherwise neutralize him. After leaving Yufeng City, Chen quickly rode the Iron Feather Eagle to the mountains outside the city and called the beast back. He knew the carved road through the Black Ridge mountain range was the obvious place for ambushes. Too many enemies were watching. To travel the mountain road like Xiang and the others would be courting death. Only by flying directly over the range on the Iron Feather Eagle could he avoid most traps. Whoosh! Riding on the Iron Feather Eagle, Chen soared high into the sky along the sides of the carved road and flew towards Qiān Prefecture. A short distance away, on a mountain path, a black-cloaked man watched Xiang and the others rush by and smiled coldly. He had been robbed of the Kinglian demonic fire by Chen and now dispatched a spirit-searching insect toward the Black Ridge mountain range to find the Iron Feather Eagle's scent. Not long after, on another peak, several black-cloaked figures stared down the path. Among them was Mo Li, second-place winner of the ancient southern capital inheritance. He squinted at the figures below. Several elders, it seems that Chen did not travel with the people from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. Mo Li said, "What a clever kid. Did he guess we would ambush him here?" One of them muttered. From the way that kid made several sects in Qiān, Joe agree that it's a personal feud. It shows that he's quite cunning. He knows many people are watching him, so he deliberately chose not to leave with the people from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Sacred Land. Another nodded. Guiying frowned, but Elder, that Chen cannot possibly stay in the Five Nations. With his current cultivation level, remaining in the Five Nations is a complete waste of talent and life. However, if he doesn't follow the official's route with the people from the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Sacred Land, how can he enter the Wei dynasty with his Qiān-level cultivation? Crossing the Black Ridge Mountains alone is basically seeking death, isn't it? Not necessarily. The leading black-clothed man sneered. That Chen was able to defeat Mo Li and Li Shenfeng from the Liu Xian sect, so his strength has clearly surpassed that of an ordinary early-stage Wuzong. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of the late Qiān level, I'm afraid only a mid-stage Wuzong could compete with him. To kill him, a late-stage Wuzong would be needed, and with such cultivation, crossing the Black Ridge Mountains isn't impossible. He just can't go too deep. So you mean this Chen is actually in the nearby mountains? Guiying's eyes brightened. There's a good chance, the elder said. Mo Li's expression grew cold. He wanted to rush down and settle the score himself. His pride burned at having been bested by Chen and at Chen's rejection of the Blood Demon sect's invitation. The leading man stopped him with a firm hand. Mo Li, you can't go. I will take you and Guiying back to the branch as soon as possible. As for hunting down that Chen, you don't need to worry about it. Why not? Mo Li protested. Mo Li, you must understand, you also gained a lot from the ancient southern capital. You are currently the most outstanding disciple of our branch. Compared to hunting down that Chen, your safety is more important. Our holy sect has just revived. Now is the time to gather strength. I don't want anything unexpected to happen to you because of pursuing that Chen. Mo Li sighed but could not disobey. The elder then addressed the others. You several search for that Chen near this mountain path. Remember, if you see him, try to capture him alive. If that's not possible, kill him, but be sure to obtain the secret techniques he inherited from the ancient southern capital, understood? Yes. The black-cloaked men smiled coldly and vanished into the nearby forest like ghosts. Above the Black Ridge Mountains, the Iron Feather Eagle sped through the air with Chen. The Iron Feather Eagle looked disheveled, missing feathers and bearing wounds. Chen had not expected so many flying blood beasts. Several attacks had come from 4th-level blood beasts, and he had even seen a 5th-level flying blood beast. Without his keen spiritual sense, they would have been in grave danger. After a battle, the Iron Feather Eagle was covered in injuries and extremely fatigued. No, the Iron Feather Eagle's condition is very poor. If we continue flying like this and get surrounded by a group of 4th-level flying blood beasts, or encounter a 5th-level flying blood beast, we won't escape at all. If the Iron Feather Eagle couldn't hold on and fell from such a height, even with his sword control technique, Chen wouldn't dare to take the risk. Whoosh, Chen immediately controlled the Iron Feather Eagle to descend into the Black Ridge Mountains. As soon as he landed, a damp atmosphere rushed into his nostrils. The entire forest felt ancient and somewhat gloomy. The moment Chen landed, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable, as if he was being watched by something. His heart tightened. What's going on? Why am I feeling this way? Having cultivated the 9-star Divine Emperor art and reached a level where his spiritual power was condensed, Chen had great confidence in his perception. This feeling was definitely not unfounded. Something must have gone wrong. Could someone have placed a restriction or tracking mark on me? Chen's brow furrowed, and he immediately activated his spiritual power to search his body. 542 merged Chen searched his body for the length of a full incense stick, but found no tracking mark. It seems that there's no tracking mark on me, but what's this strange feeling? The uncomfortable sensation didn't dissipate. It deepened. He knew something was definitely wrong, he just hadn't discovered what it was. First, I need to heal the Iron Feather Eagle. Chen fed the bird medicinal pills. The Iron Feather Eagle nudged him once, then moved aside to heal. Without delay, Chen pulled out materials and began to carve formation plates and flags. His hands moved swiftly, and with the infusion of his 5th-tier spiritual power, the flags were rapidly completed. If a formation master had witnessed him, they would have been astonished. Though the flags were only 5th-tier, their speed and quality far surpassed an ordinary 5th-tier master. One by one, he threw the flags into the forest. Strangely, as he tossed each flag, it vanished into the woods, invisible to the naked eye, and even 5th-tier spiritual power found it hard to perceive. He was setting a 5th-tier trapping formation, one to confine and layered above it, a killing formation to end those who fell into it. He speculated the tracker must be at least mid-stage Wuzong, perhaps late stage. A 6th-tier Wuzon would not yet have time to arrive. If he didn't resolve the matter now and attracted a higher Wuzon, he would have no chance. So he worked hard until he nearly exhausted his materials, hiding hundreds of flags throughout the forest. Several hundred miles away, a cloaked man flew rapidly. 2 days of pursuit had exhausted him. He had trailed Chen relentlessly, guided by a tiny spirit-seeking bug he kept in his sleeve. Riding high above, the iron feather eagle could not be struck, but once it landed, inevitable in the Black Ridge Mountains, the cloaked man would have his chance. Humph, that kid is really making me run. Once I catch him, I'll reclaim the Kinglian demon fire and make him pay, he muttered, every word laced with murderous intent. Unbeknownst to him, members of the blood demon sect followed from 1,000 miles away, their legs trembling from 2 days' pursuit. They hoped to intersect this lead and take advantage. When the monitoring flags activated, Chen knew the pursuer had arrived. He barely had time to mask his surprise before a black figure rushed in like lightning. The cloaked man laughed aloud, exhausted relief on his face. "Ha ha ha, my efforts were not in vain. I caught you." Chen looked calmly at him. "It's you. How did you find me?" The cloaked man raised a hand, and a fine black thread shot into his sleeve and then into the air, a spirit-seeking bug. Chen's mental power caught it instantly. A spirit-seeking bug, an extraordinary insect with acute sensitivity to auras. He realized the pursuer had followed the iron feather eagle's aura, not his. That explained the tracking, but it also confirmed the enemy had resources. The cloaked man snarled, then unleashed countless black tendrils that surged forward like a living storm, intent on capturing Chen and the iron feather eagle. Chen only smiled coldly. He had set the trap. He raised the mysterious rusty sword, and as soon as the first white light rose, countless streams of light shot up. The cloaked man, confident in his tentacles, thrashed to break the formation, but as more light petals rose, the formation's binding pressed down hard. He had misjudged it. Chen's flags overlapped into several formations at once, a sophisticated fifth-tier construction. "You think a fifth-tier formation can trap me?" the cloaked man roared, trying to force his way free. But the formation tightened, halos lighting up, killing intent spreading like a quagmire. The cloaked man's heart sank. He released the spirit-seeking bug. The insect shivered and began to search. Chen's face changed. If the bug found the formation's core energy source, the entire structure could be destroyed. He could not allow that. Chen activated a temporary killing array within the formation and sent 3 streaks of black light to intercept the bug. The cloaked man instantly dome-shielded the insect with a black sphere and rallied his tendrils to protect it. The flying blades clattered against his defenses, nicking only slightly before the tendrils healed under his control. Chen's options were limited. His killing array and flying knives were 5th-tier in power, sufficient against ordinary opponents, insufficient against this late-stage Wuzong. He needed an edge. He fused his soul force into the rusty sword, and rather than entering the formation himself, thrust the sword into it, controlling it remotely. The rusty sword streaked like a comet, severing tentacles and lunging for the seeking spirit bug. Mental force struck the cloaked man. A dizzying mental attack blurred his mind, and he barely recalled the bug in time to avoid beheading. The sword control was unlike ordinary flying knives. The sword carried a terrifying sword intent, and moved with such precision it was as if a real swordsman fought for Chen. The cloaked man realized then that Chen was not only a master of formations and alchemy, but also had terrifying mental power and sword control. He found himself defending, bleeding in spots, losing ground. "Good kid, I underestimated you," the cloaked man said, eyes serious. "But if you want to kill me, you're far from capable. I am the bloodworm demon. What have I not seen?" He produced a black gourd and held it out. The gourd exuded a strange aura that made Chen's skin prickle. When the gourd's stopper was pulled, a roaring sound like a flood erupted. The gourd swelled into a great vessel, dense with a strange presence. Chen whooshed his sword light toward the gourd. The gourd only laughed, and a cloud of black threads shot out. No, not threads, a writhing swarm of insects. Pitch-black bodies with a red dot on each forehead, metallic shells. A single black gem-like eye. They poured from the gourd like smoke and instantly engulfed the falling sword. The insects gnawed at the sword, their mandibles creaking. Chen felt his control over the rusty sword sink into a quagmire. Its true energy bled away as though devoured. He recognized them at once: blood insect demon. An apt name. The number of spiritual insects the cloaked man carried was staggering. They moved with extraordinary speed, and unlike ordinary life, they seemed to devour energy. Chen slammed the grand formation's full killing aura at the swarm. The insects shuddered but did not fall. His killing aura, comparable to a 5th-tier attack, could not pierce their defense. He yanked the rusty sword back to his hand and checked for damage in a panic, yet the blade showed no sign of harm. Even the cloaked man was stunned. For such insects to have failed to harm a 5th-tier treasure was unusual. The cloaked man. Grinning, commanded the swarm to surge. They obeyed and turned toward Chen. The formation walls stretched, but the insects broke through the array's control, an assault born of purpose rather than brute force. Chen unleashed sword light and then Kinglian demon fire. He knew most spiritual insects hated flame. The Kinglian demon fire ought to burn them to ash. The ghostly green flame spread like a sea of lotus fire and hit the swarm. Some insects fell in flames, charred to black husks, but many did not die. Instead, the red dots on their foreheads glowed brighter, the marks resembling dancing flames. The remaining insects surged forward. Seemingly strengthened by the fire, Chen's brow creased. He peered, thinking, and the face he made turned pale. "Fire-refining insect?" he murmured. These were not ordinary devouring ants. The fire-refining insect ranked far higher among strange spiritual insects, where others F-E-A-R-E-D Chinese letter. These creatures thrived upon it. To mature, they needed to devour flames and absorb their power. They could even resist and feed on the Kinglian demon fire. Their presence here meant the cloaked man possessed a top-tier insect arsenal. The cloaked man's laugh froze when he realized Chen recognized them. Rage and disbelief contorted his features. "You refined my Kinglian blood spirit fire?" he spat. "How could you?" Chen's mind raced. The fire-refining insect's reaction, flourishing under Kinglian flame, hinted at a link to the green lotus blood spirit fire that had been stolen from him in Wu City. Their behavior suggested breeding on such fires. If these were indeed fire-refining insects, they were rare beyond measure. One such juvenile could be worth a fortune. A living swarm and the black gourd that carried them, how valuable, how rare. A cold realization settled in Chen. This enemy's arsenal was not only terrifying in battle, it was absurdly plot valuable. The presence of fire-refining insects, the gourd, the spirit-seeking bug, all tied to that stolen green lotus blood spirit fire, meant this was not a simple pursuer. This man trafficked in top-tier spirit insects and forbidden fires, the kind of wealth and danger that could rival entire factions. The insect swarm pressed, and the formation's killing intent and his Kinglian demon fire only achieved partial results. They overwhelmed his base formation once, forcing him to push further. He felt the black worm demon's tentacles, the swarms buzzing like iron teeth, and the burning knowledge that these insects were among the most expensive and rarest of spiritual beasts. Whoever controlled them held an arsenal few in the martial domain could match. Chen tightened his grip on the rusty sword, eyes cold. The battle had spiked in danger. The cloaked man had revealed a horrifying trump card. The black gourd still hung open, its depths whispering with the echo of people's ashes and the taste of refined fires. Chen could feel the weight of what the cloaked man carried, an arsenal stolen, bartered, or hoarded, every insect a treasure. He needed to act fast. The formation hummed, the rust sword thrummed with soul force, and the fire-refining insects droned like a furnace. The cloaked man bristled with confidence, expecting capitulation. Chen's every muscle was coiled for the next move. The gourd, the insects, the spirit-seeking bug, everything pointed to one undeniable truth. This enemy was not merely hunting him. He brought an absurdly rare force that could reshape fortunes. Chen inhaled, the Kinglian demon fire flickering in his palms, the formation's halos tightening, the sword ready to cut the air. He understood then that what unfolded now would determine not only his life, but the fate of those treasures, and the path ahead would lead to taming or seizing what the cloaked man guarded so jealously. The black gourd still hung open, the insects still swarmed, and the sense of how rare and expensive this arsenal was pressed in on him like a shadow. The buzzing rose to a howl, the flames licked hungrily, and Chen prepared to make his next move. Moreover, the fire-refining insect, being among the top 10 strange spiritual insects, is extremely rare across the entire Tianwu continent. Even in Chen's previous life in the martial domain, he had only heard of it and had never seen it in person. So for a moment he could not recognize it. This left Chen astonished. Where did this cloaked man obtain so many strange spiritual insects? The devouring ant, the seeking spirit insect, the fire-refining insect, each one of them is extraordinary, and once cultivated to their ultimate mature form, they could dominate the entire martial domain. Even an ordinary 9th-level martial god would not dare to engage them unless they were an extraordinary figure among the 9th-level martial gods, capable of dealing with these fully matured, strange spiritual insects. What puzzled Chen the most was how the cloaked man managed to sustain these strange spiritual insects. Even in their primary stages, they devoured resources at a prodigious rate, and the fire-refining insect in particular needed flame, aura, and metals to reproduce. Raising so many single-handedly in the Daiwei dynasty was impossible for an ordinary man. Only a terrifying secret could explain it. You actually know that this strange spiritual insect is a fire-refining insect? Chen was shocked, and the cloaked man was also taken aback. The strange spiritual insects he nurtured had long gone unrecognized in the Daiwei dynasty. But unexpectedly, this kid from the 5 nations recognized everything. If it weren't for Chen being so young and indeed hailing from the 5 nations, the cloaked man would suspect an ancient monster of the Tianwu continent. Hehe, since you recognize that I'm controlling a fire-refining insect, why don't you hurry up and surrender? After his initial surprise, the cloaked man immediately chuckled eerily. I never expected you could refine my green lotus blood spirit fire. Do you think having strange fire means you can defeat my fire-refining insect? Chen was enlightened. No wonder these fire-refining insects were not afraid of the green lotus blood spirit fire. They had been cultivated relying on the aura of this very green lotus blood spirit fire, which made them naturally resistant to it. Fortunately, after Chen absorbed the green lotus demon fire, his control over it became proficient enough to burn some of the insects. But he immediately retracted the flame once he realized the deeper connection. Ha, now you know the green lotus blood spirit fire is ineffective, right? I can promise you one thing. If you surrender now, I can spare your life for the time being. The cloaked man squinted, certain that the secret to condensing the green lotus blood spirit fire would make him unstoppable once fully applied to his insects. Spare my life, I think I'll pass. You should take care of yourself, I might not spare you later. Chen sneered. You brat, you're looking for death? The cloaked man was enraged. He formed hand seals, and the black gourd he held emitted a buzzing sound, releasing a strange aura. Under its stimulation, a massive swarm of fire-refining insects, unafraid of the green lotus demon fire, surged toward Chen. Chen did not panic. He had fought devouring ants before without the green lotus demon fire. It was his thunder bloodline that had turned the tide then. He believed the thunder bloodline would be decisive now as well. Boom. A vast expanse of lightning erupted from his body, turning into a sea of thunder that enveloped the incoming insects. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, countless devouring ants burst from his storage ring, rushing forward. These devouring ants had been refined through the thunder bloodline and bore golden patterns on their backs, their forms altered by the baptism they had received. One black-red, one black-gold, the two swarms collided, creating an astonishing sound of tearing. The cloaked man's face fell when he recognized his own devouring ants among Chen's. At first he thought the ants lost while tracking Chen had been killed, but now he understood some had been tamed by the youth. He had always believed refined strange insects were seldom taken by others. Seeing them under Chen's command filled him with horror. Lightning ravaged the sky. Under its onslaught, some fire-refining insects were incinerated, others were struck and altered, and a handful, instead of dying, sprouted golden rings and became bound to Chen by the thunder bloodline. In a single decisive beat, the baptism completed. The surviving fire-refining insects' connection to him snapped and re-anchored to Chen, their patterns glowing with a new golden luster as they obeyed his will. The moment was terrifyingly beautiful and final. The cloaked man stared, mouth open. What? Aren't these my refined devouring ants? How did you take control of them? And Chen's thunder bloodline had not only empowered his devouring ants, but had baptized a portion of the fire-refining insects, severing the cloaked man's contract. He felt the mental link solidify. Both swarms, one of thunder-blessed devouring ants, one of stolen fire-refining insects, now circled him, responsive to his thoughts. The cloaked man frantically urged the black gourd and formed hand seals, desperately trying to reclaim his insects, but Chen met the interference with a surge of soul power. Boom! His soul power was overwhelming. Even a late-stage Wuzong like the cloaked man could not match it. The connection between the cloaked man and his insects was completely severed. Collect! Chen commanded. The dense swarm compacted. Though only about 1/10 of the fire-refining insects remained after the lightning purged much of the mass, what remained exuded a far more powerful aura. The two swarms, distinct yet united under Chen, moved at his will. No, this is impossible, the cloaked man muttered, eyes blood-red. He spat mouthfuls of blood as his spirit and energy collapsed under the shock of losing his prized beasts. Chen did not waste words. Coldly he said, "Now that you have no cards left, how can you compete with this young master?" At his thought, the devouring ants breached the cloaked man's protective true energy, devouring openings in his armor, while the fire-refining insects swarmed through and wrapped him into a black insect ball, tearing and gnawing with ferocious precision. Crunch, 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 the sound of armor being chewed rang out. The cloaked man roared and unleashed a strange blast that scattered a portion of the insects, but it was too late. His once intact fifth-level armor was riddled with holes and his body covered in wounds. Puff! His spirit wavering, he spat more blood. His whole being became incredibly weak, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. The fire-refined insects and the devouring ants were incredibly powerful, leaving Chen astounded. These two peculiar spirit insects were simply too strong, capable of overwhelming even a powerful figure like the Cloaked Man. With his current cultivation, Chen alone could barely harm the Cloaked Man. Only the combination of formations had allowed him to inflict any damage. Yet in an instant the strange spirit insects had dealt a severe blow. Though the Cloaked Man's prior mental injury helped, the fact that those larvae-stage insects could exhibit such destructive force far exceeded Chen's expectations. Any expert below the divine-level martial realm would likely not be a match for them. Originally disgusted by the devouring ants, Chen now found them utterly adorable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a thought, Chen urged the swarms toward the Cloaked Man. Now seriously injured, and even with his mysterious gourd, the man would inevitably be reduced to ash under the insect's relentless onslaught. "No, don't kill me. You can't kill me," the Cloaked Man screamed as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He understood that at Chen's will he would be utterly annihilated. "Can't kill you. You've targeted me multiple times, why should I spare you?" Chen's voice was calm as the two clouds of insects hovered ominously above the Cloaked Man. Desperate, the man blurted, "Don't you want to know where I got this Kinglian blood spirit fire and these strange spirit insects? If you spare me, I will tell you where I obtained them." Chen arched an eyebrow. He was curious, but he would not let the Cloaked Man leave to return later stronger. He prepared to command the swarms to devour him. "Don't you want the Qiān grass?" the man suddenly shouted. "Qiān grass?" Chen's attention sharpened and the buzzing paused. The Qiān grass was a peculiar spiritual herb that could cleanse meridians and remove pill toxins, allowing martial artists with unstable foundations to be reborn. For those below the 7th level martial king, it could help them break through. For higher levels, it was poison. Its rarity and power made it a coveted treasure across the martial domain. "If you have it, speak," Chen said coldly. The Cloaked Man fumbled, then tried to hedge with vague directions. Chen's soul sense and deduction cut through the deception immediately. The rock residue proved the herb's presence, but the terrain of the find was inconsistent with a simple swamp. Cornered, the man had to tell the truth in one go. "It's in the Black Death Swamp," he confessed. "Not on the surface. It lies within a forbidden area inside the swamp, shrouded by a powerful formation. The entrance is a lake. I found this Kinglian blood spirit fire and those strange insects there as well. I marked a rough area on a map. I kept the Qiān grass because it wasn't mature when I was there, and I couldn't break in then." Chen inspected the hastily drawn map and the rock the man threw him. The rock bore traces of the bitter rime herb's essence, a familiar scent that briefly cleansed impurities when Chen inhaled it. If he had a whole plant, he could directly step into the earth-level martial realm. His mind raced, weighing chances and dangers. "Black Death Swamp?" Chen asked once, then nodded. The Cloaked Man's words matched the evidence. He added, almost to himself, that the Kinglian blood spirit fire the man claimed might not be the legendary Kinglian demon fire. The fact it was left inside a formation made Chen suspicious in a single thought. "Hand over the black gourd too," Chen said. The Cloaked Man, trembling with anger and fear, flung the gourd. It shrank midair and landed in Chen's palm. The man expected to be allowed to leave now that he'd spoken, but Chen smiled coolly and instead removed the formation restraints around him, then said, "I promised not to kill you. But you won't survive more than 6 months after leaving here." The man's steps halted and he spun around in horror. "How do you know?" Chen's half-smile deepened. "That black gourd is a true treasure used to raise strange spirit insects. When you obtained it, you also received the incantations and hand techniques. Ever since you took it, your spirit has been deteriorating, your sleep ruined, nightmares leaving you frozen each night. It's eating you from the inside." The Cloaked Man's face drained of color. Chen looked at him with a pitiful meaning, his expression half-smile, half-warning. -549. The Cloaked Man was trembling all over, his body stiff as iron, his feet seemingly cemented to the ground, unable to take a step forward. Chen ignored the expression on the Cloaked Man's face and coldly said, "Unfortunately, the person who left this black gourd had no good intentions. Besides the rituals and prohibitions of the insect cultivators, there is a reverse feeding prohibition woven into it. The gourd spirit insects are sustained by your blood and soul. That's how such a small, strange thing can let you overwhelm late-stage 5th level Wuzong and even kill a martial venerable. It has been fueling your rise, but it is eating you. Your blood, your soul, your future are being corroded. You're stuck and slowly dying." The Cloaked Man's face turned extremely ugly. He had suspected something. Ever since obtaining the gourd, his health had been worsening, but strength is temptation. 2 years of those strange spirit insects had pushed him forward where years of ordinary cultivation could not. He had swallowed the poison for power. Now Chen telling him he might have no more than half a year left struck him with raw terror. "Humph, alarmist!" he barked, but his hands trembled, cold sweat slicking his palms. Chen's eyes narrowed. "I could have left you to it, but I have a way to suppress the gourd's harm temporarily and give you a path to recovery, a secret formula and a pill. You can live longer, even break through to Martial Venerable. In return, you serve me for a limited time." "Become your servant? Impossible!" the cloaked man snapped, fury and pride flaring. Chen glanced at him and made a single hand seal. A strange light emanated from the black gourd. Countless fire-refining insects and chi-devouring ants swarmed back into it as if obedient. The cloaked man's eyes widened. Chen had ruled the gourd in moments, something the other had barely managed after days. That instant display of absolute control drained the man's resistance. He found himself unable to snarl further, every boast hollow against the young man's power. "Refuse and leave," Chen said coldly. "Stay, accept my help, or die before 6 months." The cloaked man shuddered then, with a face gone ashen, finally ground out, "Fine, half a year, but if you deceive me, I'll find you and kill you." Chen's expression did not change. "Agreed, to ensure you don't betray me, I will place a restriction on you." He formed a hand seal. "Heavenly transformation sealing soul technique." A formless soul force condensed, then shot into the cloaked man's spiritual sea. The man felt his mind snared in an invisible cage, every move suddenly vulnerable to a single thought from Chen. It was not mere threat. The soul seal was real, and it could be detonated to scatter his soul if he acted against Chen's interests. Fear curdled into resignation. He had no bargaining chips left. "I will not detonate it without reason," Chen said. "Obey for half a year and I will lift it. Take this pill to heal. I'll give you the formula to practice. It will suppress the gourd's drain and let your true essence circulate again. It's a temporary fix, not a cure, but it buys you time long enough to reach Martial Venerable in months if you work." Chen tossed out a jade bottle. The cloaked man opened it and inhaled a 5th-grade healing pill, fresh, potent. Shock washed over him. 5th-grade pills did not exist in the 5 nations. A 5-level array master and a 5th-grade alchemist at 16, the reality of Chen's capacities settled him. Being his servant for half a year no longer felt like humiliation, but a pragmatic bargain to live and advance. "You can practice now," Chen said without pity. Before the cloaked man could protest, a mental tug seized him as Chen pulled him briefly into a mental cage and imprinted a formula into his consciousness. He returned gasping. He sat, practiced for only a few breaths, and immediately felt the true essence in his body, long stagnated, stir and circulate in a way it hadn't in years. Pain eased in his bones, exhaustion slackened. The change was abrupt, profound. He tasted hope. "Good," Chen said. "As I said, temporary. It will extend your life and give you a breakthrough window, but remember the terms." The cloaked man could only nod. Bound by the soul seal and grateful for the pill and formula, he accepted the contract. Chen had turned a deadly enemy into a controlled, time-limited asset. The black gourd and its insects remained a deeper mystery, a double-edged tool that granted speed at the cost of blood and soul, and Chen had linked that danger into his own web. Chen closed his eyes to recover. The earlier skirmish had cost him energy. The 9-star Divine Emperor technique drew heaven and earth chi rapidly, restoring him to peak. The cloaked man, pill's warmth spreading through his limbs, opened his eyes with something bordering on relief. Chen stepped forward to withdraw the monitoring formation in the forest, then frowned. The monitoring arrays he had set up were triggered again more than once. Someone else has come. The cloaked man also sensed distant fluctuations of true chi and said solemnly, "Master, I didn't hide my tracks when I tracked you before. Perhaps they followed me here." He had called Chen master on impulse and found the word oddly fitting. "Ha, so it was you tracking this boy. Quite a skilled hand." A cheerful, hearty laugh suddenly rang out through the forest. Swish, swish, swish. Several black figures rushed out from the trees, immediately surrounding the cloaked man and Chen. The few individuals were dressed in black cloaks, exuding a suffocating aura, clearly indicating that each one of them was a divine-level martial realm expert. Upon seeing Chen, their faces lit up with wild joy. Previously, they had only approached with a trial-and-error mindset, chasing relentlessly for 2 days and nights without proper rest, and deep down, they held little hope. However, now that they had actually caught up to Chen, how could they not be delighted? This was simply an unexpected windfall. "Ha, my friend, you truly have remarkable means to be able to track down this brat as well. I admire you, I admire you." The leading black-clad individual smiled and cupped his hands towards the cloaked figure, his demeanor relaxed, clearly having regarded Chen as already within their grasp. "Are you following me and my master for a reason?" At this moment, the cloaked figure had recognized that the others were members of the Blood Demon sect and coldly snorted. "Master," one of the black-clad leaders from the Blood Demon sect was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression darkened, his eyes appearing somewhat sinister as he sneered, "Friend, let's not speak in riddles. The relationship between you and Chen isn't simply that of master and servant, is it? If I'm not mistaken, you must be after something on him, wanting to get close to Chen. So the performance you put on back in Tiandu was merely an act, wasn't it? Do you think we can't see through such obvious matters?" The other black-clad members of the Blood Demon sect all began to sneer. During their time in Tiandu, even though Chen claimed that the cloaked figure was his servant and referred to him as a slave, what kind of eyesight did they possess? The cloaked figure had only helped Chen deal with a few insignificant figures from Qiān at the beginning. Later, during the conflict with the Liuxian sect, not only did the cloaked figure not help Chen, but he even negotiated on the sidelines. Even when Chen faced danger, he did not step in to save him. Could there really be such a master-servant relationship in this world? Having cultivated to the level of the divine-level martial realm, which of them was easy to deceive? They were all extremely shrewd. If they couldn't even see through this, that would be too laughable. Now this cloaked figure was still calling Chen master in front of them, clearly not wanting them to get involved with Chen. How could they agree to this? "Friend, as the saying goes, good things are shared among those who see them. Since you brought us here, we can share a piece of Chen's pie with you. However, this person is someone our Blood Demon sect desires. I advise you, those who recognize the times are wise, don't seek your own demise." The leader in black coldly stared at the cloaked figure. "Good, those who recognize the times are wise." The cloaked figure laughed in anger. He was already unhappy being enslaved by Chen, and he did not expect the Blood Demon sect members to dare to add fuel to the fire. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained, and he raised his hand to punch the leading black-clad individual. "You're seeking death." The leading black-clad individual clearly did not expect the cloaked figure to start attacking so suddenly, and he immediately grew furious. "Daring to be rampant before my Blood Demon sect, in that case I will kill you too." As his voice fell, a wave of black mist erupted from the black-clad individual, radiating an alarming blood demon aura as he swept towards the cloaked figure. "You few, capture this brat. Remember, do not let him escape." While battling the cloaked figure, the black-clad leader did not forget to give orders to the others. The remaining black-clad members all laughed sinisterly. "Elder Blood Eagle, don't worry. A mere brat, we guarantee he won't escape even a hair." As they spoke, the few of them pounced fiercely towards Chen, and with a boom, the four of them struck from 4 different angles, 4 streams of black mist shooting up into the sky. Although the tone of these 4 was quite disdainful when they acted, they showed no mercy. In an instant, there were cries of ghosts and howls of gods. A chilling wind swept through. Clearly having witnessed Chen's displayed strength in Tiandu, they did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Boom, the 4 streams of black mist swirled madly, showcasing their mid-level, divine-level martial realm cultivation without reservation. Clearly, these few were all mid-level, divine-level martial realm experts. In an instant, they surrounded Chen with a cage of black mist, giving him no chance to escape. At this moment, not far away, the attacks between the cloaked figure and the black-clad individual had already collided. Boom. 2 terrifying forces clashed together, and Elder Blood Eagle of the Blood Demon sect immediately felt his black mist being shattered layer by layer under the cloaked figure's attack, causing his expression to change drastically. "What a terrifying cultivation," Elder Blood Eagle thought to himself. He was a late-stage divine-level martial realm expert and had initially looked down on the cloaked figure, but did not expect that the opponent was not only also a late-stage divine-level martial realm expert, but seemed to be even stronger than him. Crack. The cloaked figure's face darkened, his eyes cold and fierce. He was already in a foul mood, and with the intention of establishing authority in front of Chen, he naturally held nothing back. Even without the strange spiritual bug, his cultivation was also among the best among the mid-level divine-level martial realm experts. His powerful cultivation immediately pressed Elder Blood Eagle's blood demon true energy aside, continually crushing it. Feeling the increasing pressure, the expression of the black-clad individual grew increasingly grim, but deep within his gaze, there was no hint of panic. With a flash of his right hand, a black cloud banner treasure appeared in his hand, which he threw towards the cloaked figure. As soon as this cloud banner treasure entered the void, it instantly expanded with the wind, transforming into a nearly 10 jang long black canopy, enveloping the cloaked figure. What the hell is this? The cloaked figure was alarmed, feeling an immense threat. Without time to kill Elder Blood Eagle, he raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Initially, there was only one palm shadow, but soon it transformed into a dense mass of dozens or even hundreds. Countless palm shadows covered the sky, instantly striking down upon the black cloud banner. Puff, 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 puff. The palm shadows struck out by the cloaked figure were astonishing in power, terrifying beyond measure. Any one of them could split a giant rock. However, upon striking the cloud banner, it only emitted a muffled sound, as if a stone had sunk into the sea, completely silent. In contrast, the black cloud banner radiated a cold aura, spinning wildly as it continued to descend upon the cloaked figure. What kind of true treasure is this, that it's so terrifying? The cloaked figure's face changed instantly, and he could not afford to hold back his true energy. In an instant, he unleashed all his cultivation, attempting to blow the black cloud banner away. However, this black cloud banner, made of some unidentifiable material, was extraordinarily strong, and for the time being, the cloaked figure had no power to break through it. Ha, don't waste your efforts. This item is called the Heavenly Demon Banner, a supreme treasure of my blood demon sect. Although it's just a fake, it's not something you can easily break through. Just obediently become a soul beneath the Heavenly Demon Banner, ha. Across from him, Elder Blood Eagle was fully controlling the Heavenly Demon Banner, laughing wildly. Not far away, the 4 elders of the Blood Demon sect who had trapped Chen began to snicker. The reason Elder Mo Xin felt at ease having this group chase after Chen was because he knew that Elder Zhu Ying possessed the Heavenly Demon Banner, and with this treasure, as long as they didn't encounter a 6th-level martial venerable, there would basically be no issues. Listening to Elder Zhu Ying's arrogant laughter, the cloaked man felt extremely annoyed. If it weren't for the black gourd being taken by Chen, how could his blood insect demon fear such a small black banner from the other party? Thinking of this, the cloaked man immediately shouted at Chen, "Master, are you just going to watch your subordinate fall into danger?" The members of the Blood Demon sect were taken aback, all looking at the cloaked man in disbelief, their expressions full of confusion. Is this guy out of his mind? He actually asked Chen for help. They had all experienced the ancient southern capital and knew that Chen had some skills. Even Li Shenfeng from the Liu Xian sect had been slain by him. However, Li Shenfeng was merely a 5th-level initial stage martial Zong, while Elder Mo Xin had already estimated that Chen's strength was at most comparable to a 5th-level mid-stage martial Zong. Among the 5 of them, Elder Zhu Ying was a 5th-level late-stage martial Zong, and the remaining 4 were also 5th-level mid-stage martial Zongs. What waves could Chen stir, no matter how talented he was? Moreover, Chen was currently trapped in their demon chi prison and couldn't escape. How could he save himself? I thought this guy had decent cultivation and was someone to reckon with, but I didn't expect him to be an idiot. A dignified 5th-level late-stage peak martial Zong actually calls a mere child master. Is he not afraid of being laughed at? The several men in black all laughed. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly emerged from the black mist they had summoned. If you can't even deal with these little ants, I'm starting to doubt whether taking you as a servant was a correct choice. It was Chen speaking. Upon hearing this, the cloaked man was almost driven mad with rage, thinking to himself, if it weren't for you taking my treasures, how could I, a dignified blood insect demon, fear these pieces of trash? Humph, young man, such big words. You are trapped by us 4 and still you boast. Do you think our not killing you is because we can't? After hearing Chen's words, the faces of the 4 members of the Blood Demon sect darkened. They intended to teach Chen a lesson and suddenly urged the black mist in the void. Countless mists instantly twisted and surged like a python, rapidly squeezing toward the center where Chen stood. Kid, are you still boasting now? Humph, do you think just because you won 1st place in the ancient southern capital competition, you are invincible? Looking at the ever-shrinking black mist, the black-clad individuals all sneered. I don't know about invincibility, but dealing with you trash is more than sufficient. Just as they finished speaking, Chen's voice resounded again from within the black mist. The members of the Blood Demon sect were instantly enraged, thinking if it weren't for their desire to obtain the treasures and secrets from this person, how could they let him live until now? They would have killed him long ago. Even now, they were extremely furious and had already decided to give Chen a good lesson before inquiring about the secrets. However, before the 4 of them could act again, they suddenly felt the surroundings heating up. What's going on? Is my feeling wrong? The doubt in their hearts hadn't even settled when they realized that it wasn't a mistake at all. The air around them was indeed getting hotter and hotter. Look at the center of the mist prison. Suddenly, one black-clad man pointed ahead at the black mist prison, exclaiming in terror. Everyone immediately saw that the black mist prison before them suddenly became transparent. They quickly understood that it wasn't their black mist that was becoming transparent, but rather, in the middle of the black mist, there was a massive source of light, and a tremendous amount of heat was pouring out from that black mist prison. At the moment they saw the light, they were horrified to discover that the black mist they had control over was rapidly dissolving, as if it had encountered the scorching sun, with the black mist continuously disappearing from their perception. Boom. In the next moment, endless heat erupted, and a terrifying azure flame suddenly exploded, breaking through the black mist prison that had originally trapped Chen. A figure holding a flame shaped like an azure lotus slowly walked out from the center of the mist prison. The lotus flame was radiating an astonishing amount of heat. Even though their cultivation had reached the 5th level mid-stage, they felt unbearably hot and could hardly withstand it. What kind of flame is this? Could it be the blood spirit fire of a certain sect-level blood beast? Even the blood spirit fire of a sect-level blood beast wouldn't be so terrifying. Right, this heat is too horrifying. The 4 black-clad individuals were instantly stunned, but in a mere instant they realized this was not the time to be dazed, as the azure lotus flame radiating incredible heat was already encroaching upon them like a blazing sun. In the face of this azure blood spirit fire, their most proud black mist was continuously hissing and emanating a foul burnt odor, unable to resist at all. What shocked them even more was that behind the azure sun-like azure lotus blood spirit fire, a group of black insects with crimson golden patterns suddenly flew out. These insects showed no fear of the scorching flames and frantically began to gnaw at them, instantly wrapping the 4 of them into a ball of insects. No! The 4 could only emit a terrified cry before being consumed by the crimson golden fire-refining insects, losing all vitality, and even their armor turned to nothingness. Following that, their bodies were instantly reduced to ashes under the burning of the azure lotus blood spirit fire, leaving nothing behind. You actually! The elder Zhu Ying, who was gradually pressuring the cloaked man, widened his eyes in shock and rage upon witnessing this scene. He could never have predicted that the 4 elders of the blood demon sect could not capture Chen, but instead were slain by this kid in such a short time. For a moment, he couldn't accept it all. After a moment, he reacted by spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning blood red as he pointed at Chen and roared, "You brat! You actually killed the elders of my blood demon sect! You are dead, do you know that? Heaven and earth, no one can save you now. You are doomed!" As he roared, he manipulated the black heavenly demon banner and aimed it at Chen, clearly forgetting Elder Mo Zin's order, intending to kill Chen on the spot. Boom, the black demon banner immediately swelled again, the black demonic energy spreading almost completely covering the sky, erupting with a terrifying aura. The demonic energy surged, and Elder Blood Eagle's eyes were red with rage, clearly having lost his senses in his anger because one of the 4 blood demon sect elders killed by Chen was his brother. This treasure has some interesting properties. Looking at the black demonic clouds sweeping overhead, Chen surprisingly nodded as if commenting. Beneath these demonic clouds, he felt a slight impact on the true energy within him, causing his movements to slow. No wonder the black slave wasn't a match for that guy under the demon banner. With such a treasure, it was equivalent to restricting the opponent's strength by at least 20%. For martial artists of the same level, this was absolutely an astonishing figure. "You brat! I will let you know what it means to wish you were dead." Seeing that Chen was still leisurely nodding in response to his attack, Elder Blood Eagle became even angrier. He had resolved to make Chen wish for death but be unable to die. With a roar, he urged his true energy to the extreme, and the vast demonic energy was about to envelop Chen. At that moment, Chen suddenly sneered and made a hand gesture. Boom, 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 countless astonishing beams of light shot straight up into the sky. The 5th level trapping formation set up to deal with the cloaked man was reactivated, instantly cutting through the true energy of the surrounding mountains and forests, and the sky full of black energy was separated under this light. Boom, in the end, only about 1/10 of the original overwhelming demonic energy landed above Chen's head. Buzz, the Kinglian demon fire erupted in brilliance, and under Chen's urging, it instantaneously blocked the overwhelming demonic energy, dissipating it into nothingness. "What's happening?" Elder Blood Eagle was taken aback. What had just happened? Why was the aura of the demon banner he had unleashed suddenly cut into so many pieces? Shocked, he hurriedly looked around and immediately understood the reason. He found himself trapped in a grand formation. Originally, an ordinary formation would not have surprised him at all, but upon sensing the level of this formation, Elder Blood Eagle was even more shocked. It was unexpectedly a peak 5th level formation. How could there be a peak 5th level trapping formation in these mountains and forests? Elder Blood Eagle was immensely shocked. Although he didn't know much about formations, he could still tell that this 5th-level trapping formation was not triggered by any specific formation disk, but by countless formation flags embedded in the mountains and forests. This meant that this 5th-level formation was set up by a formation master on the scene. This cloaked man is actually a 5th-level formation master. Elder Blood Eagle stared at the cloaked man in horror. No, suddenly, he reacted sharply. If this cloaked man was a 5th-level formation master, then why didn't he activate the formation during his attack earlier? Instead, he sought help from Chen. Could it be? Realizing this possibility, Elder Blood Eagle was completely dumbfounded, staring at Chen in terror, his eyes nearly popping out. Impossible, how could this be possible? This kid is merely a peak 4th-level Qiān-level martial artist. How could he set up a 5th-level grand formation? Elder Blood Eagle could hardly believe his own speculation. Ha, weren't you just extremely arrogant? Why aren't you so arrogant now? Within the grand formation, seeing Elder Blood Eagle in trouble, the cloaked man began to coldly laugh in excitement. He had previously suffered a great loss under Chen's grand formation, but now seeing Elder Blood Eagle also suffer, his heart was immeasurably pleased. Not far away, Chen's expression darkened. "Black slave, why are you wasting words with him? Hurry up and take him down." The cloaked man, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly froze, his expression turning extremely strange. He felt like he was about to vomit blood in frustration and shouted, "Master, I don't call myself Black Slave. No matter what you call yourself, in my presence you will be called Black Slave." Chen completely ignored his plea. The cloaked man was speechless, almost going insane. "Ah!" In his extreme frustration, he roared and lunged at Elder Blood Eagle. He couldn't refute Chen, he could only vent his anger on Elder Blood Eagle. Although Elder Blood Eagle was deeply shocked, he ultimately suppressed his astonishment and coldly snorted, his face extremely grim as he said, "Do you think such a 5th-level trapping formation can trap me?" As his voice fell, he spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood that floated in the air, not falling but transforming into bizarre blood patterns. These blood patterns emitted a dazzling aura, and under his incantation, they instantly merged into the demon banner above. Woo 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 woo. After merging with the essence blood, the demon banner became even more terrifying, producing an astonishing wailing sound, like the cries of ghosts, with the terrifying black aura nearly covering the entire sky and forest. Under the demon banner, the cloaked man suddenly felt an incomparably huge pressure. The true energy in his body, which had been smooth and flowing with the help of the formation, once again became sluggish, and his face changed darkly. So heavy with resentment. How much resentment did this demon banner absorb to become successful? This is simply inhumane. Chen's expression darkened. He raised a hand, and countless devouring insects and fire-refining insects instantly transformed into 2 rivers of insects, surging towards the demon banner in the sky. Thunder Bloodline. Boom! At the same time, Chen activated the Thunder Bloodline, and an astonishing bolt of lightning shot up into the sky, crashing into the air with the help of the devouring insects and fire-refining insects. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless resentful and demonic energies were dissolved, and Elder Blood Eagle felt a surge of terror as he realized that his connection with the demon banner was gradually weakening. "You want to take my demon banner?" Elder Blood Eagle's face was furious, his expression changing drastically. He hurriedly tried to regain control of the demon banner, but Chen had already calculated the timing perfectly. The moment Elder Blood Eagle activated it, he abruptly unleashed his 5th-level spiritual power, instantly severing the connection between Elder Blood Eagle and the demon banner. Puff. As Elder Blood Eagle's mind shook, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his face pale as paper, glaring at Chen with rage, trembling. You actually took my demon banner." He felt that his connection with the demon banner had been completely severed. Chen sneered, not saying anything. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of demonic energy instantly vanished, and the banner-like treasure lost control, shrinking immediately and falling into Chen's hand. "Black slave, what are you waiting for?" Chen's cold voice echoed. The cloaked man's eyes twitched, feeling frustrated, and pounced towards Elder Blood Eagle. Elder Blood Eagle, who had lost the demon banner, was terrified and tried desperately to resist, but trapped in the formation, he was not a match for the cloaked man, who quickly became covered in injuries. Go under Chen's control. Countless devouring Qi ants immediately swarmed in, wrapping around Elder Zhu Ying tightly and crazily absorbing the true energy from his body. In just a moment, the true energy within Elder Zhu Ying was completely drained, and his clothing was shredded, revealing a gaunt face. Then, a large number of fire-refining insects and devouring Qi ants, after absorbing enough true energy, instantly returned to Chen's black gourd. You are the blood bug demon of the Great Wei dynasty. Elder Zhu Ying looked at Chen with anger and surprise. Having lost his true energy, he no longer had the strength to resist. Speak, where is your blood demon sex base, and who are the strong ones? Chen did not answer Elder Zhu Ying. He only coldly stared at him, his gaze icy. Humph, do you think you can seek revenge from my blood demon sect? Since you've heard of my blood demon sect, you should know our power. I advise you to obediently let me go and return to my blood demon sect to confess your crimes, or else, if you kill my blood demon sect's disciples, we will never let you go. Despite being captured by Chen, Elder Zhu Ying showed no signs of fear. Instead, he even threatened Chen, you killed 4 elders of my blood demon sect, and we will definitely not let you go. However, if you join my blood demon sect and bring sufficient benefits, perhaps the higher-ups of my blood demon sect will spare your life. Are you threatening me? Chen coldly laughed at Elder Zhu Ying. This guy really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Threaten you? Do I even need to? Elder Zhu Ying sneered. I admit I underestimated you before, but you should know what kind of power my blood demon sect possesses, right? If not for my blood demon sect not wanting to cause a huge uproar, the entire Great Wei dynasty would have fallen into our hands. Why would we need to threaten you? Another arrogant guy, Chen was too lazy to talk to him anymore. He turned to the cloaked man and said coldly, Black slave, cripple him. Yes, master. The cloaked man had long been displeased with Elder Zhu Ying. Already captured, he still acted pretentious. Bang. Without waiting for Elder Zhu Ying to say anything, he directly struck his dantian with a palm. With a loud bang, Elder Zhu Ying felt a tremendous force hit him, shattering the chi pool at his dantian. He looked at Chen and the cloaked man in shock and anger, clearly not expecting them to act so quickly. You actually destroyed my chi pool? After saying this, he seemed to age more than 10 years in an instant, his spirit visibly waning. With the dantian shattered and the chi pool destroyed, it meant that his later life was effectively ruined. In this martial arts-dominated world, without a dantian and strength, he was like a fish on a chopping block, living a life worse than death. If he had another chance, he would never choose to threaten Chen as he did before. Still not speaking, Chen said coldly, exuding a killing intent. The Blood Demon sect was once a force that shook the entire Northwest kingdoms. Chen generally adhered to the principle of, if others do not offend me, I do not offend them. If others offend me, I will repay them double. Since the Blood Demon sect wanted to act against him, he naturally needed to gather more information. If you have the ability, then kill me. To learn about my holy sect from me, dream on. With his dantian destroyed, Elder Zhu Ying was utterly despairing. With a heart full of dead ashes, he snarled with a twisted face. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Not just you, but your family, your country, will all be wiped out by my blood demon sect. Damn, I hate guys like you the most. In front of me, you still dare to act pretentious. Master, leave this to me. I guarantee I'll extract the information you want, Humph. The nickname of my subordinate blood bug demon is not just for show. The cloaked man said coldly, looking impatiently at Elder Zhu Ying. No need, leave it to me. Chen chuckled coldly. Focusing his soul power, a terrifying mental force instantly entered Elder Zhu Ying's mind. Illusionary prison? Whoosh. Elder Zhu Ying felt as if he encountered a pair of deep, cold eyes, causing his mind to spin. Those cold eyes instantly swallowed the entire world. In the next moment, the freezing Elder Zhu Ying found himself in a cold and eerie space. Several cold iron chains intertwined and bound his limbs, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, unable to move. What is this place? Elder Zhu Ying exclaimed in horror, his expression terrified. How had he ever seen something so bizarre? Just a moment ago he was fine in the forest, but in the blink of an eye he found himself in such a strange place. This is my mental space. Chen smiled coldly. Mental space? Elder Zhu Ying was shocked. He had heard that some powerful experts with strong mental powers could pull people into their own world for interrogation or battles, but he had never seen it before. He never expected that this young boy from the 5 nations would possess such a secret technique. Speak, tell me about your blood demon sect. Chen said nonchalantly, slowly revealing a whip filled with iron thorns in his hand. Humph, even if this is a mental space, you will not learn any information from me. Elder Zhu Ying's face changed dramatically, turning pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said coldly. Very determined. Chen sneered coldly, bringing down the electric whip in his hand. Crack! With sparks flying, Elder Zhu Ying let out a pained roar, blood streaks appearing on his body, but he still gritted his teeth and remained silent. Chen was puzzled. Elder Zhu Ying did not seem like a hard-skinned person, yet he could endure his mental interrogation and torture without speaking, which made him quite curious. This mental space is just a mental realm. Your torture of me is merely on the mental level, no matter how painful, so what? Elder Zhu Ying roared with a twisted expression. Chen coldly laughed. If you think mental torture is only at the mental level, then you are too naive. All the pain you endure, although it does not reflect on the body, will manifest at the soul level. If you cannot hold on, it's very possible that your soul will scatter. So what? Dream on if you think you can learn anything from me? Elder Zhu Ying shouted in pain under Chen's lashings. Mental level torture was definitely 10 or 100 times more intense than physical pain, yet this Elder Zhu Ying could clench his teeth and remain silent. Do you think if you don't speak, I won't know anything? Chen was too lazy to continue the interrogation. If he kept lashing him, there was a possibility of extracting information, but it would take a lot of time. Even though the time flow at the mental level was 10 to 100 times slower than in the outside world, his mental power had just stepped into the 5th tier, and this illusionary prison could not last too long. Memory search, buzz. Chen activated his mental power, intending to enter Elder Zhu Ying's mental space and search through his past memories. As soon as Chen's spiritual power entered Elder Zhu Ying's memories, an astonishing aura suddenly spread from Elder Zhu Ying's spiritual space. Who dares to pry into the secrets of my blood demon sect? A thunderous roar echoed through the spiritual space. Immediately, Chen saw a towering shadow, an ethereal figure, emerge from Elder Zhu Ying's memories, exuding an incredible aura. It's the soul destruction seal? At this moment, Chen finally understood why Elder Zhu Ying was able to clench his teeth and say nothing. Someone had placed a seal on his soul. The moment he uttered any secrets about the blood demon sect, this seal would erupt, causing his soul to scatter. Moreover, this soul destruction seal could also prevent others from searching Elder Zhu Ying's soul. If anyone touched the seal, it would alert the owner of the soul destruction seal. Is this the spiritual space? Who are you to dare to attack an elder of my blood demon sect? Are you seeking death? The towering figure was merely a shadow, but it radiated an extraordinary spiritual fluctuation, its hollow eyes coldly staring at Chen. And you are? Chen frowned, feeling a surge of fear. Setting up the soul destruction seal was extremely difficult. Leaving a mark of one's soul in another's mind was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Even a 6th-level martial venerable wouldn't have that capability. At the very least, it had to be a strong presence above the 7th-level martial king. With Chen's current cultivation, he was nowhere near capable of doing such a thing. The black soul shadow did not answer Chen. Instead, it let out a cold snort, and with a rumble, charged towards Chen, its overwhelming spiritual aura wildly sweeping in, attempting to probe Chen's memories and soul. Chen's heart surged with anger. This guy was truly arrogant. If it were the real body that came, he might not even be a match. Yet this mere soul imprint dared to search his memories. It was too dismissive of him. Break, Chen shouted lowly, unleashing powerful spiritual energy that instantly shattered the other's soul. You have some skill. No wonder you dare to attack my blood demon sect's disciples. Unfortunately, you're still lacking soul destruction technique. As the overwhelming spiritual energy was broken through, the black figure was not surprised. Instead, it surged forth with a peculiar soul power from that spiritual energy, attacking from an unusual angle, instantly breaking through Chen's soul defense, trying to invade his mind through this spiritual space. What such a strange method? Chen was taken aback. His spiritual power was immensely strong. Even if his spiritual energy was only at the 5th level, the spiritual space it formed was still terrifying. Yet, someone was able to breach his soul defense and attack his essence based on the coordinates of his spiritual space. How could he not be shocked? In the midst of crisis, Chen could no longer care about anything else. He directly activated the Azure Lotus Demon Fire, instantly incinerating the black figure's soul power into nothingness, while the illusionary containment cage formed by his spiritual power also shattered in an instant. In the forest, Chen's spirit returned to his body, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Master, are you all right?" The cloaked figure was extremely anxious. "I'm fine." Chen wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and then frowned as he looked at the lifeless Elder Zhu Ying, whose soul had scattered. His expression grew grave. "I never expected that the blood demon sect had such a powerful presence capable of setting up a soul destruction seal. No wonder the major dynasties in the Northwest couldn't compete with the blood demon sect back then. But why is the blood demon sect focusing such strong power on these 5 nations? The soul power of that entity was at least above the 7th-level martial king. Such strength was enough to crush the 5 nations, yet the opponent left a soul destruction seal on a 5th-level martial venerable. Chen found it incomprehensible. After all, to cast the soul destruction seal meant dividing a part of one's own soul power. Any strong person would be extremely cautious about that. The only possibility was that there was something in the five nations that captivated them greatly. Furthermore, the soul technique employed by that entity was very strange. I have never seen such a thing in the martial domain before. Where did the Blood Demon sect acquire it? In his past life in the martial domain, Chen had never heard of the Blood Demon sect. It was clear that while the Blood Demon sect once dominated the Northwest on a continental level, it wasn't an extraordinary force. Yet such a force could unleash soul-secret techniques that Chen had never heard of, leaving him astounded. At this moment, in a terrifying underground mountain range far away from here. Boom. In the depths of an underground palace, a coffin that had been still in the center of the grand hall suddenly opened, and a figure surrounded by black mist sat up. Who broke my soul destruction seal? This black figure was actually a black skeleton, devoid of flesh and blood, with two cold flames burning in its eye sockets, emitting a chilling aura. Master, what happened? Hearing the commotion, a group of black-robed experts rushed in, trembling and immediately kneeling on the ground. The aura from these people was extremely terrifying. Each one was far beyond the strength of the elder Mo Xin leading the others to the five nations, clearly martial venerable level experts. However, before this black skeleton, they trembled like servants before their master. Speak, where did Elder Zhu Ying go? A cold voice echoed in the hall. Reporting to the master, Elder Zhu Ying and Mo Xin went to the five nations to participate in the ancient southern capital competition. Another black-clothed person stuttered. Ancient southern capital? 5 nations. The black skeleton murmured, its voice icy, sending shivers down the spine of everyone present. Did the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land make their move? Why is Elder Zhu Ying being soul-searched? Soul-searching? That's impossible, the black-clothed man exclaimed. According to the news returned by Elder Mo Xin, the trip to the 5 nations has gone very smoothly. My sect's disciple Mo Li obtained 2nd place in the competition and successfully received the legacy of the ancient southern capital. Currently, Elder Mo Xin is bringing Mo Li and the others back. No, wait. The black-clothed person seemed to think of something suddenly. According to the news returned by Elder Mo Xin, Elder Zhu Ying was sent to capture the young man Chen, who ranked 1st in the ancient southern capital competition. Could it be that it's that Chen? Chen? The black skeleton murmured solemnly. The black-clothed man immediately recounted the information regarding the ancient southern capital in detail. I never expected that such a genius would emerge from the 5 nations, even surpassing my sect's Mo Li in the legacy of the ancient southern capital. The one who was just about to soul-search Elder Zhu Ying couldn't possibly be him, right? The cold flames in the black skeleton's eyes grew even frostier as it pondered deeply. Lord Helmsman, should I send someone to capture that boy back? A man in black said in a deep voice. Very well, Tianmo, you go to the land of the 5 kingdoms and find out who killed Zhu Ying for me. The black skeleton's eyes glimmered with a cold, soul-chilling fire as he spoke. But you must remember, the Lord Leader is still in slumber, and my cultivation has not yet recovered. You must not expose yourself in the Duel dynasty, drawing the attention of the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land. Your task is to capture the one who killed Zhu Ying. Understood. Understood, my subordinate, the black-clothed elder called Tianmo replied respectfully. Good, although this child has destroyed my soul destruction seal, I have already left a trace of my aura on him. You can track him based on my aura. Remember, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Moreover, the land of the 5 kingdoms is of utmost importance to our holy sect. I do not want you to encounter any accidents. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. The black skeleton's voice was icy, causing the elder in black below to tremble involuntarily and reply, My subordinate will remember. All right, you may leave. Do not disturb my slumber before Mo Li returns. Boom, the black skeleton lay back down again, and the coffin lid closed with a rumbling sound, restoring tranquility to the great hall, adding an eerie chill. Whoosh. Half an hour later, a black figure emerged from the eerie silence of the underground, instantly disappearing into the vast mountains. Several days later, on the outskirts of the Hiling Mountain Range, a Tu eagle soared through the dense Hiling Mountain Range, arriving at a vast and boundless plain. The natural essence of heaven and earth here was evidently more concentrated than that in the land of the 5 kingdoms, at least 1.5 times denser. So rich in natural essence, is this the Duel dynasty? On the back of the Tu eagle, Chen murmured. Yes, master. Crossing this Hiling Mountain Range, we have entered the boundary of the Duel dynasty's Qiān. Several hundred miles from here, there is a city named Hiling City, the largest city within a radius of several thousand miles. This Hiling City relies on the Hiling Mountain Range for survival, and many martial artists from Qiān are stationed here year-round, hunting blood beasts in the Hiling Mountain Range, living a life on the edge of danger. Moreover, Hiling City is a necessary passage for crossing the Hiling mountain range. If the Liuxian sect and other forces want to hunt you down, they will definitely set up their defenses in Hiling City. The person in the cloak explained carefully behind Chen, showing a respectful attitude. After killing Elder Zhu Ying, Chen and the cloaked figure had been traveling non-stop on the Tu Eagle, crossing the Hiling mountain range. With the cloaked figure serving as a living map, Chen found the journey much easier these past few days, nearly expending no effort at all. "How should we proceed to the Haish Marsh?" Chen asked again. The Haish Marsh is located on the border of the De Wei dynasty, bordering the De Zhou dynasty and De Xia dynasty. The journey is long. To get there, we must pass through Xuanzhu, Lingzhu, and Baianzhu. Even with the Tu Eagle's speed, it would take at least half a month to arrive. The cloaked figure explained in detail without any impatience. During these days, Chen had also given him a few mantras, and after practicing on the back of the Tu Eagle, he felt the abnormalities caused by obtaining the black gourd had significantly lessened, and even the stagnant pinnacle-level 5th stage true power in his body had become active again. How could he not be excited? At this pace, even if he practiced on his own after 3 to 5 years, he might be able to break through to the 6th stage Martial Venerable, something he never dared to imagine before. At this moment, the cloaked figure deeply understood just how terrifying Chen was. To cultivate alongside such a defiant person, the benefits he received were probably unimaginable. "Master, where should we go now?" Thus, the cloaked figure served Chen even more diligently. "Directly to the Haish Marsh." The immediate priority was to find the Ku Yunzhai, find a way to break through to the 5th stage Wuzong, and resolve the issue of his unstable foundation. Everything else was secondary. "Yes," the cloaked figure nodded, then directly controlled the Tu Eagle, soaring towards the direction of the Haish Marsh. Various forces were still searching for Chen in Hiling City in vain. Half a month later, Chen and the cloaked figure finally arrived at the southern border of the De Wei dynasty, on the outskirts of the Haish Marsh. The Tu Eagle circled in the sky, with Chen standing on its back, gazing into the distance. At the end of his line of sight was a piece of black land that spread into the horizon. Although he had not yet entered the marsh, just looking at it from afar filled him with a sense of deathly aura, making it exceedingly terrifying. In front of the Haish Marsh stood a grand, entirely black city, rising at the junction of the marsh and the plains, creating a strong visual contrast. The cloaked figure explained, "Master, that is Haish City ahead. Haish City is the largest city on the borders of the Haish Marsh. The marsh is fraught with danger, with miasma and poisons everywhere. Most martial artists will prepare some materials and detoxification pills in Haish City before entering the Haish Marsh, just in case. Should we, then let's settle in Haish City first. The Haish Marsh is an extremely dangerous and forbidden area in the De Wei dynasty. No matter how powerful a martial artist, they must make ample preparations before entering the marsh." Chen certainly did not think that he could disregard the dangers of this place simply because of knowledge from his past life. As the two dismounted from the Tu Eagle and had just walked a few dozen miles, they had not even entered the city yet. Suddenly a group of masked black-clothed men charged out from both sides. "Heh, here come 2 fat sheep again. They must have received news and are here to seek benefits." "Kill them," the leading black-clothed man sneered, drawing his saber without a word and charging at Chen, swinging down at his head. 557, seeking death. The cloaked man saw this and became furious. With a punch, he sent the black-clad man's combat knife flying with a loud bang. Following that, a powerful fist aura surged forward, causing the black-clad man to display a look of terror. In an instant, he was smashed to pieces, obliterated into dust. What? The remaining 10 or so black-clad individuals were dumbfounded. Their big leader, a mid-stage Wuzong, was actually killed with a single punch. The leader is dead. "Run," a group of people screamed in terror and immediately turned to flee. "Want to strike? Go ahead, want to run just like that? There's no such good deal." The cloaked man let out a sneer. With a wave of his hand, the Tianmo banner suddenly appeared in his grasp. The black Tianmo banner expanded in the wind, rapidly growing to several zhang in size, exuding thick black energy that enveloped more than 10 people. A series of terrible screams echoed as over 10 black-clad individuals fell instantly under the black gas of the Tianmo banner, turning into corpses. "Master, I took care of a few insignificant ants." The cloaked man retracted the Tianmo banner and said with a smile. He felt incredibly excited. After slaying the Blood Eagle Elder, Chen had given him the Tianmo banner. After several days of refinement, the cloaked man felt that the Tianmo banner suited him much better than the previous black gourd. Every time he urged the black gourd, his body would feel an unusual sensation, unlike the Tianmo banner, which he used effortlessly without any discomfort. It felt as if it was custom-made for him. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Chen frowned and said, "Is it allowed to kill here?" They were only several dozen li from Haizhou City, and these people dared to act here. Moreover, all of them were filled with murderous intent, clearly having blood on their hands. "Master, you may not know." Hearing this, the cloaked man stored away the Tianmo banner and collected the storage rings of the more than 10 individuals, explaining with a smile. Haizhou City is located on the border of the Duel dynasty. It gathers martial artists from various states of the dynasty and is inherently chaotic. Coupled with the Black Death Marsh bordering 2 other dynasties, it naturally becomes a mix of dragons and fish. The bandits outside the city are countless, and many of them in other states could be significant figures or even elders and sect leaders of certain sects. Yet here, they turn into bandits, killing and robbing, committing all sorts of atrocities. Chen finally gained a true understanding of the chaos in Haizhou City. Here, while still under the jurisdiction of the Duel dynasty, it was indeed very chaotic. When the two arrived at the entrance of Haizhou City, they saw a dense crowd gathered at the city gate. The people were diverse in strength, with the weakest at Earth level and the highest at 5-stage sect level, all lining up outside Haizhou City. The cloaked man was somewhat astonished. "Why are there so many people in Haizhou City? Is it usually not crowded here?" Chen asked, confused. The cloaked man nodded. "Under normal circumstances, while Haizhou City does have martial artists coming and going, it isn't overly crowded. I've never seen such a throng of people before." Having lived in Haizhou City for quite a long time, the cloaked man was very familiar with it. What shocked the cloaked man even more was the significant number of sect-level martial artists in the crowd. One should know that, while a 5-stage Wuzong isn't rare in the Duel dynasty, it is still considered a master. Now, looking at the line ahead, there were actually dozens of Wuzong experts, which shocked the cloaked man greatly. The cloaked man's expression darkened. "Master, with so many Wuzong experts gathered, something must have gone wrong in Haizhou City." Both immediately recalled that when the group of black-clad individuals attacked them, they had mentioned that the 2 of them likely received news and came to take advantage. What could this news be? Chen's heart sank involuntarily. Haizhou City's sudden influx could be explained simply. For some unknown reason, the miasma from the Black Death Marsh had recently intensified, rendering many of the old detoxification pills unreliable. At the same time, rare high-grade spirit herbs, some claiming to be 4th to 6th tier, had been found in the marsh, and rumors of an underground relic emitting a powerful spiritual aura spread like wildfire. That combination drew scores of practitioners and several top forces here at once. With so many strong martial artists arriving, it was inevitable trouble would follow, and if the Qiān he had seen had already been taken, their plans would be ruined. The cloaked man also thought of the same issue as Chen and immediately grabbed the 2 martial artists walking ahead. "You two, this old man has something to ask you," the cloaked man said coldly. The 2 martial artists, both at 4-stage Qiān level, looked extremely unpleasant when suddenly stopped. They turned around, ready to explode in anger, but upon seeing the cloaked man, the words were instantly swallowed back, and their faces turned pale. They realized they couldn't gauge the aura of this cloaked man's strength at all, and they felt a trembling sensation in their hearts. Clearly, the strength of this cloaked man was undoubtedly above theirs. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel this way. "Two seniors, what commands do you have?" "As long as I know, I will speak without concealment," they quickly said. Their prior anger vanished and replaced with caution. "I ask you, why has Haizhou City suddenly seen so many people? Don't you 2 seniors know?" One of the tall and thin men immediately exclaimed in surprise, but upon seeing the dark expression of the cloaked man, he realized he had misspoken and hurriedly added, "2 seniors may not know, but the Black Death Marsh suddenly underwent some changes half a month ago." "Changes?" "Yes." The thin man nodded repeatedly. "Half a month ago. Many martial artists who used to train in the Black Death Marsh found their detoxification pills often failed against the miasma. At the same time, many had found rare spirit herbs inside the marsh, and there were rumors of an underground relic discovered there. The mix of danger and opportunity drew people from all directions." "Is that all?" The cloaked figure's expression darkened, and a cold aura spread from him. The 2 were so scared that they trembled all over, their faces filled with terror. Then, as if they thought of something, they hurriedly said, "By the way, we heard that a few days ago someone discovered an underground relic in the Black Death Swamp. The relic emitted an astonishing aura of spiritual herbs, and some suspect that it is an ancient relic containing incredible treasures, which is why so many strong practitioners are attracted here." "Underground relic?" Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure's face changed drastically. "Which area is that underground relic located in?" A fierce murderous intent suddenly transmitted from him. I really don't know. We just received the news and hurried over from another place. We haven't even entered Haizhou City yet. The two were so frightened that they were almost crying as they hurriedly explained. Seeing that he couldn't extract any more information, Chen waved his hand at the two. As soon as the two saw this and realized they wouldn't even enter Haizhou City, they were scared and turned to leave. Quickly disappearing from view, was the underground relic you mentioned the place where you obtained the blood spirit fire? Chen asked in a deep voice. I'm not sure, but I suspect it could be. The cloaked figure's face was gloomy, and he was anxious. The place where he obtained the green lotus blood spirit fire was an underground relic. It was impossible that there would be two underground relics in this Black Death swamp. At this moment, Chen instead calmed down. If the Chinese letter has already been taken away, then being anxious is of no use. We should first go into the city and inquire about the news. The cloaked figure nodded, for now they could only do that, with a gloomy expression. The two quickly arrived at the city gate. Just as they were about to enter the city, "Step aside! All of you get out of my way!" A furious shout rang out, and then a group of arrogant martial artists suddenly rushed out from the back of the line. This group was riding on blood beasts covered in iron armor, surrounding a young man who appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old. The young man rode on a blood-colored, wolf-like blood beast. The beast stood at about 2 meters tall, its fur resembling satin. One of its eyes seemed to have been blinded by a battle knife, leaving a long scar on its face, making it look particularly fierce and terrifying. Chen immediately recognized that this was a 4th-level Qiān blood beast, a bloodthirsty demon wolf. The young man sitting on the bloodthirsty demon wolf was not very old, yet his cultivation had actually reached the peak of the 4th level. His aura was extremely refined, and in terms of strength, he could probably compare with the 3 top talents of Qiānju. However, his lips were thin, giving him a somewhat feminine and ruthless appearance. This group of people, with their cold shouts, completely ignored the many martial artists queuing at the entrance and rushed in recklessly. A martial artist couldn't dodge in time and was pounced on by the demon wolf the young man was riding. He let out a miserable scream as a large gash appeared on his body, lying on the ground and bleeding profusely. "How dare you, you lowly creature! Seeing our young master arrive, you don't even know to make way. Seeking death, are you?" Several strong practitioners surrounding the young man became furious upon seeing this. One of the knights drew his battle knife and shouted angrily as he brought it down, cutting the martial artist in half with a single blow, instantly killing him. What a ruthless method! Chen raised his eyebrows. The other party showed no discomfort at the act of killing, indicating that they had done this many times before. The key point was that the guards at Haizhou City showed no signs of surprise, as if they hadn't seen anything happening. "What are you looking at? Get lost!" After killing someone, the knights' faces were cold, and their demeanor arrogant as they shouted at the many martial artists at the city gate. Instantly, the crowd became restless, and all those who had been blocking the entrance hurriedly stepped back. Even some 5th-level Wuzong frowned but still retreated. "That's Mo Xiang, the young master of the Beast Control Manor. Why has he come?" They heard that Mo Xiang was once one of the top talents of Bianju. However, these past years he had been stuck at the Qiān level and could never break through to Wuzong. His temperament had become increasingly ruthless, and he would kill at the slightest displeasure. It was said that many martial artists had died at his hands. "SHH, are you seeking death? How dare you speak about Mo Xiang like that? Are you ready to lose your head?" Yes. This time, the Black Death Swamp underwent a transformation, and the Beast Control Manor had already received the news. It was rumored that the Deputy Master of the Beast Control Manor had arrived several days ago and had explored the Black Death Swamp multiple times. It was said that the Master of the Manor would also come in a few days. "Hiss, Mo Xincheng, the Master of the Beast Control Manor, is one of the top experts in Bianju." Humph, not only the Master of the Beast Control Manor, but many forces near the Black Death Swamp have also received the news. In my opinion, in the coming days, many top experts will probably come over as well. We should be cautious. The crowd discussed, each showing fear and amazement. The Beast Control Manor is one of the top forces in Bianju, and their strongest skill is beast taming, which is well known even throughout the Great Wei dynasty. A bunch of commoners, thinking they can come to the Black Death Swamp to try their luck. They don't even look at their own worth. They are simply seeking death. Hearing the whispers around him, Mo Xiang sneered disdainfully, urging his bloodthirsty demon wolf towards the city gate. In the next moment, his expression suddenly became displeased. At the city gate, there was actually a cloaked figure and a young man who hadn't made way. Seeing their young master frown, the knights following Mo Xiang immediately darkened. One of them, riding an iron-armored blood beast, rode forward, pointing his battle knife at Chen and the cloaked figure, and coldly shouted, "You two, didn't you see our young master is going to enter the city? Get lost, or are you looking for death standing here? The cloaked figure's expression turned ugly. Which blind dog I saw me blocking you and your young master? The beast-taming mountain villa is strong, but that doesn't mean you can act so recklessly. You're the one looking for death. The knight on the iron-armored blood beast roared and slashed down fiercely. The sharp blade whistled like a gale, able to cleave a fifth-stage early Wuzong in half. Before the blade reached them, the cloaked figure suddenly kicked out, landing a heavy blow on the iron-armored blood beast's chest. With a shrill scream, the creature was kicked aside, collapsing with blood gushing out. You actually killed my blood pet? The knight's eyes turned blood red. The other knights drew their battle knives and swarmed forward, brimming with killing intent. Capture them both for me. Don't be in a hurry to kill them. I want to slowly torture them so they understand the consequences of offending our beast-taming mountain villa, Mo Xiang snarled. The cloaked figure and Chen remained calm. With a flash, the cloaked man crashed into the crowd, sending several knights flying. The onlookers were stunned. These beast-taming mountain villa knights, fifth-stage Wuzong powerhouses, were dispatched like chicks. Mo Xiang gritted his teeth and leaped onto the back of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, ordering it to pounce toward Chen. Its claws swung down like lightning. At that moment, the boy who had stood silent until now suddenly shouted coldly at the wolf, "Kneel!" Everyone went silent. The bloodthirsty demon wolf, fierce and terrifying, froze. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes and it sank to its knees, trembling. "What?" the crowd cried. Mo Xiang couldn't believe it. He kicked the wolf and tried to force it with beast control techniques, but the beast only lowered its head further, utterly obedient. Rage bloomed on Mo Xiang's face as he lunged at Chen, unleashing a burst of bloody light claws that formed a crimson sphere around the youth. The blood sphere exploded with a violent force that slammed into Mo Xiang. He spat blood and was sent flying, collapsing heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. His knights rushed to his side. The cloaked figure, having halted his assault at the boy's command, stepped back when the boy uttered a single word. "Slave." At those syllables, the cloaked man immediately bowed and said, "Yes, master." Everyone watched in stunned silence. The cloaked figure could so easily defeat Wuzong knights, yet he respectfully called the young man master. Such a background unsettled the crowd. "It's urgent to enter the city." Chen glanced at Mo Xiang and the fallen knights, then led the cloaked figure into Haizhou City. The city guards did not dare stop them. Mo Xiang fumed and ordered, "Find Uncle Qing and investigate their identities. Whoever dares to make a move against me, beast-taming mountain villa will never let them off." His voice trembled with humiliation and rage. In a luxurious mansion in Haizhou City, Mo Qing was roused from cultivation by the commotion outside. Mo Xiang burst in, disheveled and furious, flanked by guards who quickly recounted what had happened at the city gate. "A single shout made our bloodthirsty kneel?" Mo Qing's face hardened. He hurried to examine the bloodthirsty demon wolf. The beast's state marks were normal, yet it had obeyed that young man's command. He frowned, puzzled. Suddenly the wolf went berserk, lunging with frenzied red eyes. Mo Qing moved to restrain it, but the beast had completely lost control. With a cold expression and no other choice, Mo Qing struck it down, shattering the bloodthirsty demon wolf's head. Its body collapsed in a pool of blood. Mo Xiang stared pale-faced. "Uncle Qing," Mo Qing's voice was icy, "this beast has gone mad. That young man from the gate, this matter is not ordinary." He tapped his finger against the table, decision made. "Relay my orders quietly. Search Haizhou City for that cloaked man and the young man who was at the gate. Do not alert them. Report back immediately once they are found. Understand?" "Yes," the guards replied, trembling. Mo Qing turned to Mo Xiang. "You will stay in the mansion for the next 2 days and must not go out. Wait until further notice. As for the others, keep watch on you. If anything happens to you, you will bear the consequences." Mo Xiang's face twisted with fury and mortification. He had come seeking help and only ended up confined and watched, trapped within his own home. Walking on the road, Chen suddenly curved his lips into a cold smile. He sensed that the restriction he placed on that bloodthirsty demon wolf had already erupted. A small beast-controlling family is so arrogant in front of him. They are truly seeking their own death. Of course, Chen was still unaware that the people from the beast-controlling manor were looking for him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. "Master, we've arrived." At this moment, the cloaked man reminded him. The two had already come to a vast square, but the entire square was hazy, making it impossible to see anything at all. "Master, this is the Black Cult Association I mentioned before." The Black Cult Association is the largest trading center in Haizhou City, and it is also the largest information hub in the city. Basically, any news from the Black Death Marsh can be inquired here at the Black Cult Association. Chen nodded, looking up at the huge black signboard in front of him. His spiritual sense swept across the square below, only to find that his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it. He immediately understood that there was a massive formation in the Black Cult Association, and it was specifically a shielding formation to block spiritual sensing. Furthermore, judging from the rich spiritual aura in the vicinity, there should also be a high-level gathering formation inside the Black Cult Association. Since that's the case, let's go in. From now on, just call me Chen Xiao to avoid drawing attention. Chen nodded, but offered a reminder. The Black Slave had the strength at the peak of the 5th stage, which could be considered a master in the formidable Haijiao city. Such a character calling himself Master would indeed attract attention if seen by others. If he had already restored sufficient strength, that would be fine, but it just so happened that he was only at the peak of the 4th stage now. Being so high profile wasn't a good idea. Under the lead of the cloaked man, the two quickly arrived at the front of the black signboard. Before they could step inside, two silent figures had already appeared at the entrance of the signboard. Both were dressed in black standard robes and wore stern expressions, coldly watching Chen and the cloaked man. From the aura of the two, it turned out they were both at the initial stage of the 5th level Wuzong. Seeing the appearance of these two, the Black Slave immediately took out 2 lower-grade true stones from his body and handed them to the 2 black-clad men. The 2 black-clad men glanced down at the true stones in their hands, nodded, and then stepped aside, opening up a passage for the two to enter. Chen Xiao, this is the entry fee. To enter the Black Cult Association, each person needs 1 lower-grade true stone, the Black Slave said as he led Chen inside. Chen wasn't particularly surprised by the entry fee. After all, entering some auction houses or treasure pavilions also required an entry fee. However, the fee of 1 lower-grade true stone per person astonished him. These were true stones. In places like the 5 Nations, ordinary martial artists often didn't even have a single lower-grade true stone on them. To have an entry fee of 1 lower-grade true stone here was simply an extraordinary place. However, as soon as Chen entered the Black Cult Association, he instantly understood why the entry fee was so high. Upon entering, a rich aura of true energy enveloped Chen. The concentration of true energy here was at least more than double that of the outside world, making it an excellent place for cultivation. He even saw people sitting cross-legged in the square, cultivating. Moreover, once inside, the shielding of spiritual sense immediately disappeared. With his naked eye, he could see that the entire square was filled with many people, numbering even in the hundreds. With so many people paying 1 lower-grade true stone each, what an enormous sum the entry fees must be. Chen Xiao, a single lower-grade true stone allows you to stay here for 3 days. Many people come in to purchase what they want or inquire about news and will use the remaining time to cultivate to avoid wasting it. The Black Slave explained, as he noticed Chen's gaze focused on those cultivating martial artists. At that moment, 2 Wuzong powerhouses rushed past them. The bloody smell on these two was extremely strong, surrounded by a rich aura of killing intent, clearly not easy characters. Did you see correctly? Was it really Black Jade Grass? It can't be wrong, it is indeed Black Jade Grass. That guy is seeking death. How dare he take out something like Black Jade Grass directly in the Black Cult Association? Humph! Although the Black Cult Association offers some protection to traders, once the transaction is over, they are no longer protected. As the two spoke, they noticed Chen and the cloaked man at the entrance and stopped their conversation, quickly passing by them with wary expressions. Chen, who had been relatively calm, suddenly felt a wave of agitation. What kind of place was this that even Black Jade Grass was for sale? Any alchemist would know that Black Jade Grass is a main material for refining the 5th grade illusory spirit pill, classified as a 5th stage material. The primary function of the illusory spirit pill is to allow any martial artist below the 6th stage Wuzon to repair their mental damage after suffering spiritual harm. For a martial artist, mental damage is more difficult to treat than physical injuries. Moreover, if a martial artist goes mad, having an illusory spirit pill can allow them to awaken from madness in the shortest possible time. It can be said that spiritual medicines like Black Jade Grass are enough to make any 5th stage Wuzong feel tempted and go crazy. Chen Xiao, were they just talking about Black Jade Grass? The Black Slave's spiritual sense wasn't as strong as Chen's, so he hadn't completely heard the previous conversation of the two, but he vaguely captured some information and asked in a low voice. Before Chen could respond, a sudden, short incident broke the general bustle. A trio of local thugs, small-time ruffians who made a living preying on travelers inside the association, decided to seize a supposed opportunity. They rushed up to Chen and the Black Slave, brandishing crude blades, demanding valuables and true stones. Their manner was loud and lawless, expecting an easy score. "Hand it over and we'll let you leave with your lives," one snarled. Chen glanced at them without changing his posture. The black slaves' face tightened slightly. The three underestimated their targets, unaware of the quiet depth before them. The thugs made a move all at once. They thought killing here caused no consequences, that the association's rules left gaps for cowards to exploit. They were wrong. In less than a breath, the head thug's sword froze mid-swing, his true power abruptly strangled as if a heavy net had fallen over his meridians. The second thug staggered back as a cold, invisible pressure crushed the breath from his lungs. The third tried to flee, but before he could take 3 steps, the Tianmu banner flashed like black lightning in Hainu's hand. It was not a long fight. 2 strokes, 2 suppressed screams, and 3 bodies collapsed, blood seeping into the square. No dramatic duel, no drawn-out exchange, just a clean, fatal demonstration of force so decisive it made people involuntarily step back. Those nearby who had been ready to snatch the storage ring or exploit the chaos froze. The square's noise dropped several degrees. A few experienced eyes registered what had happened. These were not mere killing methods, but signs of something much more profound, potent suppression, and a demonic quality they had rarely seen. Hainu closed the Tianmu banner and handed the 3 storage rings the thugs had carried to Chen with a respectful bow. "Young master, it's done?" Chen pocketed the rings without a word, his expression indifferent. The black slave's posture relaxed minutely. A steward from the Black Cult Association, a middle-aged man with a dignified air, hurried over. His face, trained to be unmoved, had softened into polite curiosity as he bowed slightly before Chen and the cloaked man. "Guests, please follow me upstairs. The association apologizes for the disturbance. As visitors of some prowess, you must be welcomed properly. We have comfortable rooms and, more importantly, information to trade," he said, voice measured, his eyes lingering on the Tianmu banner as if unwilling to let it out of sight. Inside, the steward moved with deference that bordered on reverence. Conversations among the managers and some of the Wuzong present halted and then shifted tone. Whatever disdain had been in the air changed to cautious respect. The steward personally arranged tea and sent runners to summon higher-ups. It was obvious the Black Cult Association now regarded these two as important guests rather than troublemakers. Black Cult Association treats anyone who can clear trouble in the square as someone with potential ties to powerful forces. The black slave murmured to Chen as they were led through dim corridors. "They'll be very willing to speak, especially about the Black Death Marsh. Few places have eyes and ears like this one," the steward returned with a careful offer. "We have intelligence on the Black Death Marsh, reliable and recent. If you are willing to stay, we can provide details. Of course, the longer you remain, the more depth we can share." Chen nodded slightly. Information mattered more than anything else in this place. The steward presented a small ledger and a list of whispers. The names of minor warlords and caravans, trade routes recently disrupted, the changing strengths in border villages, and rumors about a new, deeper corruption in the southern swamps. Nothing concrete about the highest secrets, but enough to guide an expedition and point toward the heart of Black Death Marsh activity. While the steward spoke, Hainu remained silent, his hand resting near the Tianmu banner as if ready to summon it at a breath. Several managers looked at him, their faces betraying an unease that bordered on fear. That banner's black light had a presence that could chill the bones. The steward, after seeing the two's patience and restraint, leaned in and lowered his voice. "We will share what we have, and we will also offer a place here for the two of you. The association values talent like yours. There are opportunities to gather much more if you choose to stay." Chen accepted the tea and the information, his cheap nod enough to set things in motion. The steward left to arrange rooms and further exchanges. As he departed, one of the association's elder Wuzong paused at the doorway, eyes fixed on Hainu long enough for Chen to hear the whispered question to a subordinate. "Is he a Wuzong?" Hainu did not answer. He simply stood there, banner folded, exuding a dark pressure that many could not bear to measure. Inside the guest room, the ledger of intel lay on the table, and the steward's promise to feed them more details over the next days hung in the air. Outside, in the square, the bodies of the 3 thugs were quietly removed. The rumor had already spread. These 2 outsiders had not been common rogues. The association would watch them, and it would use them as it would any valuable asset. For now, the Black Cult Association had decided to treat them as powerful guests and to open some of its channels regarding the Black Death Marsh. If Hainu had wanted to boast, his actions would have sufficed. He had not roared. He had only acted, and that was enough. Many people around privately compared notes, and the verdict formed in hushed tones. These 2 were not to be trifled with. If one were to estimate strength by result alone, Hainu's Tianmu banner had just taken the lives of 3 would-be robbers with such ease that a question could not be ignored. If it weren't for the fact that Hainu didn't carry the unique aura of a Wuzong, these people might even have thought he was a 6th-level Wuzong. What shocked them even more was the attitude of the black slave towards Chen. Such a master in front of this young man was extremely respectful, clearly a follower of Chen. So what exactly was the identity of this young man? Was he a prince of the Great Wei dynasty? Or the son of a top sect or power within the dynasty? The martial artists who had previously greedily eyed the storage ring in Chen's hand all retracted their gazes, even lowering their heads, fearing to provoke Chen's displeasure, and quietly stepped back. Even in Bei's twin demons were killed with a single move. For most people present, being killed by the opponent was likely just a matter of one move. Feeling the fearful atmosphere around him, the black slave secretly felt pleased. Following the master is indeed good. He was certain that if it weren't for Chen gifting him the celestial demon banner, helping him refine it, and teaching him the method to control it, even when he had the fire-refining insect before, he wouldn't have been able to kill a late-stage Wuzong with just one move like he could now. Moreover, there was no side effect at all when activating the celestial demon banner. When Chen took the storage ring handed to him by the black slave, two heavenly-level martial artists in similar martial robes walked out from somewhere within the Black Cult Association. Each of them carried a body and quickly retreated, disappearing from the square. The square, which originally had two corpses lying on it, was once again clean. Young master, those two earlier were the cleanup personnel of the Black Cult Association. Seeing the confusion on Chen's face, the black slave immediately explained. Chen frowned. When the conflict broke out, the Black Cult Association seemed indifferent, but once the battle was over, they quickly cleaned up the bodies. Even though Chen was used to the cruel law of the jungle, the blatant nature of the Black Cult Association still made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Let's go gather some information. Once we have the information, we'll leave here," Chen said indifferently. "Yes," the black slave nodded. However, before he could lead Chen forward, an old man wearing a black robe approached. The style of the robe was very similar to the standard robes worn by the guards of the Black Cult Association, except for the golden borders on the sleeves, and there was essentially no other difference. Moreover, his chest was embroidered with the symbol of the Black Cult Association. However, the material of his clothing was far superior to that of the previous martial artists from the Black Cult Association, and the aura he exuded was even more terrifying, clearly another late-stage Wuzong. After arriving in front of Chen and the black slave, the old man smiled slightly, clasped his hands, and then said, "Are you two friends visiting our Black Cult Association for the first time? I'm the steward of the Black Cult Association. I noticed your impressive skills earlier, so I specially invite you to sit in the attic of our Black Cult Association. I wonder what you think." As the old man spoke, many martial artists around revealed envious expressions, seemingly admiring Chen for receiving this invitation from the steward of the Black Cult Association. Hearing the steward's words, Chen vaguely understood the Black Cult Association's intentions. They did not prohibit martial artists from fighting among themselves, clearly looking to discover powerful individuals to recruit. In this way, the influence of the Black Cult Association would surely snowball and continue to grow. Of course, there was one prerequisite. The Black Cult Association had to provide something that would attract these experts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to draw people in. Surely the Black Cult Association must have some treasures that would intrigue powerful individuals. Well said, well said. The black slave clearly understood that Chen was not familiar with the Black Cult Association. He immediately smiled and said, "Please, you too." The steward of the Black Cult Association smiled slightly, and under his guidance, Chen and the black slave soon arrived at a building at the edge of the square. As soon as they walked in, Chen immediately felt a much denser flow of heavenly and earthly true qi. What dense true qi? It seems there is not just one gathering array here. It's very likely there is also a true vein below. Even if it's not a complete true vein, it might very well be a remnant vein. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have such dense true qi. At the same time, Chen discovered that upon entering the building, a vast hall was laid out before him. In this hall there were actually many counters, and many astonishing spiritual medicines were displayed on them. Chen's eyes widened instantly. The spiritual medicines here were all of high grade, with many being fifth-tier spiritual medicines, extremely precious. Earlier, outside in the square, many martial artists were setting up stalls, and Chen had seen quite a few decent items, but compared to the stuff in this hall, they paled in comparison, clearly not on the same level. You two must be visiting Black Marsh City for the first time, right?" Seeing Chen's expression, the steward of the Black Cult Association chuckled. As he spoke, he led the two into a room. "I'll get straight to the point. I wonder if you two are interested in becoming esteemed guests of our Black Cult Association." The old man looked at Chen and the black slave. Becoming an esteemed guest of our Black Cult Association comes with many benefits. The most straightforward one is that entering and exiting our Black Cult Association doesn't require paying true stones. Of course, this might not mean much to you too, but besides this, if you ever have anything to sell, you can also place it in our trading hall. We guarantee to only charge the lowest commission. Besides these 2 points, there are other benefits as well. As the old man was explaining, the black slave suddenly laughed, then took out a silver token and tossed it directly onto the table, saying, "There's no need to become an esteemed guest. In fact, I already am a silver guest of your Black Cult Association." The old man's expression froze for a moment, turning quite peculiar, as if he couldn't decide whether to laugh or to cry. He then smiled and said, "Oh, so you are a silver guest of our Black Cult Association. I truly failed to recognize true talent, but why have I never seen you here before?" A look of confusion appeared on the old man's face. He had been managing this place for 2 years and had never seen the black slave, so he thought the black slave was a recent arrival seeking to join the Black Cult Association. "I became a silver guest several years ago. It's normal that you haven't seen me since I haven't returned in years." A few years ago, the black slave had stayed in Black Marsh City for a while, but after obtaining the Blue Lotus Demon Fire and the Black Gourd, he left and earned a notorious title of Blood Insect Man Demon in just a few short years. This was his first return to Black Marsh City since becoming the Blood Insect Man Demon, so it was entirely normal for the old man not to recognize him. "We came this time because we received news of unusual activity in the Black Death Marsh. As a silver guest, it should be no problem to gather some information, right?" the black slave said lightly. "Of course, no problem." The old man immediately smiled. "I see you wish to gather information about the Black Death Marsh. Here are 2 information jade slips. You just need to probe with your divine sense to understand the reasons." The old man promptly handed over 2 jade slips, clearly indicating that too many people came daily to the Black Cult Association to gather information, so they were made into jade slips for easy reference. You are amazing for listening to chapters 301 to 400 of Martial Legend. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.